Well, I did every song, every number one song they ever did.
What's your favorite Beatles song?
That's like choosing children, dog. I don't know. It depends what my mood is like. I would say I like some of their songs that are kind of like underappreciated, like Number 9 and Revolution. It's actually called, I think, Revolution Number 9. But then just the song Revolution. And I love the song Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And I love the song. What else do I love of theirs? I mean, I love like everything of theirs. I love the song uh, I Am the Walrus. Do you know the song I Am the Walrus?
No.
You don't know the song I Am the Walrus?
Let me see if I've ever heard this thing. Pretty mellow.
Well, wait, just listen to it. Do you know the song Revolution by them?
I don't know. Maybe if I heard it.
Type in Beatles Revolution. You just have to hear the first 3 seconds. It's maybe the best 3 seconds of any song ever.
First 3 seconds
of the song Beatles Revolution. Or it's just called Revolution, but it's by the Beatles. Just listen to the guitar riff at the beginning of that song.
Yeah, I did. I heard it.
Isn't that sick?
I like the rest of the song though. It's very good like music if you're cruising around in California.
Word, dog. I like their independent work too. I like Paul McCartney and Wings. I like John Lennon's independent stuff. I like Ringo's and I like George Harrison's. I love the Beatles. Fucking love the Beatles.
You're a simp. You're a simp for the Beatles.
No, I'm an alpha motherfucker for the Beatles.
Sigma.
Yeah.
Sigma.
Why is that? What I think I understand the difference, but okay, so
You don't.
yeah, I do. Alpha is like the top dog. Beta is like a little bitch. But Sigma is like a top dog that doesn't brag about it. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Dude, let's get Joey Diaz to explain this shit to us because people say Sigma and it's like, well, what? Huh? Yo, dog, can you explain to me like Joey Diaz, Alpha, Beta, and Sigma? People always say, what is Sigma? And I'm like, what? Alpha male, top dog, like I just said, silverback gorilla, confidence, beta male, that guy sucks. Sigma male. Now this cocksucker is a lone wolf. He don't give a Frenchman's fuck about the status or pecking orders. He'll sit at the same table as the alpha, but doesn't need to be noticed. Silent but deadly. Mysterious as fuck. Wears sunglasses indoors. Probably owns a sword. Doesn't lead. Doesn't follow. He's just doing his own thing and maybe building a cabin in Montana. Dangerous charisma. He's not flashy. You remember him. So I was right. So an alpha says, I'd run this joint. Beta says, please like me. Sigma says, I don't need to give a shit.
I did not know that Sigma was like an ego thing.
What did you think it was?
It's like more alpha.
That doesn't make any sense. Then why wouldn't you just call it super alpha? Did you know
Do you
that
know that
Ozzy Osbourne died? Yeah, I knew Ozzy Osbourne. Is that what you were gonna say?
Yeah.
I just said the same thing to you.
Jinx? Nice. I mean, he didn't die recently, but he did die.
No, he died.
You can really like how many like just dead people facts do you like say like to people in a row when you like walk into a room full of strangers before they just think that you're mentally unwell? Like you just start listing off people like haven't even spoke a word to them.
I don't. People know what I'm talking about. They know I'm sexy.
No, I'm just saying it would just be strange if you were repeating that over and over and over to a random person.
Well, did they know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know the guy that fucking invented the Pina Colada song died?
Harry Nielsen? Henry Nielsen?
If that's his name, then yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it was actually recent. Look it up.
Harry Neeson? Do you know the name of the Pina Colada song?
No, but I just looked it up and
Oh, Doug, it's Rupert Holmes.
Whoever said that.
Yeah, who the fuck
They're
is?
not.
Yeah. Anyway, do you know the name of it?
The Pina Colada song?
Yeah.
That was just like Pina Colada.
No, it's called Escape, bitch.
Okay.
When did Rupert whatever die?
Oh, he's still alive.
So why are you telling me
I
falsities?
swear to God, I heard a fucking article and read an article and discussed that the Pina Colada song dude died, but that wasn't his name.
Rupert Holmes?
No, that guy's still alive, so maybe there's some other guy related to the Pina Colada song.
No, he's the only guy there would be. You want to know something that I don't like about the William Montgomery podcast? The William Montgomery show?
He's still alive?
No, I'm glad he's alive. They sometimes do banter and they joke around and they'll be saying stuff that is not real, but I'll take it to be real. They'll like be like, "Oh yeah," so like I think if I didn't clear this up,
he does that all the time.
Yeah, and I'll be like, "Wait."
I find that funny though.
I find it funny too, but sometimes it puts false shit in my head. Like he said that somebody said that his great uncle was James Earl Ray, the guy who killed Martin Luther King Jr., and I took that to be real.
I think I remember hearing that.
I told it to you when we were doing that whole William Montgomery thing. Do you want to do William Montgomery trivia against me?
No, dog.
Because you know that you're not as big a William Montgomery fan as I am?
That's not true, but
what did William Montgomery want to be? What was William Montgomery's dream career?
It doesn't matter. You're never going to be the OG William Montgomery fan.
I just need to be the GOAT. I give a shit about being OG. I just need to be the GOAT.
I gotta take my dog Yellow out to pee.
You know what? Hold on. Before you go, do you know what?
No, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Just wait here. Brainstorm some William Montgomery. Yo,
Hey,
I'm gonna go to sleep.
all right. Well, did you know Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
No.
All right. Are you ready for this piece of deep William Montgomery knowledge?
Go for it.
What was William Montgomery's dream career?
I don't know.
Just guess, dog. Any true William Montgomery fan would know this. This is obvious. This is like William Montgomery 101. Like they teach you this on the first day of learning who William Montgomery is. I thought
Phone operator.
you thought he wanted to be a phone operator.
Yeah, that's my guess.
He wanted to be an
Is that
attorney.
close?
No, not even close. He wanted to be an attorney. Why didn't he become an attorney?
Dumb as fuck.
He could not pass the LSATs to get into law school.
Where did he say that?
On his podcast, you jerk off.
When did you listen to his podcast?
Dog, I've told you, I've been listening to all of them.
How many have you listened to?
Perhaps all of them. I haven't always been awake for them, but I told you, dog. I started with the most recent, worked my way back, and then I've watched some forward. I've seen the ones that he's had Red Band on and Tony Hinchcliffe on, and usually it's just he and Casey Rocket, and I know about Erica, and I know about Gator, and he had his parents on one podcast with Red Band, and I know about Grant. We talked about this.
Yeah, no, I remember.
Remember we talked about the Austin podcast place, and I thought it wasn't a good idea for him to do it, but now I think it is. I thought he could have done it like Matt and Shane's secret podcast where they just do it in like someone's apartment, but I see why they do it the way that they do it because those guys like edit it for you and everything, and I think it's a really good idea that he does do it that way. It's pretty cheap for him to do, though it was expensive for him to add another camera. Doug, I'm deep in the William Montgomery lore. I'm not like you where I just keep this select few for like a rainy day. I go through it. I fist that shit.
You have it on the background as you sleep and don't absorb any of it.
I absorbed enough to know what his dream career was, son. I absorbed enough of it to know what his dream career was, son. I absorbed enough of it to know what his dream career was, son.
You fucked up, son.
How did I fuck up?
I don't know. I'm gonna go study Mancala, and then tomorrow I'm gonna literally pulverize you.
I want you to know that the game, there is a way to play Mancala that if you start, you will never lose or draw. It's like tic-tac-toe. Like you will either always win or you will draw, but you will never lose.
Interesting. I'll
Word,
go look that up.
word, dog. Well, then while you're doing that, would you look up how to win a single fucking game of basketball?
Yeah, I'll look that up too.
When you,
I just need a fucking a phone that or something.
I do have
Probably phone advantage.
I do have a serious question for you. When are you gonna win your first basketball game?
Right now, if you want.
It's on like Donkey Kong.
This is it.
You really think you're gonna win? You really think you're gonna win basketball?
This is the moment I ascend.
Dog, if I read just the last games that we've played, archery was a draw and then I won. Table soccer, I won, I won. Darts, I won, I won. Moncala, I won, I won. Blocko was draw, draw. Literati was I won, I won. Riser resigned. Basketball, I won, I won. Word blocks, I won, I won.
In your game history. There's no game history in this.
Yeah, it is. It's under feed, dog.
Where? Where it's under what?
Feed, FEED.
There's no feed
Yeah, there is. It's the front page. Go under home.
in the home.
Yeah.
Rabbi won. Blocko, you won. I whipped your ass in Blocko.
You didn't win
And
Blocko. You didn't.
won.
You
Dots
did.
and boxes, I won. Bankroll, I won. Dominoes, I won. Disco, I won. Bowling, I won.
You didn't win bowling.
Yeah,
You didn't win. You didn't win bowling.
Where's my basketball invite, dog?
Dog, you didn't win bowling.
I won bounce. Yeah, are you gonna deny that I whipped your ass in bounce?
I beat you the previous time because your iPad, quote unquote, died. Are you gonna make this shot, son? That's one. That's a swish. That's a one. That's a one. That's a one. That's a one. Record. This man hit 11.
Decent.
Fuck
Are you
you.
gonna beat that? Pressure, no pressure there. No pressure. Swish. 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 Oh. Not good enough, son. Not good enough.
Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died before?
I'm trying to concentrate. Shut the fuck up.
You did really well.
Yeah, well, you're chirping in my ear. Gosh. Fuck you. We're tied. I'm gonna win this. I swear to God.
Ozzy Osbourne was 76 years old.
Of course, you're trying to cheat now that I'm doing
I'm not trying to cheat.
really well.
I'm just telling you about news of the world. We had Malcolm Jamal Warner news.
Fuck you. Shut up. You fucked me up.
Dog, is it my fault that I'm in your head?
Well, you just won't shut up.
You're in my head
Rude.
right now, talking.
It's rude.
It is.
Fucking rude.
It's rude.
Fucking
It's
blah 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 die. Blah blah blah. Random fucking dude. No one fucking cares about.
Oh,
die.
fuck.
Blah blah blah. There, I won. Is it a tiebreaker?
No.
I won. There. I won.
No, you didn't. We tied.
I'll beat you in table soccer.
No, go to bed.
All right.
You want to play table
Why
soccer?
don't you like table?
Oh, it's on,
Yeah, I
dog.
do.
Do you want to play? Which
Why
way
don't
do you
you
want to
like-
play? Which way do you want to play?
I don't know. The regular way.
Because you're a little bitch.
I mean, whatever. You pick.
No, you already chose the bitch way. I get you.
I said whatever.
Are you going to choose your team?
Sure am.
In your
What the fuck is
head.
that?
Did you like that move?
That was dog shit.
Did you like that shot?
Terrible shot. What? Why didn't it stick?
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
I know what the why the hell didn't it stick to the thing?
Because that was the original guy who kicked it. If you were paying attention, you would know that.
Oh my god.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
You're not gonna score here. Fuck off. Are you serious?
Do you know what the dragon attack is? Dog, I just looked you eye to eye. I breathed hot air in your face and slapped you across the cheek.
Holy shit. You're so annoying sometimes.
I know.
Yeah, get out of the way.
Dude, you just had to. That's cheating.
Did you see your puck just like move out of the goal?
Yeah, that sucks. That's cheating.
That's weird. Normally it doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's because it felt badly for you. You know what game I really like?
Man, woman, Kala.
Monopoly. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
I sure do. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, right.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
So you know that Warner dude is still alive?
Who?
That Cosby guy, yeah.
Malcolm Jamal
Still
Warner?
breathing.
Malcolm Jamal Warner?
Yeah, he's perfectly fine.
If I were invited to his funeral and I was allowed to live stream it, I would go.
Did you show them all the dragon attack?
Are you ready for this? You could score here.
Oh, yeah, right. Should have gone in. Was that your idea, the new PIQ thought to get your dude to bump it in?
Dog, I'm not paying attention to you. The only thing about which I'm paying attention, the drag. No passes. Open goal.
Oh, my Lord.
Are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
Well, I'm going on the goal.
You know I just won and it because it cheated. Go.
Because you suck at the game.
How about you just go?
Lost? Yeah.
What are you going to do, big dog? What are you going to do, big dog? What are you going to do, big dog? I don't know if that's what you want to do. Oh, dog. Dog.
No, well, yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Are you going to go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
Are you going to stop being a parrot? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? God damn it. No. Could be it. Oh no.
My friend, did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died? What the fuck was that?
Alright. Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's been real. It's been fun. Sweet dreams, big dog.
Later. Big dog.
Later.
What time do you go to fucking sleep at? You sleep at 12 p.m. or later?
It depends.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch
Well,
Kill Tony right now.
whatever.
I'm gonna watch Kill Tony right now because I'm a giant William Montgomery fan. You haven't watched Kill Tony, even William Montgomery stand up in like years.
Yeah, you even admitted that
I didn't admit. I didn't
you
admit
know
anything.
the guy from Toy Story that hosts it, fucking that guy sucks. Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, he does suck. Why do you call him Woody?
He looks like Toy Story when he wears like, well, just in general.
His vest.
He looks like Woody, but especially if he wears like a leather jacket.
What if he wears a
or
vest?
cowboy hat.
What if he wears a vest?
Or a vest. Yeah, if he wears a vest. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the Fighter and the Kid podcast?
The greatest podcast of all time.
Do you know that it aired today and it airs again on Thursday?
Okay.
Do you want
Did you know that they're dead? They're actually not alive. They both died.
Were they on the boat with Malcolm Jamal Warner?
Yeah. Did you know that Joe Rogan died?
No, he didn't. But if he did, can you imagine like how sad people would be? And by people, I mean myself.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how many times I would have to tell you that? Like if I did this for Malcolm Jamal Warner, who I have never mentioned to you, and Ozzy Osbourne, who I also have never mentioned to you, can you imagine how much I would talk about it if Joe Rogan had died, who I talk about at least like once or twice or 40 times a day?
Yeah, that's true. That's funny. He'd have probably one of the largest funeral. What do you think's the largest funeral that someone's ever had?
It was for some guy in India. Like 1 million people showed up.
All right, I'm going, but
Hold on, we have to get this. Hold on, we have to go to our fact checker. We have to find out.
No, I'm going to sleep.
Yo, dog, what was the largest funeral in global history? C.N. Anandurai, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu, India, in 1969. 15 million people came. Did you know that C.N. Anandurai died?
Yeah, literally no one knows who that is.
Do you know that Rupert guy's still alive? Rupert Holmes? Did you know he's still alive?
No, he's dead.
No, he's alive.
No, he died.
Is Henry Neeson died alive?
No.
Henry Neeson died in 1994.
All right, later, dog.
Okay,
This conversation.
hold on. I have one last question to ask you. What do you think it is?
Spam shit. Some spammy fucking trash that I need to put in my recycle bin and then empty out my recycle bin and light it on fire and throw my computer into a tree and then light the tree on fire.
Doug, isn't it kind of like oxymoronic or hypocritical to burn the stuff in your recycle bin?
No, I just need to do a thorough job of deleting the spam.
Okay, well, here's what I was going to say. It starts with this. Did you know? The next word after no is that. The next word after that is Malcolm. The next word after that, the next word after Malcolm is Jamal. The next word after Jamal is Warner. Before you go, you should know if we can revivify people, I want to revivify Malcolm Jamal Warner. Is that cool? Fuck yeah, it's cool. Ozzy Osbourne too, but Malcolm Jamal Warner first.
And he's gonna be. Then you're gonna pull him out of heaven after like 800 to like 1,000 to 10,000 years, and it's like, motherfucker, I was just in heaven pimping out bitches, and you drag me back down to fucking earth, and then he's gonna Will Smith smack you across the face. No pina coladas for you. All right, farewell, big dog.
Take care, pimp. Shout out to Malcolm Jamal Warner. Where that baby? Where that baby? You got the sweetest little face. You are a gift from Hashem. You're just the best little baby. You're the sweetest little baby. Look at that baby face. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. Look at that baby face. 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 Look how sweet. Look how sweet. People gonna want to see your beautiful face. Yeah.
Go somewhere. Oh, we were at the beach? Which beach? Instead of True Crime Tuesday, we're going to be doing True Love Tuesday. Edwin on Channel 4. That's Teddy Mellingham's strange husband. Are they still together? I'm not sure. Well, apparently, was it his house? It's an Encino resident, but that was Teddy Mellingham's. I know from The Real Housewives that that was Teddy Mellingham's husband or ex. I don't know where the relationship stands. But NBC4 didn't seem to know that because they didn't put Teddy Mellingham's husband. They put his actual name. Well, like he has to have just Teddy's husband. So, like, we all know who we mean Kim in the elevator here, and we were both like, we didn't know who it was, but we knew it was somebody. And she was this big, very tiny, and she doesn't. It doesn't come across on TV. She looks like normal size. I mean, it's a small woman, but not that small. She's really small and just beautiful and just like airbrushed, like but in real life.
Now, I kept saying, why don't we just never come into the studio? And you're like, calm down, relax, keep in your pants.
No.
You would sit here and have a conversation with her for hours.
Okay, you didn't say that day. You and I were in the elevator with her, and nobody spoke any words.
No, you're thinking about the guy from The Bachelor.
No, that also happened. I know for a fact. She was in the elevator. We got out of the elevator. You were the one who said to me, "It's time to party." And I was like, "Oh my God, it is." And then she walked down. We walked down. That was it. It's not like you started a conversation with her, got her contact info, and then asked me several times to have her in.
You did also see her home. She was recording her podcast here on Hidden Passes.
Well, and then we also saw Nick from The Bachelor, and I said, and that's what I engaged with.
She'd never have done
And I was like, weren't you on that show? I'm like the worst Hollywood person ever. Weren't you on that show? Oh, it didn't end well for you, did it? Something awful. I said something stupid. And he was like, no, it didn't. And I was like, whatever happened to that? Like, what are you doing now? I was just a total a-hole.
Kim, Kim, and everybody around me.
I was underbided.
True Love Tuesday when we come back.
Weren't you on that show?
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
California Attorney General Wanta has sued the Trump administration for the 34th time in 26 weeks. The latest lawsuit is over the administration's decision to restrict illegal immigrants from accessing public benefit programs. Wanta says he has seen this playbook before.
Here, so chaotic, we can push through punish the most vulnerable ones and leave the states that need a mess.
He says the Head Start program is at risk.
In Ventura. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So right on the ocean. Right, that's where the beach is.
Baby.
Got a real fucking attitude tonight, buddy. Hard. Since when did the Jews just shoot shots at everybody, every which direction, just attacking? It's kind of to your left, to your right, everyone around you. When did the Jews start firing off missiles like this? Every fucking. I feel like we should help you with some of these. We should perhaps, as a true Americans, we should give you some weapons for you to fire off, and then you can just say what we give you.
You're funding it, dude.
You're goddamn right.
You guys are making this happen.
You are right. So you're at the beach. Is your girlfriend Jewish too?
No, she's Christian.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever talk about how your ancestors killed Jesus?
Oh, we sometimes we role play. Yeah, she's Jesus and I'm everybody else.
Wow. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, fun times, Jack. You got the show started. Congratulations. Welcome. You did it again. Golden ticket winner, Jack Shaw. And it has begun. And now we go to the bucket. This is where things get interesting. This is it. We're going to meet at this first bucket pool all together. Make some noise for Jesse Saldana. Jesse Saldana, perhaps.
Yo, I recently realized I'm ready to be a dad because I got this girl pregnant. But this was 2 years ago, right after Roe v. Wade got overturned. And she was like, I'm pregnant. And I was like, well, we only got one choice, I guess. And I say it's the first time I realized I was ready to be a dad because most of my ex-girlfriends have been Mexican girls, so I've had this conversation before, you know. But this was the first time I was like, you know what, I got a good job, I got benefits. I didn't really know what those benefits were, but this old dude at work kept telling me, hey, the benefits are good here. I'm like, man, you might be right. You've been here for 20 years, and this job sucks. So I told her all that, and she's like, I'm not having your fucking kid. And I was like, oh, white girls are cool. And I live in Austin now. I've been telling people I moved to Austin for comedy, but the truth is, I just wanted to find a white girl like the same drugs I like.
Okay. Jesse Saladana. Just kind of stopping. Welcome, Jesse. How long you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. Wow. Where at? San Antonio?
Houston.
Houston. That was my next guess.
Yeah. Same shit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what is it that you do for work?
I'm in sales. I sell showers.
You sell showers?
I go to old people's houses and tell them they need a new shower.
Uh-huh.
Just a different version of a pyramid scheme.
Okay. All right. Is there something special about your showers?
They're cheap to make, expensive to sell.
Okay.
Pyramid scheme.
Okay. I don't think you know what a pyramid scheme is.
Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to tell my friends to sell showers with me, and then I get commission off of their sales.
Okay, there you go. Now it makes sense. So let's talk about it. Jesse, what are the drugs that you like to do?
Weed and mushrooms.
Okay,
Yeah.
weed and mushrooms. You do that every day?
Not mushrooms.
Right. You smoke weed every day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You do this while selling showers?
After. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, now I know what you mean.
Yeah.
You told me. Yeah, I know exactly what that means.
This is
Smoking
such a
weed
tough
after work.
age,
Yeah,
dude.
I got that.
Like a normal person.
Yeah. You could conceivably do both. You could get high and then sell showers. You think it would mess you up a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to talk to old people when you're high.
Speak for yourself. So, this whole thing, and you have a girlfriend now? Mexican girls, white girls, you talked about?
Oh, yeah, I'm with a white woman now.
You're with a white woman now. How long have you been with her?
2 years.
Where'd you meet her?
Here in Austin.
But where in Austin exactly?
I don't know, some coffee shop that sold weed.
A coffee shop that sells weed.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you approach her? She went up to you?
Well, here's the thing about that weed.
Uh-huh.
I don't really remember how we met. I just know it happened at that place like 2 years ago around.
So romantic. Yeah, what a great guy.
I mean,
incredible. So, and now you guys live together?
how do you know that?
I don't. I'm asking you a question. We are on a live show right now. I did not.
It sounded like a choose, I don't even know. Damn.
Did you get high
A
before
rhetorical
this?
question.
Did you get high right before this?
I didn't think my name was gonna get pulled. So
That's a classic thing we hear here from a lot of people. No one knows that their name's gonna get pulled. Little fun fact about the show: it'd be a whole different show if they did. The whole bucket would be pointless.
I would have been ready to do 1 minute.
Yeah. Instead, you did 56 seconds and stopped talking completely.
Yep.
So 8 years in the business, was that like best material you think, or is that like some new stuff you're working on? Or?
That was just the shortest. I tell a lot of stories.
Ooh,
Yeah.
a lot of stories, huh?
A lot of stories.
With long setups. So
Yeah.
it takes a while to get to them.
Cut all of that. And I was like, well, I can talk about this time I got this random girl pregnant.
Did you really? So that's a true story.
I wish it wasn't.
Right. And did she got an abortion?
Yeah, there's still other ways to do that.
Explain to us exactly what you mean.
So, you can order these pills from Mexico that take care of it.
Ooh, wow, how exciting. Tide Pods, right? Or whatever they're saying.
See, the white boys were onto Tide Pods early.
So you ordered basically Mexican Plan B?
Yep. It works way later than Plan B does.
Works way later.
I mean, doesn't it take like a month to find out you're pregnant? I don't know how this works.
Wow. Craig?
You take it so late, you actually give it to the baby. That's a Mexican plan.
Plan C.
Yeah. Plan C means you're keeping this plan dull.
my God. So it works a lot later than American Plan B.
Yeah, you know, I do things different down there.
Okay. All right. And you ordered it and it came in the mail.
Not exactly. I mean, there was still some smuggling involved.
Okay. So you actually had a friend. Or someone go get it.
I didn't know that guy, but man, in the parking lot, I was like, man, this feels like old drug deals. It felt good.
Probably was. Do you know exactly what it's called? Fentanyl?
I don't know what it was. Like, she's white. She found it. You know,
Okay.
White girls are good at finding pills.
And this current girlfriend of yours, she's white.
Oh yeah, but she's not like that.
When you say she's not like that, what do you mean exactly?
Like, she's not white trash.
So if you got her pregnant, what would happen?
No, we didn't get. No, we're safe. Like,
When you say you're safe, what do you mean?
you know, pulling out.
You pull out.
What do you think I meant? Like, y'all know what I meant. All right.
You're checking in with them?
Like,
Do you think I'm out of touch? You think I don't know what I'm doing over here?
I don't know. I heard some stories about you.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Okay. So, I mean, where do we even go from here? My dear friend, Jesse Saldana. That's how you spell your name, Jesse, with an I?
Yeah. I asked my mom why she spelled my name like that, and she said the nurse spelled it wrong, and they just didn't fix it.
Holy shit.
Hey, man, I was born in Dallas in 1987. My mom did not want to correct the white nurse, you know?
Okay.
She don't speak English. That's how it was.
All right, Jesse. What else? You have any hobbies or anything?
Damn, yeah, they gave me the cop sign. I used to be a juvenile probation officer.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay. Why don't you do that anymore?
my criminal record.
What exactly is your criminal record?
This tree popped up out of nowhere on my way home.
The what popped up?
A tree.
A tree.
Yeah,
And you've been drinking and driving.
I mean, that's what they said.
Damn. You totaled your car?
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened at all?
I mean, I woke up and there was a bunch of trees, and then there wasn't.
Yeah. Your people love cutting down trees any way you possibly can. All right, Jesse, here's a little joke book. Congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. You did it. On to the next one. Jesse Saldana. You know what that sound means. It is indeed the lovely Heidi, everybody.
Boy, Jesse, it was like a shower. It started hot, got kind of cold, and then went right down the drain.
Yes, it did. Real fast. Some people are hyper aware tonight. They seem sensitive tonight. Both Jesse and Jack Shaw on the defensive, ready to go. Did you guys understand what I was talking about? How does that know what I mean? You guys know? Everybody's like, no. That's gotta suck. All right, your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Alex Hurtline or Hurtline. Alex.
Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so real quick, I just want to address this shit going on. Because whenever I do stand-up, most people are wondering why I look like my mom after she burnt dinner. Yeah, it's just a birthmark. My mom's fine. My dad would never hit my mom in the face. Okay, only in the stomach when she was pregnant with me. That's how it happened. Yeah, but when people find out it's a birthmark, they usually hit me with something like, "Pardon me, Zuko? What was it like growing up part soccer ball?" And, obviously I got bullied and shit quite a bit. But, dude, my childhood was actually way harder for my dad, bro. Got falsely accused of child abuse a lot. Yeah, every day. "Sir, why'd you give your 4-year-old the smoke?" Like, dude, I remember this one lady was yelling at him so badly that, like, my little kid brain didn't know how to process it. So I would just shake in fear like Gordon Ramsay's wife when he's about to go down on her. Well, thank you.
First question, Alex. Why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared before? Oh shit, I see the thing, dude. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. The Phantom of Keltoni has arrived. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So that's just your normal face.
Unfortunately.
Well, no, I think it's got a little style to it. You know what I mean? I think it's
Hell yeah.
great. It's awesome. From the you should have just stayed facing the audience the whole time, and this would have gone a lot better for you. No, it's great. It's great, Alex. Nobody even notices. First question: why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared if he's going down on her?
I mean, he fucking gets pissed when it tastes bad, like any food.
Oh, okay. You should say that part. It gets a laugh and applause and stuff. You should say that. It's probably going to help instead of people just confused, like, what's wrong with Wolfgang or Gordon Ramsay's whatever. So, Alex, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where at? Here?
Mostly Denver.
Denver.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's where you're from?
Yep.
All right. And what do you do for work?
For work right now, I'm a porter at a dealership, so I like take the cars that they're working on, take them to the bays,
Right.
shit like that.
They keep you away from the customers, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. You're just kind of like the behind-the-scenes guy. They keep the monster away from the. Can't sell cars with the freak out here. Anyway, do girls like it, Alex? What's your love life like?
Girls like it if their relationship with their dad is bad, but other than that, not really. Yeah, I kind of get a lot of O's when they turn around after I say hi. Yeah, kind of like how this, just silence, waiting for further explanation.
I think the bucket hat's more aggressive than the birthmark, to be honest with you. What do you got under there? What are you dealing with? You like, oh, yeah, look at that. You're like, this is like when the nerdy girl takes off her glasses at the end of a rom-com or something like that with Jack Ripper. Yeah, you're not a bad-looking guy. You're like if Gordon Ryan never tried sports or anything like that. Nobody knows that reference to jiu-jitsu guy. Okay, so, Alex, what do you do for fun?
For fun, I played hockey growing up, so normally I would do like beer league in Denver, but then I moved here and realized that there was like no ice rinks.
Right.
So there's that. I also used to like be super into entrepreneurship.
What happened with that?
I just, I don't know. I felt like my ideas were a little too retarded. Like I would go door to door selling no soliciting signs.
That's great.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for you?
I made like $500, but it was like really bad quality signs. It looked like a fucking like dive bar restroom sign, but it was just the no soliciting. Little stick figure guy with a fucking no through him.
You made $500. How many hours or days did you do this?
I did it for like probably consistently like a month, probably like 6 hours a day, selling each for $20 after I bought them for $1. It could have been good, but I kind of just gave up because it was not worth.
Sounds like a real pyramid scheme to me.
Yeah.
That's actually a real good joke, though. Like selling no soliciting signs door to door. That's fucking funny.
Thank you. Yeah.
Red band.
I've been struggling with the writing part of it. Like I've attempted, but it never goes well. Like dead silence whenever I like try something, but working on it.
So that's kind of got like hair all over it?
Yeah, dude,
You have to shave it regularly?
I've been shaving since I was 3 months old, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
How often do you have to shave it?
To like not scare people, probably a week.
You got to go like all the way to under your eye and then down, kind of?
Yeah, kind of.
See it?
Like it's
Face it that way
really
for a
weird.
second.
This way?
Oh, shit. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
It's a whole thing.
So, yeah, it's like, for some reason, like, it has kind of a built-in fade. It's, like, way shorter up here, and it gets super long down here.
Do barbers charge you extra for that?
Oh, no. They, like, try to do it as, like, charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying my testicles the same way. But have you considered this? Just a thought, just spitball, and you're a hockey player. Have you ever just told a woman, I got a black eye, and then hope that after a few weeks she likes you enough that you go, by the way, it's permanent?
I tried once in high school, and she got weirded out that it just stayed there forever.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I don't know. They usually like get more freaked out by the hair. It's almost like they don't even notice like the genuine, obvious dark spot.
Have you thought about growing it out and braiding it?
Dyeing it red, attaching an eyeball, slightly. No bullshit. It takes so long, like towards my eye, to like actually get length. It takes like 2 months. I've tried.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And what's underneath there? Is it firm? Is it soft?
I thought it was cancer. It didn't used to always be like pregnant.
When did that start?
Like when I was 20, roughly.
How old are you now?
I'm 23.
Wow. Okay. So there's still time.
There is.
Interesting. I wonder what our friend Dr. Pimple Popper would say about that.
Can you get laser hair removal from that? Like,
yeah, I actually spent like the first 5 years of my life going to like a laser removal doctor because this shit used to be all the way down to my mouth, and if I didn't get it like fixed, I wouldn't have been able to eat without biting my face.
This is absolutely unbelievable. A lot of people say that this show just has a bunch of handicapped, creepy people on it. Then here comes fucking half a monkey boy walking out. Incredible. Did you get bullied for it a lot as a kid?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
What's the meanest thing anybody ever said to you, or how did they negatively affect your life? Let's relive it real quick in front of millions of people.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of like the best one. Chocolate chip cookie got to me.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough one. That's the monkey noise from 45 seconds ago, everybody. Chocolate chip cookie's a rough one, yeah.
It is brutal.
Yeah.
And then another, it was like, oh, he's such a pussy and avoids fights because if he got hit in his other eye, he would look like a raccoon. That was a banger.
Yeah, that's a banger. It really is. I'll tell you what. Here's a medium-sized joke book.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Alex Hurtline. Hell yeah. There he goes. One more time for Alex, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know, it can be challenging to find and meet a therapist that's the right fit. From personalized treatment to meeting online, from anywhere to the ability to text your therapist at any time, Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. And so I tune to our senior mental health correspondent.
Tony, I think Talkspace is providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and employers, including TRICARE for active duty veterans and their dependents. Most insured members have a zero copay.
Copay, what do you say? You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed therapist that is the right fit for your needs, typically within 48 hours. So you can also switch providers at no extra cost. Interesting. Talkspace makes getting the help convenient because you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 now. It's a real freak show so far. Here we go. Let's keep it going. Make some noise. This is a minute uninterrupted for AJ Iglesias. AJ Iglesias.
What's going on, guys? My name is AJ Iglesias. I know that confuses some of you because my face says Trump supporter, but the name says ICE Detention Center. What an awkward ICE raid that's got to be. They knock on my door, they open it up, I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? But, sir, he's white. And, I still get arrested, not because I'm Mexican, because they found the mushrooms on my coffee table, you know what I mean? Honestly, the only way a guy like me gets any work nowadays is if I stand outside of a Home Depot and pray to God somebody needs a half-pipe bill, you know? I don't just do half-pipes, I do stairs, too, man. confuses all my jobs, man. It's fucking awesome. Like, I work a lot of labor jobs. They think they're getting some hard-working Mexican, and my big, dumb, white ass shows up like, hey, what's going on? Can I vape in here? Is that cool with you guys? Or, no, but just, all right, cool. Yeah, most definitely. You guys are fun, man. I like you guys. This is really cool. Fuck, that's my set. My name is AJ Iglesias. Thank y'all so much.
AJ Iglesias. Am I saying that right? Iglesias?
Oh, the H is silent.
The H is silent? The first letter of your last name is silent? So you go by Iglesias?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Different than Iglesias.
Right? Yeah. No, it's not Iglesias. It's Iglesias. But, like, I try not to say it with an accent because people are just like, you shouldn't do
Are you
that.
100% Latino?
No, I'm half. My dad's Mexican. My mom is very white.
Yeah, very, very,
Very, very, very white.
That's incredible. So are they still together?
No. Why do you think I'm up here?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. How old were you when they separated?
I was 7 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are.
D-Manus is laughing at me. He's like, fuck yeah, I love divorce.
Yeah. He's just happy that he couldn't see the last guy's face.
Oh, shit.
So, AJ, let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing stand-up comedy, like, off and on for the last 9 years since I was about 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
9 years. And what do you do for work?
I am a software tester for self-driving cars here in Austin.
Wow.
Not Waymo, Zoox, shout out, I guess.
Okay. What's the difference between Zook and Waymo?
They're Amazon-owned, and I guess they're, like, building, like, a fully autonomous car with, like, 4 people in it and no, like, steering wheel. It's, like, a fully, like, yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, you should know. You're the guy, right?
Yeah, but like the cars we have are different. We're like in Toyota Highlanders, and like the robot's coming like in the next year or so. So we're just making sure it doesn't crash. You know,
The robot's coming.
the robot is going to be coming, and it's going to be coming hard.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. For some reason, I'm hard as a rock right now. AJ, what's your love life like?
Kind of bad. Yeah. I just got recently broken up with.
Why? Why did she break up?
I don't think she liked Texas. I moved her from California, where I'm originally from, obviously. And yeah, she spent 2 months here and was like, I want to leave. And I was like, oh, damn. I like made my apartment all nice for her, you know, like made it like lady friendly. And then she left. So
Let's talk about it real quick. What do you mean by lady friendly? You
know,
lowered the toilet seat? Or?
yeah, like I put like shelves in like the shower and shit. Like I bought her like a vanity to put in the bathroom. Like she games, so like I got her like a gaming desk and stuff. And now I just have like a nicer apartment. So it's pretty sick.
Very interesting. How long ago was this breakup?
It was like the beginning of the year. I think like yeah, it was like January-ish.
And she went back to California and doesn't talk to you at all anymore.
She still does talk to me actually.
So you guys have like a kind of a long distance thing going on?
Not really at all. Like I think she doesn't even like men, so that was a real blow to the ego.
That's the type of woman that would move back to California. A lesbian.
Yeah.
It takes a real lesbo to leave Texas for California. She's right now at a Starbucks in Silver Lake, assuredly sitting next to Jack's angry Jew dad. While he scoffs at the lesbian antics. So, you thought that a woman would like shelves in a shower. It's funny how this episode's kind of like all repeating itself.
Nice.
Okay. So shelves in a shower, a gaming desk.
Well, it's just like a regular desk to set up her games and stuff.
When she left, what made you think that she's a lesbian? You explain.
Oh, she told me.
Wow.
Yeah, like, I went to go buy her a bong because she likes to smoke weed. And I got, like, you know, bought her a bong and, like, some candy that she likes. And then she's like, I like women. And I'm like, sick.
Yeah, it's never good if you buy your girlfriend a bong and she just sits on it. It's never a good sign.
It isn't. It never is.
So did she ever try to, like, did you always have long hair like that?
Yeah. No, for the last, like, 2 years or so.
Did she ever try to, like, put your legs over your head and eat where your pussy would be?
No.
Did you ever get hints that she was into lesbian type of stuff in the bedroom?
She liked being on top a lot, so, like, maybe that could have been a sign. Yeah. Yeah, that was about it. She didn't try to eat my boy pussy, which I was a little offended that she didn't want to, but then again,
makes sense.
It would make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a good time down there.
Did you try to like have another girl come into the bedroom? You know what do you think?
No, she kind of just dropped the news and she's like, I fly out in 2 weeks, and that was like the most awkward 2 weeks of my fucking life. Because I live in a studio, so we're like on top of each other, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's on top of you. Great Fitzsimmons.
Well, but there's a lot to unpack. I'm still getting over it. There was a guy up here with a hairy baseball on the side of his face a minute
I
ago.
saw that guy and I felt
a little
like
distracted. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
We're punching people in the face if they do bad today. Oh, it's a whole new episode. A whole new level of guilt.
would you consider going under the knife to get this woman back and becoming a woman?
Great
Cutting
question.
off your dick and adding the rest of the tits that you have on your chest.
You know, I feel like this is enough, I thought.
Yeah.
I like having a dick.
Right.
It's really awesome.
Yeah.
So like, I wouldn't get rid of that, no.
And what about the hair that you have all over your t-shirt in the back? Is that you're covered in your own hair?
I know, it's crazy.
Do you think the grooming might have had something to do with it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. I'm like a cat, so she was just like finding hair all over her, you know what I mean? It was terrible.
You have a cat?
I don't. It's just me.
Oh, you're like
does.
Yeah. What's a fun fact about your life that you think makes you different than other people?
God, the only fun fact is like people don't believe I'm Mexican, and that's part of my set.
Do you ever communicate with your dad?
I do.
You guys are, like, talk on the phone?
Oh yeah.
He's still in California?
No, he just recently like retired early. He sold his house in California, bought an RV, and he's like touring the country right now. Just him and
Avoiding ice. That's what that's called, everybody. Just touring the country right now. Retired and touring. Just on the run. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well, all right, AJ. Well, fun times. Here's a medium-sized joke book, buddy. There you go. AJ Iglesias, ladies and gentlemen. Good news. We have a special treat for you, everybody. Got through a few wild bucket pulls, and now it is time for one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. She is from Nashville, Tennessee. She is an absolute savage. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great and powerful Fiona Colley, everyone.
Hello. I just got back from France.
You're a little broccoli.
Yeah, they let
You're a
me
little
over
broccoli.
there. No, it was pretty funny. I got there and I had to Uber from the airport to the hotel, and my fiance was with me, and our Uber driver was like this really hot French man. Okay, and I thought he was hitting on me, and I was really excited to turn down this French guy in front of my fiance. I kind of need that emotionally. And then he goes, I just really love your voice, which, as you all can imagine, isn't really a compliment I get often. Yeah, no, and then he goes, yeah, I'm learning English, so you talk so slow, it's so helpful, and like, y'all, I am already humbled, you know what I mean? Like, God took care of it. I don't need this man. My point is, Duolingo can suck my dick. Duolingo can suck my wee-wee or what.
Fiona Colley. There you go. That's how it's done. Fiona. Fantastic. You've done it again. How's life going?
Really good. I went on my bachelorette party.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It was kind of stressful deciding what to do because life is full of walking activities.
Yes. What did you settle on?
I figured it out. We went to a Dollywood, like this theme park, because sitting. Number one, we all love that I'm the best. And it's the only place that I get like to cut lines and perks for being disabled. So that was good.
What kind of perks do you get for being disabled?
The Fast Pass.
Ooh,
Yeah.
hell yeah. And these are like rides and stuff?
Yes.
Great Fitzsimmons.
Just the cruel irony that they call it the fast pass. That's gotta hurt.
So what kind of rides are there?
Just like really fast, but it's like a theme park, amusement park.
You ever been to Dollywood?
No, have you been to Dollywood?
Hell yeah, that's great.
It's really
It's an amusement park.
fun.
Yeah.
But
It
it's
was
everywhere.
it was my first time.
You've been to Dollywood in Tennessee?
Yeah.
You made that trip?
Yeah, we're from Ohio. That was like our Disney World was Dollywood.
Well, we also had Cedar Point.
I know.
The world's greatest amusement park. Kings Island, Geauga Lake. Famously.
Dollywood.
We were spoiled.
What's that,
You went all the way to Dolly?
What's that,
Dolly
little
World.
baby?
Hey, they also have like really
Gotta
good
be
food there, so I
gentle.
get it.
Would you have like a powdered sugar covered thing?
Hot dog, yeah.
A hot dog.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's how Red Man likes his hot dogs. That's fun. So a bunch of chicks showed up and you guys went to Dolly World.
Yeah, Dollywood.
Dollywood.
Yeah.
Okay. Red Man corrected me to Dolly World and now we're back. I don't know why I listen to him. I rarely do. Took a chance on him and that's where it got me. Now I'm a fucking idiot in front of millions of people. It's the bean all over again. It's the fucking bean all over again. Dollywood, Dolly World. God damn.
I did shrooms.
Ooh, everybody's talking about mushrooms this episode. It's a mushroom-heavy episode. So let's talk about it. How did the mushrooms hit you?
Oh my god, I don't deal with drugs well. Okay, but I did shrooms at Dollywood, which, yeah, something is wrong with me, okay? Really scary. I forgot that, like, I'm on the show sometimes, and so I'm, like, fully peeking, and this guy comes up to me, and he's like, oh my god, can I get a photo? And I was like, why? Yeah.
That's so fun.
But my friends had ratted me out. And
So what was the highlight? Just fun, rides? It was a good bachelorette party?
yeah, didn't throw up. That was fun. That was good. I did a lot of shrooms on multiple days. I don't do shrooms.
Now you do.
Yeah, I had a coke phase.
Oh, okay. Wow, we're just having a little confessional here tonight. Tell us about this coke phase. What was that like?
It was in college in my like Walker era. Okay.
The old speed walking.
I did coke for the first time, and I'm not fucking kidding. I started doing cartwheels,
Oh,
and
wow.
I could like run by myself, and I was so convinced that this was like the most modern medicine. I told my neurologist, I was like, you gotta try this shit, okay? It's unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and he was like, no, that's like really cool, but you have a heart problem, so.
Imagine if that was the cure. And Jerry Lewis shows up with a pound of coke and to all the kids, and they just all get up and start fucking dancing.
Wow, perfect music for that situation. Really painted the picture there, Red Band. Gave us a nice texture. For those of you just listening and not watching the podcast. Wow, so fun. So the highlights of the bachelorette party were mushrooms and Fast Pass.
Yes, yeah, and to get like the Fast Pass as a disabled person, they bring you in this little office and they question you. I'm not kidding. Like to like prove you're disabled enough? And I was like, me? Like, what are we doing? And one of the questions was, do you have the upper body strength to like hold yourself in place? And I was like, that's fucking cunt. Like, of course. Like, what a dumb fucking question. I did not. Okay? I almost died on every ride.
Yeah. A lot of slippage.
I had to go back and apologize to her. I don't remember because I had a concussion, but like, it's
You're
good.
so funny, Fiona. We love you. Another new minute from Fiona Colley, ladies and gentlemen. She's done it again. A superstar. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Isn't it something? A perfect human specimen. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Tecovas. I've always said anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. That's why you need to find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Ever wonder if you can pull off boots with your personal style? You owe it to your feet to pull on a pair of Tecovas, because being confident isn't about being different, it's about being yourself. You can find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Tecovas even offers professional grade work boots that will bring comfort and timeless style to the job site.
Tony, I love my Tecovas. They're the most comfortable boots I've ever worn, period. Beyond boots, Tecova also offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. They even have slip-ons and sandals.
Plus, with Tecovas Best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/KillTony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/KillTony. Tecovas.com/KillTony. See site for details. Tecovas. Point your toes west. All right, back to the bucket we go. I gotta say, this looks like one of the most fun names I've pulled in a long time. I know a good name when I see one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sir Winston Pickles, everybody. Sir Winston Pickles. Oh, yes, let's go.
Oh, baby.
Well, I'm 60 years of age and my high school belt still fits around my neck. I try to stay in shape, just like the teenage girl next door. She's one of those teenage girls who likes to go jogging at 5 a.m. in the morning. Well, 5:22 this morning. Whenever she goes jogging, I like to drive slowly behind her with my headlights off. You know, just to make sure she's safe. Well, you have to. There's some fucking weirdos out there in the morning. I've been reading this Diana book, and I find it difficult to comprehend. It's been over 30 years, well, almost 30 years, since the world tragically lost what I believe, anyway, to be the most beautiful Mercedes-Benz ever made. Thank you. My name's Sir Winston Pickles. You've been wonderful.
Sir Winston Pickles, let the fun begin. Holy shit. I love everything about you, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. I genuinely laughed throughout your entire set. That was amazing. How long have you been performing on stage?
10 years as a clown, 6 years as stand-up.
Okay. So the last 6 you've been doing stand-up as a clown, but 10 as a clown. What were you doing the first 4? You don't seem like you'd be very good at children's parties or anything like that.
There's still a few of those missing.
I love it. So, where are you from?
England originally, but I just moved from Florida.
You moved to Austin, Texas?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Welcome. Look at that. Amazing. We'll see how you like this Texas heat. I see that makeup's going to be running any day now. Well, welcome. How long were you in Florida for?
10 years.
10 years.
Bad enough.
Right, exactly. And so what do you do most of the time? What is a guy like Sir Winston Pickles up to when he's not...
Bit of this, bit of that.
Huh?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay, let's talk about it. A little bit of what?
I room my car at $20 an hour, also known as DoorDash.
Oh, you do DoorDash?
Yes.
You don't do it in character?
No.
Oh my God. Have you thought about doing it in
Yes.
character? That seems like it would be a hit. I mean, it gives people some real fucking nightmares on their Ring doorbell camera. Just freak people the hell out. It seems like a blast. Sir Winston Pickles, how much time do you think you have? How much material do you think you have of that part that you just did for that minute?
I do 20 minutes. I do a half-minute feature in Florida.
Amazing. Greg Fitzsimmons.
I'm just, it's hard to make fun of a guy who, you're just kind of in awe of.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're hilarious. Like, I like to shit on people because they suck. And I just think you're very good, so I'm speechless.
What was that?
Well, thank you.
I agree. I agree, Sir Winston Pickles. I like your style a lot. In fact, I think, why don't you just do a little more time? Why don't you do another minute or two? I want to hear more of Sir Winston Pickles. You guys want to hear some more material from Sir Winston Pickles? I mean, I'm just going to let you take over, Sir Winston. Feel free to shoot a fucking 20-minute special right now. One second. Can I get can we do the solo light on Sir Winston Pickles? Yeah, let's do that.
I've been having a lot of issues with my neighbours, especially the neighbour next door. His carbon monoxide alarm kept me awake all last night. All night. Of course, I confronted him about it the next day. I knocked on his door, said, "Trevor, are you coming out? What's going on last night?" No answer, no. That's a dick move, that is. I used to work on a circus on a cruise ship. Met some great people. Met my first wife, the bearded lady. She wasn't part of the circus, no, she was from Maine. Thank you. Met a great guy, the human cannonball. Great guy, do anything for anyone. Always went the extra mile. Actually, that's how we lost him at sea. There's no finding him either because he was a midget. I'm sorry, we can't use that word, no, can we? It was a midget. Let's go on this date and found someone paler than me. Any cruise ship lovers in here while we're talking about cruises? What is wrong with you? They say at any given time of the year, 17 people a year disappear overboard, never to be found again. That's not enough. On a weekend cruise, I've listed at least 50 women and children I want to throw overboard. No, there are men too, but it's women and children first.
Sir Winston Pickles, I have some more questions now. Amazing. Amazing. It's fun to just sit back and watch someone do comedy for a little bit. I like your style. You're so different than everybody else. Did you work on cruise ships for a bit out of Florida?
No, that was a big lie.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you this. Have you met any, are there people out there, like women that have clown fetishes? Is that a thing? Have you noticed that?
A few. I try to stay away from them. They're fucking weird.
Hi, dude. Oh, no.
So do you have like a wife or a girlfriend or something?
Yeah, she's at home in the basement.
Right. And she likes you clown. Do you ever hang out with her in the clown makeup?
Yes.
And does the carpet match the drapes? Is there like a red nose on it?
Shiny and red, yes.
It's a what?
Shiny and red.
Shiny and red.
Yeah.
When's the last time you were in England, Sir Winston Pickles?
Oh, decade ago.
Good. We were just there, and holy shit.
I have to apologize for that.
Yeah, it's a real mess. Let me tell you, these people, it's a mess.
Do you do the Lady Di joke in England?
No.
No.
Fantastic material, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome to the Kill Tony universe. This is a big Kill Tony joke book made by the great Bonsai. Great man.
I just want to say, the last 4 arena shows, I've seen you in the audience of the Alliance. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And it's so great to finally see you. I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
There you go. Sir Winston Pickles has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. A dark and dirty clown, just what we've always wanted here. There he goes. Sir Winston Pickles, he's our favorite clown. We always like it when he comes to town. All right, your next fucking poll, lady. This is, again, this is another wild name. And it's a one-word name. Make some noise for offender. Holy shit, this should be interesting.
Hell yeah, dude. It's a new year. It's a new me. That's what I've been telling myself. This year I've been working on my New Year's resolution, which is to quit smoking cigarettes. This year I came up with a new technique. It's where I like to picture the cigarette, something I would never put in my mouth. So if you were to guess a big black cock, you'd be correct. Now, I don't know why it has to be big or black. It just seems scarier. And I know I got some supportive friends, because they never get mad at me when I get down on my knees. I say, hey, man, you got a lighter? But boy, do they get pissed when I take off my hat and say, hey, will you hold my hair? There was some good news in this whole situation. I'm not homophobic or racist. Right.
Wow, offender. My goodness.
That was the worst tragedy in Texas in the last 5 decades.
Offender. My God.
What's up, buddy?
What the hell was that, dude? It's tough to follow Sir Winston Pickles, isn't it?
Win some, you lose some. You know, I felt great about it. This is awesome.
Have you won some?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm here right now.
All right.
This is a win.
Okay. All right. Offender. There you go. There's people in the back like opportunity. Doesn't matter what you do with it, but you did get pulled out of the bucket. Tell us about you. What the fuck was that? Let's start there. You've been working on that? You've been running that at open mics? Get slaps?
Yeah, it kills.
Really?
It does. I don't want to sell it now. I mean, if it sucked, it sucked. I'll work it. I'll get better.
Offender, what's going on in your actual life? Let's talk about it. Tell us about you.
So I live on my short bus. I travel around Austin. I do nothing but comedy. That's I've been hosting now. I've been here for 6 months. This makes 312 mics that I've done since moving here.
Wow.
I've done it in Nashville. I went to New York just to test the grounds before you guys go to MSG to understand how the subways work. What is this like?
Wow. You're ready to bomb on every level.
No, sir.
Absolutely incredible. Wow.
It's all right.
I love it. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
You're paying your dues. 312 open mics. What's the worst it's ever gone? Describe to us what.
Well, apparently right now, but that seems to me I'm disappointed with that. But I feel like I just got off the bull and I sucked, so maybe I need to work harder and better.
Okay, this is going nowhere.
No, I mean, ask me anything else. What do you want to know?
I just asked you what's the worst an open mic's ever gone for you. This isn't an open mic. You're in front of millions of people right now.
You are correct.
Uh-huh.
I had a mic that I was hosting. This is a true story. Just happened last week, and some people came in interrupting. It's a bar show. And so as a host, I tried to gain them back. And I told these people that this was not a movie theater. They didn't like that. That was not.
When you say you told these people, what do you mean by these people? Can you describe them
They
for
were
us?
nice people.
Yeah.
They like rap music.
Okay.
Yeah. Fried chicken.
Okie dokie, that's enough. We got it. All right, offender. So, you've been on this show before, right?
One time.
But your name was different then.
No, it was Offender.
It was Offender?
Suit
That's right.
with
It's
the
all coming back.
Kill Tony bingo board tattooed on his thigh.
You do have a Kill Tony bingo board tattooed to your thigh.
I do.
Wow. This is our fan base, everybody. If you're wondering if you're sane or not for loving this show, this is the guy that has the.
Have you ever seen The Rock that comes with the Cam Patterson shirt?
No.
You've never seen it? Here.
No, it's okay.
I'll just hand it to you.
That's fentanyl. Okay. All right, offender. You already have a little joke book?
I have a big joke book, but
I gave you a big joke book?
yes, sir.
What the fuck did you talk about possibly in that interview last time in which you got a big joke book?
I had been to prison.
Okay.
I had been to prison. I know prison had an effect on me, though, especially when it comes to women.
Okay.
So now instead of buying them flowers, I just give them honey buns.
Okie dokie, offender.
I'm going to shoot myself.
Here's a little joke book to go with the big one. Here you go. Boom. There, take that. There you go. Offender, everybody. I am offended. All right. Wow. Sometimes it just gets a little fucking sad in here, you know what I mean? Make some noise for your next fucking bull, Sonny Castillo, everyone. Sonny Castillo.
So I recently bought a used dog from the animal shelter. And she was a bit harder to take care of than I thought she would be, so I needed help. So I went and got a used girlfriend from the woman's shelter. I could never turn down a rescue. And earlier this morning, we were getting ready to go to work, and she kept complaining that she had a muffin top. And I was like, nah, you look fine, cupcake. So, my friend Maricela just opened up the world's first gay ice cream parlor. She calls it Marty Cones. Thank you.
Sonny Castillo. Welcome, Sonny. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, it is.
Nice. How long have you been doing stand-up?
about 14 years.
14 years. Where at? San Antonio?
No. Yes, Austin. I haven't really left Texas. Mostly around here. Austin,
Stay around
Houston.
here.
Yeah.
Okay. Austin, Houston. What do you do for work, Sonny Castillo?
I work at a courthouse.
Okay. What do you do at the courthouse?
We call people that have warrants, and we try to help them to avoid being arrested by police. So we're like the good guys.
So you try to call them in?
Yeah, it's easy because a lot of them are my family members. So.
Very good, Sonny. I like that. Yeah, we know a lot of Castillos. Big family you got.
Yes. I actually have over 80 first cousins on my dad's side.
Wow.
So we might be related.
Look at that. 80 cousins. You might be related to these two as well. Okay. Sonny, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies of Sonny Castillo?
So I used to do photography, and during the pandemic, I started doing action figure photography, and so I started doing action figure reviews on YouTube.
Wow, Red Band is hard as a rock right now. That's absolutely incredible. Action figure reviews on YouTube. Is that taking off, kind of? Is it getting popular?
I'm monetized, so I get a couple $100 a year from it.
A couple $100 a year?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like it's something that I was already doing, so I was like, might as well make a little bit of money from it.
I love it. Okay. Very interesting. It's childlike behaviors. I'm going to check in with Greg Fitzsimmons here.
Well, I don't want to be harsh on the guy. He's got a necklace with a revolver on it. Is that something you wear to the courthouse?
Yeah, it's a 1911. It's not a revolver, it's semi-automatic. It's a G.I. Joe.
Oh, come on.
Have you ever shot somebody?
I haven't, but I've been really close.
When you say you've been really close, what are we talking about?
So I was at Lakeland Mall one day, and I was in the parking lot, and I saw a dude beating on an old woman. So I hopped out, I stuck a 40 cal in his face, and told him to stop.
Amazing.
Yeah, listen.
You're an American hero. Those rings, where did you steal those from?
Actually, it's funny, most of these are street value, so we paid what they cost on the street. So.
What does that mean? Explain to us non-criminals exactly what you mean by that.
I'm not saying they're stolen. I'm not saying they're not stolen, but the person that bought them from seemed like a legit guy. So. One's a wedding ring. That came from K Jewelers.
Okay. It doesn't look like great metal. It looks like the kind of metal where if you pulled the ring off, you would still have a ring on your skin.
Wow. Technically, I do because of the sun, but
yeah.
So you're married?
I am married. Yeah.
How long have you been married for?
We've been married going on 6 years.
6 years. What does she do?
She works for the state.
Okay.
Not quite sure. I know she's in front of a computer.
You have no idea what your wife of 6 years does for a living.
Yeah, she does something.
Okay. Where'd you guys meet?
Actually, through a mutual friend on Facebook. So before the Facebook dating thing, we met.
Okay. First date, what'd you do?
I asked her where does she want to go. I was like, we got Taco Bell, Golden Chick, or Little Caesars. She chose Taco Bell.
Wow, okay. She's Latino as well?
Yes.
Amazing.
I was straight up with her. I was like, look, I'm O2 East Side. I'm not really fancy.
When you say O2 East Side, what exactly do you mean by that?
Born and raised here, Austin, Texas, O2 East Austin.
O2 East Austin. Michael, can you translate that for me? What exactly does that mean? O2 East Austin.
Pre-gentrification.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know what that means. So it's kind of like the hood.
Yeah, you could say that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, most people do.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think about your lovely city nowadays? Are you one of the complaining locals that says it was better back in the day?
Well,
that guy with the Buc-ee's shirt and the hat over there?
I'm kind of torn between the whole gentrification thing because it's like, yeah, they ruined our neighborhood, but they also made some of my people some money. So it's kind of between the two.
That's true.
Yeah. And now East Austin has sidewalks. We never had those before. So that's nice. And the police come out now if you call them. Never had that before either.
That's a thing. Sidewalks and police officers. It's amazing what's going on here. I liked your material, Sonny. Very fun times. You are getting a big joke book. Congratulations, Sonny Castillo. How fun. We're getting through it. We have another very special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is truly an action-packed episode. This is a Hall of Famer going up right in the middle of the goddamn show. One of the most famous regulars in the history of the show. Famous for his roasting and stand-up ability, ladies and gentlemen. A rare mothership appearance by the great and powerful David Lucas, everyone. Oh, my God.
A plane in India just recently crashed heading to England, and 176 Indians died. And since that plane crash, scam calls have been down 50%.
That's ridiculous.
Apple has no more tech support. It's crazy. You gonna call Apple and talk to a nigga that sound like me? You know? Can you help me with my phone? Have you turned that motherfucker off yet, bitch? Turn it off and turn it back. I can only imagine what that plane smelled like. God damn, bro. If I would have been driving that plane, I probably would have crashed into the thing. Lord, no. When it crashed, it probably smelled like somebody was barbecuing a goat, too. They're like, who was barbecuing a goat? Tell us. It's so weird how women with purple and blue hair want us to give a fuck about the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody really gives a fuck about the Middle East, because if you did, you'd take your ass over there. If they want me to give a fuck about the Middle East, you're going to have to give the Middle East an NFL team. That's the only way. I'd love to watch the Palestine Packers. You know what I'm saying? All right, that's my time. David Lucas.
David lights out Lucas.
Look at Tony.
My man.
Yes, niggas.
Oh, wait, what the? You're just going to start like that, you fat motherfucker? We're just going with the...
Hey, if Tony was a gamer, he'd play Call of Duty.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yo ass zipped up, nigga.
I love this look. I love it. You have your own fucking equator around you. It's incredible. Look like you're ready to take a yacht trip to a McDonald's.
Why you so zipped up, nigga? That HIV medicine kicking your ass, right?
That KFC medicine's kicking yours. You are bigger than ever.
You gayer than ever, nigga.
I mean,
and your face look like a baboon's ass. That motherfucker, you look like you just got slapped in the face with a cherry pie, nigga.
I won't do the baboon comeback joke that I want to do right now. I'm going to reserve that and hold that back because I like working.
Is that a vest? What is that, bro? It's just
yeah, it's a vest. What the fuck is that?
A sweatshirt.
Just because you
you dress like a gay sniper, nigga. Your ass. Put the scope in my ass.
I love this new look, though. You look like you're going to get on a unsinkable ship of some kind. It is incredible. Are you wearing that because you need a yacht?
Get out of here, D-Madness.
Yeah, D-Madness making a big deal.
T-Move Stevie wanted to look at that.
Oh my God.
Don't. That blind ass nigga out of here laughing at that shit. He ain't never seen me or you. He don't even know what gay look like, nigga laughing. You don't know what fat imagine it. I probably look like a fucking rainbow cloud in that nigga head.
I cannot believe you called him Timu Stevie Wonder. That is a 4-year elephant in the room that we've been avoiding. I don't think he's ever going to be the same after that. This might be the first time that he doesn't come back from peeing. Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
Back to you, Stevie Wonder Bread over here. Have you been, it seems like you're losing weight. Is that
Yes, sir.
true?
I've been working out. I got a personal trainer now.
You do?
Yeah.
What type of workouts does he have you doing exactly?
A lot of ass stretches.
Repetitively eating. What are you doing?
You do penny shoots out the ass. Let me get 45 penny shoots.
What the fuck is that? What type of workouts are you doing to lose the weight?
A whole bunch of bullshit, man. I fucking hate it, bro.
Yeah.
Every time he be like, we got 2 bowl sets, I'll be like, nigga, I'm about to eat. I hate working out, dog. I don't want to take the glutide shit,
Yeah,
but I'm working out. Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah. It's just eating less. That's pretty much it.
This is all good. Greg, it's been a while since you've seen David Lucas.
You look great, man.
What's up, Greg?
Yeah.
You don't. You look like you just got bit by a vampire, nigga.
Hey,
He got 2 holes on the side of his neck.
hey.
Holes on the side of your neck. You need a blood transfusion. That's what
Another AIDS jokes. A lot of AIDS jokes going around tonight.
you look symptomatic, nigga.
Yeah.
Anything I say, you got it.
Yeah.
Heartburn, chest pains.
I don't know. Whatever it is, I'd take it to drop some weight. Take it just a hint of AIDS, a couple drops of AIDS.
We've got AIDS. David has Kool-Aids.
I don't even got one for Tony. I don't know what
What's that thing? What happens if you pull that yellow? Did you fill with more air?
if I pull it, I'm gonna go in the air, nigga. It's off-white. It's a belt. Your boyfriend.
Oh my
Couldn't
goodness.
get my joke out because Red Band want to play these Looney Tune ass sounds.
Wait, no, pull it again. I heard something. That was... Oh my God. David, what else is going on? You want to plug something?
Man, I'm on tour like a motherfucker. I'm everywhere, bro. Tickets at DaveLucasComedy.com, bro. Next year I'm doing
Red Lobsters all around the country.
Yeah. Nigga, you performing at HIV clinics. Get your motherfucker. All the rainbow houses across the world. You know what's crazy? In the city. So when me and my family moved to Macon, Georgia, bro, there was this thing for gay niggas called the Rainbow House. And they would house gay niggas with HIV, bro. And do you know one time somebody, a crackhead, broke into that place to try to do something? You know the word. I don't want to demonetize y'all. R rhymes with rake.
Oh, okay. So a crackhead went in there trying to rake an HIV person.
But he didn't know it was an HIV house.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That's real talk. It's called a Rainbow House. It closed out after that.
Wow. Did the guy get AIDS?
I don't know, but he sued the city, nigga. That's crazy.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's so weird for criminals, bro. You can sue for anything, bro. Like, you can probably sue because you turned out gay, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You can sue the city of...
Your little smoke alarm kind of changed the batteries over there. That's his vape pen making that noise, everybody. The battery in your vape pen.
You want me to tell you something about smoke alarms, bro? So,
are you looking at your...
No.
Are you looking at your blood pressure right now? What's going on?
So, no, bro. I got a new place in Austin, bro. And, brand new out. And, I was in there 1 week. I was in there 1 week, and I went to buy smoke detectors at the Home Depot. And the next day, my smoke detectors were beeping. I think they sell niggas beeping smoke detectors. It was brand new and it was already beeping. I didn't need to change no batteries. It's racist. I don't know a nigga without a beeping smoke detector. It's crazy.
Are you sure you didn't just have something that you left in the microwave without opening the door and it wasn't trying to alert you? Because you are guilty of a great many. All right, David, you're the man Catch him on tour, David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. Onward and upward we go. Yes, the man. One more time for David Lucas, everybody. The legend. All right, this is it. Bucket pool number 7. This looks like a fun name, too. Make some noise for Deepak Pandy. Deepak Pandy. Come on, make some noise for Deepak, everybody.
Okay, let's do this. Is it just me, or you guys also feel like Hollywood makes slavery movies once every year? Just to a rich black dude for 15 minutes? No? Just me? Okay. I mean, I know it's acting, but come on, 15 minutes? Like, please stop that. We all get it. Whips to the back are painful. And I found out whips to the back are painful in my 5th grade, actually. Relax, nothing happened to me. Wouldn't it be funny if I just came up here and went, my dad beat the shit out of me and I can't watch slavery movies anymore? Nope, I watched Passion of the Christ. And we've all seen some kind of reenactment or a play where Jesus is getting beat up. I don't know why though. Apparently it's not enough to say that Jesus suffered and died for our sins. We have to actually see the, precious
All right, Deepak Pandy. Let me start off with this question. What? Yes, boos from the crowd. Very good. As if though you actually had to make that noise for us to know that it wasn't good. Your lack of laughter told the entire story. Deepak, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
2 months.
2 months. And where are you from, Deepak?
India.
India. Oh my goodness gracious, so you're really born and raised in India. Great Fitzsimmons, let's check in here.
Well, I think this is a direct result of you guys getting rid of the drivers in your Ubers. We're going to see a lot more of this.
That is true. They're going to need stuff to do. They're going to start chasing their dreams instead of picking us up. Deepak, how long have you been in America? By the sound of your accent, I'm guessing 25 minutes?
1.5 years actually.
What?
1.5 years.
1.5 years. Adorable. And you came straight here to Austin, Texas?
No, I study masters in Cleveland State.
What?
I study masters in Cleveland State.
You got your master's degree at Cleveland State?
No, I'm still doing it.
You're still studying. What are you trying to major in? Hopefully English?
You can guess it actually. Computer science.
Computer science. Wow, Deepak. Don't you guys just automatically come with a master's degree in that? Aren't you teaching that class at Cleveland State? Okay, so what do you plan to do once you get a computer science degree from Cleveland State? How about a hand for D-Madness coming in? He's back! What do you plan to do with your computer science?
No idea.
No idea. And how is Cleveland for you? What made you pick Cleveland, Ohio, of all places? Dilapidated city.
Couldn't get anywhere else.
Okay. Were you not a great student?
Nope.
And why were you not a great student? Very rare for an Indian boy like you to not be a great student.
So I was kind of good till my high school and then fell off.
You think you have like a learning disability? Perhaps you have ADHD.
Oh, what'd you say?
You know what I mean?
When you call like Verizon wireless tech support, how long does it take until you both break into Indian?
I actually talked to a scammer once. He was a Pakistani, my neighbor. So we just chatted about how did you get into this. So it was nice. He could speak Hindi.
So how long have you been in America?
1.5 years.
1.5 years. And what are some things that you find shocking? Like, what is super different here than India?
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper, yes. That's a big one. That's a big one. Explain to us when you're sitting on a toilet and you've got number 2. What exactly do you do with the toilet paper? How many pieces do you think you use?
No, I just bought a handheld bidet from Amazon and just.
I think you lost him when you said when you sit on the toilet. Not hover over like a drone.
So you have a handheld bidet.
My ass got chapped in a month or so.
Your ex got chappy?
My ass got chapped with the toilet paper.
Right, it got chapped.
Can't do it.
Don't do it. So you have a handheld bidet that is hooked up to your toilet directly?
Yeah, it just takes some plumbing.
Takes some plumbing. Yep, no doubt about it. And so you kind of like, do you go from the back side with that, or do you go in between and up, missionary position, or do you go doggy style, or do you... It's hard to ask questions. It's hard to find new questions in 12 years of this show, but somehow, goddammit, we managed to do it. Explain to us the exact hand position of this hand.
I think everyone goes front. Can't do it like this.
And do you look at the toilet afterwards and see some shrapnel? A little disaster area, perhaps?
Butter chicken.
I just do. Butter chicken's not that popular in India, actually. It's kind of sweet for us. But I just do one flush, so everything's there when I see it.
Okay. Deepak, what's your love life like? You have a girlfriend?
Nope.
No? Have you been on any dates since you've been to America?
Nope.
Not a single date? Nope. Have you kissed an American girl?
Nope.
Do you want to?
Nope.
No, you don't want to. Very interesting. Are you into specifically only Indian women?
Nope. This might kind of sound gay, but I can't do one night stands actually.
What about one night stands?
Can't do it.
You can't do it. You want to fall in love with somebody.
No, not that. I just want to know the person before I show them my dick.
Wow. Okay. And where do you think you get this from? Is this something your parents taught you, or religious, or something?
Nope, I just kind of figured it out.
Have you been with a woman before? Are you a virgin?
No, been with many.
You've been with many? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a big deal? What?
Is that a big deal?
Is that a big deal?
Sorry, go on.
I mean, you've been with many women. Is that expensive? Does that add up?
For them.
I love it. I love it, Deepak. What's an interesting fun fact about you that you think makes you different than anybody that's ever been on this show before?
I started doing comedy because I think comedy is dying right now.
You think it's dying right now? Okay, that's a very interesting take.
There are no more Doug Stanhopes, Bill Hicks, Collins. Nope. They're just a bunch of people I see in the open mics trying to be cool. Retard this, retard that. You're gay. I'm autistic.
Okay,
So, you know,
I guess, Deepak.
the real ones here.
What? I don't really get it, Deepak. I'm gonna get you out of here, Deepak. Have you thought about taking a plane from London back to India? Here's a little joke book. Oh, jeez. There he goes, Deepak Panny, everybody. Just a little warning, there might be a suicide bombing outside after tonight's show. A little something to keep an eye out for. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? All right. to your next bucket full. John Bechtel. John Bechtel.
Austin, Texas, how's it going? Get up for the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, y'all. How many of y'all are on dates here tonight? Because, like, war was declared for a second? That, oh, look, I'm scared to go to war, pussy, you know. Like, how many here? Men are dogs, am I right? Men are like dogs. White women fuck them occasionally. They took down the billboard outside my place of the kid who OD'd on fentanyl. I guess he got better. Like, give it up for that guy. Give it up for the sleepy time T-Bear. That motherfucker's been sleeping on the job for 40 fucking years. Has anyone checked him? It might be like the dead the entire time T-Bear. Like, motherfucker OD'd on hibiscus. Yeah, I'm really glad we didn't go to the war. Because, like, if a nuke hit outside San Diego, I don't think Mountain Dew would, like, last after the Baja Blast in 2025. You know, those Ninja Turtles, they're always saying cowabunga. Those motherfuckers should be asking howabunga. Like, I work in, like, food service. I have to deliver pizzas in the street. Hell yeah.
John Bechtel, welcome to the show. Wow. My goodness gracious, John.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I love your energy, John.
I appreciate it, Tony. Thank you very much.
Incredible. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A year and change.
Okay.
But I used to, host things, like, growing up and whatnot.
Okay. An open mic in Chernobyl, perhaps, or something like that? Greg Fitzsimmons.
Well, a year and change, I would emphasize the change part a little bit.
Yeah, I've been doing stand-up for, a year or so. I used to host a drunk history thing. That was my friends. It was just kind of a group effort. Me and these brassy lesbians just watching WWE. Oh, it's a blast.
I love it.
Yeah.
Did that show take place inside of a large microwave, perhaps?
Alleyway.
You are an interesting guy. What's your ethnicity? What are you?
Very white.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, German Irish.
Okay, German Irish, and you drink a lot.
Well, for German Irish, I try to make a good effort. Yeah, no, I've been living in Texas for 25 years now.
I love it. Okay. Where were you at before that?
East Coast, Baltimore.
Okay. All right. What do you do for work exactly?
I'm a fucking waiter, and it sucks.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been doing this for 16 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Is it you make good money doing it?
I try to.
Is it a pizza restaurant?
Tony.
A genuine
Tony, I've moved on.
Okay.
I've retired from the pizza.
What kind of restaurant is it?
It used to be a pizza restaurant.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
No, I got fired from a couple of those.
What did you get fired for? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the firings of John Bechtel.
You can't ask your old dipshit boss. He used to sit in the office, text all the girls in the kitchen, videos of him riding his fucking BMX bike. Being you knock on the door, it's yo, what the fuck do you even do at this job? Yeah, you can't show up late after doing that.
I have no idea. Somehow I understood Deepak Pari better than you.
Once saw a guy chop his hand off. It was crazy.
You saw a guy chop his hand off?
Yeah, there was these Nacogdoches twins. They're from East Texas, just whatever goes on in those woods.
Yeah.
Who knows? So this guy, this dipshit, sells me a broken PS3. The saran wrap melts. He takes this knife, and we're all just looking at this guy, and it's this motherfucker. He walks over to the saran wrap, cuts it open. It's perfect. It works. For some reason, he swings again, chops off his hand. I never got money back for that PS3. How's it going, Austin, Texas? Get off for yourselves, y'all.
John, have you ever been arrested before?
Actually, I have.
Yeah.
Once.
Okay.
Once.
What was that?
On February. It was April 18th. The night of April 18th, 2013. Look it up, y'all.
You're not gonna tell us?
It's the night the Boston Bombers got caught. So I'm watching that shit in the drunk tank. Everyone's hooting and hollering, and all these fucking cops keep on walking up to me, and you're like, you're the motherfucker who works at that goddamn sandwich restaurant. I worked in sandwiches before pizzas, Tony.
John, you are something else. What are you on exactly?
For legal reasons, I'm sober for 2 years eventually.
Yeah. Oh, seriously, what are we on? Adderall and whiskey, or like, what is the exact combination?
I smoke a lot of now legal substances.
Well, you got a little gun there all of a sudden.
It's Texas, Tony.
Okay.
Welcome to Texas.
All right, thank you. I've been here 5 years, but yes, thank you for the big welcome.
It's nice. Hey, welcome.
What are you on? That's the question.
Oh, I smoke a hell of weed.
You smoke a hell of weed. Where do you get this energy from?
Okay, I can't get diagnosed for, Asperger's or autism. They're just like, you're annoying.
Okay.
So,
I would get another opinion on that.
I rely on my friends with Adderall.
You know what? It's a very, very rare happening. Only once every few months does Matt Muelling, our electric guitarist, speak up. He has asked permission to speak, and he will speak now. This is Matt Muelling.
John Dees also smokes a hell of a lot of weed.
Yeah, but his weed is white. His weed is green.
John, here you go, buddy. Here's a little joke book coming at you. John Bechtel, ladies and gentlemen. There goes John Bechtel. We've had some wild bucket pulls here tonight. All right, here's another one. This is a very interesting name yet again. And the name is I Am Frank. Make some noise for I Am Frank. Okay.
Hello, Kill Tony Universe. It's great to be back. They told me that my comedy would take a huge step forward if I told jokes that my audience here in Austin found more relatable. So I no longer trust black people. Why are their pants so low? No, relax, folks. It's only jokes. It's only jokes, and that joke is funny. D-Madness, because I too am a black man. Didn't want to leave him in the dark on that one. No, okay. I don't think everyone here in Austin is racist. But it's hard not to feel that way when you see the things I've seen. Someone called me the N-word in traffic. Yeah, I cut him off, but he got unusually perturbed. Started yelling slurs. Swipe. He even threw banana peels at my car. That's when I said, I will never play Mario Kart online in the city again. No.
You need to do something about the crime. You need to do something about more police officers, and you got to clean up the homeless. But you know what? They divide teams.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did it go better last time?
It went exactly how it was supposed to go.
Okay. What does that mean exactly?
It went exactly how it was supposed to go.
Someone just pointed out that his zipper is down, and that is very sad. We've really taken a turn here. It's very, very interesting what's happening tonight. Some very rugged bucket pools. I don't know if they're underprepared or if maybe the nerves are getting to them. How do you feel, Frank, right now? How do you feel? You're looking out there into the crowd. You're staring at them deep in their souls.
Well, we're here. We're here. Kill Tony.
You are correct. What's up with the wrap around your arm there? Did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
It's very tragic.
What?
I donated plasma today.
Okay, yeah. You do that to make money.
From time to time, yeah, I do it.
How much money did you get from your plasma today?
Not sure.
You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically for donating plasma, which is what you did to get money today?
It's not about the money for me, Tony.
love of the game.
All right. Frank, you got a little joke book last time? We're just going to keep it moving, Frank. How about a hand for Frank, everybody? I am Frank. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix the momentum in the room right now by doing something absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring to the stage a man who is eventually going to be a citizen of the United States of America. A man who remains at this moment the Estonian assassin. This is a brand new set from the one and only Ari Matti.
Yo, yo! You know how they're like diversifying all the movie franchises now? They're making like a gay James Bond. He's gotta suck so much dick to get those passwords. They're doing Taken, you know Taken with Liam Neeson? They're doing one with a black dad. The phone just keeps ringing. Sorry, baby. Had to make a stop. Feminists are upset. They're trying to cancel the new Catwoman movie that's coming out because the new Catwoman is Zoe Kravitz. A banging bitch. And the feminists are saying, why does Catwoman always have to be some supermodel? Why couldn't Catwoman be like a plus-size model? She needs to climb. You ever see a fat cat? Bitch, you can't be Catwoman. You can be Garfield. Thank you so much!
There is levels to this, ladies and gentlemen. And there he is, the arrival. Look at that shirt. You're so patriotic. Goddamn right. That's right. That's a
Happy 4th of July, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I'm so excited. It was my first Independence Day.
And tell us how what did you do? How did you enjoy it?
Well, it was just fun being in a country where I can celebrate victory for once. In Estonia, we don't have any of that fucking woohoo! We did it! Every one of our holidays is like on this day. 50,000 men, women, and children taken against their will. We got fun.
Estonia gets historically kind of bullied by the bigger countries around it, huh?
Well, yeah, we're tiny.
Uh-huh.
It's hard. We'll do whatever everyone else is doing.
Did you guys ever win like a big battle? Nothing like it? Nothing really?
Well,
Guys,
when the Soviet Union collapsed, we did a thing where we just sang.
Perfect.
Right. Guess that counts.
Yeah. And did you guys do that? Is that like a holiday there? It's like a singing day?
Yeah, we sing all the time. We get together, we sing these horrible songs. You know. None of them are banger.
John Deese wants you to. Is there like a famous one?
No.
You don't want to sing a little Estonian fucking.
You actually don't know any of the lyrics. That's the issue. I've literally just mumbled along my whole fucking life.
Alright. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Do you, whenever you, first of all, it's always great to see you. You're fucking great. But what, is there ever going to be like a homecoming? Like, is there an arena to play in Estonia? Is there like a big venue you want to go home someday and play?
Yeah, darling.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an arena?
not American standards, it's
Right.
80 seater, it's like
Okay.
one of the biggest venues we got,
Nice. Very
Packed it out.
Yeah, 81, baby.
What do you like to do when you go home?
Sauna, dig out sauna. I go to the bog, you ever been to a bog?
What's a bog?
Bog.
A bog.
A bog.
What's a bog?
You know what a bog is?
Nobody knows what a bog is.
It's like, so yeah, see?
Oh, a
She
bog.
knows. A bog, yeah.
Okay.
Springs. It's like, yes, no, not springs, but it's a dirty little spring.
It's a dirty spring. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's quiet,
Yeah.
Not a lot of ethnic people. It's serene. Nobody talks too loud.
Like
Everyone wears headphones.
It's like Shrek, like Swamp, like
Yeah, Shrek. That was a big movie for us. It was. Shrek is about an imperialistic government taking a man swamp. It's our Schindler's List. Well, we got that swamp back, you know what I'm saying?
the jokes were just unbelievable tonight. I mean, probably the best set of the night. I mean, absolutely incredible. All of it's so funny. A movie themed set, because shit is crazy out there. They are really making some movies.
Yeah, make your own shit, bitch.
Yeah, they're doing some wacky stuff.
Uh-huh.
I watched Gladiator 2, and Denzel Washington's just in it. He's just in it throughout, and it just is impossible to not every time just go like, what's going on? What are we doing here? Just a regular old rolling black guy.
As we know. Yeah, no one's acting weird. Everyone's like, yeah, sure, tell us what to do.
He's giving orders to other Romans and stuff. It's like just so, it's pretty wild. Like we always suspend belief in right, but like really stands out when they try to do these serious things.
Yeah.
They're really doing a black Taken.
I hope so.
It's called Took.
It's a movie about somebody's wallet.
I have a very set of skills to stay the fuck away from my family.
Very fun. Well, Ari, I mean, you absolutely fucking destroyed. You did it again, Ari.
Thank you so much,
Ladies and gentlemen. We're going into overtime here. Let's get one more bucket full up here. Make some noise for Kelly Lusk, everyone. Kelly Lusk, our 10th bucket full.
Hello, everyone. So, I have this gay friend, and he's gotten into some pretty wild butt stuff lately. So now whenever he farts, it just goes... Tony has the same thing. You know what I'm talking about, right, Tony? Yeah, he's probably over there hawking right now. My friend's name is David, but I call him Anal Cave Dave. I think that's appropriate. And then he recently told me that he started getting into feet. He likes sucking on toes. I was like, oh man, if somebody was like sucking on my toe, the only thing I could think about is when I go get a pedicure, the fucking cheese grater they bring out to grate the Parmesan off of my feet. It's like at Olive Garden, people. Just tell me when. Okay, I'm done.
Fucking disgusting.
I know.
Kelly Lusk. Right back to that bucket. We have a demented bucket here tonight. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to it. We have been saved by a lot of golden ticket winners and regulars. Sir Winston Pickles was the highlight of the bucket.
How was that? I was
You
curious.
know Sir Winston Pickles?
Well, I saw him and I was like very curious how that went.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. We love Sir Winston Pickles.
Fantastic. I can't wait to watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
You see it. You might want to skip your part. Callie, last time you were on, you brought an adorable picture of you and your sister.
That's right.
Her sister looked like a cute, normal little girl, and Kelly looked like
A Samoan boy.
Like her.
Is your sister Rosie O'Donnell?
So many comments about the Rosie O'Donnell. A lot of comments about that, yeah.
Kelly, tell us something we didn't learn about you last time you were on.
Let's see. Something really weird about me is I have this thing called misophonia, where like weird like noises make me go into a rage. It's normally like mouth noises, you know, like smacking. Yeah, exactly. That.
All right.
It makes you go from like 0 to like I will fucking murder you if you don't stop. Like that.
And have you, and what's the angriest that you've gotten in public or something? Like,
Okay, so I was working with this girl one time and she was like popping her gum and she just over and over and over again. And like she didn't know I had this issue or whatever. And she just kept doing it and I just turned around. I was like, if you don't fucking stop popping your gum, I'm going to smash you in the face. I just totally went off on her. Wow. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Team Madness is a master of mouth noises.
Oh.
Do you got anything for us? What do you got? Any fun mouth noises? There you go.
Nice.
All right, Kelly, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Kelly Lusk, your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Thank you, Kelly. And now, I mean, what an episode. What kind of episode has Jack Shaw, Fiona Cawley, David Lucas, Ari Maddie, Sir Winston Pickles? Who could forget some of the lowlights tonight? Offender, Sonny Castillo, John Bechtel. I Am Frank was very sad. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it is with the all-time record holder for appearances, interviews, sets, everything. The man has done it all. God's favorite comedian. A man that they call the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, brought to you by Nicked and Open Phone, the Nicked Nuisance, the Open Phone Opus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
If an alien spaceship crashed right in front of me, I'd probably assume I was about to encounter a female alien. I found out recently Michael Jackson had my favorite amusement ride, the Zipper, at his Neverland Ranch. You know how awesome it would have been to go there as a kid? Ever been in a situation where you wanted to smoke weed, but it wasn't 420? It's like 10:45 a.m. Well, here's a quick stoner hack. Go to your oven, set to 420 degrees. Doesn't matter if you don't have anything to cook. And then when you're done smoking, you're like, I want to keep smoking. No problem. Keep your oven at 420. Saddest thing was standing in line at Dollar General and out of nowhere turned gay. Okay, I turned gay, Tony, at the Dollar General.
Well, why? Why would you do that?
I was at the Dollar General. Isn't that what happens? People just turn gay? I thought people just turn gay.
But why? Why?
Born that way?
Why would they?
People are just turn gay.
Why would they turn gay at Dollar General?
Because I'm at the Dollar General, standing in line. I'm thinking, I don't know, but that's just where I turn gay. So my story in my head, that was what it was. I just turned gay.
What were you getting at the Dollar General? What do you like to shop for at Dollar General?
Hawaiian Punch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What else? What else do you like to get at Dollar General?
Marshmallows.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love marshmallows, Hawaiian Punch.
Okay, what else do you get at Dollar
Cream spinach is always good there in the cans.
Ooh, all right.
Milk, 2% milk.
Okay.
Maybe a toy or something. I don't know, Tony. But yeah.
What kind of toys? What kind of toys have you bought at Dollar General?
Oh, man. You get the little Legos. This guy doesn't want to hear about any of it, Tony. You don't give a shit.
It is such an odd time to use the restroom.
Is that your husband, sir? Oh, you wish.
Wow. Doing a little crowd work over there. This guy is on fire tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm on one tonight. I have, again, my clogged carotid arteries, so I'm trying to live life to the fullest. I have 10 years.
The doctors gave him 10 years to live.
Yep. So, just trying to live life to the fullest and having a good time, and it was raining. It was so weird. I actually was at one of those camps.
Oh, no. No, there's
No, the aftermath. I was helping look for people.
There's 100 people dead, William.
I was helping looking for people. Did you see the article today about the Navy diver up in the helicopter? I was with that guy.
What were you doing exactly with him?
I was lowering the rope down. It was on this pulley system, and I had to lower the rope down really fast. And
Is there video of this?
Up, and I do it back up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You're in charge of that?
Yes.
How many
They knew I was doing all the rowing, and they're like, okay, this guy's going to be strong enough. And yeah, I helped save 100 people this weekend.
Wow, amazing. I'm surprised nobody clapped for that. That's incredible.
Yeah, a little fucked up.
So, what types of people did you save? What did they look like?
Oh my gosh, this was a bunch of whites. I was thinking maybe Hispanic people or something, but it was mainly white people at these camps.
Very interesting. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's so many white people at camps?
I don't know. Honkies be crazy, man. I mean, honkies, I don't know. I was scared of getting homesick, so I only went to day camps growing up.
Ooh, day camp.
Yeah.
What would you do? What did you like to do at day camp?
Fuck, I used to love making pottery at day camp. I used to love going in the lake, all kinds of stuff. It was really fun. I'm trying to think of more stuff.
Yeah, take it nice and slow. Think of some stuff that you love to do at camp. Name something.
Red Band help me.
No, Red Band can't help you. That can't be part of the thing. You gotta just think of things on your own. What would you do at the camp? Why don't you name some more things you get at Dollar General then?
I'm sorry, I'm freezing up for I'm freezing up.
Maybe a motherfucking slinky.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to do, yo. Maybe a motherfucking candy bowl. Oh, I like this. Ooh, okay. Maybe
basketball.
Oh, they got basketballs for $1?
Yes, at Dollar General.
Are they like tiny? Okay.
What else?
Maybe a motherfucking
live-action Snow White doll.
No, not that, dumbass. God, you gotta really fucking butcher a fun thing Tony and I are doing together, dumbass.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Maybe a motherfucking marble. Yeah. A single marble.
Banana. Yeah. Maybe an apple.
These people are not entertaining.
I'm sweating and
you are. Your carotid arteries acting up.
I know. My neck is constantly hurting now, Tony. It feels like my neck. It feels like I can feel the plaque in my neck. So.
Wait a minute.
It's fun to be here, Tony.
What else do you get at Dollar General?
Shit, Tony. I mean, I've been getting a bunch of puzzles.
He loves puzzles.
I know. I'm still stuck on one, Tony. It's been a month.
What's the puzzle that you're stuck on right now?
It has all these women's hands with different colored fingernail polish. Whoa. They're like grabbing stuff on a table, and it's like a couple lobsters, there's different seafood items, but the hands are hard as fuck. And the table's a white table, so it's just a really hard puzzle. So I'm about to call it quits. And I bought 2 more, so I have 2 more ready in the chamber, but I'm about to call it quits on this one.
You got puzzles in the chamber.
I got 2 up in the chamber, Tony.
Oh, wow. You got puzzles in the chamber. Oh my goodness, what are the other puzzles that you have in the chamber, William?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the one. It's like somebody just opened a refrigerator. So it's a bunch of different foods in the refrigerator.
What types of foods are in the refrigerator?
Fuck, we're talking watermelon, Daddy! Whoa! I
I don't know, sandwiches, all different kinds of stuff.
William Montgomery has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. The red goat is thriving. Business is booming. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. Make some goddamn noise for the great Fitzsimmons. He's going to La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Fitzdog.com, FITZDOG.com. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew up tonight, live in-house. Ooh, Ari Addy, look at that. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Thank you to Nicotine Pouches and Open Phone. This was so much. Did you guys have fun tonight? So did we, right, man?
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony and
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? And that is indeed keep it going for the best damn band in the land. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Cheesy Chalupa, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. That's Big Mike, everybody. Gets a little bit bigger every week. How about Matt Mueling on the electric guitar? This is John Bees on the keys. And that is indeed D-Madness live in the flesh. You are here. Kill Tony brought to you by Knit and Open Phone tonight. We have a lot of other amazing sponsors. Here's a little bit more from them before we start the greatest show on earth. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Every single week, I book one or two of the funniest people in the world to see one guest episode because he's literally one of the best in the history of the show. For those of you that have been watching for the last 12 years, you will probably note that this guy is one of the record holders for all-time appearances as a guest on the show. I grew up on this guy, listening to him on Howard Stern. When I started at the Comedy Store 18 years ago, I realized, wow, Without a doubt, one of the best stand-up comedians on planet Earth. 12 years ago when we started the show, he began as a guest. He's back tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how loud this place can get for the great and powerful, great Fitzsimmons, everybody. One of the best. One of the best to ever do it. The great and powerful FitzDog.com for tickets. La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. He is on tour. One of the best ever. Great Fitzsimmons. Hi, Greg.
God, thank you, Tony. Time to be here, Red Band. Nice to see you, the band. Let's fucking launch some dreams.
Let's go.
Or light up the suicide hotline.
That's what we love. We love that energy. Anything can happen. Yeah. Sometimes we crush dreams. Sometimes we amplify them. Absolutely anything can happen. 201 human beings signed up for tonight's show. A little bit of a late sign up, which I find interesting. People may have gone home for the 4th of July or whatever. Now they're settling back in. But if I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. When you hear the sound of a kitten, that means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them, and then I conduct an interview, and I'm here with truly one of my favorite people to sit on the show with, Greg Fitzsimmons, and also Red Band is here. And that is it. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We're gonna start it with a golden ticket winner to get us started, everybody, and then we will get to the great bucket of destiny. But this guy won a golden ticket a couple years ago. Very, very Jewy. You know him. You love him. High energy. This is Jack Shaw, everybody. A new minute from Jack Shaw.
My dad's been really struggling with trans pronouns. But he finally got it right, dude. He said, I hate them. I was like, fuck yeah, man, good job. I like trans people, dude. I get it. I want a new dick too, man. I hate my dick, dude. I went to a drag show for the first time. Oh my god, it was amazing, dude. I saw a lady put her foot in her butthole. I didn't even know that was an option. You can do that. That's real. I came up with a great name for a Jewish drag queen. Would you like to hear it? Auschwitz. Thank you guys so much. Jack Shaw.
Very fun, Jack. Always fun to hear a new minute from you. Is that true? Do you talk with your dad about trans people?
Oh, he can't stand them.
Let's talk about it. I find it all so interesting. He's still in Los Angeles, correct?
That's right.
So he's surrounded by them.
Everywhere.
Yeah. And how does this come up? Does he see them and brings it up to you?
He goes to Starbucks in Silver Lake, and he calls me and he says, I hate it here. Yeah. It makes him so upset. I don't know, it makes him really angry.
Yeah, that makes sense. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Do they order the half calf when they're at Right.
Why do you think your dad goes to the Starbucks in Silver Lake? He likes just regular old Starbucks of all the coffee shops around there.
He stands by Starbucks. Yeah, he loves it.
Interesting.
So interesting.
What does he get from it? Just a normal burnt ass regular fucking nasty coffee?
He gets an ice shaken espresso because my dad's a little girl.
That's a pretty good drink, actually.
It's so good. Well, it's okay. You're a gay guy.
Oh my God, Jack! How dare you? God damn it! You're about to start a whole new Holocaust. You keep that up. Now, do you really hate your dick? You said you hate your dick at one point during this segment.
I really hate my dick. It's fine. It's a fine dick.
Is it a fine dick? Now, describe what you mean by fine exactly. Describe your dick for the millions of people watching.
Right. So have you guys seen a dick before? It's sort of like that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you had a nice dick, it would be the only really good part of your body. You're just sort of mushy. I don't mean that in a mean way.
You don't mean that in a mean way? Oh my God. It's going after us tonight. You, dude, you look like you have AIDS. Oh my God. Jack Shaw. Oh my God. Now you're wilting.
Well, I hang out at a Starbucks and
respect your elders, Jack Shaw. Well, he's so old though. Oh my goodness.
How old am I?
So old. I don't know.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Wow. How old are you?
59.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like 72.
I know.
Oh my God. Jack, take it easy. Okay,
I know.
I'm sorry.
It's tough coming from a kid who dresses like he's in 8th grade.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right. So Jack, what else? You like the part of my pants that can hold a hammer?
Right. Yeah, that's the awesome thing. Dress like you have a job and you don't. So it's like work boots and a fucking trucker hat.
Right. Jack, how's life going? Connect with us over here. What's going on in life? What's going on in life? My girlfriend and I did mushrooms together. Whoa, yeah. You seem like you'd be a fucking real fun guy to do mushrooms with. I had a bad time. Let's talk about it. Tell us all about it. I thought I had a pussy, dude. I'm sorry. We're finding out why you hate your dick real quick. Yeah. I got so scared. I swear to God, I thought it was a clitoris. Did you just do it at home? Did you go somewhere? We were at the beach. Which beach? In Ventura. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So right on the ocean. Right, that's where the beach is. Got a real fucking attitude tonight, buddy. It's a fun show. Since when did the Jews just shoot shots at everybody, every which direction, just attacking? It's kind of happening. To your left, to your right, everyone around you. When did the Jews start firing off missiles like this? Every fucking... I feel like we should help you with some of these. We should perhaps, as a true Americans, we should give you some weapons for you to fire off, and then you can just say what we give you. You're funding it, dude. Goddamn right. You guys are making this happen. You are right. So you're at the beach. Is your girlfriend Jewish too? No, she's Christian. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Do you ever talk about how your ancestors killed Jesus? Oh, sometimes we role play. Yeah, she's Jesus and I'm everybody else. Wow. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, fun times, Jack. You got the show started. Congratulations. Welcome. You did it again. Golden ticket winner, Jack Shaw, and it has begun. And go to the bucket. This is where things get interesting. This is it. We're gonna meet this first bucket pool all together. Make some noise for Jesse Saldana. Jesse Saldana, perhaps.
Yo, I recently realized I'm ready to be a dad because I got this girl pregnant. But this was 2 years ago, right after Roe v. Wade got overturned. And she was like, I'm pregnant. And I was like, well, we only got one choice, I guess. And I say it's the first time I realized I was ready to be a dad, because most of my ex-girlfriends have been Mexican girls, so I've had this conversation before, you know. But this was the first time I was like, you know what, I got a good job, I got benefits. I didn't really know what benefits were, but this old dude at work kept telling me, hey, the benefits are good here. I was like, man, you might be right. You've been here for 20 years, and this job sucks. So I told her all that, and she's like, I'm not having your fucking kid. And I was like, oh, white girls are cool. And I live in Austin now. I've been telling people I moved to Austin for comedy, but the truth is, I just wanted to find a white girl that likes the same drugs I like.
Okay, Jesse Saldana, just stopping. Welcome, Jesse. How long you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. Wow. Where at? San Antonio? Antonio?
Houston.
Houston, that was my next guess.
Yeah. Same shit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what is it that you do for work?
I'm in sales. I sell showers.
You sell showers?
I go to old people's houses and tell them they need a new shower.
Uh-huh.
Just a different version of a pyramid scheme.
Okay. All right. Is there something special about your showers?
They're cheap to make, expensive to sell.
Okay.
Pyramid scheme.
Okay. I don't think you know what a pyramid scheme is.
Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to tell my friends to sell showers with me. And then I get commission off of their sales.
Okay, there you go. Now it makes sense. So let's talk about it, Jesse. What are the drugs that you like to do?
Weed and mushrooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mushrooms. You do that every day?
Not mushrooms.
Right. You smoke weed every day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You do this while selling showers?
After. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, now I know what you mean.
Yes.
You told me. Yeah, I know exactly what that means. Smoking weed after work. Yeah, I got that.
Like a normal person.
Yeah. You could conceivably do both. You could get high and then sell showers. You think it would mess you up a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to talk to old people when you're high.
Speak for yourself. So, this whole thing, and you have a girlfriend now? Mexican girls, white girls, you talked about?
No, yeah, I'm with a white woman now.
With a white woman now. How long have you been with her?
2 years.
Where'd you meet her at?
Here in Austin.
But where in Austin exactly?
I don't know, some coffee shop that sells weed.
A coffee shop that sells weed?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you approach her? She went up to you?
Well, here's the thing about that weed.
Uh-huh.
I don't really remember how we met. I just know it happened at that place like 2 years ago around.
So romantic. Yeah, what a great guy.
You know what I mean?
Incredible. So, and now you guys live together?
How do you know that?
I don't. I'm asking you a question. We are on a live show right now. I did not.
It sounded like a juice, I don't even know. Damn.
Did you get high before this?
Question.
Did you get high right before this?
I didn't think my name was gonna get pulled. So.
That's a classic thing we hear here from a lot of people. No one knows that their name's gonna get pulled. A little fun fact about the show: it'd be a whole different show if they did. The whole bucket would be pointless.
I would have been ready to do 1 minute.
Yeah. And instead, you did 56 seconds and stopped talking completely.
Yep.
So 8 years in the business, was that like your best material, you think, or is that like some new stuff you're working on? Or?
That was just the shortest. I tell a lot of stories.
Ooh,
yeah,
a lot of stories, huh?
A lot of stories
with long setups. So
yeah,
so it's a while to get to them.
Cut all of that. And I was like, well, I can talk about this time I got this random girl pregnant.
Did you really? So that's a true story.
I wish it wasn't.
Right. And did she got an abortion?
Yeah, there's still other ways to do that.
Explain to us exactly what you mean.
So, you can order these pills from Mexico that take care of it.
Ooh, wow. How exciting. Tide pods, right? Or whatever they're saying.
See, the white boys were on 2 Tide Pods early.
So you ordered basically Mexican Plan B?
Yep. It works way later than Plan B does.
Works way later.
I mean, doesn't it take like a month to find out you're pregnant? I don't know how this works.
Wow. Great.
You take it so late, you actually give it to the baby. That's a Mexican plan.
Plan C.
Yeah. Plan C means you're keeping this plan dull.
Oh my God. So it works a lot later than American Plan B.
Yeah, I do things different down there.
Okay. All right. And you ordered it and it came in the mail?
Not exactly. I mean, there was still some smuggling involved.
Okay. So you actually had a friend or someone go get it?
I didn't know that guy, but Met in a parking lot. I was like, man, this feels like old drug deals. It felt good.
Probably was. Do you know exactly what it's called? Fentanyl?
I don't know what it was. Like, she's white. She found it. You know?
Okay.
White girls are good at finding pills.
Mm-hmm. And this current girlfriend of yours, she's white.
Oh, yeah, but she's not like that.
When you say she's not like that, what do you mean exactly?
Like, she's not white trash.
So if you got her pregnant, what would happen?
No, we didn't get. No, we're safe. Like, we.
When you say you're safe, what do you mean?
You know, pulling out.
You pull out.
What do you think I meant? Like, you know what I meant? All right.
You're checking in with them?
What are you like?
You think I'm out of touch? You think I don't know what I'm doing over here?
I don't know. I heard some stories about you.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Okay. So, I mean, where do we even go from here? My dear friend, Jesse Saldana. That's how you spell your name, Jesse with an I?
Yeah. I asked my mom why she spelled my name like that, and she said the nurse spelled it wrong, and they just didn't fix it.
Holy shit.
Hey, man, I was born in Dallas in 1987. My mom did not want to correct the white nurse, you know?
Okay.
She don't speak English. That's how it was.
All right, Jesse. What else? Do you have any hobbies or anything?
Damn. They gave me the cop sign. I used to be a juvenile probation officer.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you do that anymore?
My criminal record.
What exactly is your criminal record?
This tree popped up out of nowhere on my way home.
The what popped up?
A tree.
A tree?
Yeah.
You've been drinking and driving.
I mean, that's what they said.
Damn. You totaled your car?
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened at all?
I mean, I woke up and there was a bunch of trees, and then there wasn't.
Yep. Your people love cutting down trees any way you possibly can. All right, Jesse, here's a little joke. Congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. You did it. On to the next one. Jesse Saldana. You know what that sound means. It is indeed a lovely Heidi every week.
Jesse, it was like a shower. It started hot, got kind of cold, and then went right down the drain.
Yes, it did. Real fast. Some people are hyper aware tonight. They seem sensitive tonight. Both Jesse and Jack Shaw on the defensive, ready to go. Did you guys understand what I was talking about? How does he not know what I mean? You guys know? Everybody's like, no. That's gotta suck. All right, your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Alex Hurtline or Hurtline. Alex.
Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so real quick, I just want to address this shit going on. Because whenever I do stand-up, most people are wondering why I look like my mom after she burnt dinner. Yeah, it's just a birthmark. My mom's fine. My dad would never hit my mom in the face. Okay, only in the stomach when she was pregnant with me. That's how it happened. Yeah, but when people find out it's a birthmark, they usually hit me with something like, "Pardon me, Zuko. What was it like growing up part soccer ball?" And, obviously I got bullied and shit quite a bit. But, dude, my childhood was actually way harder for my dad, bro. He got falsely accused of child abuse a lot. Yeah, every day. "Sir, why'd you give your 4-year-old the smoke?" Like, dude, I remember this one lady was yelling at him so badly that, like, my little kid brain didn't know how to process it. So I would just shake in fear like Gordon Ramsay's wife when he's about to go down on her. Well, thank you.
First question, Alex. Why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared before? Oh, shit, I see the thing now. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. The Phantom of Keltoni has arrived. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So that's just your normal face.
Unfortunately.
Well, no, I think it's got a little style to it. You know
Thank you,
what I mean?
dude.
I think it's
Hell
great. It's awesome. You should have just stayed facing the audience the whole time, and this would have gone a lot better for you. No, it's great. It's great, Alex. Nobody even notices. First question: why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared if he's going down on her?
I mean, he fucking gets pissed when it tastes bad, like any food.
Oh, okay. You should say that part. It gets a laugh and applause and stuff. You should say that. It's probably going to help instead of people just confused, like, what's wrong with Wolfgang or Gordon Ramsay's whatever. So, Alex, how long you been on stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where at? Here?
Mostly Denver.
Denver.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's where you're from?
Yep.
All right. And what do you do for work?
For work right now, I'm a porter at a dealership, so I like take the cars that they're working on, take them to the bays,
right?
Shit like that.
They keep you away from the customers, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. You're just kind of like the behind-the-scenes guy. Like keep the monster away from the. Can't sell cars with the freak out here. Anyway, do girls like it, Alex? What's your love life like?
Girls like it if their relationship with their dad is bad, but other than that, not really. Yeah, I kind of get a lot of O's when they turn around after I say hi. Yeah, kind of like how this, just silence, waiting for further explanation.
I think the bucket hat's more aggressive than the birthmark, to be honest with you. What do you got under there? What are you dealing with? You're like, oh, yeah, look at that. You're like, it's like when the nerdy girl takes off her glasses at the end of a rom-com or something like that. Oh, Jack Ripper. Yeah, you're not a bad-looking guy. You're like if Gordon or Ryan never tried sports or anything like that. Nobody references a jiu-jitsu guy. Okay, so, Alex, what do you do for fun?
For fun, I played hockey growing up, so normally I would do like beer league in Denver, but then I moved here and realized that there was like no ice rinks. So there's that. I also used to like be super into entrepreneurship.
What happened with that?
I just, I don't know. I felt like my ideas were a little too retarded. Like I would go door to door selling no soliciting signs.
That's great.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for you?
I made like $500, but it was like really bad quality signs. It looked like a fucking like dive bar restroom sign, but it was just the no soliciting. Little stick figure guy with the fucking no through him.
You made $500. How many hours or days did you do this?
I did it for like probably consistently like a month, probably like 6 hours a day, selling each for $20 after I bought them for $1. It could have been good, but I kind of just gave up because it was not worth.
Sounds like a real pyramid scheme to me.
Yeah.
That's actually a real good joke, though. Like selling no soliciting signs door to door. That's fucking funny.
Thank you. Yeah.
Red band.
I've been struggling with the writing part of it. Like I've attempted, but it never goes well. Like dead silence whenever I like try something, but working on it.
So that's kind of got like hair all over it?
Yeah, dude,
You have to shave it regularly?
I've been shaving since I was 3 months old, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
How often do you have to shave it?
To like not scare people, probably a week.
You gotta go like all the way to under your eye and then down, kinda?
Yeah, kind of.
See,
like it's
that way
really
for a
weird.
second.
This way?
Oh shit! Fuck yeah!
Yeah,
it's a whole thing.
So yeah, it's like for some reason like it has kind of a built-in fade. It's like way shorter up here and it gets super long down here.
Do barbers charge you extra for that?
Oh, no, they like try to do it as like charity.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say my testicles the same way. But have you considered this? Just a thought, just spitballing. You're a hockey player. Have you ever just told a woman, I got a black eye, and then hope that after a few weeks she likes you enough that you go, by the way, it's permanent?
I tried once in high school, and she got weirded out that it just stayed there forever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. They usually, like, get more freaked out by the hair. It's almost like they don't even notice, like, the genuine
obvious dark spot.
Have you thought about growing it out and braiding it?
Dyeing it red, attaching an eyeball, slightly. No bullshit. It takes so long, like towards my eye, to like actually get length. It takes like 2 months. I've tried.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And what's underneath there? Is it firm? Is it soft?
Oh, I thought it was cancer. It didn't used to always be like pregnant.
When did that start?
Like when I was 20, roughly.
How old are you now?
23.
Wow. Okay. So there's still time.
There is.
Interesting. I wonder what our friend Dr. Pimple Popper would say about that.
Can you get laser hair removal from that? Like,
yeah, I actually spent like the first 5 years of my life going to like a laser removal doctor because this shit used to be all the way down to my mouth, and if I didn't get it like fixed, I wouldn't have been able to eat without biting my face.
This is absolutely unbelievable. A lot of people say that this show just has a bunch of handicapped, creepy people on it. Then here comes fucking half a monkey boy walking out. Incredible. Did you get bullied for it a lot as a kid?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
What's the meanest thing anybody ever said to you, or how did they negatively affect your life? Let's relive it real quick in front of millions of people.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of like the best one. Chocolate chip cookie got to me.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough one. That's the monkey noise from 45 seconds ago, everybody. Chocolate chip cookie's a rough one, yeah.
It is brutal.
Yeah.
And then another, it was like, oh, he's such a pussy and avoids fights because if he got hit in his other eye, he would look like a raccoon. That was a banger.
Yeah, that's a banger. It really is. I'll tell you what. Here's a medium-sized joke book.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Alex Hurtline. Hell yeah. There he goes. One more time for Alex, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know, it can be challenging to find and meet a therapist that's the right fit. From personalized treatment to meeting online, from anywhere to the ability to text your therapist at any time, Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. And so I tune to our senior mental health correspondent.
Tony, I think Talkspace is providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and employers, including TRICARE for active duty veterans and their dependents. Most insured members have a zero copay.
Copay, what do you say? You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed therapist that is the right fit for your needs, typically within 48 hours. So you can also switch providers at no extra cost. Interesting. Talkspace makes getting the help convenient because you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 now. It's a real freak show so far. Here we go. Let's keep it going. Make some noise. This is a minute uninterrupted for AJ Iglesias. AJ Iglesias.
What's going on, guys? My name is AJ Iglesias. I know that confuses some of you because my face says Trump supporter, but the name says ICE Detention Center. What an awkward ICE raid that's gotta be. They knock on my door, they open it up, I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? But, sir, he's white. And, like, I still get arrested, not because I'm Mexican, because they found the mushrooms on my coffee table, you know what I mean? Honestly, like, the only way a guy like me gets any work nowadays is if I, like, stand outside of a Home Depot and pray to God somebody needs a half-pipe built, you know? I don't just do half-pipes, I do stairs, too, man. Confuses all my jobs, man. It's fucking awesome. Like, I work a lot of labor jobs. They think they're getting some hard-working Mexican, and my big, dumb, white ass shows up like, hey, what's going on? Can I vape in here? Is that cool with you guys? Or, no, that just, all right, cool. Yeah, most definitely. You guys are fun, man. I like you guys. This is really cool. Fuck, that's my set. My name's AJ Iglesias. Thank y'all so much.
AJ Iglesias. Am I saying that right? Iglesias?
Oh, the H is silent.
The H is silent? The first letter of your last name is silent? So you go by Iglesias?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Different than Iglesias.
Right? Yeah. No, it's not Iglesias. It's Iglesias. But like, I try not to say it with an accent because people are just like, you shouldn't do
Are
that.
you 100% Latino?
No, I'm half. My dad's Mexican. My mom is very white.
Yeah, very, very,
Very, very, very white.
That's incredible. So are they still together?
No. Why do you think I'm up here?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. How old were you when they separated?
I was 7 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are.
D-Man is just laughing at me. He's like, fuck yeah, I love divorce.
Yeah. He's just happy that he couldn't see the last guy's face.
Oh, shit.
So, AJ, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing stand-up comedy like off and on for the last 9 years since I was about 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
9 years. Yeah. What do you do for work?
I am a software tester for self-driving cars here in Austin.
Wow.
Not Waymo, Zoox, shout out, I guess.
Okay. What's the difference between Zook and Waymo?
They're Amazon owned, and I guess they're like building like a fully autonomous car with like 4 people in it and no like steering wheel. It's like a fully like, yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, you should know. You're the guy, right?
Yeah, but like the cars we have are different. We're like in Toyota Highlanders, and like the robot's coming like in the next year or so. So we're just making sure it doesn't crash. You know,
the robot's coming.
The robot is going to be coming, and it's going to be coming hard.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. For some reason, I'm hard as a rock right now. AJ, what's your love life like?
Kind of bad. Yeah. I just got recently broken up with.
Why? Why did she break up?
I don't think she liked Texas. I moved her from California, where I'm originally from, obviously. And yeah, she spent 2 months here and was like, I want to leave. And I was like, oh, damn. I like made my apartment all nice for her, you know, like made it like lady friendly. And then she left. So
let's talk about it real quick. What do you mean by lady friendly? You know, lowered the toilet seat? Or?
Yeah, like I put like shelves in like the shower and shit. Like I bought her like a vanity to put in the bathroom. Like she games, so like I got her like a gaming desk and stuff. And now I just have like a nicer apartment. So it's pretty sick.
Very interesting. How long ago was this breakup?
It was like the beginning of the year. I think like, yeah, it was like January-ish.
And she went back to California and doesn't talk to you at all anymore.
She still does talk to me, actually.
So you guys have like a kind of a long distance thing going on?
Not really at all. Like, I think she doesn't even like men, so that was a real blow to the ego.
That's the type of woman that would move back to California. A lesbian.
Yeah.
It takes a real lesbo to leave Texas for California. Yeah. She's right now at a Starbucks in Silver Lake, assuredly, sitting next to Jack's angry Jew dad. While he scoffs at the lesbian antics. So, you thought that a woman would like shelves in a shower. It's funny how this episode is kind of like all repeating itself.
Nice.
Okay. So shelves in a shower, a gaming desk.
Well, it's just like a regular desk to set up her games and stuff.
When she left, what made you think that she's a lesbian? Can you explain?
Oh, she told me.
Wow.
Yeah, like, I went to go buy her a bong because she likes to smoke weed, and I got, like, you know, bought her a bong and, like, some candy that she likes, and then she's like, I like women, and I'm like, sick.
Yeah, it's never good if you buy your girlfriend a bong and she just sits on it. It's never a good sign.
It isn't. It never is.
So did she ever try to, like, did you always have long hair like that?
Yeah, no, for the last, like, 2 years or so.
Did she ever try to, like, put your legs over your head and eat where your pussy would be?
No.
Did you ever get hints that she was into lesbian type of stuff in the bedroom?
She liked being on top a lot, so, like, maybe that could have been a sign. Yeah. Yeah, that was about it. She didn't try to eat my blood pussy, which I was a little offended that she didn't want to, but then again,
makes sense.
It would make sense, yeah.
Yep.
It's not a good time down there.
Did you try to, like, have another girl come into the bedroom? What do you
No, she kind of just dropped the news and she's like, I fly out in 2 weeks, and that was like the most awkward 2 weeks of my fucking life. Because I live in a studio, so we're like on top of each other, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, she's on top of you. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Well, look, there's a lot to unpack. I'm still getting over. There was a guy up here with a hairy baseball on the side of his face a minute ago.
I saw that guy, and I
felt a little
like
distracted. Yeah.
But we're punching people in the face if they do bad tonight. Oh, it's a whole new episode. whole new level of kill.
Would you consider going under the knife to get this woman back and becoming a woman?
Great
cutting
question.
off your dick and adding the rest of the tits that you have on your chest.
You know, I feel like this is enough. I thought.
Yeah.
I like having a dick.
Right.
It's really awesome.
Yeah.
So like, I wouldn't get rid of that. No.
And what about the hair that you have all over your T-shirt in the back? Is that you're covered in your own hair?
I know, it's crazy.
Do you think the grooming might have had something to do with it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. I'm like a cat, so she was just like finding hair all over her. You know what I mean? It was terrible.
You have a cat?
I don't. It's just me.
Oh, you're like, yeah. What's a fun fact about your life that makes you different than other people?
God, the only fun fact is like people don't believe I'm Mexican, and that's part of my set.
Do you ever communicate with your dad?
I do.
You guys are, like, talk on the phone?
Oh yeah.
He's still in California?
No, he just recently like retired early. He sold his house in California, bought an RV, and he's like touring the country right now. Just
avoiding ice. That's what that's called, everybody. Just touring the country right now. Retired and touring, just on the run. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right, AJ. Well, fun times. Here's a medium-sized joke book, buddy. There you go. AJ Iglesias, ladies and gentlemen. Good news. We have a special treat for you, everybody. Got through a few wild bucket pulls, and now it is time for one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. She is from Nashville, Tennessee. She is an absolute savage. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great and powerful Fiona Cawley, everyone.
Hello. I just got back from France. Yeah, they let me over there. No, it was pretty funny. I got there and I had to Uber from the airport to the hotel, and my fiance was with me, and our Uber driver was like this really hot French man. Okay, and I thought he was hitting on me, and I was really excited to turn down this French guy in front of my fiance. I kind of need that emotionally. And then he goes, I just really love your voice, which, as you all can imagine, isn't really a compliment I get often. Yeah, no, and then he goes, yeah, I'm learning English, so you talk so slow, it's so helpful, and like, y'all, I am already humbled, you know what I mean? Like, God took care of it, I don't need this man. My point is, Duolingo can suck my dick. Duolingo can suck my wee-wee or what.
Fiona Cawley. There you go. That's how it's done. Fiona. Fantastic. You've done it again. How's life going?
Really good. I went on my bachelorette party.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It was kind of stressful deciding what to do because life is full of walking activities.
Yes. What did you settle on?
I figured it out. We went to a Dollywood, like this theme park, because sitting, number one, we all love it. I'm the best. And it's the only place I get like to cut lines and perks for being disabled. So that was good.
What kind of perks do you get for being disabled?
The Fast Pass.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And these are like rides and stuff?
Yes.
Great Fitzsimmons.
Just the cruel irony that they call it the fast pass. Gotta hurt.
So what kind of rides are there?
Just like really fast. It's like a theme park, amusement park.
Never been to Dollywood? No, have you been to Dollywood?
Oh yeah, it's great.
It's really
It's an amusement
fun.
park.
Yeah.
It was my first time.
You've been to Dollywood in Tennessee?
Yeah.
You made that trip?
Yeah, we're from Ohio. That was like our Disney World was Dollywood.
Well, we also had Cedar Point.
I know.
The world's greatest amusement park. Kings Island, Geauga Lake, famous Dolly World. We were spoiled. You went all the way to Dolly World.
Hey, they also have like really good food there, so I get it.
Would you have like a powdered sugar covered thing?
Hot dog, yeah.
A hot dog.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's how Red Man likes his hot dogs. That's fun. So a bunch of chicks showed up and you guys went to Dolly World.
Yeah, Dollywood.
Dollywood.
Yeah.
Okay. Red Man corrected me to Dolly World and now we're back. I don't know why I listened to him. I rarely do. Took a chance on him and that's where it got me. Now I'm a fucking idiot in front of millions of people. It's the bean all over again. It's the fucking bean all over again. Dollywood, Dolly World. God damn.
I did shrooms.
Ooh, everybody's talking about mushrooms this episode. It's a mushroom-heavy episode. So let's talk about it. How did the mushrooms hit you?
Oh my god, I don't deal with drugs well. Okay, but I did shrooms at Dollywood, which, yeah, something is wrong with me, okay? Really scary. I forgot that, like, I'm on the show sometimes. And so I'm like fully peeking, and this guy comes up to me and he was like, "Oh my god, can I get a photo?" And I was like, "Why?" Yeah.
Oh, that's so fun.
My friends had ratted me out. And
so what was the highlight? Just fun, rides, it was a good bachelorette party?
Yeah, dinner was fun. That was good. I did a lot of shrooms multiple days. I don't do shrooms.
Now you do?
Yeah, I had a coke phase.
Oh, okay. Wow, we're just having a little confessional here tonight. Tell us about this coke phase. What was that like?
It was in college in my, like, Walker era. Okay.
The old speed walking.
I did coke for the first time, and I'm not fucking kidding. I started doing cartwheels.
Oh, wow.
And I could, like, run by myself, and I was so convinced that this was, like, the most modern medicine. I told my neurologist, I was like, "You gotta try this shit, okay? It's unbelievable."
That's amazing.
Yeah, and he was like, "No, that's, like, really cool, but you have a heart problem, so..."
Imagine that was a cure. And Jerry Lewis shows up with a pound of coke and to all the kids, and they just all get up and start fucking dancing.
Wow, perfect music for that situation. Really painted the picture there, Red Man. Gave us a nice texture for those of you just listening and not watching the podcast. Wow, so fun. So the highlights of the bachelorette party were mushrooms and Fast Pass.
Yes, yeah, and to get, like, the Fast Pass as a disabled person, they bring you in this little office and they question you. I'm not kidding. Like, to, like, prove you're disabled enough. And I was like, me? Like, what are we doing? And one of the questions was, do you have the upper body strength to, like, hold yourself in place? And I was like, that's fucking cunt. Like, of course. Like, what a dumb fucking question. I did not. Okay? I almost died on every ride.
Yeah. A lot of slippage.
I had to go back and apologize to her. I don't remember because I had a concussion, but, like...
You're so funny, Fiona. We love you. Another new minute from Fiona specimen. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Tecovas. I've always said anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. That's why you need to find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Ever wonder if you can pull off boots with your personal style? You owe it to your feet to pull on a pair of Tecovas, because being confident isn't about being different, it's about being yourself. You can find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Tecovas even offers professional-grade work boots that will bring comfort and timeless style to the job site.
Oh, yeah, Tony, I love my Tecovas. They're the most comfortable boots I've ever worn, period. Beyond boots, Tecova also offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. They even have slip-ons and sandals.
Plus, with Tecovas, best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Kiltony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/Kiltony. Tecovas.com/Kiltony. See site for details. Tecovas. Point your toes west. All right, back to the bucket we go. I gotta say, this looks like one of the most fun names I've pulled in a long time. I know a good name when I see one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sir Winston Pickles, everybody. Sir Winston Pickles. Oh, yes, let's go.
Well, I'm 60 years of age and my high school belt still fits around my neck. I try to stay in shape, just like the teenage girl next door. She's one of those teenage girls who likes to go jogging at 5 a.m. in the morning. Well, 5:22 this morning. Whenever she goes jogging, I like to drive slowly behind her with my headlights off. You know, just to make sure she's safe. Well, you have to. There's some fucking weirdos out there in the morning. I've been reading this Diana book, and I find it difficult to comprehend. It's been over 30 years, well, almost 30 years since the world tragically lost what I believe, anyway, to be the most beautiful Mercedes-Benz ever made. Thank you. My name's Sir Winston Pickles. You've been wonderful.
Sir Winston Pickles, let the fun begin. Holy shit. I love everything about you, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. I genuinely laughed throughout your entire set. That was amazing. How long have you been performing on stage?
10 years as a clown, 6 years as stand-up.
Okay, so the last 6 you've been doing stand-up as a clown, but 10 as a clown. What were you doing the first 4? You don't seem like you'd be very good at children's parties or anything.
No. There's still a few of those missing there.
I love it. So, where are you from?
England originally, but I just moved from Florida.
You moved to Austin, Texas?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Welcome. Look at that. Amazing. We'll see how you like this Texas heat. I see that makeup's going to be running any day now. Well, welcome. Where, how long were you in Florida for?
10 years.
10 years.
Bad enough.
Right, exactly. And so what do you do most of the time? What is a guy like Sir Winston Pickles up to when he's not?
Bit of this, bit of that.
Huh?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay, let's talk about it. A little bit of what?
I room my car at $20 an hour, also known as DoorDash.
Oh, you do DoorDash?
Yes.
You don't do it in character?
No.
Oh my God. Have you thought about doing it in character? That seems like it would be a hit. I mean, it gives people some real fucking nightmares on their Ring doorbell camera. Just freak people the hell out. It seems like a blast. Sir Winston Pickles, how much time do you think you have? How much material do you think you have of that part that you just did for that minute?
I do 20 minutes. I do a bit of feature in Florida.
Amazing. Greg Fitzsimmons.
I just, it's hard to make fun of a guy who, you're just kind of in awe of.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're hilarious. Like, I like to shit on people because they suck, and I just think you're very good, so I'm speechless.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I agree. I agree, Sir Winston Pickles. I like your style a lot. In fact, I think, why don't you just...
This report brought to you by OPOLaw.com. We have a crash on 91 in Cerritos. This was at the westbound side. After being near Boulevard, we just cleared this crash out of lane. And looks like traffic is recovering pretty quickly. It's already thinning out, but we're seeing a backup from about Valley View. An earlier crash has been cleared out of lanes in Martin Grove on the 22 westbound before Euclid. Traffic still picking up, getting away from Fairview and in Industry, the eastbound side of the 60 at the 605. Right lane remains blocked due to a wreck with a backup off of the 710. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez. Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Ozzy Osbourne has passed away at the age of 76, leaving behind a legacy that changed rock music forever. Celebrate his life with our Remembering Ozzy Osbourne playlist right now on the iHeart, featuring his greatest song hits and the iconic Black Sabbath track. Open the free iHeartRadio app and know the music that made him a legend.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Duke Arnett, investigating the murder of the Boston Globe SWAT team. And I'm going to bring you inside the secret world where the story once sit at the forefront of America's drug war.
Lots of things you okay? They lie. They just lie.
Like something I want to. That's not enough. I don't want to believe. I mean, over like that. Not around here. This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Well, I'm trying to tell you,
I know her.
that it was her who sold this area. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to put love sense of I do it. So much more. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests.
Overall usage at this point in time of Arabic. Number two is the interesting thing is that it tells. It tells you that there's an interesting relationship between the Jews and the non-Jews. This question is already leaning in the direction of seeing.
You're so precious. You're so precious. What about that? What's that?
At this point in time. Okay? Actually, in fact, at this point in time, a tremendous when the Jews arrived in England, and the Jews in England, the century led to the Jews were allowed into England. The only way the Jews were able to survive was as money making. That was the only trade that they were allowed. The Jews only trade they were allowed. They were all slaughtered as Jews carrying money and money launderers and wealthy people who were going on the office of society. Doing those under these money is a very completely different picture at this point. It was fascinating point to consider. So here's his answer. He says the following. He says, this is what I would suggest, said Santiago. 1 second. Yes, okay, I'm just getting to it in the actual text. It's easier to see this one. He says, the Ribis the guy killer the Laker the Shamute the Rakona also the boy lies of the Ribis the guy. Look, the Torah didn't explicitly outlaw it, so you can't put a person in excommunication status for that. It says don't use interest against your brother. And there is an ability you can, if need be, to take interest from a non-Jewish loan. By the way, this is not seen in terms of where you put the default. Does that mean to say that we're allowed to take advantage of people, or we're allowed, or in the Jewish system, they've got to take it out? Things are what's the default. Default loans are that loans that have interest. That's how you earn money. Money is worth something. So the Jews are given dispensation out. Does not seem that doesn't mean to say that you should go far and take advantage of non-Jews. It means that the normal system of the world is in place in relationship to non-Jewish loans. He says, and he goes into quote a Gemara, and he says, a person who's talking about the matters should not loan to a non-Jew interest. That's what he suggests. He goes on to say, based on the Gemara, which he quotes about Mitzvah, that the Gemara concludes by saying, the Tanya Rishon Bayachar Kol sheyesh lo ma'os l'magi osan b'loi b'ribis, shelo b'ribis, or no ma'kos l'oiner, kaspon l'nosan b'neshech. The Apostle gets in describing a very special or pious individual, as a person who never uses interest. And he goes on to say, he's not even getting used to a non-Jewish person. This is very fascinating because this is indicative, first of all, of the types of questions he gets, the contract questions, death and inheritance questions. This is embedded among them, and the question is also indicative of the type of times that he's dealing with as well. Very fascinating, an aspect of Rothschild which is not usually actually focused on at this point in time. If you look further, let's take an interesting look at here. Having seen the Rothschild is one of the earlier people who actually produces a text of the city that we have today. So this is one of the earlier origins of a siddur, although we know that the prayer service, the structure has been there. But actually, to have a book itself, we don't see that until really these times, the late part of the first millennium. And here's an example of what his introduction to it is. So let's just take a quick look at what he's talking about. You'll notice on the right-hand side, it is written in that's Arabic. We grab Arabic in Hebrew script because that's what the populace are reading right now. And the translation is on the left, meaning to say that the original is on the right, and the translation is on the left. That's the Hebrew. So those of us in the room who are proficient in Arabic, feel free to try the right side and tell me if I mistranslated. But in the meantime, here is the reason why I decided it's important to write a siddur. It's a very lengthy introduction. This is a more practical part. He says the following. Hashem is above all description. Since we cannot find between our actual scripts, the prayer service itself, the actual words we say on a daily basis, thrice, he says, therefore, as many aspects of the Torah not written in it, coming back to it, the notion that the Torah is tradition and written, right? This is an example of tradition. Okay? Therefore, it's necessary to have, this is part of the tradition. And the terms that we do find in the Torah are so entrenched in a particular situation that you can't extract them just wholesale and use them, skipping two lines. And in both of these things, Kalomar, the tefillah or the brachos, when it comes to both tefillah and the blessings we say, there were two separate traditions about tefillah. What were they? Echad Lizman HaMenucha, ve'echad Lizman HaGolus. There are two traditions of prayer. One during the time that we live as a sovereign nation in the land of Israel, one in the times of Golus. He gives an example actually earlier on in his introduction when he says, for instance, with a bracha which we said to cut a shofar gadol, what they say, what we call kibbutz gadol, so every should be brought back to the land of Israel. He indicates that that was only a tefillah which was said, of course, in exile, but it was in fact there was a prayer which supplanted that at the time of what sovereignty was. They had succeeded our wars. Definitely, right? Two sets of tefillahs he indicates. ולכן נחוץ לעשות את התפילות הברכות שלהם ולסדר את זמננו זה. It would be great to be all together, to congregate them. רוצה לומר תקופות הגולוס ולראש them and to write them down. Well, in fact, why is it so necessary now? Why are we thinking this is done now? משום מה שקורה בזמן הזה משלוש הדברים. Three things are happening as I watch it first of God. ההזנחה, abandoning the prayer, וההוספה, addition to the prayer, וההשמטה, and leaving out sections of prayer. ויש בגללם לחשוב לשכחה ולקריאת השירים. And I'm concerned that there's going to be abrogation of the tefillah, so I'm going to now create a canon of what it's going to look like based on the original tradition. And he's not going to talk about when he moves around and the hashmatot and the omissions which he was seeing in society at this point in time, which therefore cataloged his need to write the Siddur. And today you can thank Artscock and Koren and all the other printing companies who are doing such a great job with the Siddur, and can thank 1,200 years ago, essentially, Rav Sajid on for starting the process of canonizing the Siddur as we have it. Another very important aspect of his work. Coming to we left out, I didn't have a chance to get to his dictionary, the 90 words. One example, one of those 90 words, just as an example, is he says the word pre-Eitz Hadar. The Torah tells us that on the Sukkot, one of the things that the commandment is to shake or to lift. And Sukkot is pre-Eitz Hadar, this beautiful fruit. Now, how are we supposed to know what that is? You go to the supermarket and you ask for pre-Eitz Hadar, what are they going to give you? So he notes that the word Hadar, if you in Arabic, actually means a citron. Okay, so he says, how you understand it is to go to the Arabic, which is a beautiful example of the logic system also superimposing itself on the Torah system, as he mentioned in his introduction. It's an example of how he uses the culture around him to have access to the Torah itself. One last idea, this is in philosophy. Of course, his magnum opus is the Dayot, his book which talks about belief and opinion, which is exceptionally dense and hard to access book. Here's one example of something which has transformed the way we look at philosophy and is in fact still our belief system today. He asked, this is a question actually starts many centuries before, and it's a topic in the Kesko, which is in the 31st paragraph. It says that's so fair. Let's say you have a small village, and you have one person who's in charge of watching the village for attackers at last. And he notices that there is a band of thieves approaching the city. The Lord talk about shofar, and nobody, and he didn't sound the alarm. He didn't press the button, he didn't blow the horn. For on his eye, the people weren't aware of the approaching enemy. But and there was a fatality owing to him not performing his duties. He will be killed in his sin. The person who was killed deserved to die, but earned demand recompense from that watchman who did not do his job. Now that is what we call is a dialectic which is being at the heart of many philosophical discussions. Here you have a person who is killed because the watchman never sounded the alarm. So the watchman killed him. What would have happened if the watchman had sounded the alarm? Would that person have died otherwise? Was that person deserving of death? Why? Well, how do you look at God's plan and you want to involve into it? What happens if he woke it up, he had a coffee that night, and he blew the horn, and the person was still had been saved? So would the person have died otherwise? That's the question which has been plaguing us for centuries. Here's the simple explanation that Sadigon says in Emunah himself in the fifth paragraph, even before it. ושואלים, people ask you, אם עושה מסירת הודות להריגה, אחר המאחד למעשה עבודה. So let's say a particular individual has a spiritual X on their head. They've done something which has now crossed the red line. So in God's books, that person is walking dead. All they deserve some sort of challenge from God. So what happens when you have a particularly evil individual comes along and does the job for God? Right? They perform a mahabim operation of God in this particular thing, like Jezebel, and she kills all these prophets. So מה יאמר אומר במעשה זה? שאומרים ליחסי, who he attributed to. We say, look, at the end of the day, the person must deserve death because they died. But at the end of the day, she pulled the trigger. Right? So what do? Where do you lay blame? And these are the words of Rabbi Rothschild, which essentially have become entrenched in our philosophical underpinnings, which are disputed by some commentaries like the Orach Chaim later on. But this is really mainstream Jewish tradition, that is. On we say, says Rothschild, death is God's department, but murder is human department. That's a fascinating dialectic. Death is God's department, and murder is the human department. He would have died somehow in another way if it weren't for his perseverance. But you don't want to be that tool. The point is, this is the famous philosophical debate, and the way that he passes it out is God has got a plan for everybody who wants to take. You need to make very sure that you're not going to be the vehicle of that. Because if you choose to, you're culpable for making the choice to murder, even though the death was on your hands. Which means to say, essentially, if you take the crime scene and you split it into two, and you see the person pulling the trigger is what the person is responsible for, not the death. That's all right, that's what Rothschild is essentially saying. Yeah. And he talks about it in more specific terms, let's say about thievery or loss, and the reflection of this on a responsible daily basis is that when something happens to us, I was driving down the road a few days ago and a stone hit my windshield and a small crack which every day grows bigger. So I can get up there, I can curse and think about that terrible person who on the other side of the street was driving too fast and must have shot up that rock at me, or I can say no. What he did then, this has nothing to do with me, was his business. What happened to me is God's business. And passing out reality, therefore, actually now separates other individuals from their harm that caused you, and rather it's your relationship with Hashem, which is a completely different way of looking at that. This is an example of what the Rabbi Rothschild does in his philosophy. So all this is just to get a brief mapping out of what we did. We followed the Rabbi Rothschild through some thoughts in his introduction to Parashat, the two systems he adds to understanding Torah. We looked at how he expresses himself in polemics as he relates to Karaites. In the specific instance of Ayin Takas Ayin, we talked about a halakha. Halakha is so interesting, historical aspect of his life as he responded, his contribution of the Siddur as we have it today, and finally in his philosophy, one very specific example of how that affects our day-to-day life today and mainstream Jewish tradition. And this would be something which helps us gain at least a little bit of foothold in the life of somebody who changed our tradition. Thank you very much. Superhuman individual. You recall that he was fired by the president of the economy, Rabbi Rothschild, government Zakai. It happened that many years later, after he was fired 20-odd years with unemployed, Government Zakai passed away and left behind a young orphan child. And Rabbi Yagon took the child into his own home as he adopted his son. So even though he had that tremendous bitterness against Government Zakai, he nevertheless showed tremendous kindness to his son, who grew up being very devoted to Sadia. And that really is sort of spy on my dad. He's constantly looking at windows. Yeah. He's noticing fans that are just that were never there before. All of a sudden, park there all the days, or all hours of the day, and then leave at night. Or people. Thank you. Grocery street. all the goalkeepers and the occasion of destruction of Shari's mother. Carlo Gasa and Mitzvah, Shalom, again, thank you for the great support of Torah, and again, thank you very much everyone for coming.
Tonight we're going back in time significantly. We started this series with Rashi because whenever you're learning Torah, of course, you have to start with Rashi. And we're trying to work around some of the major commentators over the first 6 weeks, and then as we move on, we'll explore, God willing, more esoteric commentators as well. But today we're going to look at perhaps the most significant and certainly the most antique of the commentators, and that is Onkelos. Onkelos has a fascinating biography. We only have a few snippets, but they are quite illustrative of a very unusual personality. And he is significant primarily because it's not a commentary that he's written. He wrote a translation. As Rabbi Tattlebaum will speak about in his half of the presentation, commentary, the translation is in itself a commentary. I believe it's Ibn Dawud who says, "Show me a translator and I'll show you a liar." Because translations in themselves have to choose one of many different meanings of text, and that in itself is denying the other possible translations that are given away. So Onkelos is always printed on the margin of the text in contemporary Chumashim as a translation into Aramaic of the Hebrew text of the Bible, and reading Onkelos is actually a religious requirement far above Rashi and many of the other commentators that we shall see over the course of the next 45, 50 odd minutes. So let's go straight to his biography. The first thing I have to tell you, and this is, I have to say a little bit of an anticlimactic statement, we're not sure who Onkelos is. There are two candidates for the title Onkelos. There is a figure who we know popularly as Onkelos, and there's also a figure known as Aquila. The reason why these two figures are confused is because in some of our sources we have references to an individual named Onkelos, and others, also equally respectable sources, we have references to a man named Aquila doing very similar or identical things in their lives. And so there's a debate among scholars that has raged really since the 4th century as to whether these are two people or one people. You note also, of course, the phonetic similarity of Onkelos and Aquila. It's possible that as the stories traveled to Babylon, the Latin term Aquila became sort of Babylonianized. That's a real word. I just made it up. So it became Babylonianized to Onkelos. But what do we know about them? And as we shall see, there are ways to solve this dispute as well. They're both 2nd century Roman converts to Judaism. They both come from highly influential families. The stories surrounding both these figures and such. And they are both, of course, great scholars of Judaism who produced very important texts for our purposes. The Babylonian Talmud and the Tosefta, which is an ancient collection of documents similar to the Mishnah, has all these biographical details that refers to Onkelos. And the Babylonian Talmud, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has much more primacy in the Jewish canon than the Jerusalem Talmud, generally studied much more actively. And so the term Onkelos tends to have much more currency as a result. But in the Jerusalem Talmud and in the Midrashim that can be dated specifically to Israel, the name used there is Aquila. So there's a lot of questions about exactly who are we talking about. The 4th century church father, and it's strange that we have a church father who was involved in this. His name is Epiphanius of Salamis. He was very famous for making processed meat in sort of cylindrical shapes. That is, thank you. I'm glad some people are paying attention. No, I just made that up on the spot, spontaneously. But Epiphanius of Salamis was a church father who was involved very much in Jewish ecclesiastical history, and he argued that it's the same person. Onkelos and Aquila are the same person. Their names were just pronounced differently, and they're confused. It's still a little bit of a question because there are key biographical details that vary, perhaps in type rather than in, or perhaps in detail rather than in type, as we shall see shortly. But let's place them in historical context. Both of them
lived, or let's just say it's uncle, let's say it's one person will follow Epiphanes of Salamis because we all enjoy good deli. Oculus lived sometime around turn of the 2nd century, a period of tremendous conflict and upheaval in Israel. Just to recap some of the major events, you have in approximately year 70, you have a disastrous war with the Romans that ends in the destruction of the temple. You have the remnants of a zealot-inspired revolt that has its last stand on the fortress of Masada. You have in year 135, more or less, another upheaval, another Roman war, this time led by Bar Kokhba, that also failed and resulted in phenomenal reprisals from the Roman government under the Emperor Hadrian. It is to this period, the Hadrianic persecution, that we have the story of the Asara Ruve Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state that we read on Yom Kippur, Yom Kippur, Eila Ezra, Rabbi Akiva's death, and so on. So a really terrible time. We also have phenomenal messianic upheaval. The most significant in the Jewish tradition is, of course, Bar Kokhba himself. Bar Kokhba was widely regarded as actually a Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Akiva himself felt that Bar Kokhba was definitely Mashiach. His colleague said to him, Akiva, your grass will grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah. A very cold statement, which in fact turned out to be the case because Bar Kokhba was defeated by the Romans. We also have another fairly significant messianic movement that did not create such a huge ripple effect in its time, but ultimately was much more powerful, and that is, of course, the messianic movement surrounding Jesus somewhat earlier in the 1st century. So this is a period of phenomenal upheaval, tremendous danger for the Jewish polity, and huge risk for the complete disappearance of the Jewish people as a whole. So, turning to Onkelos himself, according to one version of the story, he was the nephew of Titus, or Titus. Here, of course, he is the general who destroyed the temple itself. In this coin, you see how the Roman soldier is standing over a Jewish soldier who was forced to kneel. This coin is from the year 79. He's also associated with the famous Arch of Titus that commemorates this battle against the Jews and the ultimate subjugation of Israel. And I'm sure you've all seen this very famous bas-relief that is actually sort of on the inside corner here that shows purportedly Jewish slaves taking the menorah under Roman standards off to the Vatican, where it will be, according to some legend, hidden away for everything. I'll take questions at the end. Okay? So this is, according to one version of the story, Titus was his uncle, definitely a very high-level person related to Vespasian, who would become the emperor. According to the other version of the story, his Midrash Tanchuma says that his uncle was actually Hadrian himself, the emperor that persecuted the Jews so severely in the middle of the 2nd century. As the story goes, he went to Israel and was so impressed. He was at the wall, and someone went up to him and asked him if he'd like to spend Shabbos, and he ended up getting encouraged into or Sameach Torah Chabad, the whole thing, and he ended up becoming a ger. It's a fascinating story that I rather enjoy, that is recorded in the Sefer Avodah Zarah. I was thinking of maybe reading the whole thing through to you, but basically what happens is he becomes converted, and his uncle, whether it's Titus or whether it's Hadrian, very upset with him. This is what they call in Latin Ashanda, that he should Ashanda for the Juden. So they send a battalion over there to try and bring him back. And the battalion ends up talking with him, and they're so impressed with everything that he does that, in fact, they decide to convert to him, and they stay there. And so he sends another battalion, and the same thing happens. In the 3rd battalion, he says to them, whatever you do, don't speak with Onkelos. You can engage in any conversation, but don't speak with him. As the story goes, not exactly the way it appears in the Gemara, but they walk straight into the base medrash, they pick him up, they walk him out of the base medrash. As he's walking out, he touches the mezuzah. One of the Roman soldiers says, "What's that?" And it was all over. Heard that joke. But anyways, these are the kind of stories associated with him. There is also an interesting censored account in Gemara Gittin, which is quite fascinating. In the 13th century, not really for our discussion today, but in the 13th century, the church, thanks to the intervention of some Jewish converts to Christianity, the church discovered the Talmud and engaged in quite active study of Talmudic texts and also engaged in heavy interference with the publication and dissemination of the Talmud. Within a couple of centuries, as printing became popularized, the church was also very involved in controlling the actual texts that would be published as Talmudic. So Jewish publishers tended to engage in heavy self-censorship so that these documents would pass the censors' evaluation, and they would be able to be published. And so that means there's a whole bunch of material that is missing from our traditional Talmudic texts from about the 13th, 14th century onward until the 20th century. And among those texts, by the way, are preserved in Talmuds that are studied in Muslim lands, and many scholars are able to, bring them back and put them into modern Talmuds or into collections. Anyways, one of those, the kinds of things that, by the way, that would be removed tended to be anything that smacked of criticism of Christianity, the biography of Jesus, Rome in particular, anything associated with Rome that could have been talking about pre-Christian Rome, doesn't matter. The Jewish printers would say it's safer just to take that whole section out. And one of the sections that they took out dealt with Onkelos' own thought process as he was contemplating conversion to Judaism. According to the version that was removed from Gittin, he had kind of a seance and communed with the dead spirits of Bilam and with Jesus and one other famous figure who I can't recall. And he asked them, let's talk what's going to happen if I convert to Judaism. And they all said, that's good, it'll be fine. If you become Jewish, the Jews are on the right track and so on. And after communicating with them, he decides to in fact become Jewish. Fascinating, and you can see why the Jewish printers removed that section from the Bible. Titus, the third one. Thank you, Titus. So this is a very high, but once you're paying attention here, this is like a really high-level class. It's very funny. The Roman Empire, they also have to place the context of the tremendous pressure that Onkelos must have felt by joining this strange people under these conditions. I just want to take a minute to give you the contextualization of anti-Semitism. I really would like to speak a lot more about this, perhaps maybe Tisha B'Av or something like that. We can have a longer discussion. But scholars have basically identified 4 distinct ideological periods of anti-Semitism. They're all really quite different. I'm going to give you all 4 right now, but we'll speak a little bit longer about the Roman period in particular. The first period of anti-Semitism is generally known as classical xenophobia. The word xenos in Greek means stranger. Xenophobia means fear of the stranger, fear of the different. And the Jews were clearly a highly distinctive and unique people in the ancient world, and as a result, a lot of hatred was directed to them. We'll unpack that after we go through the next 3 very quickly. The second period is early Christian anti-Judaism, and this really evolves in the early 2nd century till about the turn of the millennium. This is essentially a dispute between religious movements. It is born out of the unique mother-daughter relationship of Judaism and Christianity. As Christianity is struggling to identify itself as a separate body of faith, it criticizes somewhat harshly the original faith. As Rosemary Radford Ruther, a very important Protestant theologian, once said, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology, by which she meant that as the early Christians wanted to promote Christianity, one of the major tools they had was to demos Judaism at the same time. Just like a daughter striving to achieve her own independence has to somehow criticize her mother in order to emerge from the cocoon of that protected maternal shell. But at this point, early Christian anti-Judaism is largely nonviolent. It's largely ideological. Imagine kind of like debates between rabbis and priests. Those kinds of things go on in this period. The third period is when anti-Semitism kind of goes off the rails, and that's medieval Jew hatred. This is something that begins around the turn of the millennium. It really gets a lot of energy with the 13th century, and this is where certain beliefs that are just completely pathological. The idea that Jews drink Christian blood, that Jews engage in vicarious crucifixions of an imaginary Jesus once a year on Passover, all kinds of bizarre, folk ideas sort of imported into anti-Semitism. It becomes much more violent, and as I wrote in one of my articles, it's at this point, by the way, that it tends to change genders as well. Early Christian anti-Judaism, the vocabulary is very much about the female, about women, about representations of ecclesia and synagoga. But once you get to the medieval period, then it becomes about men. And the women who are literally pictured in the center of earlier renditions are actually shunted off to the side. I'd like to talk more about this, but not tonight. And the fourth period, which we enjoy still today, is a form of anti-Semitism that is born out of the late 19th century. And anti-Semitism as an ideology is quite fascinating because it's somehow like a virus, is able to adapt itself to the unique climate of its host. And it's able to find those kind of like tags to affix itself as a cancerous growth. I'm sorry to use so many medical metaphors when there's so many medical doctors in the room, but the idea is the virus is able to adapt to its circumstances under very uncanny means. So, for example, as religion declines with the Enlightenment, let's say 17th to 18th century, and all of these ideas of like, deicide killing of God and in league with the devil and all kinds of things that people no longer take seriously anymore, anti-Semitism becomes secular, and it acquires two distinct characteristics. It becomes very racist in nature, attaching itself to the body of ideas that the Jews constitute a unique race, separate from other races, and our genius, by the way, as a race, is supposed to be that we are parasites, that we are able to live off other beings until we suck away their energy and move on to a new host. And at the same time, with racism, there is the idea of a conspiracy theory, that all Jews are locked together in this conspiracy to enslave Christians. So those are the four basic periods. But if we focus on our task right now with this classical xenophobia, none of this was born at this time. The Jews were feared and hated primarily because they were so different from the Romans. And let's place this in the context of this conversion. The Romans took off very few days during the year, especially if you were a slave, which was most of the Roman population. You would have off the emperor's birthday, vernal equinox, just a handful of days a year. The Jews were accused of being slothful, lazy, because they took off one day in 7. Believe it? One day in 7, we refused to work, we refused to handle money, we refused to engage in commerce. That was just seen as intolerably lazy, unproductive kind of people. We were accused of being impious at the same time because we refused to participate in the civic religion of the day. We refused to just perform the very basic obeisances and just bow down to the idol. What's the big deal, Like, if you can imagine going to a baseball game and there's some guy who refuses to stand for the national anthem. And there are a lot of criticism directed at that person because just stand up, what's the big deal, right? So we Jews would refuse to do these kinds of things that were markers of basic citizenship in society. We were accused of being clannish, of refusing to associate with non-Jews because we would not eat with them, we would not drink wine with them, we wouldn't eat their food. We have their own kosher food. We wouldn't drink wine with them because the laws on touching wine that's not completely ruined by boiling. That was a joke too. thought it was funny. What was the last thing I was going to say, Bowen? Oh, and also, we are accused of being misanthropic, of hating humanity, primarily through circumcision, which is considered such an offense to the Romans, especially because of the Greek love of the human form, the human body. So imagine this is the kind of environment in which Onkelos converted. It's like converting to be such a misanthropic, clownish, such a complete Yotze Dofen, off-the-wall kind of exceptional, moving in the reverse of everything that the Romans held dear. So placing in that context, his conversion really takes greater importance. So detailed about his personal Yiddishkeit, which is kind of interesting. He was noted for his scrupulosity. This is a word I've been dying to use for at least 2 weeks now because I've been thinking about it. Like scrupulosity is actually used by psychologists who treat Jews, Orthodox Jews, with obsessive compulsive disorder. It's actually a diagnosis because, unfortunately, our religion does include a tremendous amount of details. Wash your hands this way, put on the shoes that way, all kinds of, and people can fall into mental illness where they're completely obsessed with doing it exactly mamish right, which in ways we admire and we represent in a positive light, and as a result, it can actually push people further over the edge. So, not saying that Onkelos was associated with this, but for example, two things. He tended to be frummer than the rabbis in many ways. He was noted for eating all of his food al taharas kodesh, meaning he would eat it with the same stringency as if he were a kohen serving in the temple, meaning he would not allow any food that had even normal defilement that could be consumed by a regular Jew. He would refuse to touch any of it. He would only eat it as if he were a kohen, even though he was not. He himself, of course, was a convert. And secondly, he had a dispute with Rabbi Gamliel, of all people, who wanted to go to the mikveh in Ashkelon, which is a territory that was traditionally associated with the Philistines and not necessarily part of Israel proper. Onkelos felt that a mikveh on non-Israeli land is not good enough. Because it was not, by traditional biblical definition, part of the land of Israel, even though it was a mikveh there, it would not purify, and he preferred to go into the ocean. He says, Rabbi Gamliel, you can use this mikveh, but I'm going to use the ocean. I don't know if you ever met converts like that who tend to be more religious than the rabbis, but it is a known phenomenon. So Onkelos, as an individual, you see he's definitely very contrarian, definitely very principled, but he dedicated his life to the Jewish people, and as a result, he has left a phenomenal legacy in his translation of the Chumash. And at this point, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum. Thank you, Dr. Edmondson. Again, everyone. We're going to begin with a question. Who wants, with God's help, to live a long life?
Laboratories themselves.
Good. Almost at 100%. Those with whom we're not, we'll discuss it later. My office hours, So everybody would like to have a Yukon Vishani. And this idea of a Targum, fascinatingly enough, holds biblical promise to just that.
No, I think that's on a level 4.
We are introduced to the idea of reviewing the Targum. Now, it doesn't say which Targum, but we'll see in a moment. Tomorrow we'll tell us which Targum it is. We should be complete in reading all of the parshas. In Matzibur, meaning week by week with the Tzibur, the parsha of the week, Shnai and Mikra, the Echad Targum. The Filah which may not necessarily have a specific targum attached to them. Shekol HaMashlim Parshiyot in Hatzibur, Ma'arifin Lo Yamav Ushno Sav. It's going to grant us long life. It's seemingly a part of Talmud Torah to such an extent that it's included in the promise of L'man Yignu Yimechem Yimei B'nechem. It's part of that promise that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, and that we believe in, we daven, we say, that's what we will fill our days with, and then they will be long days. Now, you have to understand that the idea of doing this needs to be understood on two levels. Why the number 3, and why the Targum specifically? Can we fulfill this with any translation or any compilation of commentary? We'll get to that, but let's just focus in on the idea of the 3. Shnai Mikra, Echad Targum, twice the text, once the Targum. The Maral of Prague says, "V'nechlomet kimatzinu sha'Torah nitna b'Har Sinai, v'nishnetz b'Har v'nishtal sheba'arvos Moab." He says, look, the Torah was given at Sinai, and then it was taught all over again. And then in Arvos Moab, Hayaveir HaTorah, Moshe Be'eretz HaTorah. So that's why we have this idea of Shnai Mikra Echad Targum. The implication of this already is that some kind of a Targum existed even then. That the Targum has origins that go back to the generation that was the Yotzei Mitzrayim, and those who came into Eretz Yisrael. How do we know what it is that we mean when you say Targum? That it is our Targum booklet. So the Gemara Yosef Megillah says, Amar Rabbi Yirmiyah, he said Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Abba.
No, the government came in and
Targum shel Torah Unkos Hager Amro.
And I think they tore down the house and then
Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yeshua. So we have the dating of the Targum, and we have the authorship of Onkelos as the authoritative Targum. Of course, we know that Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus were, of course, in the generation immediately after Churban Bayis Sheni. Now, the Gemara goes on to discuss, well, we have riots, we have proof that this was even more ancient than anything that could have been taught by Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer in the first century, end of the first century. And the Gemara says, you're right, this is Sinaitic in origin. But Shakh was forgotten. The Chazru, they were forgotten, and then Onkelos Hager once again brought back somehow the ancient understanding, translation, interpretation of Torah that had been with us, that was extant in the time of Hoel Moshe Be'eretz HaTorah. The question is, how do we do that? If someone can't remember what we ate for breakfast, what we ourselves ate for breakfast, how does Onkelos Hager come back with what was the original Targum in Aramaic of some 1,400 plus years, 1,500 years ago?
Almost all other people were destroyed.
Ruach HaKodesh. And that indeed is an interesting answer. Ruach HaKodesh in the times after Churban Bayis Sheni, the days of the Tanoim. Well, there's an interesting Zohar that gets a little bit of a pump from the idea of saying that, yes, must have been some kind of a Ruach HaKodesh, with the Zohar dates Onkelos to Hillel and Shammai. It's an obscure Zohar that says, Yenuchen Avon the Alma, they should rest in peace. Hillel and Shammai, the Hati Amru Onkelos, they basically refused to teach him any Torah until he had bris milah. So we know that there were these famous stories of Gerim coming to Hillel and Shammai and saying, I want to become a Jew. One of them was Onkelos. That places Onkelos, of course, much earlier, turn of the first century, well within that period when Ruach HaKodesh, holy the place, was amongst us in the spirit of Kedusha, obtained amongst the Jewish people. Beis Hamikdash was still Kaya.
Yeah, a 12-foot tall lad.
Now, we were mentioning earlier, as Dr. Edwards said, that there's a question about what exactly is Targum meant to be. So it's Onkelos' Targum, that's what we have to read. Twice the text, once the Targum. what is it? Is it a translation? Is it an explanation? Is it both? And what do we do practically if we don't understand the Arabic, if we don't understand Arabic? Halakha Shulchan Halakha Beis, in Lamad HaParsha B'Perish Rashi, Chashuv Kimo Targum. V'Yirei Shamayim, Hikta Targum V'Gam Perish Rashi. This is the Torah's side. Codified by the Yosef, originating with the Torah's father, the Rush. Rabbi Rothschild, the great 13th century decisive of Jewish law, laid down a fantastic idea and said, you can't understand Targum, do the Rashi. And that means that the Rush understood Targum to be far more than translation. Obviously, if you're only placing Targum with Rashi, and Rashi is the farthest thing from translation, obviously Targum has in it so much more depth and has a wealth of information. It is not just translation, it's a compilation of meaning and understanding, and that therefore, if you cannot access it, Rashi might be a replacement to it. Now, it is an important positive to resolve. He says to us, quoting again from the Torah, because of the Torah, incredibly sharp as if you use any other language, which is the most natural thing to do. English translation. You're not able to do Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum by reading the Chumash, and then English, not even outscroll.
Those girls are screaming. I can't believe it.
I didn't say that. I mean, you can't use any other language because obviously there's a Ruach HaKodesh aspect. You can't replace something which has, first of all of the holy explanations, like the Rashi's, reading of Medrash, reading of the Gemara, all of the holy tradition of what the Pasuk means and what's entailed in understanding the message of the Pasuk. And second of all, in terms of just looking at it as simple translation, if one is Ruach HaKodesh, nothing can replace that. Nothing can replace that. We've begun to discuss this challenge of the Aramaic. And it's important to note that early Rishonim conceded that we have a problem with Aramis. They discuss how clearly there were communities, as we read in the Gemara, every Shabbos, the language was a pasuk, and then a targum, a pasuk, and a targum. The Cholet almost as hot, maybe a little cooler, because you would have every pasuk translated by their Metargim. There was a Metargim for every pasuk. What happened to that? What a fantastic idea. Don't tell me that instead the rabbi gives a speech, because we would much rather hear from Unkelis than from the rabbi. The answer is the Buddha, Shehem Hoyu Rekilim, Mefarish Lahamod Ha'am, Shehoyu Medavri Maramis. It was done because the people understood Arabic. But for us, we're not going to read it publicly. Can say Medina knows. And then he says, Lomar, Nilmod Mehem, Mefarosh, La'am, Lashon, She'avinu. Do not suggest, well, then let's read the pasuk publicly out loud from the Torah, then have someone explain in whatever language we understand. Again, the Islamic Targum Shani Shenitkan Ruach. She has here the Rishon saying to us, look, that's what Gemara ultimately means. We understand the Gemara Megillah, which we saw earlier, Chazru V'Yaskum, that Targum Unkelis is that which is based upon the original Sinaitic Be'er HaTorah of the Mikvah of the Yosef Mitzrayim, that because he was granted to a HaKodesh to be able to recompose and reconstitute that ancient Targum. Taz says that you can read Perushei HaTorah. Right, but that's indeed what the Taz says there. He says you can replace even the Rashi, but it would have to be not for the translation, but he says the Ferush or the Ferush correct. Now, we'll move on to something that again indicates to us how unique our mix really is, and why it might be worth our while to struggle through the Aramaics, even to acquire books, translations of the Aramaic. There's a fantastic Hebrew translation of Aramaic written by, it just so happens to be an uncle of my father-in-law, Tudio Wine of Rehoboth, composed Yain Hatov al HaTargumim. But there are, I believe, English translations of the Aramaic and commentary on Targum, so that we can really reacquaint ourselves with the wealth of and the treasure of what Targum is all about. The Zohar says a fascinating thing. The Zohar in Laplacha says that the Malachim, the angels in heaven, as we know, shun Aramaic. It's a language that's meant to be unique with ours, and what we express in that language is not for the ears, if you will, of the Malachim. It's a discussion for another time why that's so, but the strong language used in the Zohar is that it is ma'us, it's really shunned, it's something that's very, very negative, if you will, in the eyes of the Malachim. And he says, V'haki itzkit, and that's how it should be, because this Aramaic Torah, which is Targum, is ours. It's uniquely ours. The rest, the Malachim, and there's no more envy of the Jewish people. Remember that famous Gemara in the Medrash that says that the Malachim didn't want the Torah to be given to us at all. And the answer was, Lo Bashamayim, it belongs on earth. That's where it's lived, that's where it's practiced. And yet the Malachim are envious. So we have not only the practice of Torah, but the study of Torah in a language that they will not be envious of. So that it is uniquely ours in its study, let alone in its practice. And that study that is uniquely the Jewish study of Torah, that is here on earth, and that is sanctified by the Jewish people in a way that the angels in heaven cannot study, cannot sanctify Torah, is the Aramaic of Targum.
Just to see what would happen.
Let's take a look at one of the great accomplishments of the Targum. The Rambam in Nebuchadnezzar makes a point over and over again, telling us how incorporeality, the fact that there is no physicality to the God of Israel, that we believe in a omniscient, all-present, all-knowing, Makomo Shel Olam, that is the fill of the universe, that the universe takes up a small physical space within the greater non-physical truth that is uncontrollable. This incorporeality is something which a Ger, a proselyte, would want to teach and show again and again and again. So there's a protective measure that the Targum takes anytime there's something that is implying motion, movement, action of a physical kind by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Targum says, no, let's not translate, let's explain. And you will see in two simple explanations, examples from this past week's parsha, where revelation takes place before all of the Jewish people are Hasidim. And the Pasuk says, I'm going to come to you, I'm in the thick cloud, and Targum says, I will manifest or be revealed, I will be experienced prophetically, my presence will be known. But it doesn't say I'm coming, because that kind of a movement, that's a human anthropomorphism that the Unclus would not even apply in his translation. So it's not a translation. It's a very important kind of explanation, and one pointedly aimed at precluding us from making any kind of mistake about that which all of his life. He didn't want us to make the kinds of mistakes all the people around him used to make. There are gods that you can imagine, that you can talk to. There are gods you can see. The pantheon of gods, gods you can bow to, gods you can embrace and kiss. No. That's not the truth. That's not the reality. And he's trying to show that again and again. There's another example in the very next page. The day of Torah, the God will come down, from the top of the mountain. Altura Designoi. There is no coming down. There is going to be revelation. There's going to be vision that we will all have the experience of Marco Polo. Which is very protective, the Rambam says, of making sure we don't get any of that wrong. So we have an understanding of the truth of the Baruch Hu being Hashem Echad. There are halakhic implications of what it is that's written by Unkelos. And we have here just two out of hundreds and hundreds of instances in Shalos and Shuvos, another story where people derive from Unkelos' commentary something very practical. The first one by the Chassam Sofer, the great scholar, really the most important, singularly important Jewish scholar of Central Europe of the first half of the 19th century, and his Talmudim and their yeshivos impacted the Jewish world so greatly. But Chassam Sofer writes in a Shuvah where he's discussing the latter part of Mila, after the foreskin has been removed, the small thin membrane that also has to be pulled down. He says, well, if that wasn't done, would you make a bracha? Because since the Mila hasn't been completed, so you cut off the foreskin, but you haven't done that clear. And he's discussing this technical issue, and he brings a proof from the Targum on the pasuk Lo Hashem and Slavavcha ve'Slavav Zarecha. Ya'adi, I will remove, not cut. Ya'adi pictures removal, he says, is a bona fide understanding of what Mila means. So Mila, in Malachim doesn't have to mean Zar, cutting. It means revealing that which is otherwise enclosed or hidden. And therefore, for Kriya, while the cutting has been done, but that revealing of what lies underneath yet is going to be done. You make a bracha on that, and he's bringing proof texts and support from an Unkelos. Now, it's fascinating that his Rebbe, Rabbi Nosson Adler, similarly once said something fascinating about the Aseret HaDibros. Everybody knows that in the Aseret HaDibros, no means kidnapping. But the Torah doesn't say specifically kidnapping. We have a Rashi practice instruction that implies that it includes all kinds of theft. And it would be nice to see in the Ten Commandments that God is saying not only kidnapping, but thievery of any kind is so forbidden and so abhorrent it even has a place in the Ten Commandments. Sure enough, Divrei Yatziv of the closing of the Rebbe, he quotes the Sefer Nisino Leger, fascinating name. Nisino Leger, meaning something given or gift to the Ger. The Ger is Unkelos. Nisina is Nosson Adler. That was his name. The great scholar Nosson Adler wrote this Targum to Targum. He wrote a commentary on Targum Unkelos. And he calls it Nisina Leger. And the closing of the Rebbe quotes him as saying that, look, you know, when it comes to Lo Simtzach, it says Lo Tikto Nefash. But when it comes to Lo Tikno, it just says Lo Tignuf. And that implies that according to Unkelos, after the Behemoth Sober Unkelos, the Kohen Gam Magrev Asmama, Ulachem, no cut his stomach without nefesh, without saying a person. It doesn't say theft of a person. He just left it at theft. When it comes to Tirtzach, homicide, he added nefesh, the murder of a person. So we are being medayek in Unkelos, where he did add a word versus where he did not add a word, and we're saying, therefore, Unkelos seems to say to us, Lo Tigno is not just technically kidnapping, but any kind of theft is also included in the Aseret HaDibros. So you see that the tremendous amount of study that great scholars engage in when looking at the texts of Unkelos give rise to halakhic implications to this very day, and have done so really through the ages. Let's conclude with looking at some of the examples of where his translation / compilation of commentary explanation have really enriched Jewish life, where his meaning to the words have such great ethical and moral implication. We'll have them in order as they appear in the Torah. This is probably the most famous of them all, where in the creation of man, the Torah says, a man was this living being, but now that which the Unkelos says is so much more important and so much more broad and gives us such insight into the greatness a potential within man. The harvest of the ruach. That is that God's breath manifests the harvest. God's breath manifests in man. It's given expression through that which man speaks, through the spirit in man, as that spirit comes to expression when a human being verbalizes his thoughts, his aspirations, his hopes, his fears. And that is one of the most important of all of Unclus's translations, obviously explanations and interpretations of Torah. We'll look at another one that comes from this week's Parsha, Parshas Mishpatim, where the Torah says, if you see your enemy's hamar, your enemy's donkey, it's breaking down under this tremendous burden, and you need to help the animal and this beast of burden, and the owner of the animal is an enemy of yours. Look about them, you would desist from or refuse to help your somebody just because you've got some kind of a disagreement with it. Help again, make sure that the person and the person's animal can be reloaded and safely on their way. Says the Targum something fantastic. You know, in modern Hebrew, you have some kind of a complaint. And you keep ailing the complaint, and you're complaining, and you're complaining. When somebody wants to tell you to stop, what will they tell you? Leave it alone. That's simply stop. But to leave it alone means let it go. So here you have the source for that. You see, because according to Targum, in this concept means leave alone, let go of what you have in your heart. Let go of all that old, contentious, and negative feeling you have in your heart. Whatever it is, the harbor against your fellow Jew, let it go. So that we have a completely novel interpretation of the pasuk, but one that addresses the fact that you really don't like this guy. You really don't want to help him. And when the Torah repetitively says azov to azov, Targum says, because it doesn't just mean to help, it means azov, let go of, release all of the negative feelings you may have, the resentment that you have, and then azov, go help him. And finally, something that really helps us all of us work hard, all of us trying to earn a living, all of us know we can't take credit for our successes. Because Baruch Hu tells us very pointedly, we have to remember, it's not it's not because I'm so smart, not because I got my great degree, not because I've worked so hard that I've amassed my fortune or that I'm successful. No, we have to remember, because he's the one who gives you the ability, the energy to succeed, to valiantly succeed. Now, you might not be able to read readily into this and say, well, how about somebody who's in business and applies his, great mind and his business acumen and manages therefore to succeed, or practices his profession with proficiency, and where in the pasuk does Hebrew where does it say that it's about my ability to use my mind well and practice my profession or pursue my business pursuit successfully? Says the Targum. Remember, this is Sinaitic in origin. The Ruach HaKodesh in the 1st century or 2nd century says Unclus, Arelu, Yahevullah Eitzah L'Miknei Nichsim. The Eitzah, meaning the ideas, the thoughts that allow you to move on to acquire what you need in life. Elixir means to buy what you need, to acquire what you need, to succeed in your business, in your profession. You know what that comes from? Pizza. Comes from the higher intellect. That's granted. The Chachma Kadas, the day of Yudavahaskel, if you bought before Shemona when it's provided that Kadosh Baruch Hu, that's where and how they can succeed. So we see just from these examples how rich and how important some of the commentary of Targum, let alone how important it is to recognize it as a basic translation of Chumash, but the accessibility combined with the broad interpretation of Torah that's presented to us through Targum gives us an understanding of how great and important Targum really is and why we try to access it and must try to access it in spite of it being in Aramaic. So people in the Midbar could do it, we can do it too. Thank you. It's a great honor to be here for the fifth. Installment, the penultimate installment of the letters flying free. Oh my gosh, the Rebbitzin is actually Rebbitzin over there just stand up. Oh, now I'm in trouble. She is going to tell her father about this. I'm very nervous now. We'll start all over again. We're in tonight's meeting of the letters flying free. I sent out an email if you're on my constant contact list to get a survey of what people thought of this series and the series we did in Brooklyn to get a sense of how we can improve this. We will move forward with this. There seems to be a certain groundswell of enthusiasm for this subject, but we want to do it wisely and in a way that meets the viewing audience. Both live and on Israel. Rabbi Hadava has prepared absolutely fantastic shir for the second half of this hour. So I'm going to speak really quickly to give him maximum time because we're really going to take deep into the ideas of the Ibn Ezra. I'm actually recycling a class that I gave about 2 years ago, which was sponsored by the Hermes, and I believe they're members of the shul, so it's ironic that we get to reuse their original sponsorship when I was in Bell Harbor. Our topic for today is the incomparable Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was a phenomenal individual with tremendously complex life, a life of great sadness and tribulation, and a life of genius and exceptional achievements in Torah scholarship in particular. I think one of the most fascinating things that I take away from his life is the fact that Ibn Ezra that we primarily know as Jews, and we are the people who study him most of all the various fields of inquiry that he inspired, from poetry to astronomy to mathematics to linguistics. He really only began his career as a Torah scholar, as a published Torah scholar, when he was about my age. When he was in his 50s and he was exiled from the Iberian Peninsula. At that point, he had to change careers quite late in life, and it was only then that he really explored his genius. As we discussed a few weeks ago, when looking at Sandra Gowan, he had to get fired from his job as the Gaon of Surah in order to start writing, and ultimately it was his writing that made the greatest contribution in life. I'm reminded as well of a role model in my own life, Rabbi Dr. Landry Rothschild, who only started Touro College when he was 54 years old, and has become such a massive enterprise and affected the lives of so many tens of thousands of people. There are these people like that, Ibn Ezra, who are able to change their lives midstream when other people are starting looking down towards moving down to Boca or something like that. They're thinking about what else can I achieve. And Ibn Ezra is such a person. He lived a life of tremendous penury, and he complained about it with some eloquence. So I can share with you, for example, one poem that he wrote. These are translated from the original Judeo-Arabic. Unfortunately, I forgot the name of the translator. And the other, I'll write it when I put it on the web. But he writes a poem called My Stars. On the day I was born, the unalterable stars altered. If I decide to sell lamps, it wouldn't get dark till the day I died. Some stars, whatever I do, I'm a failure before I begin. If I suddenly decided to sell shrouds, people would suddenly stop dying. So he definitely had a very kind of pessimistic, dark view of the universe that seems to pervade much of his writings, although not universally. We'll see how it is. Now, what was he doing for a living? What was so difficult about his life? He was what we would call in Yiddish in many ways a Luftman, a man who lived on air. And this is a term that really is better applied to 19th century Eastern Europe. And it refers to people who somehow eke out or live in a clear sense of what their revenue stream really is. In medieval Spain, in the golden period when he lived, he was a professional poet. And he would, compose works of poetry, which was hugely in demand in Spanish culture, Arabic Spanish culture. He would compose, what they would call a ghost poetry, in which people would compose the poems that celebrated their business acumen or their military strength or various achievements in their life. He would have composed curse poetry that was used as an implication against people you didn't like. And this was like a business. This was kind of like graphic designers for the internet today. He was a poet for high literacy. But it's a difficult job to have because once you write the poem, it's over. You get paid once and then you've got to write another poem. You can't use the same poem again because they were in circulation. It was part of the culture to repeat poetry. We happen to live, it's sad, in America in the early 21st century. We live in a very poetry-based society. We have very little poetry in circulation. I spent some time with boys. My son was not here, by the way. I really have to give it to him. He and I just spent some time studying The Second Coming by Yeats, and it was fascinating to walk a young mind through the meaning of that poem. But the rest of these things, I'm sorry for going on like that. Anyway, he eked out a career as a professional poet, and he was essentially going from wealthy person to wealthy person to try and flog his wares. He'd make a sale every now and then. Here's one of his poems in which he describes what it's like. This is called The Patron, which is referring, of course, to his supporters. When I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he has already ridden away. When I come in the evening, they say he has already gone to sleep. He either climbs to his carriage or climbs to his bed. Woe to the poor man, woe to misfortune. And so you get the sense that from most of his early adulthood and his middle age, he was a person who just managed to live on the sidelines. Definitely a huge competitor, definitely someone who was very conversant with Torah scholarship, but not publishing. He didn't have the personality really to be a community rabbi. He was kind of irascible, difficult, and sometimes a little bit pugilistic. These are not characteristics that we admire in community rabbis in general. We want them to, find ways to make Shara and Shalom. He was not that kind of a person. And so this was his life. For reasons that are not entirely clear, he ended up fleeing the Iberian Peninsula when he was about 50, perhaps exiled. He was very well connected. In fact, he was married into the family of Yehuda Halevi, but his son Isaac apparently moved out to the Middle East and converted to Islam. It was a huge shock for him. There was some debate over exactly what happened. It's possible that even sat Shiva for his son, although the dates and the documents that support this are still under dispute. Anyway, possibly the reason why he left, we don't exactly know, was the expansion of the Alma, a very extreme form of Islam that chose to move away from the traditional tolerance of Jews and Christians as people of the book towards a more intolerant and demanding form of Islam that would not brook the presence of non-believers in their midst. Maimonides, of course, would also flee the Almohads and make his way across the coast of North Africa to Egypt. In the case of the Ibn Ezra, he would actually make quite a tour of the Mediterranean basin, all across the coast of North Africa, into the Italian peninsula, and well into continental Europe.
trying to put together a livelihood living in great straits. During this time, it became clear this is his period of wandering and also his period of greatest creativity. He found that he could no longer make a living as a Judeo-Arabic poet in Christian Europe. Surprising, right? Because they're not speaking Arabic, and the culture of Christian Europe does not have the same respect and admiration for poetry that the Muslims did, and so he had to switch careers. He could not be a pulpit rabbi, he could not be much of a teacher, he didn't have that kind of patience in his personality, so he took to scholarship and would sell his writings. Quite often he was so broke he actually had to sell his original manuscript. That's why we actually have multiple copies of many of his works, because he would sell it of the original. He had no more money even to buy more writing instruments, and then he would have to write it again from memory. And so the second version usually tended to be quite a bit bigger and quite a bit more expensive. But this is the kind of living on the edge that he enjoyed during the period of greatest creativity. And this is when he really came into his own as a Hebrew scholar, as he wrote his greatest works on astronomy, on grammar, and of course in Torah scholarship, which Rabbi Rothschild is going to speak of in quite a bit more detail. I'm not going to go into it in much discussion here at all, but I will say that Ibn Ezra's commentary on the Torah is uniquely fascinating and provide tremendous grounds for future exploration by scholars like Spinoza and eventually the 19th century biblical critic Wellhausen, who saw in his rationalist approach to the Torah the possibility of much larger ideas that were definitely contrary to the Orthodox point of view. In fact, Ibn Ezra's point of view is pretty much the maximum extreme you can go and still remain the Tohamachane, inside the camp ideologically, as you usually see in the second half of his life. He has a big problem with Midrash. He tries very hard not to rely on Midrash as a source for biblical commentary. This puts him at tremendous odds with figures like Rashi, of course, figures like the Rambam, who we spoke about earlier in the series. And it's a unique approach to Torah that is really unparalleled by anyone in his generation. Halakha, nevertheless, let us not mistake the fact that he remained very much an observant Jew, very much adherent to Halakha, and was often engaged in heavy polemics with anyone who would impugn the value of Halakha. He had significant arguments with the Karaites, a movement that started a few centuries earlier that argued that the oral Torah was a human rabbinic invention and was not actually divine in origin. And his approach against the Karaites, his rationalist arguments, proved to be extremely useful to Ramban later when he had the dispute that we discussed earlier in this class, because these rationalist arguments could communicate across cultures and could be used in his disputation with the church. So his approach to these things was exceptionally significant. So, to try and wrap up and give you a sense of his life as a whole, and also to give plenty of room for the in-depth text that we will be studying shortly, we should understand him as essentially a poet who had to make a major transition from that way of life to becoming a scholar. Without having an official position of any kind, he was forced to eke out a living as an independent scholar, composing treatises which he would later sell, often right down to the original copies. But nevertheless, he gained quite a bit of wide circulation with these things. He was canonized as a commentator. We have him on the page of the Mikros Gedolos, but his opinions, nevertheless, are quite a bit on the extreme of the Orthodox spectrum. His extremist opinions had a tremendous impact on later thinkers. His thought actually crossed over into the Christian world as well. His poetry was translated into Latin and other languages, such that even in the 19th and 20th century you see examples of his work. Robert Browning wrote a poem which cites Rabbi Ezra, referring to Ibn Ezra. Of course, Ibn means son of, and so it's not quite correct to call him Rabbi Ezra because he is Abraham's son after Ezra. But Browning wrote a beautiful poem, Grow Old With Me, which is an ode of homage to the great biblical commentator, and in fact even John Lennon in our own times wrote a song that was based on Browning's poem, which they wrote back to Ibn Ezra. His work in astrology, which I can't possibly comment on or anything intelligent, was nevertheless recognized by scholars of that field as being something quite significant. And if you look over here, there's actually a crater on the moon. Next time you look at the moon, just pay attention to this little red spot here. You can notice it, if you look very carefully, you'll see there's a red circle around it. And this is called the Ibn Ezra crater, is a close-up of it, that is specifically named after this 12th century scholar and Methodism of his so I've compressed my remarks because I think it's really important that we study the text. We have a lot of great text to come, and I'm going to turn it over at this point to Rabbi Heidelbaum. Look at Ezra's Magnum Opus, which is his parish on the Torah, which is known as the Sefer HaYashar. We call it, of course, more commonly Ibn Ezra. And we can see just from his opening remarks how proud he is of the work. On the one hand, you also begin to sense how facile he is in the language in Kodesh. He says here, Sefer HaYashar, Avraham, Avraham the poet, he says that all of my writing, all of what I will be presenting, will be bounded by ropes of grammar. So from the onset, he is making it clear that he's going to be a literalist. Those with intelligence will see that this is really the right way to address the Torah and to comment on the Torah. They will see fit to follow in my footsteps. The Kol Toshar, those who take this and maybe he is saying those who support this kind of work, he always was lacking in the kind of support he would like. They will be very, very fortunate. We're going to continue to look at his Hakdama. What he does is his parish, but first describing so many of the other paths that he says are incorrect, describing the paths that he will eschew, that he says these are not the ways of proper English on the Torah. We will reserve further discussion on this subject until later in this volume. After the war ended, several Nazi scientists who were captured and would help to develop the revolutionary aircraft were recruited by the CIA as a result of a secret deal that had been made between Allen Dulles, a member of the Bavarian Illuminati, and Nazi SS General Reinhard Gillet, a member of the Bavarian Film Society. The deep connections between the Bavarian Illuminati, which sponsored the CIA, and the Bavarian Film Society, which sponsored the Nazis, allowed for the upper comatose levels of the CIA to be met by nothing less than the core of the Nazi SS itself, with the help of fascist sympathizers and fifth column double agents working within American intelligence. Although some leading Nazis were sacrificed to the Nuremberg trials to appease the Allies and establish the illusion of Europe had been denazified, Fred L. Chrisman in Italy was unwitness to the Maury Island event and had helped to army two agents of Arsenal XL, which fell from one of the 6 newly-shaped ships observed. On their way to deliver the samples to Wright Patterson in Ohio, their plane crashed and both G2 agents were killed. Some people at the time insisted that the plane had been sabotaged. Two of the reporters who investigated the incident lost their lives, and Kenneth Arnold, who investigated the incident after being commissioned by Amazing Stories, added a brief claimed that his conversations with the Air Force official concerning the subject were electronically monitored. Also, strange government agents in dark suits were seen area. Shortly after his investigation, Kenneth Arnold, during an air search for a crashed plane over Mount Rainier, saw a crescent-shaped disc which he called flying saucers. When news media publicized the incident and the church stocking became a media catchword ever since. Also, around the same time, 1947, part of the Stephen F. Crane crash when his airplane mysteriously lost power.
the connections do not end here. Fred L. Chrisman was a close friend to Clishaw, whom Louisiana District Attorney James Garrison, JFK, accused of being the CIA mafia go-between in the John F. Kennedy murder. Garrison arrested shot an effort to charge him in the CIA with the JFK assassination. However, only a few days before the hearing, Garrison started his David Ferry was killed, and Garrison's remaining evidence was not enough to bring about a conviction. Fred Chrisman was the first man Clishaw called when he heard that Garrison intended to implicate him. Garrison also believed that Clishaw himself was involved with Project Paperclip, the secret operation to bring Nazi war criminals into the United States by the hundreds, some say thousands, and give them immunity and new identities in such institutions as the United States intelligence, the military-industrial complex, the space agencies, and the various Rockefeller-connected oil cartels such as Arco, Exxon, South etc. Operations that were supported by the Bavarian-based secret society lodges, corporations that had actually sold oil to the Nazis during World War II and helped keep the Nazi war machine operating. According to Garrison, Chrisman worked as a middleman between the fascist policymakers and the lower echelons of the military-industrial complex, who was tangled with these American mega-bankers and traders to freedom and supported the Nazis in an effort to initiate a Bavarian-backed New World Order. Under the cover of the Third Reich, read the book on their call IT Conspiracy by the late Gary Hellman for more on the Rockefeller connection, and also various works by Dr. Anthony Sutton. Brandon, the affidavit also claimed that he, Michael Rapinaccio, had been contacted by phone and threatened by Peter Benedius, a Justice Department employee and customs official who Rapinaccio alleged had intelligence ties as to the possible consequences of his going public with certain information. According to Rapinaccio, Benedius was a frequent visitor to the Kawasan Indian Reservation near Palm Springs and visited with tribal manager John P.
And as you get closer and closer to the more basic and human kinds of issues that were sent up, I finally wrote Sakmo. They are the lowest constellations, and he explains this all very beautifully, but of course it's a philosophical approach, and it's more of a long-winded approach than the literalist approach. Then again, he wrote a junior Hakotza. He had a shortened version originally, and only wrote the more expanded version of his page. The one we have is our most of the rest of it has been lost. Now, the next path that he says we should not follow, the second of the four paths that he negates, the path of the Karite, as we heard before, the Karites deny that there is a veritable path. It's a rabbinic conservation. He calls it self-organized crime to conduct business uniquely. Among the projects worked on during this time were joint projects with Lucknut, a company loaded with former CIA and NSA personnel and business ventures with the Saudi Arabian royal family and other unusual projects. The joint venture in Southern California Edison will soon be generating power for biomass from local waste outlets. Biological warfare projects were investigated with Stork Laboratories looking into the creation of pathogenic viruses and enhanced fuel aerosols and weapons were created and tested in league with radioactive and added testing range, which matched the explosive power of nuclear devices. These enhanced weapons gained their power from polarizing the molecules and explode by modification of the electric field, a technology developed from exploring Tungsten Brown suppressed work, the knowledge which Rapinaccio claims he gained from working at wherein we know. Really saying how important it is to have real good grounding in Space in Lashon HaKodesh, in Hebrew grammar. Otherwise, you can't possibly come to understand the Torah. But you also see here how he completely and utterly rejects those who would say that, no, you have to just study Torah Shabbat, and Torah Shabbat is not something that's divinely ordained. You here see that he was absolutely believing Jew in every way, Torah Shabbat, Torah Shabbat.
Of Philadelphia, some of the examples in which he says killed by a single bullet in his chest. According to a former federal official who worked with Iceland, the attorney was found dead in the parking lot where he had gone to meet with a woman who had no evidence to share substantiating Rapinacio's claims. Both Heisman's and MG's deaths were declared suicides by authorities. Fred L. She was keeping up constantly because opposition to the developments on the reservation was found shot to death with 2 friends in 1981. So here remains unsolved. Quotes Leader of the House, Thomas Foley, announced last month that if further inquiry will be initiated in the Intel case. Foley appointed Secretary Sanford as co-chairman of the Joint Congressional Panel. Prior to his election, Senator Sanford was the attorney representing Earl Bryan in his 1985 takeover bid for United Press International and was instrumental in appointing Earl Bryan, the medical doctor, to the board of the medical school, of which Sanford is president. However, despite repeated requests from journalists to produce photographs showing Ignacio together with Bryan and requests to produce his passport showing his alleged trip to Iran, he has not yet done so. Also, Ignacio failed to be able to describe permitted ecstasy and its online program, claiming a medical condition prevented him from remembering clearly. This led one former intelligence operative to speculate that we may be witnessing a very sophisticated intelligence operation being played out in public. Former FBI Special Agent Tim Gunderson speaks for Ignacio's credibility. Gunderson, who lives in Manhattan Beach, has worked with Ignacio for many years in his capacity as private investigator. Together, according to Gunderson, they were responsible for thwarting a terrorist operation during the Los Angeles Olympics. According to Gunderson, Ignacio was well known in certain circles as a genius in almost all sciences. The so-called drug operation broken up in Washington State was an electroelectrodynamic mining operation, claimed Gunderson. Using tons of ground technology, a videotape viewed by his journalists revealed metallic powders and appearing processes unrelated to drug manufacture. Indeed, a government analysis of soil samples revealed the absence of drug contamination, but a high concentration of barium. Barium is often found in high voltage related work. Unsubstantiated information from an intelligence source claims that the current situation is the visible effect of the war currently going on in the intelligence community between a group centered in the CIA called Aquarius, around the powerful center known as MJ-12, and a group known as COM-12 centered around naval intelligence. COM-12 is repeatedly trying to sustain or regard action to sustain and preserve constitutional government and is deliberately leaking information damaging to the former group. In the same publication, same issue, there appeared a follow-up article just following the one given above, written by Thomas Sett. The article, titled Wagenheit's Connection with the Black Project World, stated, the Wagenheit Company has a very close connection to the world-out Black Budget projects. Besides being connected with the Cabazon venture mentioned in this issue, is also responsible, according to jail computer consultant Michael Ignacio, for the secret projects being undertaken in Dulce, New Mexico, where the G Guerrilla Indian Reservation has been similarly used. After sending 2 of my colleagues there recently and receiving confirmation that there was a top-secret military-type installation, I decided to call the newspaper office and make an educated bluff. I identified myself as a freelance reporter from Los Angeles and told the newspaper that I was doing a story on the Cabazon Reservation biological warfare projects that had been undertaken there on behalf of the CIA. I told her that I had heard that there were similar things being done in Dulce and would like to know what was going on. The official I spoke to became frightened and said, I can't talk to you about that. It would be very unprofessional of me to talk to you about that. You'd have to speak to the president of the tribe. She then hung up. I have yet to call back and ask the president of the tribe, but we'll report on that in the next issue. Wagenheit is also responsible for security in a lot of underground facilities in California and Nevada, including the notorious S4 Area 51 in Nevada, where Townsend Brown Flying Disc Technology, written about in a TC recent issue, has been flying and developing for decades. A recent helicopter crash at the area where 2 pilots and 3 security guards from Wagenheit flying in a Messerschmitt Mu-105 helicopter were killed was not an accidental plane, or Ignacio, who said that the individuals aboard the helicopter were traveling with sensitive documents. Groups are now investigating Ignacio's claims. Chapter 2 High Strange was a year ago later plateau. In the spring of 1990, researcher Jason Bishop sent copies of the following report to a select few investigators, and later gave permission for the report to be distributed among a wider readership. Small Bullet is the object described within the report, the product of secret technology being developed by the military industrial complex as part of some
that which is
covert or deep cover
illogical, that which
staging.
is
Small
implausible. And
does
then
it
there are
involve
some
something a bit
obvious and
more
famous
alien
cases
than
in
mere
which
top secret flight
the
project
measure
research and top of the line
says
vanguard aircraft
that we have
designs?
to
The stealth series, the Aurora,
make
etc.,
sure
which are being developed at the
to
Nevada test site.
read
Small
the
bullet armor.
Torah,
Could it be a combination of both?
literally
The
understand
transcript,
what
title,
happened, for instance, at the
Regulations and
Al-Qaeda,
Impressions of Visit to
and not
Dulce, New
necessarily
Mexico,
accept
October 23rd,
every
24,
opinion
1988.
madrastically offered.
Is
We'll
reproduced
get
in its entirety
into
below.
why and how we
Upon
can
arrival, I was introduced
look
to
away
Dr.
from
John
some
F.
of the
Gill,
midrashim
a
according
French
to
national.
Ezra. But before we
Dr.
get
Gill
into
has a
that,
PhD
let's
in
just look
math
at this
/ physics
example.
from the University of
We
Paris.
have
He had worked
Yitzchak
very
at the
closely with
Al-Qaeda.
the French government on the
How
UFO
old is Yitzchak
phenomenon
at
in
the
that country.
Al-Qaeda?
Side note, Dr. Gill had also
Khamenei tell
released a
us,
report on another
he quotes,
Dulce-like base near Pine
Yitzchak
Gap,
at the Al-Qaeda
Alice
was Ben
Springs,
37
Australia.
Shana.
This base is
He
a
was
massive
37 years old.
multi-level facility
He
run
said,
by
look,
the
in
Clubber Group,
Divrei
which,
Kabbalah
like
Mikdash,
the
I
Baha'i
readily
organization,
accepted it,
is
that
reputedly
is
a
the
cover for the
tradition
Bavarian
from
Illuminati.
Sinai,
The article spoke about the gravity
generation
disk
after
research
generation
and
5.
plans to make Pine
But
Gap
he
a
says,
major
there
control
Svara
center
ain't
for
in the
New
home.
World Order. Pine
Because
Gap is
he's
equipped with
37
all
years old,
levels of
so
computer
Hayaroli
terminals
Shakir,
tied into the major computer mainframes of the world, which contain the
celebration
intimate details
of
of
the
most of the
courage
inhabitants
and
of
the devotion of
industrialized
Avraham
nations.
Avinu should be
The
actually
article
the
also
courage and
spoke of the
celebration of
infiltration
what
of
Yitzchak
several
was ready
major
to do at
religious
the Al-Qaeda.
denominations, the
It should
media,
be all about
international
Yitzchak
governments,
and
the
Yitzchak's
economy,
courage and not Avraham
education,
Avinu's
and
courage.
other levels of society by the
Now, I've heard
Bavarian
about the Shaytan
Illuminati in
Kamesha.
order to
Now,
prepare
he's
the
not
way
really
for a
talking.
New World Order dictatorship.
Can't be he was 5
The
years
report
old
also
because it
stated
says
that the
in the
workers
Torah,
at Pine Gap are
Moshe
highly
Nasa after
indoctrinated
Ha'olam.
and
The Torah
programmed
says
so
that
that they do
it
not
was
threaten
Yitzchak
or
who carried over the
sabotage the
wood.
security of the
Before
Illuminati
5 years old,
projects being
I carried
carried
the wood.
there.
So this is
Granted,
all a very
he
logical
told me,
approach
Bishop
to which he
continues,
says it
that he
must
has not
mean
worked in his chosen
that
field for
ultimately
15
he
years,
was Karo
having
who used the
devoted all of
Moshe.
his time to research on
That's
UFOs.
a heck of a way to prepare
Dr.
to be a
Gill is an
Buddhist.
amiable, forthright
To
man.
go to the
He
Al-Qaeda,
has no
but he was young
reservations
enough
about
and
expressing
innocent
his own
enough
views on the
to
subject.
therefore
He
follow,
disclosed
strong
several
enough to carry
beliefs
the
that
wood,
border on the paranormal.
but not old enough to
Dr.
be
Gill
given
and his
all of the
wife,
credit
Elaine,
for
with him.
that kind of
My personal
self-sacrifice.
view of him is one of
Another
caution.
example,
Until I get to know him better, I feel that I should be very careful.
famously,
At Mount Gomez is a rancher. His ranch is 13 miles west of Dulce. Note, accounts given by others state that the ranch is 13 miles east of Dulce. However, whatever the case may be, it's safe to say that the ranch is 13 miles from Dulce. Granted, from 1975 until 1983, the Gomez Ranch was the scene, epicenter of most of the cattle mutilations that took place in the northern New Mexico / southern Colorado area. He told me that his family homesteaded the Dulce area 111 years ago, and that as a result of these mutilations, I lost $100,000 in cattle over an 8-year period. One of these cases occurred only 200 yards behind his home. He showed me the area. Cattle was very open and discussed with me the various mutilation cases that had occurred on his ranch and on those others. Upon our return from the mountain trip, he invited me to his home, where he shared with me various photographs, clippings, letters, etc. relating to the cases. He loaned me several overhead photographs of the Mount Arcula area. I hope to be able to have them examined through image intensification techniques. And Mount Olson told me about the many times that combat-ready troops have been spotted in the area. Some of these troops were found in areas that are only gotten through four-wheel drive trucks or on foot. This is very rugged country. The troops were also spotted in areas that only the Apaches permission to go. When the reported experimental aircraft went down in 1983, there were hundreds of troops armed to the teeth reported in the area. When approached, the troops would run and disappear. Participants in the Mount Arcula expedition were Gabe Valdez, Edmund Gomez, Dr. John Gill, Nain Galito, Will Cummins, Edmund's brother, Jeff and Matt Valdez, Gabe's sons. Because of Gabe's position as head of the state police in Dulce and Edmund being a part of the community, we were given permission to go onto the mountain. It is located on the Apache Reservation. We left about 14:30 hours, Sunday the 23rd of October 1988. We used Gabe's four-wheel drive pickup truck to get up the mountain. The road was incredibly difficult. At one time, we had to dig out the side of the mountain in order to allow the truck to pass. And about 17:30 hours, we arrived at the proposed campsite. It was on a relatively flat area, about 300 yards from the peak of Mount Arcula.
He uses an example the famous it takes to drive that never come Alpine Shana Coverage is 2,000 years before the world. There's no world.
This agreement consisted of the
There's no
Eurasian
physical
receiving
matter.
all the
There's
territory
no
now
time-space
occupied
relationship.
along the
How
New
can it be
Mexico/Colorado
time?
border with the
If there was
explicit
no
agreement
universe,
that
if
they
there's
would
no
strictly enforce
physical
a no
world.
trespassing regulation along the
That's just
border of
one
their
example. He
territory.
goes on to give
Therefore, it is not
another
possible to
example.
even cross the Ute reservation
And
without
of
special
course, this
permission
was
from the
something
tribal
that,
headquarters.
let's just say, it
If
stood up
caught
the
without
ire of
this
some of the
permission, you are liable
commentators.
for a fine and or
Here
jail
you
and
have a
expulsion. There is now a road leading to the Arculeta area through the reservation.
he quotes
It is patrolled by the Indian Forest Service.
Hamid
No,
and Ezra
the Colorado border is only a
criticize
relatively few miles
the
away from it to
famous
the north
doctrine
of the
about why the
Arculeta
Torah begins
Plateau.
with the base.
Granted,
You're racist.
at 1951 hours 07, a spotted and very bright light coming from the northwest at a very high rate of
And
speed.
it's an important
The
thing
object
here.
appeared to be
And we
boomerang
accept it,
shaped with a
of
very
course,
bright light
too.
just
And
below its
Mr.
center.
Ezra says,
Some have alleged that these boomerang shaped vehicles may have some connection with a super secret black budget space operation called Alternative 3.
that are of a negative
Granted,
nature that
the
begin with
light was
a
a bright
base.
white, blue and green. As it approached, it slowed down, obviously under intelligent control,
says,
seemed to
"You're
reverse
come to your old
direction,
age,
finally
and
stopping.
your teeth don't
When
work
it stopped,
anymore."
a shower
So
of what
it's
appeared
for
to
the
be sparks
days.
were emitted from each end of the boomerang, and then it began moving forward again and disappeared from sight at a very high rate of speed. All this took place in approximately 10 to 15 seconds. We attempted to take a picture of the object, but were unsuccessful.
Don't understand.
About 2,200 hours, we climbed to the summit of Mount Arculeta and watched for about an hour and a half.
Says the Maharal
We
of
could see across the
Abadai,
canyon and the moon.
Arab ibn Ezra,
This canyon wall is
He
revolved Minuits, prominent
says,
and well-known physicist and UFO investigator, claimed an alien bases located at the dark of night where ships are seen entering and leaving cave openings in the
he
cliff
says,
wall.
because
During our stay on the peak, we saw two
the
very
right
bright
hand
lights on the cliff walls at the exact location where Paul said the base openings were. There
he
are
did
no
not
roofs on this
understand
cliff.
the Rebbe
The lights would appear suddenly and then fade over a period of time until you could not see them.
invited
At this time, we also heard voices that sounded like radio
not
transmissions.
following Drash,
The voices were not
getting
understandable,
involved in it,
but
not
they were there
basing
nonetheless.
our
The
religious
same light
life,
pattern was seen by myself
and not
and
getting so
Edmond Gomez
involved
as we
with it,
sat on the cliff.
not just in
At about
commentary,
1 o'clock,
not just
we
in
also
commentary,
heard voices.
but in
At one time, we
philosophically
thought we could hear trucks moving,
guiding
but
our
we could
life
not be sure
based on
about
some of
this.
the Drash.
After 2
He,
o'clock, there were
Ibn
no more
Ezra,
sightings or
was not
sounds.
the
On
one
Monday,
to
the
really
24th of
feel
October,
that's the way we
1988,
have
the
to
entire
build,
party
construct
climbed to the peak
our
once
culture,
again.
our religion.
We were looking for evidence that there had been a crash of an experimental aircraft flown
True
by
or
an Air
true?
Force
We
general in
take it that
1983.
the Torah
This
says
crash
that
was
it is a
reported in the
mitzvah.
newspapers for 2
It is
days
a
as a small
mitzvah.
plane of
That's
dangerous
another
stuff.
area, by the way.
The
He did not
craft
say
was
to get
rumored
down.
to be a
He did
Kepler
know
UFO
exactly
flown by
the mitzvah.
Americans.
He
We were looking
says
to prove that
that
there indeed had been a
true
crash, but also to find some physical
is actually
evidence.
just a blessing.
Dr.
Real estate
Benowitz
will give you
reported that the craft had cut off a large tree in its descent and hit another tree, regained altitude, skimmed over the peak of Arculeta, and hit a third tree in the valley north of the peak. It was then reported to have hit the ground, flipped over twice, and came to rest.
by our
We found the
rabbi.
trees as reported by Benowitz.
V'samu
They were all
zeh
aligned with each other in a final resting
This
place.
is a typical
The
of an
first
Ezra,
tree was
in
about
that
40
he says,
inches
look,
in diameter.
the literal
It was hit
interpretation of
about
the
30
passage is
feet off
not.
the ground.
We have a
There
commandment
was no
to be
fire.
fruitful and
I have
multiply
taken
actually.
samples of this tree for analysis. The other two
Rabbis
trees
in
were
the
smaller,
Talmud say it's a mitzvah,
approximately 12 to 20 inches in
That's-
diameter. There
They
was
have that by
evidence of
tradition.
fire blaze.
It's not because the
Samples
Torah
of these trees were also
said so.
taken. Between the second tree and the third tree, we found large pieces of what appeared to be part of the first tree.
The rehabilitation
One
of
piece
Israel.
was
What
burned,
kind of
while next
person
to
would
it
be
were one that had not been burned.
Oh,
Samples
he
were
was
taken.
a very,
While
very
searching for
negative
physical
person who
evidence,
used
the
his
standard
power
issue style
to threaten
ballpoint pen was found.
mankind.
This is of the same type used within the United States government, but can also be purchased by the general public. Strange to have been found in such a remote place as this canyon.
Whatever he
The
could.
alleged crash area showed a large semicircular area with no vegetation. The area above the semicircular area was covered with new vegetation also. Samples of the soil of this area were taken. My overall impressions of this trip are mixed. I believe that there is definitely something going on in the area. What it is, I do not know. Perhaps there is a base there.
Say, I'm
Perhaps it is
powerful.
jointly
God is
operated by
powerful.
aliens.
maybe I'm more powerful as you might wish to interpret. He says,
It could be of the United States race so super secret that there are no fences around to arouse any suspicion. Then again, I cannot say for sure. I do know that the evidence that we found in Sardef points to the fact that something is going on in this area. In apparent confirmation of the above, A. Vendez, the former state police officer in Dulce, New Mexico, who was a part of the expedition described above, was contacted by researcher L. D. Walton in 1990 in an attempt to confirm some of the information concerning his involvement in the UFO mutilation investigations. During a telephone conversation with Valdez, the following was learned. He and others had seen strange flying objects in the area. However, he himself was not sure whether these were UFO signal out of alien origin or some type of top-secret aircraft being tested by some secret faction of the government. Something DID crashed near Mount Arboleda several years ago. But again, he did not find any evidence conclusively proving whether it was an object of human or alien origin.
Just an added flavor and added sense of what the Torah might be telling us. The Hadaros Habayim generations have followed some of those Drash stickers to show that they make so much out of Drash. To the promos out, like Rashi, Shapira Tanakh, Alternative Flash, Rashi, comments on all of the Torah, the including analytically, and it says,
suggesting that the cattle were being used for research in DNA experiments. Quite by accident, while scanning the internet, I was surprised to discover yet another confirmation of the events described earlier by Jason Bishop. This third confirmation of UFO activity near Dulce, New Mexico, by members of the expedition team was given by none other than John Gilly, one of the Mount Arboleda expedition team members mentioned earlier. Gilly's own report follows. Subject: UFO report from Dulce, New Mexico. File: UFO 739.
He says, Rashi is one in 1,000.
UFO sighting
So what he does say is the right path.
October 23rd, 1988
Is the
by
path
John
of the
F. Gilly.
Hebrew area.
Location and
And
time:
legalism.
southern slopes of Mount Arboleda, 5 miles NW of Dulce, New Mexico. Location of the phenomena: south to north trajectory for about 2 miles, stopping very close to Mount Arboleda summit. Estimated closest observer's distance: 480 yards. Distance from observer's spot where the UFO stopped: 510 yards. Time: 7:51 p.m. Mountain Time. Duration: stay 5-6 seconds. Witnesses:
Look for the meaning, true meaning of each and every word in the Torah. I will then explain it as best I can. It says wherever you find the word for the first time,
which is itself a pseudonym used by a researcher and a friend of mine who uses this pseudonym because of his deep level research into some very dangerous areas of investigation. That is, if one considers the revelations such as those contained within this volume to be dangerous information under certain circumstances. Circumstances of sighting. I, John Gill, was interested in the Dulce area because of rumors related to a jointly CIA alien occupied underground facility under Mount Arboleda and to numerous UFO sightings, as reported by local residents. A night of observation in the mountains had been planned under the leadership of Valdez. Since about 7:30 p.m., we have been playing We Told the instigation of Valdez. Just as we were processing the last person, one of Valdez's sons shouted, "Look, here it comes."
We have to know
Gil, do not make the statement that there was a causal correlation between what we have just been doing and what we saw next.
With a great deal of
Merely
emphasis
report two consecutive events which may or
would
may
say
not
is
have been
literal
correlated.
understanding. Let's see
Look
where
at the
it's literalism.
phenomenon.
Sometimes,
The object
however,
came from the south at great speed on a flat, straight, rectilinear, horizontal trajectory resulting in a perfectly straight luminous yellowish line. It was definitely not a plane or a shooting star.
D means a young
There was
animal
no
being a
sound
goat
coming
or
from the
otherwise. So
object.
even as we know,
The object
D
stopped
is a
dead in
goat.
its tracks near the top of the mountain. At the same time, it became extremely luminous, lighting at least half the sky. There was a display of various colors: yellow, pink, green, and a shower of sparks. Then the object folded on itself and disappeared.
That's why sometimes it's called D, sometimes it's called the Eason, not
The United States Geological Survey
another
maps,
kind of
Lord Canyon.
a D always means a goat.
Photos. Photo of
Explains
witnesses.
therefore that
Campsite.
the Torah actually never talks about meat
The
and milk if
trajectory
it's
was
not
about
goat meat.
2,000 feet
But
above the lowest point on the
from the
estimated path of the
Hebrew,
object,
there's a
which is the
tradition
Navajo
from
River,
the time Torah was
elevation
given. So it's about
6,600
that.
feet.
Shelo
And
Yotam Yisrael Basabakal.
Chapter 3.
But it's
Dulce,
not
New Mexico, and a
something
cosmic conspiracy.
found verbatim in the Torah.
Chandelier. a captain of a major United States airline has flown over 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries. He holds 17 world speed records in the Learjet and is the only pilot ever to hold every airman certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies. He has flown clandestine missions in war zones and hotspots around the world, often engineering their escapes under dangerous conditions. A former Nevada State senatorial candidate, he is the son of William P. Lear, designer of the Learjet executive airplane, the 8-track stereo, and founder of the Lear Seating Corporation. John Lear became interested in the subject of UFOs 13 months prior to the day given below, after talking with a friend in the United States Air Force by the name of Greg Wilson, who witnessed a UFO landing at headquarters near London, during which 3 small gray aliens walked up to the wing commander. Since then, Lear has kept his contacts and intelligence, investigating the allegations that the executive and military-industrial branches of the United States government knows about and colludes with alien forces. Lear no longer suggests the following scenario as a possibility. He emphatically states that the aliens are here and that many of them vote as hell. It started after World War II. He begins. We, the Allied forces, recovered some alien technology from Germany. Not all did they. Some of it disappeared. It appears that sometime in the late single quote 30s, Germany recovered a saucer. What happened to it, we don't know. But what we did get was some kind of ring on it. The following is a public statement released by John Lear on December 29, 1987, and revised on March 25, 1988. It was originally sent to some of Lear's personal friends and research associates who in turn put pressure on the ace pilot to release this information publicly. The first version of the statement was apparently meant for the inside crowd of researchers with whom Lear associated, whereas the following revision contains the same information as the first edition, yet is directed towards the public in general. Note to the press, the government of the United States continues to rely on your personal and professional ability to suppress the information contained herein. Your cooperation over the past 40 years has exceeded our wildest expectations, and we salute you. The sun is not revolving around the earth. The United States government has been in business with little gray extraterrestrials for about 20 years. The first truth stated here got George Brunel, right, burned at the stake in AD 1600 for daring to propose that it was real. The second truth has gotten far more people killed trying to state IT publicly than will ever be known. Note, emphasis here and throughout this section is ours. Brandon, but the truth must be told. The fact that the Earth revolves around the sun was successfully suppressed by the Roman Church for over 200 years. It eventually caused a major upheaval in the church, government, and thought. The realignment of social and traditional values. That was in the 1600s. Now, about 400 years after the first truth was pronounced, we must again face the shocking facts. The horrible truth the government has been hiding from us over 40 years. Unfortunately, truth is far more horrible than the government ever imagined. In its effort to protect democracy, our government sold us to the aliens. And here is how it happened. But before I begin, I'd like to offer a word in defense of those who burden this away. They have the best of intentions. Germany may have recovered a flying saucer as early as 1939. General James H. Doolittle went to Norway in 1952 to inspect a flying saucer that had crashed there in Spitsbergen. The horrible truth was known by only a very few persons. They were indeed ugly little creatures, shaped like praying mantises. Of the original group that were the first to learn the horrible truth, several committed suicide. The most prominent of which was Defense Secretary and Secretary of the Navy James V. Forrest, who had jumped to his death from a 16th-story hospital window. Note, William Cooper, a former member of our Navy intelligence briefing team, insists that Forrest was in fact murdered by CIA agents who made his death look like a suicide. Based on sensitive documents, Cooper claims to have read 2 CIA agents entered the hospital, tied a sheet around Forrest's neck and to a light fixture, and threw him out the window to hang. The chain death broke and he fell to his death, screaming on his way down according to some witnesses. We are being invaded. Brandon, Secretary Forrest's medical records are sealed to this day. President Truman put a lid on the secret and turned the screw so tight that the general public still thinks that flying saucers are a joke. Have I ever got a surprise for them? In 1937, President Truman established a group of 12 of the top military scientific personnel of their time. They were known as MJ-12. Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. The last one to die was Gordon Gray, former Secretary of the Army, in 1984. As each member passed away, the group itself appointed a new member to fill the position. There is some speculation that the group known as MJ-12 expanded to at least 7 more members. There were several more saucer crashes in the late 1940s, one in Roswell, New Mexico, one in Aztec, New Mexico, and one near Reno, Texas, about 30 miles inside the Mexican border. Consider, if you will, the position of the United States government at that time. They proudly thought of themselves as the most powerful nation on Earth, having recently produced the atomic bomb and achieved so stupendous it would take Russia 4 years to catch up, and only with the help of traitors to democracy. They had built a jet aircraft that had exceeded the speed of sound in flight. They had built jet bombers within continental range that could carry weapons with enormous disruption. The post-war era in the future seemed bright. Now imagine what it was like for those same leaders, all of whom had witnessed the panic and Orson Welles radio broadcast, The War of the Worlds, in 1938. Thousands of Americans panicked at a realistically presented invasion of Earth by beings from another planet. Imagine their horror as they actually viewed the dead bodies of these frightening little creatures with enormous eyes, reptilian skin, and claw-like fingers. Imagine their shock as they attempted to determine how these strange saucers were powered and could discover no part even remotely similar to components they were familiar with. No cylinders or pistons, no vacuum tubes or turbines or hydraulic actuators. It is only when you fully understand the overwhelming helplessness the government was faced with in the late 40s that you can comprehend their perceived need for a total, thorough, and sweeping cover-up to include the use of deadly force. The cover-up was so successful that as late as 1985, a senior scientist with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, Dr. Williams, would look at a videotape of an enormous flying saucer and state the record. I'm not going to assign anything to that UFO phenomenon without a lot more data. Dr. Gibbs was looking at the naked emperor and saying, single quote, he certainly looks naked, but that doesn't prove he's naked. In July 1952, a panicked government watched helplessly as a squadron of flying saucers flew over Washington, D.C., and buzzed the White House, the Capitol building, and the Pentagon. It took all the imagination and intimidation the government could muster to force that incident out of the memory of the public. Thousands of sightings occurred during the Korean War, and several more saucers were retrieved by the Air Force. Some were at Wright Patterson Air Force Base. Some were stored at Air Force bases near locations of the crash site. One saucer was so enormous, and logistic problems and transportation so enormous that it was buried at the crash site and remains there today. The stories are legendary on transporting crashed saucers over long distances, moving only at night, producing complete fires, slashing through forests, blocking major highways, sometimes driving 2 or 3 oboys in tandem with an extraterrestrial load 100 feet in diameter. Note, it is alleged that Alpha flew teams out of Wright Patterson were the ones who were most often mobilized to carry out crash retrieval operations. Written on April 30th, 1964, the first communication occurred between these aliens and the U.S. government. Note, others claim that there was an even earlier contact communication in 1954 during the Eisenhower administration. Written during the period of 1969 to 1971, MJ-12 representing the United States government made a deal with these creatures, Covette's extraterrestrial biological entities, named by Deathly Prong, original MJ-12 member and 6th president of Johns Hopkins University. The deal was that in exchange for technology that they would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on and suppress information on the Capitol mutilations. Williams assured MJ-12 that the abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of developing civilizations. In fact, the purposes for the abductions turned out to be 1. The insertion of a 3mm spherical device through the basal cavity of the abductee into the brain, optic abdominal nerve center. The device is used for the biological monitoring, tracking, and control of the abductee. 2. Implementation of hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the actuation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. 3. Termination of some people so that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. 4. Termination of individuals working wage hour represent a threat to the continuation of their activity. 5. Effect genetic engineering experiments. 6. Impregnation of human females and early termination of pregnancies to secure a crossbreeding effect.
A very unusual figure
Or perhaps a
named
better
Rabbi
term for it would be a genetically altered infant, since there has been no evidence forthcoming at an age
or
hybrid
son of
between
Gershon,
humans and
as
falcon
we've
or
seen with
species has
Maimonides,
been
not
successful.
Maimonides, and so on.
In
It's
other
a
words,
fascinating
the
figure
offspring would
who
tend to fall to one
really in
side
many
or
ways
the other,
encapsulates
peripherally white
the
or gray,
nexus
entity
of
possessing no cellular
Jewish
matrix,
and
or a humanoid being possessing such a matrix or some of all those somewhat altered genetically and somewhat physical
and the
appearance
kind
or
of research that he
characteristics.
produced,
Brandon,
both
the
in the
United
secular
States
realm
government
and
was
in the
not
Jewish
initially
realm,
aware of the
are
far-reaching
really
consequences
amazing
of
when you
their deal.
understand the
They were led
context
to
of
believe that the
12th and 13th
abductions were
century
essentially benign,
science in
and since
particular.
they
So
figured that
my
the
goals for
abductions would
tonight
probably
are
go on
to
anyway,
give you
whether they
just
occurred
a
or not,
sense of
they
the
merely insisted on
backdrop. We're
occurring
going to
just to
concentrate
abductees
on
be
the
subject on a
ecclesiastical
periodic basis
history
to MJ
and
12
on
and
the
the National
economic history
Security
of the
Council.
Jews at that time,
Does this
just to
sound
give you a sense of the kind of
An actual list
environment
of
in which he
abductees
operated.
sent to the
And then I'm
National
going to
Security
highlight
Council.
a few of the areas in which he was active as a scholar, and I'm going to basically leave aside all of the Jewish research, which is really quite fascinating and controversial, and I will leave that to my very capable colleague and friend, Rabbi Rothschild. So that is the plan for tonight. Okay, let's get started straight away then. So here's a great picture of him. This is obviously an Israeli stamp from 2009 to commemorate Gersoni's contributions to astronomy, and it is associated with the development of this interesting navigational instrument called the Jacob staff. I did a little bit of reading on Wikipedia to figure out what exactly is a Jacob staff, and I'll explain it to you when we get a little further into this talk. Basically, it's a really fascinating navigational instrument to measure distances using solar bodies and a few other kind of cool things. So the years 1288 to 1344, that's like the high Middle Ages. It's the point of time in history when the church is at its peak. And I want to just really emphasize that because so much of our topic is going to revolve around that. One of the great struggles in the high Middle Ages is the conflict between the church and the state, between the churches, the popes, and the king. Tremendous amount of conflict. The churches generally try to stick with dogma and ideology, and that is generally not so good for the Jews, although in some interesting circumstances they actually will come to the defense of the Jews when dogma was favorable that way. Whereas the temporal powers generally saw the economic utility of the Jews and tried to enact legislation that was appropriate to draw more Jews and encourage their settlement in European regions. We shall see that there are a lot of tensions involved in that between church and state, and the Jews each out a very difficult existence quite often in the 13th century in particular as a result of this conflict. Let's go ahead. Okay, so first of all, here is just a quick overview of some elements of church history. The high point of the church's power in the 13th century is, without a doubt, the work of this man, Innocent III. It's a very ironic kind of title for a pope, because he is widely recognized as one of the most anti-Semitic popes of history. He was quite obsessed with the Jews, and he enacted a lot of legislation, papal legislation, that was adhered to through much of Europe, that restricted Jewish activity on a social and economic and on a demographic level as well. Perhaps the most notorious of his innovations was a series of codes enacted at the Fourth Lateran Council early in the 13th century that, among other things, required Jews to wear distinctive dress. One of the most common expressions of that distinctive dress is this conical hat shown here that is known as the Judenlook, or the Jews hat. It was not a complimentary look. It tended to accentuate the features, and it was kind of like a silly sort of hat that was designed to make the Jews look ridiculous and also to stand out from others. Because the third was very concerned about the the social fabric that would allow Jews and non-Jews to mix readily, and so the youth book was designed to be a specific marker that would help Christians avoid commerce with Jews, both intellectually, economically, and socially. He also, later on, the Fourth Lateran Council developed other forms of distinctive Jewish dress. The Jewish badge was developed at this time. It was not, contrary to popular opinion, the yellow Star of David. That developed much later. It was typically a coin, a round badge, sometimes worn on the back, shoulder blade, and sometimes on the shoulder, that was usually yellow in color. And it was a reference to the coins that Judas received for betraying Jesus. That was supposed to be the metaphor there. Also sometimes shown are tablets, like the round clock tablets, which may be close up with so the Ten Commandments are sometimes used as a badge. But the Woodenhook is perhaps the most popular. And it's actually a boon for art historians, because that means whenever we look at these kind of medieval images, we can always pick out who is a Jew. Here you have a Jew conversing with some ecclesiastical figures. Here's another picture that shows the use of it in a form that you may see more familiar today. What kind of hat does that look like? It looks like a clown's hat. That is a strange irony of history. That's not the answer I'm looking for, but it does look like a dunce cap, right? That's just how they count it. That's like the hat of shame, right? It's like the opposite of what you put around dogs' necks. Just turn around, put it on the head kind of thing. And like the witch's hat, right? Because Jews in the 14th century in particular were very much associated with the devil and with the witches, and so we have kind of secularized it and kind of made it fun with witches and the Halloween and Broadway shows and things like that. But in reality, it comes from the Fourth Lateran Council and shows expression into person Jews and into other national people that we don't like. Here is one of the other developments in this period of time, the 13th century, was the evolution of disputations. And you'll recall we discussed in the very first class the great disputation that the Ramban was involved in 1263. These were a regular feature of the 13th and 14th century, even going into the Tortosa disputation in the 15th century was an ongoing occurrence. Where Jews were forced to participate in these debates, which was show trial to Judaism. Judaism always meant to lose in these debates. The dispute that Ramban participated in 1262 was quite unusual in that he really won a debate and humiliated the opposing side, but in reality it was usually something that Jews simply could not win. They had to endure it. And the consequences of these debates were typically forcible attendance at churches to listen to sermons, sometimes ritual humiliations like a yearly slap on the face to the head of the Jewish community on the eve of the holiday of Easter, things like that. In this shot, of course, you can see it's a woodcut. You can see ecclesiastical figures here, and Jews wearing uniforms like the easy to identify them. The ecclesiastical figures here are using hand gestures, which in medieval art are very aggressive and polemical. Pointing like this is considered to be a very strong gesture of instruction, of didactic instruction. And Jews, meanwhile, are not making eye contact, and they're kind of like looking through their books, trying to figure out how to respond to the critiques and so on. So that was a feature of the 15th century. Was one guy pointing over here? Yeah, I thought you'd point that out always. That's a hard question. I'm not sure why. Okay. And finally, you have the ongoing attack on the Talmud in the 13th century, which was really quite nasty. We haven't explored it too much in these classes, but in the early 13th century, the church, as it were, discovered the Talmud. A convert to Christianity named Nicholas Donin explains to Pope Innocent III, hey, you know why the Jews aren't converting to Christianity? The whole thing is because they have this secret book that the church can't read because it's written in Aramaic. It's not written in Greek or Latin or even Hebrew. And if you read that book, you'll see there's so much indoctrination there. Convincing the Jews to remain Jewish, deny Christianity, it says all kinds of libelous and slanderous things about the founder of the church and so on. And so Innocent III gives him the nod, and there's a lot of investigations, disputations go along with it, and ultimately the Talmud is burned. These are precious manuscripts. These are not, bound volumes that are mass-produced. We're talking about handwritten manuscripts of incredible value, according to the
and distribute
the records of the early 13th century in 1242, some 42, maybe it was 24, maybe it was
in any case,
wagon
it certainly seems
loads
like an odd
Talmudic
method to inform the
manuscripts were
public
all
of
burned in
extraterrestrials,
Paris. An
but it would be in
incredible
keeping with the actions of a
array
predicate
of documents
organization
that
WHOAT
lost
this
forever.
point in time
So
doesn't
these
know
ones,
which way to turn.
that was the first major one.
Moore's also in
So these
possession
are,
of more Aquarius
these are
documents,
kind of
a
like
few pages of which lead down several years
anti-Semitic,
ago and detail the super secret NSA
anti-Jewish
project, which
legislation
had been
that
denied
occurred
by
in
them
the
until
13th
just
century.
recently.
Definitely
In
very
a letter to Senator
inhospitable
John Glenn,
environment from that
NSA's
perspective.
director
Let's
of
move. So
policy,
that's kind of like the
Julia B.
ecclesiastical legislative environment.
Apparently,
Let's look
theirs
at the
was an Air Force
economic
particular
history
name,
of the time as
Aquarius,
well.
which dealt
Very
with
important thing
UFOs.
that actually
Coincidentally,
reverberates
there's also an
throughout
NSA
Jewish history
project by that
is
name.
this piece
NSA's
of church
project
legislation
Aquarius
called
deals
the
specifically with
Decretium
communications
Gratiani,
with
or
aliens
the Law of Gratian,
within the Aquarius
who
program
was
project
a
Snowbird,
major church
a project
thinker in
to
the
test flyover
12th
covered
century,
alien aircraft
shown
who
here,
weighed less than
who
your best drift,
codified
in which
a law
S
that had incredible
_38
economic implications for Jews. Basically, he read Book of Devarim the same way that Jews read it. When there is a prohibition on interest, it has that phrase that says you're not allowed to charge interest to your brother. To the stranger, you may charge interest, but not to your brother. So Jews read that as the and Muslims too, incidentally, read that as a prohibition on interest between co-religionists, that Jews may not charge interest one to each other. So he said, fine, but they may charge interest to Christians because they are not your brother, they're from another tribe after the war. So Gratian said, fine, that makes sense for Christians too. Christians may now not charge interest on any loans to other Christians, but they may loan money to non-Christians and charge interest, and more significantly, they may borrow money from non-Christians and pay interest. Now, you got to realize, of course, that the only minority of any size in Christian Europe are the Jews. Everyone else is Christian. There are varieties of Christians, and as you move further to the east, you have more pagan here. But in continental Christian Europe, it's basically Christians and Jews, and there's nobody else. So the only people who are going to be able to engage in this kind of commerce are Jews. So while on the one hand, it sounds a little bit discriminatory in the sense that, the Jews were singled out for this one particular economic need. On the other hand, it was suddenly handing the Jews a monopoly in an incredibly important aspect of the developing economy. Remember that in an agrarian economy that is just emerging from a barter-style economy to a cash-based economy, when you have the ebb and flow of expenses and income, you put all of your assets into the ground during planting season, and then you wait for it to be harvested in the harvest season. If you have some kind of you have to make a fascina or something in the middle, and you don't have any income coming in, you've got to borrow some money. Or in the case, well, there's many more examples of this, but at any rate, you handed to the Jews in the 12th century a monopoly on any kind of interest-bearing activity, which was huge. Jews took to it with alacrity. Let us recall, by the way, there seems to be a widespread belief that Jews were moneylenders because they could not own land. It's simply not true. Jews could own land in many parts of Europe. There were only limited areas where they had any meaningful restrictions. The truth is, Jews did not want to own land. It was much more practical to be in commerce. Commerce is portable, you can do it anywhere. And then that's very good because if you're subject to an expulsion, you can take your cash and take it with you. You can't do that if you have, a massive farm and you're expelled from the country. You use everything. It allows time for Talmudic study, which you can maintain banker's hours, and it's very profitable. And we're talking about interest rates that go from 30 to 50% in the medieval period. It's an extremely great way to make a living. It's intellectual work, it's not, physical labor. It appeals to Jews heavily. It also allows Jews to be urbanized. The Jews are a gregarious people. We like to live in close proximity to one another. We have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a mikvah, of a Chinese restaurant. All these things have to be really close by. Now I have to say a joke with sushi. But, this kind of work was extremely helpful for Jews because it gave them that kind of lifestyle. I'm a little bit worried about time. Let me just skip ahead because I want to make sure that Rabbi like
So I have decided to
there's another
withhold the
great
release of
mission.
my
You see the
videotape
Union
at
with
this
here.
time as it
I
may
think the
cause
same
some
kind of
problems with
take
MJ
on it,
Twil's
but
plans.
it's some of the
As
medieval
with
art, we
everything,
can
plenty
also
more
see the
time for
distorted
MJ 12,
physiognomy of the
and time
Jews.
is what
The
they desperately
pronounced nose actually dates back
Now you
easily to
ask,
the 11th
we haven't
century,
heard any of
and
this.
here they are
Who do you
counting
think you
coins.
would
This
hear
is a
it from?
Jew and a
Dan
customer.
Brenner,
Here's
Tom Brokaw,
another
Sam
customer dealing with
Donaldson.
the Jew, a big bag of money, or perhaps
These
it's a
people
pledge, I'm
just
not
read
sure.
the news.
And here's one of my other
They have
favorites.
ladies who
This
call
is a
in the interview
woodcut dating a
witnesses
little bit
and
later.
verify
You
statements
can
of
see here
stories
that
coming over the wire, either
the
hippie or
nobleman
Republican.
is coming to
It's
borrow
not
some
like
money.
Dan
He's got his
Rather would
hand
go
out,
down
his
to
pen.
Whiteville,
Anyway, here's the Jew
Virginia,
over here.
and dig into
The
White Arrow
artist
4000
obviously
reported
didn't know
sightings in
Hebrew
October and
because
November of
he
1987.
kind of put at the hem
Better
here
Tom
this sort of
Brokaw or somebody
imitation
else
of
should
Hebrew,
risk
what
their
he thought he would
credibility
look
on
like.
this type of
The
story.
Jew has his
Tom
feet isn't
Brokaw.
relaxed. He
Tom
has
once
a
said
big bag
no
of
one
money
should
here.
risk his
Anyone recognize
credibility.
what this thing
No
is
one,
here?
but no one
An
is going to
abacus.
risk
So
their
when I
neck on
teach
such
undergraduates,
outlandish
18 years old,
ideas,
they're
regardless
totally
of how
clueless.
many people
Boys, I bet you
report
have no idea
sightings
what
of
that was, right?
900-foot objects running them off the road. In the case of the
Oh,
Whiteville
right. Okay,
sightings,
very good. Sure.
dozens of fans with
So
nasal
that's the
on the side
abacus.
failed to
And
give
it's
us
the
newsmen.
calculator, right? It's talking
And those
about,
that asked questions were
clean
informed that
work,
NASA
it's
was doing a weather survey.
intellectual work, it allows
Well
people to
then,
come and
you
study.
ask,
It's a
what
great way
about
to make
our
a living.
scientists?
However,
What about Carl
it
Sagan?
provokes a
Isaac
certain
Asimov?
degree of
Arthur C.
animosity
Clarke?
because everybody likes to
Wouldn't they
borrow
have
money.
known?
Nobody likes
If
to
Carl
pay money.
Sagan knows,
And
then he is
absolutely
committing a
nobody
great
likes to
fraud
pay
through the
interest.
solicitation of
This is
memberships in
especially
the
the
Planetary
case
Society
when
to
people
search
with
for
power
extraterrestrial
borrow money
intelligence.
from the Jews, which
Another
happens
charade into
frequently.
which the
Even
United
kings
States
and
government
nobility
dumps
would
millions of
enter
dollars
into
every
these
year as the radio telescope
economic
at
relationships
Arecibo,
with Jews.
Puerto
And
Rico,
what would happen
operated
is
by
they would
Cornell
be,
University with,
the
guess
debt
who?
ratio was
Carl
raised
Sagan.
a little bit too
Cornell
high,
is
and
ostensibly
so it
searching for
became much
signals
more
from outer
expedient for
space,
the rulers to
a sign
simply
maybe
expel
that
the
somebody
Jews.
is out there.
Then, of
It
course,
is
we
hard to
realized,
believe
wait a
that
second, now
relatively
we have no
intelligent
credit
astronomers like Sagan
whatsoever
could be
in our
cybered.
society because of
No.
laws of Russia.
Also,
We better
even
invite the
if
Jews
they
back.
find
And as you
evidence
can
of
see,
extraterrestrial
just from
life,
this list, and
they
this is
think
France
that city
alone, I
and
haven't
some
even gone with the other
government-sponsored
countries.
projects would
When
tell the
legal
United States about
historians
it.
look at
Let's
the
just take a look
history
at some
of
actual
legislation,
statements
they
from
see
those
the same
involved with
laws
these
passed
projects.
over and over and
The
over
following
again.
is a quote
It
from
means that
Vance
people are
Metallic
ignoring the
Sargon.
law.
Is
If
anybody
you
out
see
there?
so many signs,
NASA
do
looks
not
for
jaywalk,
realities
do not
in
cross into
Reuters
the lights. You know
magazine,
that people are
October
crossing
5th,
into the light all the time.
1992.
And so
At
France
least
alone,
70
between
times
the
scientists
12th
have picked
and
up
the
radio
14th
waves
century,
that
there's
bore the
5
marks of
explosions
communication
just in
by beings
France.
from other
Because
worlds,
as
but they
Jews
were never
become
verified.
wealthy through
Frank
their
Briggs
money lending,
and
and the
researcher
debt ratio
John
is high, the
Spencer,
locals
in a
simply say,
reference to Dr.
get out,
Claudio
that's it.
Strobel,
You also
tells
have the
how his
risk of
astrophysicist
peasant
assisted
revolts from
Frank Drake in
below,
establishing Project
because the
Ozma
Jews,
and its
especially
very
as we move
mysterious
past
conclusion.
the 14th
The
century,
project
when
began
the
its search
Italian
by
banking
focusing on the
houses
star
find
Telsey.
ways around the law
According
of
to claims
gotcha,
made at the
then
time,
Jewish
as
money
soon as
lending
the
tends to
project
get
got
much
underway, small
smaller. It's
intelligence
still quite
signals were picked
pervasive,
up,
but
leaving all
Jews
the
are,
scientists stuck.
selling and
Abruptly,
buying
Dr.
generally
Strobel then declared
small
Project Ozma had been
implements
shut
and
down
small
and
amounts of money
commented that
to
there was no
peasants.
sense
Then
or
you
purpose
occasionally
for
have
listening to
huge
messages from
peasant
another
revolts,
world.
like the
The
Khmelnytsky
UFO
rebellion in the
encyclopedia.
17th century,
So
for
then,
example,
these
that are also quite
insiders will
devastating and
accept
also
all of our
extremely
hard-earned
violent
tax
as a
dollars to
result.
finance their radio
Here's
projects.
a map
If not their
just to give
underground
you a
bases and
flavor of
covert
what
space
continental Europe
operations.
was like.
Yet
These are
cursed
the
Danny Marmorell
explosions,
for having
and
the
you can see
audacity
they're
to
happening
add
all
Julian
over the
system
place.
having access to the
Smaller
products of their
regional
financial
explosions,
investments.
temporary explosions, establishments. This map also does not indicate the number of states that impose restrictions where Jews could stay in place, but they simply could not engage in money lending for 10, 20 years, and then they say, okay, money lending is great, let's do it again when the debt ratio is so high. It's a very tenuous and difficult time for Jews. And this is the period in which we have the Scientists active. The Ralbag is an acronym for his name, Rabbi Levi Ben Gershon. So he's also known by the title Magister Leo de Daniel or Leo Hebreus. Daniel is a place, I'm not exactly sure where it is, I don't know Daniel is, I think it's in Spain maybe, but Italy, Provence, this sounds feasible. And Hebreus means the Jew, obviously, Leo is the Jew. The Magister is an interesting title, it indicates a level of learning that is recognized by other masters. This is still a period when university studies as a whole were really quite primitive, and we're just beginning to emerge from the ecclesiastical circles to become secular institutions. he was recognized as a genius by his peers in secular realms of study. In math, he wrote a very important work called Maaseh Hosher, also known as Sefer HaMisbar, the book of the number, which was translated into Latin, and that's the way that we have it today. We apparently do not have the Hebrew original, but the Latin translation, the Numericus Harmonicus, on the harmony of numbers, a poetic kind of approach to mathematics. He's also known as a very important conduit of philosophy, and this is a role that many Jews played in the Middle Ages because of their linguistic affinity for the Semitic languages. Aristotle was perhaps one of the most significant philosophers studied in the Middle Ages. The Rambam, of course, relied on him very heavily, referred to him as ha-philosoph. Rabbi Yonah said that Aristotle was one level short of Ruach HaKodesh, of divine inspiration. But Aristotle was often a closed book to Christian readers until we extend Aquinas in particular. But many aspects of his work were not really widely studied at all, even in church circles, and Gersonides was an individual who borrowed them heavily and translated them to languages that people could read in Europe. He also relied heavily on the sort of footnote versions of Aristotle that come from Ibn Rushd, also known as Averroes, who is a very important Islamic philosopher that translated a lot of Aristotle into Arabic that Gersonides could then access and discuss in Latin and other European languages. Finally, he was also extremely well known as an astronomer. Here we get this great Jacob staff thing. He invented this instrument, which was deceptively simple. I'm not exactly precisely sure how it works, but it's a way, it's got this kind of crossbar here with measurements on this rod, and by eyeballing a fixed point on the ground and a fixed solar object and lining up this crossbar to make sure that you can see both of them at the same time with no gaps in the line of sight, you can then make calculations as to how far apart these things are. And if you are on a moving ship across the ocean or something like that, you can use it to determine how far you have traveled using the relation. Check this out here. These are cool drawings. The resolution isn't that great on the projector, but you can see here's someone who is actually figuring out with the Jacob staff the distance between the moon and a star. Here's some people using it to calculate the height of buildings. Really interesting applications of this very simple instrument that Gersonides invented. And by the way, modern surveyors use this technique even today. They're still working with this thing invented by some 700 years ago. This is a more modern version of it. You can see that it's a little bit more refined because it has several levels, but the mark drawings have the same basic instrument that has tremendous usage. Now, what I'm not going to go into today because we have Rabbi Rothschild to speak in much greater detail about it, but he was also a huge polymath. And again, this is in a period of time where the division between the sciences was not altogether fixed. I mean, a person who was really smart was expected to be smart kind of across the spectrum. He didn't have the high levels of specialization of the sciences, literature, and so on. And so he was an incredible counterpart, viewed with considerable controversy in many circles. His most famous work, however, was his book, Milchamot Hashem, title that's used by many authors, The Wars of God, and it deals with a whole range of questions of Jewish theology, borrowing heavily from Aristotle and Averroes, in particular, as we discussed. Okay, Robert Trump, you ready? Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. Let's turn over to the real talent of Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second half.
These include Lazarus Balbanowitz, Director of Thunder Scientific Laboratories at the New Mexico-based research facility with government contract ties, who claims to have gained access to and interrogated an alien computer system via the radio-video computer setup of his own invention. Lazarus Balbanowitz, the television documentarian responsible for Strange Harvest, a program about chemical mutilations, received astonishing links from Special Intelligence Officer Colonel Richard Doty, formerly of
let's start at the beginning of this. So what we see about
the Rambam, as Dr. Abramson has said, is the most remarkably very individual. I mean, think about somebody who has the pattern on an instrument which is still used today, and it's somebody who is on the bookshelf of almost every base level. You just have to think about the diversity of this individual. And what I'd like to do is explore a little bit of his thoughts in the next few minutes over here, just to appreciate how unusual the individual he was. So many times in our thinking and our thought process in Judaism, the Rambam would provide a very important anchor for us on the rationalistic side of Judaism. This is very important. I have many conversations with many individuals over time, and I found that a lot of Jews are very, so some Jews are very big philosophers, some Jews are big pragmatists, some Jews are big Kabbalists, some Jews are rationalists, and there are bunch along the Rambam before that provide a very important foundation of what Judaism is and means to a very important group of people and to parts of any person's character. We're going to explore some of those together. I'd like to add one interesting thing I just came across and I read this today, actually, just last minute, about the I'd like to add to what Dr. Abramson has said. And that is that, interestingly enough, in one of his books on trigonometry, in fact, he actually, it was called the Syllabus Cordis et Tribus. And I'm talking about around the geometry shapes. And he, in 1342, and he actually published it in honor of Pope Clement VI, which is very fascinating because after Pope Innocent and that terrible era, he obviously had a very close relationship with Pope Clement, and this particular Pope, as it happened 6 years later, was an individual who went out there and tried to defend the Jews against the latest craze in the period was, which was also considered a little better than that, is demonic plagues. So why did demonic plagues affect the Jews of Black Death? Because the Jews weren't as heavily affected for whatever reason. Lion, they washed out of hands, whatever it was in history, the Jews are blamed for Black Death among everything else. And Pope Clement was in fact one of the armed defenders of the Jews, and before that debate, he had a close relationship with the Rambam, who guided that position. Because it's very fascinating historical link in terms of how much it contributed to this in terms of, as Dr. Abramson said, personality and gravitas in society. Let's start the very beginning. There's so many different works that Rambam works on, and as this hold the sword for the director of Sadia Gaon, that is incredibly organized, orchestrated, point by point. In fact, when you start writing his introduction to the Torah, he gives you the rubric and the schema for the books he's later books. He doesn't have a very close to write, and he tells you point by point of what he's going to write. Very incredibly organized individual. Let's start the very beginning. So the first thing we will start off over here is just an interesting word aspect of psychology. Usually when you have an academic or self-proportion, certainly with the mathematical side of the brain, but then often the limits of this say to finesse and the soft understanding of the intricacy of emotions. However, I'd like to give you one example to just how profound the insight he has into the human psyche. Here's where it starts. This is actually his introduction to his spiritual autonomy. What he's been doing over the last few weeks, he has been focusing on the Rambam's introductions, because they are all the introductions of these great thinkers, because it gives us a window into what they're trying to achieve. And he says an interesting thing in the middle, very, very long introduction. He talks about a particular facet of his writings, which in fact is very infrequent in every other writer. What he's about to describe is something we don't find elsewhere in a lot of writings. He has what he says. I'm telling you the whole thing, but he said, and behold, he stumbled the Uranian, there Leviathan Hashmo and Lois, Hamagios, Parasha, Judas, what he says is, I'm going to write at the end of every section, that's the way he does it, I'm going to write a toilet, which really means an outcome, a positive message that we can learn from sections in our field. Now remember, when you go into the actual section in the Torah, he's very didactic in analyzing words and context and meaning. But he says, at the end of that, I'm going to write something called Prada. These lessons that can be learned. Right, so what is an idea for him? He has to sit down. So the way that I'm able to learn is support in this conversation. So I can give you an example just of one of these examples. This is why it's so beautiful. He's working to show that our band as a regular authority, a regular commentator on the Bible. But then you can go to the end and have a completely different perspective of the same thing when you commented on because of this Bible. So here's an example. The context of this next excerpt is in Parashas Vayishlach. So here we have the beginning of Parashas Vayishlach. This serves, of course, as a very important metaphorically as well, in terms of the relationships of Jews and Christians as well. Because then Vayishlach is the parasha we have Jacob is returning from his exile in the house of Laban, and he's going to now encounter his brother. And a lot of parashas spend time preparing how they're going to interact with each other. So he says, I want to tell you something important about this interaction. And that is that for Eretz HaRishon, the first one is a psychological insight. He says the following: "U'shelol initiate lefaneh, v'yatzer v'tasur sinah sanimenu, shizkar v'lo b'chol ha'is." If you have somebody who's really has a relationship with X, there's a lot of carry, there's a lot of baggage in that relationship. He says, your approach to that relationship should be openness, submission. We are getting on calling on. You tell the person what's going on. The thing is, in all your feelings, your humility towards that, this cowboy son of a voice, it says, when you stick out your hand, as painful as it is, as vulnerable as you make yourself, so that's the greatest thing is to breaking a relationship of power and anger on yours. That's not saying idea. How do you see this? They say in the scouts, how we learn of salvation from the interaction of Yaakov. Yaakov has now had 22 years of strangling from his father, and his father feels in his own realm very rightfully wronged by Yaakov. And now he's very saying that what Yaakov do is save himself, make himself vulnerable. He talks about his family, he says in this. He opens himself up in what's perhaps to be a counterintuitive need. He says all about inconnection. How many times in relationships you have a relationship where the response is pardon? Because that's perhaps the area we can dig out the faces. And ultimately, we're in a healthy relationship that ultimately does not result in what results in this. This is the result of what our Bible will look into. And beyond his grandiose and his perspective as academia, he just says, and he can use the devil. We're dealing with other people, and you can think in the backdrop of his mind, Christians and Jews. Right? You can think about what he must be dealing with on a daily basis. Is the phony arrow, Earhart was definitely to inform the presence that the real projects underway underground in Canada. The 8-mile-long train that went underground straight in 1945, 672 train cars to the coast of Raleigh. The contents loaded on board ships eventually end at underground in southwestern Canada. At the same time, over 100 prefab factory buildings were shipped from England to British Columbia. The Nazis had everything before any other country. They had radar in 1933. They had infrared sensors, heavy water, etc. etc. We have been told lie after lie in terms of who invented these things. If anyone in the world had access to alien technology, it was the Arians, Nazis. Their metallurgy and casting were flawed. They would have conquered the world. As you probably know, many expatriate Nazis were killed camouflage. Nowadays, they were included in the startup of more than several departments of the CIA in 1947. Departments including genetics and cloning. So how do you have a spiritual being having any physical interaction with a human being who is completely almost having interfaces on physical level? So that's what he says. This is his commentary on the Parashah Vayishlach later on, where Yaakov struggles with it. He says the following, this is in the third source. He says, Yaakov Levado, and Jacob remains alone. So he's bringing over his extra belongings over from the side of the river. And what happens to Yaakov? That apparition appears where?
Because you obviously told
In
Linda
his dream,
Hazam
which is
Tracy's
to say,
opinion rather than questioning Paul directly.
a snapshot
He's a pilot.
of what's
He
going
flew
on
over
again.
the
What
Dulce
position
area
is
numerous
Jacob in
times
at
on
this
his
point
way
in time?
between Albuquerque and
He
Denver.
is
He
horizontal.
took many pictures of
That
the construction
struggle
going on,
that's going
and
on
according to
is
Paul,
in the
he
head.
also
It's
took
not
pictures of circular
in
craft on
the
the ground
nighttime.
at this
It's
site,
not
which,
some
as late as
stranger.
1973,
Because
according to him,
the
had
Orson
largely
they
or
crucified
was much
the
the same as
Rothschild, they
our
got something in
second-hand
their life
explanation about the doors it is for.
and the
All
fact
the
that
stuff
he
from
has
Area
this sketching
51
in
and
his mind is so
4
powerful,
having to
it
do
is
with
a
inertial
struggle
mass
of the mind.
cancellation
It's
was
a
moved to an
weird
area near
battleground.
St. George,
And he
Utah.
goes on to say
The most
that
revealing
these
photos and their negatives disappeared in about 1975 when various French
after all,
UFO
if you didn't have
experts
a real
visited
battle
Paul.
with him, it was
Also,
Angel.
his
And
house
so
was
what's going on
burglarized
here?
and
How did
ransacked more
he
than once.
develop
In later years more, Chandra and
so
crew
he
made
goes
a
on
meaningless
in a
tour
very
of Dulce
logical
when they
framework,
went down to
few
Albuquerque.
suggestions.
The real
He talks
reason for their
about,
trip
that when
was to
people
see if there
identify
was
with
any more
terrifying
evidence of
mass and
serious
they feel like they're
consequence still
falling,
in Paul's
you can
possession
measure
that they could
that their
grab.
muscles
And sure
tense
enough,
up
he was
as they
missing
are
some
in their
photos when they left
cycle,
his house.
as they're
If
falling,
you even
because
talked to
it
a
actually
novice, you would have gotten a lot
physical
closer to
symptoms
having
to
revelation.
the psychological experience they're
The
going through.
waste
They
from
talk
the
about other
underground
aspects
biogenetic
of relationships of men
aliens
and wife
involved,
with
though
psychological
that is where we
effects.
humans produce the
It's fascinating
short-lived.
because what he's
Big
saying is that
Eye,
he has a
Big
Yaakov
Habitat,
was some kind of
comes out in the River
from
Canyon
a
about 10 miles
psychological
below
experience.
Bayou Dam.
When we're in school,
Note,
we're
in
always very
alternative
interested in these
scenarios
special
to the
things.
above reptilian gray,
When you go
aliens
to
are
school,
involved,
what
as
we
well
have,
as by
we are
genetically
pictures,
constructed
there's
beings
angels,
developed
stars,
by Illuminati
there's a
fellow
struggle,
CIA-backed
wrestling
scientists working in
from
the
a Torah,
Dulce facility, Brattle, who these days they treat in a lot more deformity there,
like any other
lure
man.
back into
I'll
the
be on the ground
environment.
and it's
That space and others are of course connected by tunnels to Los Alamos. The Argolid Mesa installation rivals high gathered Alice Springs, Australia for security, etc. Every United States Air Force base has a so-called OVO and is connected to this point by tunnel. A group of 21 people led by an individual we will call Rick went to Air 51 in 1989 in a small bus to watch sunsets. They were stuck on Mailbox Road with two individuals carrying automatic weapons and wearing camouflage colors. One individual popped a can of gas in the aisle of that's all for 3 hours. When they came to their senses, they cut their trip short, returned to Louisiana, and 5 persons got separately regressed using hypnotic regressors, but did not know one another and found that during the lost time their memories had regressed similar events. They had been marched off the bus, taken in jeeps to a building nearby, and had their lives threatened by military personnel. And though the United States, the group that runs the alien abduction scam, can only use some of the hardiest of these short-lived biogenetic analog stories. Short-lived because they have no digestive tract and can survive only about 2 weeks maximum after they are removed from the growing matrix. Then they deteriorate and die. They have not, so, and are not considered sentient beings by typical audience. Note, one might ask, why would they bother? The reptilian race, the long range, although in addition to the clones, there are also apparently the polyandrolians and egg-layers. Reportedly, no digestive tract with those intake food and excrete waste from the skin. Chimpanzees may have just assumed that, since they have no digestive tract, they had no way of taking in food, and that they were there for government creations, which die after 2 weeks of starving. We grant, however, that man is right in that, according to the Dulce papers, human and cattle DNA may be used to develop almost humans and other unnatural living forms. Brandon, the Army's mind control unit must take well-deserved credit for the veterans, who seemingly go suddenly crazy, killing many people out there themselves. The most recent event in Killeen, Texas, was planned for the day before a congressional vote on gun control, hoping to influence Congress with yet another mass automatic killing. And nurses, psychiatrists, each perpetrators as local veterans hospital are involved in each and every case of these mass killings/suicides. Prozac is also involved in each case, having been prescribed by the aforementioned handlers in each and every case.
In the midst of his examples of the Korean joke in just a second outside, he says a very interesting point. This is really essentially his arguments.
Further comments on German Bavarian Nazis, the CIA, and the world order, and Servan Servan,
God
man
didn't
was
create
convicted of murdering
a
Senator Robert Kennedy
self-contradicting
and a
idea
psychiatrist by
of
the name of
consciousness world.
Dr.
What does that
Diamond
mean?
who maintained
כי אם
CIA
צומח
magic
שיש מיובו
connections.
הכותל
Also,
שובר
Sarah's
לצרות,
attorney Graham
or
Cooper,
it's
who
just for
seemingly made
instance,
very little
God
effort to
will never
defend
create a
Sarah,
square
as
where the
CIA
diagonal
officials
is
ties as
equal to one
well,
of the sides.
leading some to believe that
That
Sarah
means
was
that
used
that's
as
a
a hypno-program
self-contradictory
Manchurian
fact.
candidate
God is
by the
set certain
fascist
rules
cabal,
in
a
motion,
cabal that
and when
murdered not
God did
only
not
Robert
put
Kennedy,
Pythagoras
but
when he
also his
created
brother,
this,
President
then
John
he
F.
said that
Kennedy as
will
well.
exist
Following
irrespective
World
of what
War II
happens
over,
in
2,000
reality.
German immigrants took to the United States, became members of the American Psychiatric Association, which was involved in uncontrolled lobbying in like the collaboration between the Bavarian Thought Society and the Bavarian Illuminati and the influx of thought-psychopaths called Nazi SS agents into the United States intelligence with the help of Illuminati backed parents like the German immigrant Aryan supremacist Rockefellers and their corporate oil chemical empires, Exxon, Cargill, Southern, etc. And in light of the day, he intended both Bavarian societies to establish New World Order as Adolf Hitler laid out in his second book, The New World Order. One is to wonder why so many German nationals would join an association that dealt directly with the study of people's minds. This is not to say that Germans themselves are to blame. It is rather the German Bavarian fascists who are behind the New World Order agenda, and especially the safest Germanic black nobility families who claim direct descent from the early leaders of the Holy Roman Empire of Germany, which rose from the remnant of the Roman Empire and which kept Europe in empire grip throughout the Dark Ages. These were the 13 families who had ruled vast financial empires in Europe for nearly 1,500 years. They are once again trying to take control of the world as they attempted to win the World War as I am too, provoke a global war that will result in the massive single or depopulation of blacks, Asians, Jews, Slavs, and many others, excepting of course for the Aryan elite class. In essence, they intend to finish what Adolf Hitler set out to accomplish, the threat then is from Nazism or National Socialism. Whether it be European, British, or American, or whether it be global, corporate, or continental socialism. Some have reported that the Soviet states and the Berlin Wall was planned in advance as part of an agenda to merge the East and the West into a so-called communist socialist/democratic socialist New World Order. East and West Berlin would be at the forefront of the reunification of Eastern and Western Europe, and in turn, they hope the rest of the world. Germany is also planning the way for European unification by establishing an open border policy and encouraging other European nations. This may sound benign on the outside, but considering the fact it may be a ruse to unify Europe under German control, which was also Adolf Hitler's goal. However, in this case, the unification is being accomplished through economic means rather than military means. The control is still in Germany, but as a result, the Third Reich established German military control of Europe. The European Economic Community, or EC, established economic control. In most cases, in this world, it is the economic forces which control governments. Sad, but true. Notice how the term economic has now been removed, and the New World Order has been renamed the European Community. Very clever. In other words, the unification is no longer just along economic lines, but is becoming increasingly political, since the member nations have been pressured into submitting to an EC constitution the longer than mere economic lines. France and England have been pulled into this alliance, exploiting two devastating world wars by the very country that is secretly orchestrating the EC or the New World Order. Come on, France and England, wake up. Germany is not only the largest federated state in the EC, but in 1990 was the largest economic power in the world, with a trade surplus totaling over $58 billion, with almost no foreign currency reserves in 1949. Germany had accumulated nearly $80 billion in reserves by 1989, compared with the $38 billion in the USA and $41 billion in Great Britain. A regular critical comeback for a country that had waged two world wars for the sole purpose of offensive conquest, wars that had cost the Allies a heavy price in blood and resources. Of course, Germany is also the leading economic power in the EC as well, possessing 35% of the economic power base of the European community according to the Grolier Encyclopedia. So just where does the real power lie in the EC/NW?
It's true there was water pressure
Considering
and
that
air
the
pressure
German
and
black
wind,
nobility
but
were
the
the
beauty
same
of the
ones
miracle
who
was
sent
that
Vladimir Lenin
all
from
of that
Germany to
at the
Russia to start the Communist Revolution, and the same powers who backed Adolf
Very different
Hitler.
way of looking at it.
Then it is not surprising that Communist East Germany would merge into democratic
Sometimes
West
we like to have
Germany
a
with such
dream.
ease.
we like to have a philosophy system which fits just the way we think. And it's important to remember that there's a very broad spectrum of thinkers in Judaism, and to some people this resonates a great deal, and some people it does not resonate a great deal. But remember that it's part of the spectrum, and to some people this is the way they understand the world, and this is what the authorities are interested in what to do. And this is very important to understand this is part of mainstream Jewish philosophy. This is an example of again suggesting the supernatural, not in the power form of healing, but in the form of actual miracles. Another example that we're not going to go to the actual text itself, but as I mentioned before, the sun standing still. The sun stood still in Joshua. Now, as far as you go, and as academic as you want to be, there ain't no way the sun is standing still. Right? Everything is moving. Everything moving around everything. Gravity is always in operation. Nothing just stops. Not fast. The earth is moving. Everything like moves. It doesn't just stop. So there are bugs and he says if people don't stop moving, that Joshua was in fact a greater miracle bringer than Moses. Right? Because we don't even want to stop the sun before it's just a move with all of the Bible. So what happens? So the Rabbi says no. What it means to say is that they have to stop them. They're chasing the enemy. The enemy will run towards the hills in the caves. What I shall allow them to do, because I shall allow them to chase the enemies into such speed, with such an act that we almost felt like there was no little enough for time stood still, and we were able to do so much in one day. Even when the sun stood still, subjectively for their actions. But time was no longer a factor as they achieved what God allowed them to achieve. We can say, yes, we're about physical reality, we're about psychological reality, but there's an understanding of it. Once again, don't necessarily take it as the face value of what the text was. Now let's say notes, I'm just kind of very interesting to use this translation actually from that translation. It doesn't come from the reality. The book of Hashem is one of the great works of Dr. Adams who mentioned just beforehand, where it's mentioned in the exquisite description of how much he wants to bring God's light into this world by his book. It's about his philosophy system, a system of God's providence and how she interacts with this world. We're going to see a little bit more of this in the very end. But in the next, we'll see a very interesting thing where he talks about the hierarchy of life. This is very fascinating because I was looking over here addressing evolution, and he explains how evolutionary thinking is in Jewish sources. And the Rabbi himself says absolutely. The Rabbi talks about theories of life forms, talking about how humanity is the greatest form of developed life form, which is already talking in the terms of the evolutionary chain that we have over here. Well, another century well before Darwin came along to discover there was this movement of progression from one to the other. The way the Rabbi looked at creation was a tiered progression as well, which is the most fascinating insight as well, just in terms of the newness of his thinking. Let's move on to another really interesting point over here. And that is over here in terms of hierarchy. The Rabbi is a very interesting person in the following of God. The Rabbi is what sometimes you may call a very normal person. Very normal, very chilled out person. What I mean by that, here's an example. So when we did some recently actually, in the Sefer Shmuel, is that the name Shmuel comes from the word, from the root one. Or where's Shmuel's name come from? The prophet Samuel. What is the root three letters? It is not Shema, but I got God first. It is all that may Hashem from God, shut through it. I borrowed or requested him from God. So the Rabbi says, that's true. Then what should his name be? His name should be Shaul, requested. That's the most direct expression of the root of the word Shaul. In Yom HaMar, it's only a question that says, שתקרא שמו שאול, אמרנו לו, כיוון ידעת כל קורא השם Not everybody was being served a duck cake. That's what they meant. Like, in figurative language, they meant that the sound is good. Right? They know what it came from the word sha'al. But then there wasn't sha'al, shmuel, it was beautiful. What the Rabbi is essentially saying is, don't make a castle. Don't make an enterprise on such a thing. Some things you can just let slide. You just say that the Rabbi is very much a linguist. At the same time, there's certain things when you just
to both sides, then behind the scenes, the content is script templates. The insectoids, the grays of the Bavarian secret society lodges are all working together. Many scenarios are possible. However, the important thing to remember is that any war waged against a red alien race which threatens the American Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, and the Bill of Rights is merely playing into the hands of the aliens either way you look at it. International cooperation in a common defense against an alien threat should be considered so long as the national sovereignty of individual nations are not violated in the process. All nations should learn to be self-supporting and not be tempted to succumb to a global economic system, and therefore a global political system in that money and politics are more or less synonymous. At least in this world where those who control the money control the governments. Also, independent economies will prevent all nations from falling like dominoes if an economic collapse does occur. A target of any future attacks against an outside threat to a nation's security should not be excluded only to the aliens, nor exclusively against legal conspirators or tyrants. But the target of any future conflict will one or the other. In regards to planetary or national defense, should be directed specifically against areas where collaboration and interaction between the alien infiltrators and the human collaborators are taking place. For instance, areas such as the underground joint interaction bases of Neuschwaben, the target Pine Gap listed near that script, int.s_off-limits_scrimmage7.htm single quote 537,412 greater than Australia, Alsace-Lorraine-MTS, area of France, Germany, and of course, and probably by far the worst of all, the underground megacomplex Philadelphia, New Mexico, where the worst life forms that the universe has to offer seemingly conceive and carry out their atrocities against their victims. Those of them taken or abducted to the base permanently, as well as against their implanted or programmed victims beyond the confines of the base who are nevertheless forced to exist in psychological concentration camps imposed on them against their will by violent collaboration. Further, Norio Hayakawa contends that the Great Deception will immediately follow a rapid series of shocking, incredible events in succession, beginning with a pushback to Arab Confederacy's attempt to invade Israel, simultaneous worldwide earthquakes, worldwide stock-market crash, and a sudden, mysterious evacuation of a segment of the planet's population, all of which will culminate in a quick official formation of a new world order based in Europe that will last for 7 years upon its inception. Note, it is interesting that George Washington's famous vision of Valley Forge accurately predicted the Revolutionary and Civil Wars and their outcome, and also a third trial through which America must pass. Then the ground and sea invasion of the Americas by world order, which will have conquered all of Asia, Africa, and Europe. Depending on how one interprets the prophecies of Revelation, this siege will last for either 3 1/2 or 7 years, and will end with America being created by divine intervention. I personally believe that America is the wilderness spoken of in the 12th chapter of the book of Revelation. Since the world empire will last no longer than 7 years according to the books of Daniel and Revelation, the invasion/siege of America must also not exceed 7 years, although I suspect that it will be closer to 3 1/2 years. Also, Washington's vision combined with other prophetic sources seem to imply that those who are living west of the Mississippi River at this time will be far better off than those in the occupied zone east of the Mississippi. If General Washington's vision was accurate, then the ultimate outcome of the battle is not the question. The real question is how many Americans, North, Central, South Americans, will survive through to the final victory. Brandon, Norio also explains that the Great Deception and the shocking series of events will, but millions and millions of people worldwide in an absolute stupor for months during which time is special, extremely effective. Multi-level mind control program will be activated to calm down the stunned populace. Hayakawa has himself appeared on Japanese television, has lectured considerably, has appeared on the radio station in Phoenix, Arizona, and has been the subject of an article in the Arizona Republic, has published articles in U.S.-Japanese Business News, March 1990, was the guest on a Japanese talk show in March and April of 1990, and also appeared on the Billy Movement, handling Punk Edge of Las Vegas several times in early 1990, and in 1995 made dramatic appearances on Art Bell's Greenlit broadcast. He was also interviewed on the Anthony J. Hill Show on
it's the way it was. For some people that's devastating because they need to say that their moments in time outside the sphere of that protection. Okay? Not that you can't get back into it, but there's sometimes I'm ejected from that bubble of my buffer of divine providence. It's the most terrifying description. This is his own word that he ends. He says, in this way, possible to maintain is some uniforms of existence which surrounded by uniform elements found in substances that compose them. The cause of the unity in the sublunar nature is impacted by the subsystem of heavenly bodies. We can say this system in notion over here. From this standpoint, then we can use that such calamities strike us as pure wow. That's a very, very powerful point over here. I mean, this is a series of fascinating things in the sense that this is the convergence of both philosophy, mathematics, and psychology all at once. Whereas perspective on the human nature of suffering, at the same time as the academic, the world called the scientific side of how the world operates, and as well at the same time to the philosophy of the rationalistic dropout, all converging into one point of the I think this is fascinating for the following reasons. If you think about it, when we covered over here, we covered a few very interesting set up points. We talked about the psychology of the robot. We talked about how his insight into making amends with other people, as an example. We talked about interaction with supernatural events, angels, miracles, and how he sometimes waters down those events from the view in the same grounds as he may have mentioned with it. We talked a little bit about war and ethics and districts, about how there are God's willingness to be able to also use it to not get fit. At the same time, there's also his perspective and his forward thinking in terms of ethics and morals. And finally, concluded with a very more heavier note, which is the notion of there being a system of Hashem's interaction with this world, which is the flip side of the coin of miracles, which is that there is a system which is always moving. And sometimes that system doesn't specifically notice the individuals. Once again, very, very salient points of a great thinker who still adorns our shows today. What I'd like to say is just to start at the end, is just to say a very big thank you. Thank you so much to our very own and one and only Dean Hela Abramson, who put together what's really a remarkable series. I personally have grown tremendously just from the experience of having learned and prepared for this, and I hope that you, everybody in this room, and everybody in the global classroom that are watching and continue to watch this astounding series of 6 have learned from this and will continue to gain. And we thank Hillel and Ilana for their incredible investment in this community. I want to also thank our film crew on staff, Boaz Abramson as well, who doesn't just do filming but does questioning as well, which we'll address in just a moment. And this has really been a very exciting moment. Anybody has questions about furthering this opportunity, please speak to us afterwards. At this moment in time, let's take questions, if that's all right. Yes.
These incredible people, these kinds of geniuses, I can only imagine that they must have had a patron or somebody, taking care of the minutiae of their lives. And secondly, who are their incredible wives? Because behind every great man, and of course, it's Women's Day.
Absolutely. Now, International Women's Day. Shout out to International Women's Day. You're right. I think that's more directed to Dr. Abramson, actually, the historical side of things. But right. I know that he did. I know that he did actually get a lot of patronage for his inventions and his writings, because he was so well sought after. I think one of the kings commissioned him to write. I don't remember which book it was, but more than that, I don't know fully. Dr. Abramson, can you speak to that?
I don't think I know that.
You heard it, yes.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes.
One, when going back to Yaakov and the struggle with Malach, I've heard people say, or it'd be an idea to say that, I think it'd be an idea to say, or I've heard people say that the whole idea of him wrestling with angels is just a psychological.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying.
The fact that he was sleeping, that he could be hallucinating.
Okay, but the point is he wasn't in a lucid state.
Yeah,
that's exactly what Rabbi is saying.
Also, when it comes to the miracles, the Rabbi was suggesting this or other stuff. I thought it could just be geysers. It could be a couple geysers.
Possibly. I just said there ain't geysers in the Sinai Peninsula. That's the only interesting thing for us.
Yeah. Also, you said that. Correct me if I'm all to my third grade parsha class. Happened was they crossed the river and then they left someone behind, so Yaakov went back to get it. And that's where he fought the angel. So he goes across the river and then he goes back and then he decides to take a nap.
That's what it seems to be. Yeah, you know, it's interesting. He actually glides over that point when he describes it.
Why would you go to sleep randomly? I don't know.
Yeah, wouldn't you want?
It could be. It is very possible that the Tanakh doesn't go to the level or the stakes or pain to tell us every stage of his going to bed schedule. So it could be that it took it for granted that we knew that this was now in a sleeping state. It could have also been another possibility is addressing a point more full on. Is a lot of times when God interacts with human beings, the way the Rambam describes it, very much the Rambam Kebbah here, is it's almost like a experience. It's almost like a fit, an epileptic fit, where the senses are almost destroyed from the experience of the magnitude of the divine. So it could have been that he didn't fall asleep, but that as the way he describes this prophecy is set on, and when it's set on, he collapsed. So that's why we're not being described as yeah.
There must be multiple theories that say that the being were epileptic or something. Like the whole epileptic kind of thing seems like it could somehow.
Yeah, but remember, we're looking anachronistically. It's like all we have today is epilepsy to be able to look at. When it happened in those days, we're talking about not so much as a medical condition, but rather a description of a human being or a physical being that cannot. What was that?
Yeah, they used to call it
true. I'm just saying, like, there are different subsets, meaning to say that prophecy experience in those days was a bigger subset than what we call epilepsy today. Epilepsy today may be our own perspective into what it means to be for human being to be in such a state. The Rambam describes it as being that is the typical nature of experience of the divine, simply because it's like the car. When you're going too fast in a car, the car starts shuddering. The car can't take the motion that it's in. It's too much. The body can't take. That's what's going on over there.
It also said that he followed them the whole night, right? Mm-hmm. So usually you sleep the whole night, so I don't know, like, probably he fell asleep or he fainted or something.
Possibly, it's very definitely true. Could be the whole night as well. Could be the fact, as the Adam portion said. But one thing which interests me is that it's coming back to Yoda's point, is that if it's a psychological struggle, I mean, it's not just a bad dream. It needs to say that in his dream he is struggling against something. That struggle was so hard it took him until the morning to break out. That's what seems to be over here. That's how hard this experience was.
People nowadays, when they wake up from intense dreams, they're sweating, they're out of breath.
Yes.
Correct. So that goes to that for sure, and that goes to your psychosomatic experience that he describes in the Toilot at the end of the section, exactly like you said, where he says how do these physical symptoms of a psychological experience. And maybe we'll take questions afterwards. Thank you, everybody. I don't want to keep everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Looking forward to seeing us at the next opportunity.
Welcome to another series of Letters Flying Free. This is a very exciting series that we came up with last year, and it's based on a Talmudic passage in which Rabbi Hananiah ben Teradion is martyred at the hands of the Romans in the Hadrianic persecution. They wrap him up in a Sefer Torah. You're all familiar with this, but for the sake of the internet audience, I will repeat it. They set him on fire. They put him on top of a pyre, and the students ask him, what he sees, and he says, well, the scroll is burning, but the letters are flying free. Very poetic statement, which is expressed graphically in the beautiful stained glass windows, which Rabbi Teitelbaum helped design outside. That's really the idea of this series, is that we're going to give a team teaching approach where I will give a little bit of historical data to place the figure in his, or in some cases her, historical context. And then Rabbi Teitelbaum or Rabbi Trump will follow with a much more detailed textual analysis to give us a sense of the way in which this particular individual shaped the Jewish tradition in literary form. That's the plan for the evening, so I'll have more or less the first 25 minutes or so. and then I'll hand off to Rabbi Teitelbaum to talk about the Rif tonight. I am currently struggling with a personal challenge. When I used to give lectures publicly in Florida, put them on the internet, I used to always begin with a joke, and I enjoyed it tremendously. But then I slowly got a whole bunch of comments on the internet, stop with the jokes, go straight to the material. And I don't really understand New York. So when I came to New York, I said, that's it, no more opening jokes. And so for the past 2 years, I have not told any opening jokes. Now, maybe it's because New York is warming up to my style a little bit. I'm getting more and more people asking me, please, why don't you start with a joke? We heard your lectures in Florida. What's going on? So I will start with a joke tonight. Please laugh. It will. Thank you. That will make me feel much better. But the idea is a joke is a good thing. In fact, there are various rabbis in the Talmud who always began the shir with a joke because it sort of opens up the mind, kind of like sniffing chlorine that wakes you up, to get you ready to learn. So the joke goes like this. It has nothing to do with the subject. A man's been seeing a psychiatrist for many years, and he's had tremendous progress in his therapy. So the psychiatrist says to him, listen, Milton, you've been with me for a long time. I think we should cut back the number of visits per week because you're doing so well, and it's a big expense, and I think that really you're ready to strike out on your own. And he says, but doctor, it's been so many years, and I'm so attached to you. What will I do? This is part of my week. I don't know what to say. And he says, listen, we'll do it like this. Let's not meet next week. And if you have any moment at any time, day or night, that you need to reach me, here's my personal cell phone number. I leave it on 24/6. Just give me a call, and I'll pick up right away. It doesn't matter what time or night. And so he feels relieved with that, and in fact, that's what he does. The next morning, he wakes up in a panic. Milton wakes up in a panic, and he calls his doctor at 6:30 a.m. He says, doctor, I hope I'm not disturbing you. He says, no problem, Milton. What's the problem? He says, I had this terrifying dream. I had this horrible, horrible dream. He says, what was the dream? He says, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother, and that you were so overbearing, and you were forcing me to make all these decisions and not letting me have independence. And I know it's the opposite of everything we said, but doctor, I felt so terrible. He says, oh, that's awful. What did you do next? He said, well, then I went into the kitchen, I turned on all the lights, and I tried to calm down. He said, what did you do next? He said, well, I ate a piece of dry toast and some weak tea to try and settle my nerves. And he says, what'd you do next? He says, well, then I called you. So the doctor thinks about it, and he says, a piece of toast and weak tea, that you call breakfast? Okay. All right. I don't know. Maybe it's better off with no jokes. Tonight we're going to talk about the Rif. The Rif is one of the several acronyms that are used to describe Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi. His years are 1013 to 1103. One of the most important and creative thinkers in the halakhic tradition. I won't spend too much time speaking about the content of his thought because that's going to be handed over to Rabbi Teitelbaum. But my goal for the next few minutes is to give you a sense of where he comes from historically, place him within the broader contours of the world as the Rif knew it, and then we'll get, I think, more of a sense of what his unique contribution truly was. He's also known as Alfasi, from the city of Fez in North Africa, because he spent most of his career there. He was not actually born there, but he spent about 35, 40 years studying in Fez. And as normally when a person has a place name for a surname, it means they originated there and they ended up somewhere else. So in fact, he ended up in Spain, in the Cordoba region, where he was the Rosh Yeshiva of one of the most important yeshivas in Spain at that time, in the glory days of the golden era of Spain. He mentored many students, including the Ri Migash, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, and thousands of others for the next millennium, because it is impossible to study the Talmud effectively today without consulting the Rif. He's one of the most important commentators of all time. I know in my first edition of the Talmud, when I went to buy one, it said on the cover, Talmud Bavli in HaRif, with the Rif, as if to say that everything else is a cheap imitation. That gives you a sense of how important the Rif is within within our tradition. So let's put him within the context of the golden age of Sephardic Jewry, which is a topic that I find deeply fascinating. I'd like to just give you a very short introduction to it. This map didn't come out so well in reproduction, I'm sure, sorry. Gives you a sense, sort of the dispersion of Jews after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese incident of 1497. The arrows are going the wrong way if you look at the 8th century. Basically, the Iberian Peninsula is controlled up until the early 8th century by an extremely vicious Christian kingdom called the Visigoths that practice brutal forced conversion of Jews and an absurd degree of persecution for backsliding new converts to Christianity, including a strange punishment called del calvatio, which may be shaving one's head or possibly scalping them. Horrible kind of persecution at the time. And in the case of mixed marriages, the Visigoths prescribed amputations for women who married Jews, Christian women who converted to Judaism and married Jews. They had their nose amputated. Men Jewish men who married Christian women or who had converted had another essential organ amputated. So it was a really horrible time, and the Jews were hating it. It was absolutely awful. Many fled to Navarro, to north of the Pyrenees, to France, elsewhere in North Africa, but they were just waiting for the Muslims to come along and take over the peninsula, which they did in the year 711. A very memorable date. Here in America, of course, is commemorated with a chain of corner stores so that we can remember the great Muslim conquest of the year. I think maybe I 7-Eleven, right? The stores, right? Slurpees. Right? Okay, thank you. So it was widely believed through Christian historiography of much of the Middle Ages that the Jews had invited the Muslims. That is most likely not true. But when the Muslims came in, the Jews definitely aided them, primarily in the form of holding on to the cities that the Muslims conquered, manning the garrisons and managing local municipal government so that the Muslim armies could go on and conquer other areas and force the Visigoths out. Shortly after that, you have the onset of a golden era where the Muslims in Spain actually demonstrate a unique level of tolerance to the Jews that was, incomparable, certainly since maybe biblical times, and one would say it hasn't even been matched in America in some ways. But that's what we're going to discuss tonight. So the Rif himself comes from North Africa. He lived for a while at Kairouan, which is over here, not to be confused with Cairo, Kairouan, and then over here in Tunis, in the city of Fez, where he spent most of his life, and they ended up in Lucena here in southern Spain. So that's the trajectory of his career. The reason why the Spain got such a huge takeoff in terms of its scholarship, everyone recognized this famous photograph here, of course, of Moshe ben Hanoch. No, just joking. That's actually the skipper who, went out on a 3-hour cruise. And the real question that I have is, why did Ginger have so many outfits for a 3-hour cruise? And what kind of professor is it who can't figure out the basics of getting off the island when he has all this equipment and know-how? That's one of those great historical puzzles. At any rate, Spain, if you saw in that poorly reproduced map a minute ago, is on the periphery. I'll go back to it for a second. The periphery, because this is where the center of the Jewish world is at the time that the Alfasi is working. It's in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers down here in what will be southern Iraq or Kuwait. You have the great Talmudic centers of Sura, Pumbedita, Nehardea. They're all mentioned in the Talmud. And everyone living out here is in a vastly different orbit from Sura and Pumbedita. Anytime they had a question, the Jews living out here in Spain, if they had any kind of question about the calendar, about kashrut, about observance, they were very troubled. Should we be eating rice on Pesach or not eating rice on Pesach? The Spartans just simply didn't know what to do. That was a joke too. Not Sparta, Spain, but it's almost over. So they would have to write a question that would be delivered by hand, essentially, across the Mediterranean basin, all the way out here to Surin Papadita. It would take months, and then they would send money with it, so there was an economic relationship. And then Surin Papadita would send back a letter that would again take months. It would be a cause for huge celebration. We have descriptions of the ceremonies that were held in these Spanish communities when a letter came back from Sura or Papadita. They would gather all of the townsfolk in the synagogue. They would sit in special cushions, and they would bring it out on a special, wooden box that was specially made for delivery of the letter. The Rav of the Kehillah would receive it. They would have a special knife that was used to open up the seals, and then they would read it really, really fast to get to the bottom, and then they would spend months afterwards, and then it would be Kiddush, and they would spend months afterwards deciphering the deeper meaning of the letter. So Spain was way out here on the orbit, but there was a bizarre circumstance when a Talmudic scholar named Moshe ben Chanoch was shipwrecked and captured by pirates, and he was held for ransom. This is actually a fairly common occurrence in the Middle Ages. Ransoming captives happened all the time. There are large discussions of it in the Talmud and in later poskim. And the great Sephardic leader, Chaskai ibn Shaprut, spent a tremendous amount of money to rescue Moshe ben Chanoch. And then he said, listen, why do you want to schlep all the way back to, the equivalent of Brooklyn when you can live here in Boca Raton? It's beautiful in Spain, our climate and so on. Moshe ben Chanoch stayed, ended up establishing a new center in Spain that ultimately, for reasons which are beyond what we're going to discuss today, became the new center of gravity, eventually eclipsing Sura and Papadita within about 300 years. So it all happened because of that one mitzvah of rescuing the shipwrecked individual. To give you a sense of the culture of the time, this is a period of phenomenal creativity. The Rif is writing halacha in a very, very unusual and distinctive way that would shape the intellectual tradition. But there's so many things happening in Spain and in the Spanish orbit that are attracting Jews to the Iberian Peninsula. The Rif was really caught up in a massive migration of Jews to the peninsula. This is, for example, one of the things that are happening is the rise of secular Hebrew poetry, which is mind-blowing. And some of it, I think about it on the train. It fascinates me so much. This is a short poem by none other than Yehuda Halevi. And by the way, one of the very special things about the Sephardic genius is that unlike really any time since the biblical period, you have figures who are absolutely stellar in their religious creativity and their religious piety and the things that they contribute intellectually. And at the same time, they are the masters of secular culture and affairs. Shmuel HaNagid wrote a fantastic commentary in the Talmud and was the chief general of a Muslim army for 16 years. How does that happen? Certainly nobody in Lakewood is serving as a chief of staff to run an army, a Muslim army nonetheless. And we can point out one after another figure. The Rambam is perhaps one of the best examples in the field of medicine. Yehuda Halevi also a very talented physician and a poet. So this is one of his what are called the Shirei Chol, the secular songs or secular poems. It's called Afra, and I think this actually should be Oprah, but Afra means a doe, and much of this poetry is love poetry. One could interpret it allegorically, and in fact, Yehosef, the son of Shmuel HaNagid, said that that's how people should read his love poetry. It was all allegorical, like Shir HaShirim style, but some of it's really quite evocative, like Shir HaShirim, and I think it's hard to do that interpretation. Anyways, let's read it because it's so beautiful. Afra tchabet et begadeha b'mei dibi, v'tishachet l'shemesh v'zahara. Lo shala mei ha'ayanot u'shtei einai, v'lo shemesh lo yofi ta'ara. Sorry, so this is a translation by the brilliant Hillel Halkin, who wants to preserve the rhyme a little. This Oprah does her laundry at my tears and dries it in the sunshine she gives off. She doesn't have to take it to the trough or wait to hang it till the weather clears. That's a really beautiful translation. The idea is that Oprah And this is, by the way, a trope that you see often in the secular poetry, the rejected lover who feels terrible about and they wallow in that rejection. And it's so beautiful, it's so extended, it's really something exceptional. But if you look carefully at the meter, you see that this is the standard Hebrew monorhyme with the words dimdi and einai falling into the next stanza. It creates in the Hebrew a unique type of anticipation where you're reading along and then all of a sudden you fall down a step, like when you lose your balance on the stairs or something like that. And it's a beautiful kind of falling feeling that emulates falling in love as well. Losing control. I'm losing control of this sphere because I'm having fun with it, but let's go further. A lot of this environment was created so because of Abdul al-Rahman I and his grandson the third, who was a Muslim refugee from a terrible massacre. His entire family was killed in Baghdad in a coup, taking over the Muslim caliphate. And so he fled as a refugee in secret with just a few of his servants, and he made his way all the way across North Africa. As he was traveling through, in many places, he found succor and shelter from Jewish individuals, and his attitude towards Jews turned to be very positive, and he held them in high regard. So when he came to Spain, although he was a very brutal ruler in many ways and did not suffer any kind of dissension, to the wise and loyal servant, quote unquote, Jew, he would often extend himself. And this was sort of like a trend that you see developing in Spanish culture, where particular Jews who are able to wisely administer the affairs of state are left to their own devices and are able to accumulate tremendous power. So you have this environment. This is the Mosque of Granada with its very distinctive architecture with the red and white blocks. There's a kind of mirror effect that goes on and on to infinity. You have this beautiful culture developing in Spain, in which Jews are given unprecedented rights under Muslims, allowing them to be extremely creative in their religious affairs. This changes dramatically with the Berber invasions, and with this we're going to transition to the Rif's life, because his primary creative activity was during the period when there was a dramatic downturn of Jewish conditions. He was, in many ways, at the very tail end of this period of coexistence and tolerance, and he lived in a period when there was increasing intolerance, when Jews were fleeing Spain, beginning to make their way to European shores, in the case of Yehuda Levi, to Israel, in the case of the Rambam, moving across, of course, to North Africa, to less repressive Muslim regimes. We should recall that the period of coexistence that existed in Spain was due to a large-scale affinity between Jews and Muslims in terms of their cultural vocabulary. More than this, we cannot say at this time because I don't want to go over. But it created this. Here, this is, for example, a view of the Alhambra, which is associated with, in a very important way, with one of the important Jewish leaders, Joseph, son of Shmuel Hanadi. Okay. Who are the Berbers? The Berbers were North African Muslims. They were not Arabs. We should distinguish that there are many different kinds of Muslims. Islam is, of course, a religious designation. Words like Arab, Spaniard, Berber, those are ethnic designations. The Berbers were fearsome warriors. They were known for covering their face when they went into battle, which is probably where you get the kind of Lawrence of Arabia sort of thing with the turban and things like this. They also painted their faces, and they were fearsome warriors, but they were also not sophisticated thinkers when it came to Muslim theology. And whereas in Spain, the relationship with Jews was actually extremely relaxed, and in many ways contrary to Muslim law. For example, Muslims regularly held symposia, traditional Greek symposia, meaning drinking parties, with Jewish attendees, and of course, alcohol is forbidden in Islam. allowing Jews to rise to positions of power above Muslims is also contrary to traditional Muslim doctrine. And yet this was happening in Spain because Abd al-Rahman III and others would recognize talent and would promote it to positions of authority. The Berbers, when they invaded Spain and they took over from the much more cosmopolitan Umayyad, they were not having any of this shit. And they insisted on a much more orthodox and doctrinaire interpretation of Islam, which frightened a lot of Jews and ultimately drove them to depart. So with the Berber invasions that we begin to see in the 12th century in particular, a change for the worse. And this is when the Rif is primarily active. The Almohads are one of the most important of the Berber tribes that make it up into Spain. They drive out the Umayyad Caliphate, and they take over the entire southern region of the Iberian Peninsula and impose this new vision in which Jews really have to maintain their place. And it might be worth meditating on what is it about the downturn of a society that you can get a flourishing of creativity. Another great example would be, just to mention it by way of passing, Ibn Ezra, who was a very celebrated poet in Spain, making a very good living as someone who wrote Arabic verse for hire. But under the Almohads, he also had to flee. He went to Europe, to Italy, and then later to France, and eventually to England. And the Jews there wouldn't pay him a penny for Arabic verse because they didn't read Arabic. So he ended up writing in Hebrew and writing in Latin, and he had tremendous success because he was forced out of Spain. And he complained about it a lot, but it was specifically the downturn that ended up being the moment of his greatest opportunity. So what ends up happening, let's go to this map again. So as I mentioned before, the Rif makes his way from North Africa, spends about 35, 40 years in Fez, and then eventually comes up to Lucerna, which is over here in the center of the peninsula. Here's a picture from the Cordoba region, which gives you a sense of the majesty of the architecture at the time. As a man, we don't know a lot about his family life. We don't know much about his wife, for example. We know that he had at least one son. We get a sense of his character in that he valued his primary students, the Ri Migash, or the Yosef Migash, as a superior student, and therefore he actually promoted the student over his own son to be the head of this important yeshiva. We know that he had a tremendous controversy. He was a strong-willed individual, a tremendous controversy with other Jews in the various towns that he lived. In Fez, he was actually denounced to the authorities, quite probably by fellow Jews, that caused him tremendous anguish and in fact occasioned his flight to Spain. And despite the fact that one of his rivals, and possibly one that was involved with the Annunciation, was a man named Yitzhak ben Baruch al-Baria, when this individual passed away and left his young son behind, the Rif adopted the son of his rival and enemy to be his own, and he took care of him and he raised him in his own home. He is an example of a North African kind of severity, but transplanted into an environment in which the cosmopolitanism is beginning to fade. Many of the scholars of rabbinic history have looked at the life of the Rif and put it within the context of Talmudic and have regarded him as the last of the Gaonim. In other words, the Gaonim, that's a term that was used for leaders of the yeshivas in Surah and Pampavita, as they were beginning to fade, and as scholarship was rising in Spain, the Rif is kind of a transitional figure that cements the Iberian Peninsula as the new center of gravity, the new sun around which all things orbit, and Surah and Pampavita fade in the background. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and your endurance. It's a tremendous boost to be here in this Kehillah and to be speaking with you about these things that I find so fascinating. And I'd like to hand the microphone over now to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
Thank you, Dr. Abramson. Good evening, everybody. Interestingly enough, we're going to begin with commentary on the Rif and its importance, its life's work. The Sefer Halachot says it is referred to.
So let's just recap a couple of years.
The Tzedel
For the first 6 months,
of Menachem ben Aaron ibn Zerah was a very unique kind of halachic work.
most real people
Ibn Zerah in the 14th century found that there were many high-level government and business officials involved intricately and maybe too intimately with the Spanish population and with Spanish culture. And he wrote a description of halacha with a lot of explanation, with a lot of the moral sense of why we should or shouldn't do as we live. And wrote it specifically for those many people who were very, very involved in worldly affairs and very involved with the Spanish population. In his introduction, in his Hakdama, Ibn Zerah describes some of the great sources of halacha of his time, and they are, of course, still the great sources of halacha of our time. And if you could follow along and go see how he describes the Rif, discussing how he moved to Lasina, Yosef Shom Rabbeinu Yitzchak, the Chiber Halachos, the Kotzer, he composed a halachic work, the Kotzer, with summarization, plus the Siddarei, 3 orders, Nashon, Nezikin, and Moed, 3 of the main orders of tractates of Mishnayos. The Mishnayos are the 6 divisions. 3 of them were fully commentated upon and discussed by the Rif. V'doma l'Gemara Zayda, and it's similar to what you might call a small Gemara, meaning a reduced or an extraction of the Gemara, so that it is brought down to a point where all of the discussion and all of the give and take that ultimately leads to a particular conclusion is not included. And what the Rif does is he'll discuss the introductory remarks, the basic idea being we are talking about this issue or that issue, the opinions about the issue are, and then a conclusion, so that we understand that the place from whence the halacha is derived is this page of the Talmud. But exactly how the conclusion is arrived at is not necessarily as important as the conclusion itself. And therefore, the masa and mata, the give and take, all of that which goes into the why and the wherefore, he removed and then got down to the pertinent, practical conclusion. But along the way, he does explain why he believes the conclusion should be as it is. In many instances, it is a unique conclusion. In many instances, it is an interpretive conclusion, meaning that he interprets a passage of the Gemara in a particular way. We will see later how he has a particularly important interpretation of certain halachos, and we're going to look at one particularly. And it's different from the way Rashi interprets perhaps that line of the Gemara. He explains how he interprets it and what consequences there are halachos. And what Ibn Zerah here says is that the great Tosfos, the Amar Allah Rabbeinu Yitzchak Bal HaTosfos, Sheyil'eh ben Adam L'chaber Chibur K'mahu Zolasi Sheshkina Haisa Torah Allah. No one would be able to write this kind of work. No one could write the Sefer Halachos, as he called it. Taking the Gemara, studying it, extrapolating from it the essence of what we would need to know, doing so with so much erudition, coming to the correct conclusion and then guiding our lives based on the Gemara, but not in this totally halakhic way. Well, do this, don't do this, do this, don't do that. It's got a little bit of the Gemara flavor to it. It shows you exactly where it is from and why, yet it's very practical and does set forth the halakhic guidance that we need to live Jewish life. So it's very much Talmud-like, and it's somehow more definitive and more concise, far more concise. Now, another reason that I'm using this Hakdama is because he mentions here something that importantly Dr. Abelson referenced. Notice here he says, "Yemos Rabbeinu Hai," from the time of the Gaon of Hai, Lo Kam Kamo. We have not had a halakhic decisive and a rabbinic thinker and leader of such importance. In his positive Rebbe Kitzvei Ha'adama, and his work has been disseminated far and wide. He goes on then to say that he lives 90 years, passed away in the year Tuf Pei Gimel, 4,883.
But when I see you on Facebook,
the Helen Talmidim Harbe. By the way, I believe that that might be a mistake. I believe it was Samach Gimel. Correct. Samach Gimel. The Helen Talmidim Harbe. Daily Talmidim Rav Rabbeinu Yosef ben Menashe. He means the Gash. Yosef ben Meir. So what he is mentioning here is essentially what Dr. Abelson said, that he was the greatest man since Rav Heigl, and then had all of these students, such as the Migash. Now, let's understand, Migash was the master teacher of the father of Maimonides. So the importance of the Ritz now is that he is that bridge, if you will, from the time of the Gaonim and from the accomplishments and achievements in the style of the Gaonim, on the one hand, to the period of the Rishonim, to the likes of the Migash, and therefore the likes of the Rambam. And the difference between the Gaonim and their style and that of the Rishonim is that whereas the Gaonim would do far less in the way of commenting and explaining the rationale of a piece of Gemara, they would have tshuva. They would answer questions about what practically people should do and why. But to comment on the Gemara and explain the reason behind the lines behind the questions and answers of the Gemara, that was something that was rarely done. It was done by some of the Gaonim, but not one tractate after another, not one Masechta after the other.
Just looking out the window,
and here you have someone sitting down and saying, let's study Shas and let's understand it line by line, and let's explain it line by line. And then in that vein, others follow. But not only was it that he would comment on the Talmud line by line, Masechta by Masechta, but he would also gather the halakhic ramifications by Masechta. It wasn't random questions and answers on various topics as in the Shuvas Hagalim. It wasn't as in the case of the Halakha Gedolos. There are 613 mitzvahs left discussed on mitzvah by mitzvah. Here, it's a halachic word, and the pattern and organization is based upon the Talmud. So what he does, in essence, is return the Talmud to a position and to a place of importance, where as a foundation for Jewish life it can be known and appreciated and studied. The Gaonim were answering questions and discussing Jewish life. He is returning us and bringing us back to the place where it all begins, and that's at Talmud. So that's how he bridges the era of the Gaonim and introduces us and sets the stage for the very important period of the Rishonim.
I'm trying to.
Here's a sample page of what the Rish looks like in the Gemara. It looks very much like a page of the Talmud. That was not his doing, but because of his vast success, you have those who published the Talmud, treating his work like the Talmud itself. After all, it was the, Zeira, the small Talmud, or the miniature Talmud, the summarized Talmud. So it's been treated that way by those who published the Talmud. So you have the Rif here, and then the Baal HaMa'or, the first to really take the Rif to task on many, many issues, controversially so. Here, the Ramban, Nachmanides, defending the work of the Rif here in the Milchamos Hashem, and then later, Rabbi Nisim ben Reuven, one of the last of the great Spanish Talmudists, and the famous commentary of Duran here in the Shulchan Aruch here. And you'll see Rashi here. Rashi did not write a commentary on the Rif, obviously. Rashi and the Rif were actually contemporaries. However, those who published the Rif said, well, wouldn't it be great if when you open up your Gemara and you want to look at the Rif, you'll at the same time be able to see what Rashi has to say about the same issue. So they took some of the Rashis off the page and published them here right next to the Rif itself. Now, a little bit about the Baal HaMa'or. Two works, the Mahakatan and the Mahagado. And he began his work at the ripe old age of 18 or 19 and was really very, very hounded by people in his own hometown. How dare you criticize the work of the great Yitzchak Elfasi? And he stuck to his guns, as we say, and said, no, that's what we have to do. And interestingly enough, the Baal HaMa'or ben Yitzchak Halevi, when he published the Ma'or, made a point of saying that he does respect, verily, Rabbi Yitzchak Elfasi. And he says, well, just because we respect and revere the man doesn't mean we cannot say we learned from him, and now we learned so much we even know how to question him. He says, look at the great Jewish thinkers and writers, grammarians, even Ganach, and Rabbi Yehuda, not Yehuda Halevi. This is a great grammarian of the 10th century. And they had a back and forth about very important issues. The student said to his master, my wisdom is your wisdom. And therefore, it's fine and correct for me, with great reverence and respect, to question you and to question the wisdom that you've imparted to me, and to use my good wisdom to hone and sharpen our wisdom. And here, Rabbi Yizrachia, the Yitzchak Halevi of Lunio, who wrote the Mar Haggadah, says that the Dvarim Ha'ela B'Yosef Mehema, with such words of reverence and respect, and even more so. Kol sheyesh lahosef ani hasha'ir, whatever I could add, and say Al Rabbeinu Harav Hagadol Hamuvak Yitzchak Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaHalachos Hamukuna Ibn Elfasi. I'd say as much as that and even more in respect and in reverence of his work. I need not go on and talk at length about his greatness. Everybody can see it. Everybody can look at his work and appreciate how well he put together this masterful work called the Sefer Halachos. He is Mishemish, like the sun at high noon. But kind of goes so. At least you can breathe air. If it's over like 90 degrees, Prusos al Dorosa, and the far-spreading wings of his righteousness are spread and will continue down through the generations. Val kol hadoros hagoyim acharas. There's not been a work as important and as beautiful and as correct as his since the time of the conclusion of the Talmud. We have to sanctify it, and we have to purify it and whiten it, meaning let's take it and see if there's any way to make it even better, so that, yes, you wrote a way of, this is a way of saying that I'm going to write something that's going to even be an improvement on what the Rif has to say. And then, of course, as we said, the Sefer Avokamas and many others would rise to the defense of the Rif. And that's, again, very important, because what you are beginning to see then is this cross-pollination of ideas that really had not happened, and that had not come to such a degree of prominence until the time of the Rif. Meaning that the Rif provoked so much Talmudic thinking and so much Talmudic examination and elucidation. And that was unprecedented. As we saw, as we looked at that page of Rif, he says, well, this is what the Gemara means. And then it begins. The Bible says yes, no, and then the Muhammad defends him, and then the Shibboleth says in Iran. This entire manner of discussing and of arguing and of then honing in on exactly what we might be able to say about a particular piece of Gemara, what it means and what its consequences should be, what the halacha should be. This all began to happen thanks to the Rif. So that he is so important in that, what we would call the evolution of the study of the Talmud, even as he is so important in the evolution of halakha. To be so important and so significant in two great areas of Jewish life and in Talmud study causes the Rif really to have a place unique in the annals of our history and of our Gedolei Torah and Chachamim. Here you have again another important
what happened was we were digging
Rishon, as we call them, the Rivet, Abraham ben David of now that's how it's pronounced. He was from Provence, and the pronunciation, I went online to try to figure out how in the world do you pronounce it. I know that in our yeshiva, and in all of the yeshivas, and in Jewish life generally, we call it Shver. But Asgari, somebody lived there, that's in Lithuania maybe, but it's not a real correct pronunciation. It's Puskier. And that great town, now it's not even known by that name anymore. That's where the rival was from. And the rival is describing, again, how he will take the Rif to task, and he will criticize the Rif and disagree with him at times. But look at the way he phrases it. Raisi, the Hilchot of Al-Fasi, he says things that are so wondrous and difficult for me to understand. Perhaps it's perhaps because I can't see straight. He says, Kasher Tichena Eine Haroeh, Kasher Yistato Ve'ein Hashemesh, with the Kalishos Tizvah. Perhaps it's because when one looks at a bright sun, you just can't. You had that eclipse a couple of months ago, you can't look at the sun. The danger of looking at the sun in its eclipses because the sun is so powerful and has something very that are so dangerous for us to look at. But when you have no eclipse, you can't look at the sun. But then you can't see it, you can't really understand it. So what he's saying is that the brightness of the Rif can be compared to the bright shining sun. Truth is, there's a side to me that says I should have just looked away and accepted whatever the Rif says, kept my mouth shut, he said. There's a side of me that says I probably should have just followed whatever Rabbi says, and to the right, the left, and not be the But after all, we have to study and Avalki Hamlok Shemaim, Hamlok Gedolov, Ein B'Tachlis, B'Tachlis, Avala Osik, B'Mekabel, Skarov, Bein Lutar, Bein Shogeg, Alkein Reina, and Nimneiti, L'Chapes Atarov, Kasher Tashi, Yadi Kam, the store of Kam Chazek. Therefore, I do not stand aside and allow everything to just go by and be said by the Rizman any which way he wishes. I will comment, I will criticize. Of course, we know the Bible was really the one who criticized mostly. The Rambam, who talks about that, got ruined in a few weeks. However, this very same Rabbit, again, very importantly, composed the work Tamim Dayan, less known than his commentary on the topic. These are longer pieces of explanation with halachic consequence, chuvas of the Rabbit. And in the Tamim Dayan, he is using the Yitzchak Alfasi endlessly, constantly relying upon how Yitzchak Alfasi examined the Gemara, how did Yitzchak Alfasi ultimately conclude, with halachic conclusions based upon the Gemara, so that with all due respect to the Hasagas Rabbit, you have here an example of almost an entire book of Shuvas that base themselves on the work of the Rif.
So, did you read about his cause of death?
Let's take one piece of the Gemara in the second breath of Kabbalah as an example, so we can understand what it means to take this Gemara and then, I don't want to say boil it down to its essence, because that's an oversimplification. But to take it and extract from it the most pertinent parts of it, and then derive the halacha, and then present that in this concise form known as the Rif. Here's the Gemara, Chaf Aleph in the second bracha.
It was a list of people, or just a number of people?
A
number, and sometimes even a list of people.
Safek Kara Kiyashma, Safek Lokar. Someone is uncertain as to whether he already cited the Shema or not. That happens, you have one of those mornings. And you wake up somewhere, chilling on, and you're in, Embassy Yativ, or maybe you're already in Shmoresh, and you go like, oh, where am I? How did I get here? Now you don't know. Did you say Shema? Did you not say Shema? Well, what do? You go back and repeat it, or do you not? So Rabbi Yehuda says in the name of Shmuel,
put out a piece of paper, signed it with aliens, and was like, here's a contract.
However, since Embassy Yativ, if you're not sure whether you said the blessing that follows the Shema, then you have to repeat when in doubt. And the Gemara then goes on to explain my timeline. Why? Because Kriyat Shema is Drabanan, the Gemara supposes. That's the explanation for Rabbi Yehuda. And Emes V'Yatziv, which is a description of Yitzias Mitzrayim, well, there's a pasuk that says, that's something you must say every day. That's Min HaTorah. The Gemara then goes on, however, to discuss this at length. Abaye, the Pharisees, a whole discussion about this idea of, well, is Kriyat Shema Min HaTorah, is it not?
And I put it in my mindset, if I'm the president at the time, and I have
here,
plasma weapons,
the Gemara then goes to quote another opinion other than that of Rabbi Yehuda, and says, Rabbi Elazar Amar Safek Kara Kriyat Shema Safek Lo Kara Chozer V'Kol. You have to repeat the Shema if you're not sure whether you've said it or not. And in a similar type of situation,
so those are things.
Safek Yispalo, Safek Lo Yispalo, Eino Chozer V'Yispalo. You're not sure whether you davened or not. Well, tefillah, certainly 2 or 3 times a day is the Drabanan. In Torah, at most, you would have to daven only once. So Rambam says it is the Torah, but only once a day. So therefore, if you have a suffix whether you're davening or not, you're not sure if you davened before answering or not. So then you cannot have to repeat before answering. This Gemara is
Level 1, underground security and communication.
Condensed, if you will,
level 2 is human
into these few lines by the way.
You have to label it human staff.
But you don't much more. Safek Kara Kriyat Shema, Safek Lo Kara, Eino Chozer V'Kol. Safek Kara, Emes V'Yatziv, Safek Lo Kara, Chozer V'Omer. Alma Kasova, Kriyat Shema Drabanan. Emes V'Yatziv D'Oraisa. He skips all of the discussion of that issue. Is it that Kriyat Shema is Min HaTorah? Is it the Drabanan? He goes straight to Rabbi Elazar Amar Safek Kara Kriyat Shema Safek Lo Kara Chozer V'Kol. Suffolk is follow, Suffolk what is follow? Ain't no Kosa. Who is follow? And then he says, the less Hilchas HaTishmuel, the Amar Kriyas Ma Drabanan, the Kaimalon Kriyas Ma Doraisa, we shall follow the path of Rabbi Elazar. Kriyas Ma is a must. Minator, it's a biblically ordained mitzvah. When in doubt, you will have to repeat the Shema. Maybe it's not a repetition, it might be the first time you're saying it, so therefore say it. Now, all of the discussion about how and why and where, that question and answer of Abaye left out. Because what we did was say, this is how we discussed it in the Talmud. There were two opinions. But in essence, we follow the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan, the opinion of Rabbi Elazar, and so the concise discussion of what to do when you have a question about whether I did or didn't say Shema is here brought in 5-6 lines instead of what is otherwise a half a page of the Talmud. That's just one example. Now here you have another example. We have Hanukkah coming up, and we have a question about what to do if your Hanukkah menorah blows out. You lit it properly, you put it where it should be, and you lit it all properly. Some circumstance out of your control, something unforeseen, and the Hanukkah candles blow out. You may relight them, but you don't have to. And that's the statement here of the Gemara. But this is actually here asked as a question. You don't have to relight it for a minute. We have this, we have a tonight statement telling us that you have your Hanukkah menorah lit from the time that the sun sets until people are no longer walking in the street. Isn't it the case that like that statement, isn't it the case that that statement is basically telling us that you have to have it lit from the point of time where the sun has set to the people are no longer in the street, so that the menorah has to be lit the whole time? What do you mean you don't have to relight it? Laura says, no, you do not have to relight it.
Bright lights. She witnessed two large solid objects approximately the size of Goodyear blimps hovering over an owl.
Low. That is not the case.
The story to Paul, he believed it or not, that Leo Sprinkle, a psychologist and tenured professor at the University of Wyoming.
All it means is that if you have not yet lit, you can still light. That is, if you've not lit at the very beginning of that time period, sunset, you have the next half hour, hour and a half until nobody is in the streets any longer. So that you don't have to interpret the word to mean that you have to have it lit and burning until then. It means you can begin the process of kindling the menorah until then. That's the first answer to the Gemara. Alternatively, the Brisa intends to tell us how much oil. The reference is for the required measure of oil. That is, our school explains, each lamp should contain enough oil to burn for that prescribed period. From the time you light, sometime after, soon after sunset, let it burn all the way until people are no longer in the street. That's how Rashi understands this particular second answer. But what's the question there? Again, he brings the question quite concisely.
She woke up 6 hours later.
And he says, the whole time it's love does not mean that if one out you have to light it. You haven't lit yet, you still can, because there's no people in the street. What does that mean? If it continued to burn up to and until there's no longer anybody in the street, so you've done the mitzvah already. The Rothschild is Chabosa, and now you wish to extinguish your menorah, over Ishtamish La'ora, or start using it for light. Without electric lights in those days, it would be a great asset, but it's just the other. Fantastic idea. This second answer of Gemara, L'shirei, that's how much oil you have to put in. L'shirei means that's how long it has to burn. After that, it needs no longer be burning for the sake of mitzvah. And that therefore, for us, practically speaking, if you're going away, you want to travel that night, and your menorah is going to burn for another hour, and you're worried about the fire hazard, you can put it out. Now, I can only say you should have in mind if you're going to do that, you sanctified only so much oil as you need in order to fulfill the mitzvah. Anything beyond that is not sanctified, but you can put it out. And that's all based on this interpretation of that Talmudic discussion and the final answer of Inami L'Shirei, the unique interpretation of the risk. Shirei doesn't mean how much oil we put in, it means how long does it have to burn. Once it burns that long, you've done a mitzvah. Want to use the light now for yourself personally? Go ahead. You want to put it out? Go ahead.
So anyway, please continue.
So we have seen just how important and how vital the work of the Rit really is, and how it really was this work that bridged the teachings of the Gaonim, the style of halachic consequence of Talmud on the one hand, discussion and elucidation of the give and take of the Talmud on the other. He, the Rit, does both and introduces that period of Rishonim so remarkably. The Rambam, in his introduction to his commentary on the Mishnah, and by the way, the Rambam, the Mishnah is really a masterwork in and of itself. The Rambam here says that halachos asher asa harav hagavul levi yitzchak zal hisliku ba'ad kol ha'kidurim ha'hei. All of the works that preceded it, all of the works of the Gaonim, and of Shefrei Halacha, like the Halachas Gedolos, Halachas Ketanos, they all, so to speak, have been supplanted by, he doesn't say backstrong, but he says that his work suffices in place of all of those compositions.
That's if you said. You see him on his
Destination in Kolos, Lakol, Toelis, Sokin, Vahatinim, Shesorach Aleim, is my name is that, but Sony Loma Sahadolos, because he is included in the order of those Masechtos, a discussion about practical life, derived from the Talmud, the practical life, everything we need to know in our lives, based on the Talmud, with explanations of why he has decided, as he has decided, all in his Sefer Halachos. And he says, he has explained others and the errors that he included in his discussion of the Gemara. You can't really catch it. You know, that expression in Yiddish, you catch somebody in mistake. So that's the way we say it. As a matter of fact, in English, we say, caught them doing something. We caught them in a mistake. We say in Yiddish, we caught them in an error, right? So the Rambam uses the same idea, but in Hebrew. You can't grab hold of him and say, oh, caught him in a mistake.
This guy,
that's an astounding thing. He says, if you look at the works of the Rim and try to catch him in an era where I, the Rambam, would say, I would learn that Gemara differently and I would come up with a different conclusion, you don't find 10. You can't count, not even, on two hands. You don't even have 10 instances in which I would disagree with the Rif and say he's got it wrong. That's coming from the Rambam. That's astounding. And that's how important the Rif was, and how formative he was, therefore, to the remarkable work of the Rishonim who came after him, as we said, beginning with his scribe student, the Nagash, and the Nagash's student, the father of the Rambam, and the Rambam and other Rishonim, and as we said, so many who looked at the Rif, debated and discussed the Rif, causing this tremendous flowering of and propagating of work, of Talmudic study in depth that we all enjoy and that we all toil in to this very day. So much of the toil of the Talmud, so much of the Amelech in Torah, as we know it, began with the work of Yitzchak Kampach. Thanks very much.
I can give you lots of names, but that's a
that is another button.
The list.
Yeah.
The list.
Absolutely.
I think that's newsworthy.
Actually.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, also we can do it right a couple of times. The government does get it right sometimes. They got it right with JFK. They made a good clean kill there. This last week, I firmly believe our CIA got them another good deal. Yeah, the Iranian president and his...
Even Iran doesn't even allege that we had anything to do with it.
Right.
Which means it was done working.
I have my hand up because I have a question. Who killed Kennedy?
Oh, definitely the CIA.
And you?
We're talking about doing it separately, so
We absolutely are.
I think the answer is we don't know here. Was it possibility?
Oswald didn't do it.
Well, he did it, but he did it with help. It wasn't just him.
I think he definitely did it. I agree.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, our introduction to the commentary on the Mishnah is what we call Hakdama, the Perish HaMishnayos. That's how it's commonly known. So this is simply the translation of how that introduction to his Perish HaMishnah is done. The Perish HaMishnah was written well before Mishnah Torah, well before the halachic work of the Yana Hazak. But already in his introduction to the Mishnah and his Perish, he clearly states what his larger goals are all about. And the Rambam says, even in his Hakdama to the Perish HaMishnah, Hakoelis Hashem Haim HaPsukim. The second purpose of my writing, briefly, but yet, in a sense, fully, all of the Mishnayos, I'm going to explain. There were more parts that he did and ultimately wrote that are not published, some that were lost. He says, my point is, Psukim. I'm doing it so that we can arrive at the final opinion, the halachic bottom line. So that we will be able to know how does this Mishnah translate into Jewish life, practically speaking. And then here, again from the introduction, the Perish HaMishnayos Hakdama, that there is fascinating way for the Rambam to say what kind of people he hopes to help develop. Look at that language. When a person realizes, when it is clear to him that he is of those who are of both good thought and deed, he's trying to develop people who are of da'as and ma'asa, people who have a certain intellectual quality, people who live a life with direction, with thought, which of course means you first have to study, and then turn it into ma'asa, then turn it into action. But so remember, the das b'tzayir b'sichlo amitus advarim apimasha hem olav, that a person is thinking about the realities of life and what it is that he must do and what he must accomplish. To live, practically speaking, the purpose of life, that means that I'm going to find the correct and upstanding path, and he calls them Dvarim HaTiviyim, with all of nature around me, with all of the natural created world, being viewed in a constructive way, the way God Almighty intended. Notice the universalistic leaning of the Rambam, that it is not just only about how you lead specifically Jewish life, how you lead life, and how all of the world is intended to be guided to a particular set of goals as the Almighty understands. And then here, he says, Al-Kain, Ish, again, this is in the same Hakdama of the Rambam to his Pershim Mishnah. Al-Kain, Ish, Yehia, Aliyah, Zehu, HaTachlis, Yuakein. That kind of a person, that's the desirable man, that's the kind of being that this fellow wants. This is not just a matter of something that prophets have told us. This isn't prophet. This is not just exclusively Jewish. He says, a whole human being.
But you were saying that you didn't think that,
and then that thought directs a purposeful life. So you see that the Rambam is talking consistently about das, mice. You have to have knowledge. We have to plan then how to implement that knowledge and turn it into mice. That is what he is already thinking about as he writes the Perishim. Meaning that the Rambam, years before he wrote the Yad HaZaka, was clearly intent upon getting to the Yad HaZaka.
New Mexico State Trooper.
And so right before he writes the Yad, he composes the Sefer Mitzvah, as was very common. Easier than before, Sefer Mitzvah to compose the order of mitzvot as one surmises in terms of and to explain that. But the Rambam already has in mind to begin with an order of mitzvot and then to continue with a much larger and more detailed description of how to fulfill those mitzvot. And he says as much, again, in the Hakdama, Sefer Mitzvot, he's already talking about the Yad HaZaka. He wanted to, in brief, describe halacha as it comes as it is derived from it. He didn't want to tell us everything that's supposed to tell us everything that's usher. We can't do that. It wouldn't be just. It wouldn't be doing justice to the Mishnah. Turn it into a halachic word. We want to describe what the Mishnah is saying and put the ultimate bottom line of each Mishnah might be. But to expand upon that, that's going to need a whole other work. I'm going to propose yet another word that will include all of the laws of Torah. All of the laws of Torah. Nothing missing. I'm going to do it as is my want. I'm not going to go into detail. We're not going to describe the various opinions. We're going to get to the bottom line. I'm going to describe the halacha. And we're going to do it, he says, in a particular order, in a particular style. There, there we have is saying, I'm not going to follow the Talmudic Torah. This is where the Rambam has shown both his genius, his originality, and the great purpose, ultimately, that I said before, he had in mind way before, years earlier, to give the Jewish people guidance in the most practical way, and to do so in an order and in a fashion that will take all of the Talmud, but yet organize it in a completely novel organization with novel structure. So he says, I thought about, shouldn't I use the Masechtas, use the process of Shas and the orders of the tractates of the Talmud, and I decided not to. He says instead, merely, instead of that which would be the halacha brought out of the Mishnah, and then the next halacha brought out of the next Mishnah, I will follow what the Torah did in Torah Shabbat, what Chazal did, what the Nasi did in Torah Shabbat. There will be an overall book called, let's say, the second page. First parak, second parak, third parak, and within each parak, there will be individual halachos. where in the order of Shas, you have the sectors, Broken, and then Mishnayos within the Perek, I will similarly have a structure of that nature, but I'm not going to follow the order of my sectors. I'm not going to follow the order of my sectors. Actually, Yom Rabot, Hilchos Sukkah, in its own compendium, in its own chapter. Hilchos Lulav, in its own chapter. Whereas in the second sukkah, we know you have a discussion that varies from this to that, from one halacha to the other, from one area to the next. I will separate them. Hilchos Tefillah, Hilchos Tzitzis, Hilchos Mezuzah, Shachalit, Haklaw, Broken, the halachos Kamo Shetasa Hamishim, Hajiyah, Derech, Masha. Tefillin, there was Perek Rishon, Perek Sheni, Perek Shlishi, and then of course subdivisions, individual halachos within Perek Rishon, another set of halachos within Perek Sheni, another set of halachos within Perek Shlishi. This was a completely novel idea. You take it for granted, and then of course after that the Tur, the Balatzurim, similarly created a structure with chapters and then subdivisions in those chapters, but the first to do that in any form of fashion was the Rambam. Where until then it was let's do the mitzvahs. We'll do mitzvah 1, mitzvah 2, number 3, 1 through 613. Or as we discussed weeks ago, the Rif said let's look at the Gemara and let's do extraction of halacha and summarization of the Gemara to the point where we understand what the halacha is at the end of the Gemara. But for someone to take that all together and say, okay, now we're going to organize it.
17 to 19
all of it.
billion dollars a year.
And he says point blank, I'm going to include the halachas that are for our times, that are while we not have a Rabbi, do not have a Rabbi, and we're going to include all of the halachas in custom and tahanos that will be, God willing, put into effect when Meher Yivon HaMikdash goes today. It's not going to be any practical consequence. So he says we're going to organize it in this way. And he says I'm going to be very brief. Now, on this issue of his brevity, it's not only brief, but it's fluid. And it's in the language of the Mishnah. So it comes across as being something so natural, and it's very clear as one learns the Rambam that it is the Talmud from which the Rambam flows. But it flows. And that's the beauty of the Rambam. The fact that he did not cite his sources, as was mentioned by Dr. Abramson, that was very controversial. In two distinct letters, one in which he absolutely defends his position, he says that was done because the simple point of this all is to live a certain life, and to do it naturally and with ease and comfort. Not so much to question and doubt and query, as much as to live and to implement Jewish life according to these guidelines.
He cashed in on his settlement.
There was a second point, a letter in which he did concede, after much of the criticism landed at his doorstep, and said, well, I could have included the sources. That's really something that God wanted. It was the Almighty who said, let it be the Rambam as we know the Rambam. Because, as we're going to see, and as we look at the picture of the page of Rambam, we're going to see that what turned out to be this, let us call it, I want to say, error on his part, this decision on his part not to have his sources cited, was a fantastic source of study, of toil, of Amelus and Torah that goes on and on and on to this very day. Where from did the Rambam cite? What is his source? Why did he choose this source rather than that? And this is the trail of the typical yeshiva student, because the Rambam is so respected for the courtesy of his work that obviously when he has an opinion, we must find what the reason for that opinion was. Finding that reason, looking for that source, delving into the other opinions of the Rishonim and into the original sources of Midrashic literature, the Talmud, that has become so much the expansion of the Rambam's work. There are hundreds of works on the Rambam's Dalach. The third page is again a description of the Rambam's intentions when he puts together the Yad and writes these halachos and says, Unfortunately, there is so much pressure of the times, the difficult times in which we live, as was described, the oppression at the hands of Umot Ha'olam, of the Almohad, and it was so much because of the disappearance of common knowledge of Torah. And here he doesn't say it, but elsewhere he basically implies that the Gaonic works did not suffice. Therefore, of the Chokmas Chachamenu, Uvinas Nivonenu Nistadra, understanding is lost. We don't have people who are able to teach. I'm going to set the teachings we need down in writing. מפני זה, ואל תחוצני, אני משה בלוי מיימן הספרתי ונשתתי על עצמו ברוך הוא, relying on הקדוש ברוך הוא, ובנוסי בחמנו הספרים, having studied all these books, all of the original sources, for each of the covered Torah and started בחמנו הסיפורים, and taking together all of that which I have studied, I'm going to compose the laws of Isur, Mutter, Tamei, Tahor, Imshor, Dini HaTorah, Kuran B'Loshin, Ruran, Clear, Talmudic, Hebrew, B'derech Kitzara. I should say Torah Shabbat Peh, Kula, Kula B'Fi HaKol. So that Torah Shabbat Peh, in an orderly fashion, will become something that all of us can partake of and all of us can live by. And here, in the next paragraph, he says something that's very important. He says, everybody, young and old, will know what the law is and have a live Jewish life. No one will need any other book. No one will need any other sefer. He says we will have a book that you will be able to turn to. It will be the complete and somewhat concise Kol Torah Kula, once he calls it Mishnah Torah, because that's what Mishnah Torah was. The Torah was the repetition of, and in a sense also some creation of, the earlier Torah, which was brought into Mishnah Torah. He calls it the Yad HaChazakel because that's how Moshe Rabbeinu is described at the very end of the Torah. So what I'm trying to say is that Moshe ben Maimon understood who he was. He really understood what a monumental achievement this would be. And he was unashamedly telling us, I will write this composition of halacha that you will be able to live by. Isn't somebody saying that I'm going to take all of the Torah, should have stopped about that, and lay it out before you in an organized fashion that you will be able to live by. Anybody else would have said something like that, and you'd say, that's a bit presumptuous. Well, I'm not who he was. See, a great person without point can say, this is what I'm capable of doing, and this is what these times do. And that was the kind of person the Rambam was. So Moshe Rabbeinu is the one who had the Yad HaChazakel, that great strong hand with which he led the Jewish people and provided us with the Torah. Moshe ben Maimon says it himself, I have that Yad HaChazakel as well. And I'm providing the Torah the way Moshe Rabbeinu provided the Torah. That's the hint in his language. And here we have just briefly a description of the 14 sections of the Sefer Mishnah Torah, subtitled Yad HaChazakel. In the first Echol Bo HaMitzvos Ikar Das Moshe Rabbeinu, the essentially religious foundations of Am Yisrael's existence, belief in God, fear of God, love of God, the prohibition that there not be any other deity, that there not be Avodah Zarah, Sefer Hamada, the book of knowledge. The second book, mitzvahs that are of a constant nature, loving HaKadosh Baruch Hu, saying prayer, tefillah, reciting brachos, mitzvahs milah. The third, he writes here about the Zmanim Yeduah, particular times of the year, Shabbos, Moed, including with Hanukkah and Purim. Fourth book, about marriage, the fifth book, about matters of Easter, prohibited relations, prohibited food. The sixth book, mitzvah she's tied on the head, Misha Asa Atma B'Tvorim. Don't halachos of shua deeply when someone takes upon himself an oath. Somebody says a neder. So these are very distinct areas, and all of the halachas that might be brought about any of these areas, anywhere in Shas, drawn from various Masechtos, he compiles them and puts them all together and in one space, and in one spot, and in a group of sequential chapters. Let's see what those chapters look like and what the page of the Rambam looks like. This is the very first page of a very traditional copy of Rambam, and there are, of late, really of late, just the past 30, 40 years, new editions of Rambam just copied. A great scholar and an important scholar has taken some of the Rambam's manuscripts, some of the Yemenite manuscripts. The Rambam took his own manuscripts and made corrections in life. He incorporated them all. This is the most traditional text, but it's not really as correct as some of the later editions. Then there was the Frankel edition, fantastic number of editions of Rambam. This is the very traditional Sharblat, if you will, opening page of the Rambam Sefer Hamada, Sefer Rishon of the 14 books. It has, he says, the following mitzvot: Aleph, Leida Shir Shem Elokad, not that there be God. Loyal Machshav Yesh Shem Acher, that there is no other God. Loyachadam, and so on. As we described earlier, that's what the first book is all about. And here you have the very beginnings of some of the most important theological foundations of Judaism. It is argued by some that Mada was not really intended to be halacha. That is not true. The Rambam intends it to be halacha, every aspect of Mada. Because the Rambam says that if a human being is of a certain nature, as we saw before, that human being has a certain das, and then he has to turn das into maisa, into action. So others argue that no, Rambam clearly meant that every part of Yaakov, including Mada, is a halachic point. Halacha does not exist independent of thought, philosophy, purpose in life. It's all unitary. It's all one. So he begins with the ideas of logical basis of Judaism. Now, just looking at a page of Rambam here, you have the Mishnah, which of course was not the first time, but the first commentary on Rambam was the rival, the contemporary of Rav ben David. Yeah. He was, of course, one who wrote with respect, but great vehemence about those points that are different from the Rambam. His Hasagos are published along with the Rambam. Here we have another page. We'll talk about Book of in a moment, but let's understand that the text of Mishnah predominates throughout the Yad. The Mishnah was written by the Yosef Chaim. Because the Kara, no doubt, took inspiration from the Rambam and said, now that the Sur, Yaakov ben Osher, has reorganized halacha into the Shulchan Aruch, I'm going to take what I've learned from Rambam and incorporate it into a Shulchan Aruch based on the structure of the Torah, but with a great emphasis placed on what the Rambam specifically, because the Mishnah wrote extensively on the Rambam, in defense of the Rambam, and explaining the Rambam, and that turned on later to become the basis of his halachos, where he says the Rambam passes a certain way, the meaning of the Beis Yosef will be in that direction. Now, as far as having a whole segment of halachical history, that was a monumental accomplishment. It caused the idea of repentance to be taken seriously. Parak after parak, chapter after chapter, about how to return unto God. He admits the very onset that it's one mitzvah. He describes it as mitzvah asay achas. Person should, return to God and admit and confess his sin or her sin. But then tonight, chapter after chapter, the how of returning to God. It was of such impact because people began to understand that there is a time and a place and a process of improvement and of self-betterment. But it requires reading the Rambam and studying the Rambam as many do it, particularly but that was a very innovative move, and very important and very consequential to write the Hilchos Tefillah. Now, here we have, again, a page of Rambam. This is the beginning of the Tefillah. We have some of the leading scholars who commented in Migdal Oz, who actually wrote in defense of the Rambam. Many of the Hasadim survived it. This page does not have any of the Bible on it. Migdal Oz was Shem Tov ben Avraham of the 13th century. He wrote in defense of the Rambam, as we mentioned before the Kesef Mishnah, and before the Kesef Mishnah, the Lechem Mishnah, the Lechem Mishnah was after the Kesef Mishnah was born about 15, 16 years before the Beis Yosef passed away. Born in 1560, and wrote in Salonika with tremendous insight and what we call lumber into explaining the Rambam. So these are the basic commentators on the Rambam on the page. Of course, there's also the Maggid Mishnah, Vidal of Toulouse of the 14th century. Let's look at the structure of the Rambam here. And we'll use Hilchos Tefillah to appreciate what the Rambam did. Tefillah is a mitzvah. He here says that in Hilchos Tefillah we will have this mitzvah to pray to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the bracha that the Kohanim have to give is yet another mitzvah. Now, we could just say, well, there's a mitzvah to daven, but that's a bit oversimplified. The Rambam took all of the issues surrounding Tefillah and divided them into appropriate chapters. Within each chapter, he proceeds from A to B to C to D. Let's take a look at what the Rambam did and how he did that. He says, "Mitzvah saseh hispalo b'chol yom." The mitzvah to daven every day. Shenema, quotes from the pasuk. About it, Hashem l'kein. It's Hashmua lamdu, meaning there's a condition to understand that those words mean. What is the avodah shabbalei? What is the heartfelt means of serving? How does one serve God with one's heart? That is the tefillah of prayer. And he introduces it with thought and with a feeling for what it is that tefillah is. It's not just the cold do's and don'ts, but it's the how-tos that are the crux of what he's going to get to. Halacha base. So who has to daven? Sheficha, Doshim, Avodah, Hayom Nefillah. The fact that the Rambam says that Hashim, women are to daven just like men, very consequential. To this day, it has been so decided halachically by the vast majority of Achronim as well. Here, in Halacha Dalet, he explains how and why it came about that we have a sigil, that we don't just pray any which way as I want, as you need to, everyone should pray his or her own way. No, he explains how it came about that people could not express themselves in Lashon HaKodesh, did not any longer flow or roll off our tongues and out of our mouths the way it used to when the Beis Hamikdash perhaps stood, certainly during Bayis Rishon. People would be able to converse with each other and express themselves to the Almighty in Hebrew, more so than after the Golos. And therefore we have standardized figures. He explains this early on. Let's look at the beginning of the second chapter. So after he has described how Chachamim gave us the Shemona Esrei, the original 18, he then begins Parashtei with a description of the 19th bracha and explains how it came about that there's a bracha, he describes how Rabbi Rothschild's times were challenging because of the minim, those we would call polite sectarians who were mostly Jews originally, but then Christians who were oppressing us. And then he goes on to describe how every day, with whole tefillah, shebachol yom spal odom tisha esrei brachos elu al haseder. And he then goes on to say that there are times when you would have the abbreviated bracha known as Havi Neidu. That's in Halacha Gimel. So there's a rhyme and reason to how these halachas are ordered. Finally, in the third parak, getting a little more specific, he begins to describe
Systematic erasure of your identity.
Tfilas
Forget
HaShachar,
your name.
the Tfilas Sheyasa L'Spala, what are the times when you begin davening, what is the earliest you can daven? In Hanei Tzachama, preferably when the sun rises. Usmana until Hatzot Sha'arudiyis, Shehi Shlishis Hayat. Till the end of the fourth hour, is the third of the day, dividing the day, of course, into what we call Sha'arudiyos. Note, he left out the opinion, and we should not take it as one that we will ever use. The opinion of the Chachamim who say that you can daven Shacharis until noon, until Chatzot. That's a dangerous thing to tell somebody because, oh, what do you mean? I don't have to daven early in the morning. I have until noon. No, you don't, because as the Rambam and before him others and after him, everyone says no. You have to daven by Sof.
If you smile too much,
He doesn't get to that in the first period. He gets to it appropriately in period Shlishi. So here he starts to talk about the
stacked together like overcooked lasagna.
the magnificence of the Rambam's organization
Reassessed your life choices.
and the fluidity with which he presents
It wasn't optional.
without anything being difficult, without it being, so to speak, I don't want to use the word that I have to. There's no other word that says it.
You carry them
Without a
everywhere,
fetch,
along with your cooking pot, pickaxe,
meaning that it
spare
flows
sandals,
and
or
it
remained
flows
of your
naturally.
enthusiasm.
That is that this is how we live,
You mean the 2
and
hours
it's
between
not
digging a
difficult,
ditch and
and
standing
it's
guard in
something
the
that
rain?
is correct and naturally so.
Use it wisely.
All of
Maybe
this
shine your armor.
is so
Cry
unique
quietly into your
and
vinegar
so
water.
original, and of course so
Discipline was not just
impactful, because
enforced.
after the
It
Rambam's
was
work,
practically a religion.
everybody understood.
If one man
Now
messed
we
up,
have
the whole unit
codified
was punished.
the Torah, Shebasab,
This
Shebasab.
created what the Romans called
And then
cohesion,
picking up
and what
where
modern
the
therapists
Rambam
call shared
left
trauma.
off, you have
Want
the
to
later
speak your mind?
codifiers.
That's
Most of
adorable. Keep it to yourself
Joseph
unless you
Zabubu
enjoy running
learning
laps in
a
armor.
few weeks'
While
time.
your centurion
You
yells
took
Latin
that
insults about
idea
your
of
mother.
codification
You weren't a man
to the
anymore.
next
You
level.
were a cog in Rome's war machine.
This is the
A machine that didn't
monumental work
tolerate
of the
rust,
Rambam.
hesitation, or
It's
flair,
the central work of the
especially
Rambam.
flair.
As we have
By the
seen,
time they were
because
done
with
shaping you,
this work in
even
mind
your
that the
own mother
Rambam
would
began
recognize you,
to write
though she'd probably
Perush
still ask
HaMitzvah,
why your
the
tunic
Sefer
smelled like feet.
HaMitzvah.
Ah, yes,
And it's
the
with this
centurion,
centrality
your
in mind with
commanding
which he
officer,
wrote the Moran
life
Nebuchim as
coach,
well.
disciplinary specialist,
Because he
and
basically
part-time
said,
thundercloud.
Das,
If you
knowledge and
thought military
understanding,
life would be hard,
and
just wait until you meet the
mindfulness,
man whose entire
and a
personality
direction
is
in
made
life,
of gravel,
an understanding of
scars,
the
and
entire
yellow.
world and our place
The
in that world,
centurion wasn't just your superior.
has at
He
its
was your
center
spiritual crisis in human form.
what we
He'd
live,
typically be in his
how
30s or
we live,
40s, which in Roman
with some
years meant he was
explanation as
already
to
halfway to sainthood,
why we live as we
just for
do.
surviving this
And
long.
so this magnum
He bore the
opus,
scars of every
Yad
battle he ever screamed
HaChazaka,
through and probably
remains
wore at
today
least one ear
the
as a
single
necklace.
most important work,
More
perhaps,
polished than your
of
future.
any
His temper
of the
on
Rishonim
a hair trigger,
of the era.
especially
And
when
thank you very
someone
much.
sneezed during formation. The centurion didn't just train you. He broke you down and rebuilt you into a slightly more obedient version of yourself. You'd hear his voice more than your own thoughts. His favorite pastime? Screaming your full name, followed by instructions you didn't want to follow, like dig faster, march harder, or stop dying. He carried a vine staff known as the Vitis, which sounds poetic until you realize it existed solely to beat people. And he used it with the enthusiasm of someone working through unresolved childhood issues. Question his orders. You might end up cleaning latrines with your toothbrush, if toothbrushes existed. Disobey. Public flogging. Slack off. Your rations would mysteriously become lost. Make a joke. He'd make you dig a hole, bury your sense of humor in it, and then fill it back in. But credit where it's due. Centurions were terrifyingly competent. They led from the front in battle, first into danger, and last to retreat. If you were bleeding out in the mud, your centurion would either drag you to safety or yell at you until you stood back up out of guilt. To him, discipline was sacred, weakness was contagious, and comfort was for barbarians and poets. You didn't love your centurion, but you feared him, respected him, and probably had stress dreams about his sandals stomping toward you. In short, he was your boss, your nightmare, and your only hope of surviving long enough to get yelled at again tomorrow.
So, you made it through the yelling, the swearing in, and the soul erasure. Welcome to Camp Life, the Roman legion's version of a 5-star resort, assuming your idea of luxury includes dirt, sweat, and someone snoring directly into your eye socket. First thing to know, there is no such thing as free time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we come to order? We've got a great evening for you tonight. I think we're going to conclude the fall series of lectures, a trilogy or a hat trick, as we would say in my native land, by focusing tonight on the macabre Rabbi Yosef Karo. And I have been experimenting with trying to reintroduce a little bit of humor into my lecture, so I'll begin with a small joke, which is appropriate, I think, for this audience in particular. The joke goes like this. It's a very famous one, Rabbi Teitelbaum. I'm sure you know this one. This is really in your bailiwick. But the joke goes like this. There's this 19th century Rebbe who goes from town to town and gives people advice on their various problems, and they ask him shilohs and things like that. And when he's wandering with his wagon driver between Minsk and Pinsk, the wagon driver looks kind of dejected. So the Rebbe says to him, Chaim, what's bothering you? I feel badly because, I'm sitting up here in the front of the wagon, and it's cold and it's rainy, and I take care of the horses, and I'm doing all this hard stuff. And when we get to the town, nobody offers me a cold drink. Nobody says Shalom Aleichem. They all run to you, and they give you so much covet. And I know you learn so much Torah, but I feel like leftovers. I see where you're coming from, Chaim. So how about this? Before we get into the next town, let's change clothes, and I'll sit up front and drive the wagon, and you be the Rebbe, and we'll come into town, and you'll get some of that Zorkin. And that would be great, Rebbe. I really appreciate it. So they do that. They switch clothes, and Chaim is now sitting in the back of the wagon, and he's stretched out on the chaise lounge, and he's relaxing. His straddle just popped over the front of his head like that, and they come into town, and of course, all the townspeople come crowding around the wagon, but they don't have the usual expressions of welcome. They say, Rabbi, we're so glad you're here. We are very, very troubled. We have this huge halakhic problem, and we don't know what to do. We're completely paralyzed. This is a problem that has stymied the greatest minds we have, and we don't know what to do. Please, Rebbe, you have to help us. So sure, no problem. So the town people lay out the problem for him, and it truly is a brain teaser. And so the Chaim thinks to himself, he says, you know what? This is actually a very simple shiloh. Even the wagon driver could answer this one. So the reason for the joke and the segue to the lecture is, of course, because I feel a little bit like the Rebbe in this lecture. We're going to be speaking about the great Mechaber, an amazing individual, of course, charted the future of our orthopraxy as used to this day. And the real expert in this presentation is really going to be Rabbi Trump. He's going to be leading us through the textual elements of the contribution of the Mechaber. My goal in the first 25 minutes or so of this presentation is just to provide a little bit of historical background to the life and times of the Mechaber and set the stage, so to speak, so that all of the really difficult questions can go to the wagon driver, which will be in the second half. Anyone recognize the picture in the background here? Tzfat, very good. This is a highly educated audience. Please, nobody ask any hard questions. Tzfat is, of course, the place where the Mechaber made his claim to fame. Although he really only entered Tzfat when he was an older man, and he had in fact composed most of his greatest works long prior to his arrival. When he arrived in Tzfat, he was considered the elder statesman. He was the first among equals among the very remarkable group of rabbis who had gathered in his northern Israel town. But his life and work really stretched back much further to the Iberian Peninsula, so that's where we're going to begin today. Just a second, I've got to go back. One more slide, here we go. So this is the iconic representation of the Mechaber, which is most likely not at all what he looked like, but at some point someone in the early 20th century probably drew that, and we kind of got fixated on it as an image of him. We call him the Mechaber, literally the author, as a sign of respect. Spartans tend to call him Maran, our master, or by the name of one of his many famous books, the Beit Yosef.
the Shulchan Aruch, occasionally Kesef Mishnah, but not quite as much. We'll refer to him with either of these monikers, but his real name is Rabbi Yosef Ben Ephraim Karo. His years are 1488. That date should be fairly significant. It's 10 years, of course, before the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And he died at a hoary old age in the year 5775, so we just remember his birth. But obviously, I don't know who types these things, rabbis, even. But he died in 1575. Sorry about that. His main contribution, for those of you who may not have been as familiar with what he did, is he is the author of some very important halakhic commentaries on the pre-existing codes that were a major part of the Jewish intellectual enterprise for the prior half millennium. And he authored the one which would really become definitive for Jewish practice, the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. And so that I'm going to leave most of the details of the discussion of his writing to the second half of this presentation. What is fascinating, however, and I will just give a little bit of insight into this, is that although one might think that the author of legal text would be perhaps set in the sort of Weltanschauung of Maimonides, Uber rationalist, with a distaste for the supernatural and a reliance on rational approaches to decision making. This is actually not the case at all with the Machaber, despite the fact that his work displays a tremendous rigor of thinking and deep commitment to the 13 hermeneutical principles that we read every morning in Shabbos. He actually claims that his work was recited to him by a heavenly being called a Magid, that he had, as it were, a kind of a Jewish muse, a supernatural emissary that was inspiring him to follow the halakha and to write it down exactly as we have it. Fascinating kind of combination of the deeply mystical, Kabbalistic approach to non-rational Judaism, so anti-rational but non-rational, and nevertheless finding its expression in a legal code that we follow to this very day. So, let us place him in his Iberian origins to begin with. And as I mentioned, the times in which he grew to maturity were an exceptional moment in Jewish history. Perhaps one of the most difficult periods that we had endured since the destruction of the temple in the first century. I've been doing actually a lot of reading on this topic lately because in Brooklyn, my lecture series has been looking at Sephardi Jews. And I was struck today as I was sort of thinking about what I was doing tonight that there's a reflection in Raoul Hilberg's work. Raoul Hilberg is the founding father of modern Holocaust historiography. He wrote a massive book called The Destruction of European Jews back in the 1960s, 3 volumes that chronicled the mechanics of the Nazi bureaucracy. He was especially known and sometimes criticized for really delving deep into the Nazi archives and working heavily with German language sources to understand exactly what was the bureaucracy of murder. And in the introduction to his work, he says that it was basically just like the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And I always felt, when I read that chapter, I always felt like, come on, isn't that stretching it? We're talking about 500 years different. Very different kind of environment, totally different motivations, and I always was, I was relieved when I got past that chapter into the other material, which were actually depressing on their own, but for different reasons. But the more I read about the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion, I actually see the wisdom of Raoul Hilberg's association of those two events. The Inquisition, the persecution of the Jews in the 15th century was so intense and so inexorable and so unavoidable that you feel the same kind of pendulum of doom swinging that you would see in the 1930s in Germany. Also, very similar element, which we can sense even ourselves to this day, is the post-Holocaust generation, for at least a century, was deeply affected the post-expulsion century was deeply affected by that moment, just as we, as survivors in one form or another of the Holocaust, and I don't mean to diminish those the actual survivorship, but I mean those of us who are terrorist Plata, still Jewish after the Holocaust, we also regard the Holocaust as a tremendously unique scene in time where there is everything before the Holocaust and everything after the Holocaust. So this is the kind of intellectual environment in which he grew to maturity, that this tremendum had occurred, and that the world was never going to be the same, and in fact, it was not. So let's just look at some of the historical elements. The mechanics of the last few decades of the 15th century were shaped largely by this man, Thomas de Torquemada of Segovia, who was the chief inquisitor to the monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. Like the Nazis, Ferdinand and Isabella were slaves to their ideologies. And historians, including Bibi Netanyahu's father, who pioneered this field, still argue over whether this was more a religious imposition on the Jews or whether it was a political imposition on the Jews. But there's no question that all historians agree that they were trapped in this way of thinking and they could not budge from it. What was this way of thinking? At the end of the 14th century, in 1391, there was a wave of forced conversions of Spanish Jews to Christianity. This was technically in violation of canon law. The church had repeatedly banned forced conversions of Jews, but once a Jew was converted to Christianity, there was no way back. The church did not have a legal mechanism to recognize someone who had become Christian moving back, reverting back to their religion, even if they were baptized against their will. This occurred once again at the Disputation of Tortosa in 1414, and so you had a population of people in the Iberian Peninsula who were literally a nuisance. They were converted to Christianity against their will. The way that the Spanish kings and queens, and at this point it was slowly coming into formation as a more unitary political entity, they chose different ways to try to deal with this. Basically, by resettling those forced converts into separate areas, they designated them, by the way, as new Christians, meaning they were not quite the same status as old Christians. They were Christian, but they had a secondary class, even though they had been baptized. So they were segregated, and eventually they were even expelled for certain reasons. What's especially important here is also the fact that many of these so-called new Christians really wanted to be old Jews. They wanted to revert back to Judaism. They were not allowed to under any legal mechanism, but they continually associated with the Jewish community. And so this created a conundrum for the Spanish leaders that they had to try and protect these so-called new Christians from their erstwhile co-religionists, separating them, segregating them, forbidding any contact with them. They imposed a whole pile of really incredibly cruel punishments on Jews who maintained associations with new Christians, and ultimately this found its expression in the Inquisition itself. The Inquisition was initially dedicated to those new Christians who were Judaizing, meaning they were forced to convert, but they really wanted to be Jewish. So the Spanish monarchs launched a massive campaign, which piggybacked on a much older church campaign to try and prevent this heresy, but they pursued it with incredible vigor and energy. Torquemada himself was incredibly cruel. In many cities, they were hanging or burning Jews at the altars of faith, like 10 every week. In some cities, you actually have hundreds of Jews burned at the stake for associating with conversos or being conversos themselves and associating back with the Jews. There was a whole series of tortures to try and coerce people to explain who they had received their kosher meat from, or were they in fact lighting Shabbos candles, and a ridiculous array of purge-like mechanisms were put in place. This is a famous painting by Goya that depicts conversos being ritually humiliated wearing something called the San Benito. It's like
It's like an absurd-looking sort of tunic that they would be forced to wear. In some cases, even when they confessed that they were allowed to live, especially wealthy ones were allowed to live on pain of penalty, they sometimes were forced to wear this for the rest of their life. This was their designated clothing. They also had this absurd hat, which is related to the Judenhood, the hat that the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 mandated the Jews to wear. Of course, it later evolved into the dunce cap, which I don't remember from my own childhood, but my father always used to tell me that he often sported a dunce cap in the corner of his classroom, and it was an embarrassing, humiliating thing. At any rate, the Inquisition morphed from an attack on these conversos, these Anusim who were forced to convert to Christianity, into an attack on the entire Jewish population because they were assisting these Jews in their efforts to rejoin the community. And this culminated in the horrific expulsion of 1492, which occurred with quite a shock to the community. There's significant evidence to show that they really didn't come around to this until quite late in 1492 itself. They gave the Jews only a few months' notice, and they essentially emptied the entire peninsula of Jews, with the exception of Portugal, which would happen later. Now, this caused a massive diaspora of Sephardic Jews. A significant number of them went into Portugal over here, but their haven there was short-lived. They were only allowed to live there with some safety for 5 years. When under pressure to form a dynastic union, the King of Portugal agreed to expel the Jews who were living there as well, although it was kind of he didn't want to lose the material benefit of the massive number of Jews who had become refugees there, many of them quite wealthy. Just think for a second, the economic upheaval of removing a wealthy urban element from the peninsula, it was devastating to the Spanish economy. The way that they tried to recoup it was by seizing all Jewish assets and even seizing debts that Christians owned to Jews. The crown claimed them, and so Christians, even after the Jews were expelled, had to pay their debts back, but this time to the crown. And that slowed down the Spanish economy for a few years. It wasn't for about a decade until they began to recover again without the Jews. At any rate, in Portugal, the king said, all right, listen, all Jews have to leave. But I tell you what, you can stay if you convert to Christianity, and as a bonus, I will exempt you from any punishment from the Inquisition for 20 years. In other words, if you want to remain in the country, all you have to do is this silly little baptism thing that we don't take terribly seriously, and we will not examine your private behavior for 20 years. The thinking being that after 2 decades, they would eventually, come around to becoming Christian, but they were not going to look too carefully if Jews decided to remain Jewish and go through a false conversion. But ultimately, in 1497, the Jews, any Jews in Portugal, either converted and were essentially lost to Jewish people, or became crypto-Jews, which is a phenomenon we won't treat today, but is a fascinating one, or they fled. And so you have this massive diaspora, which included the 10-year-old Machaber, who probably don't have a really good sense of his origins, but he probably did flee from Portugal, not from Spain, so his family originally made the move over here, and then out west. His father died shortly thereafter, and the Machaber spent much of his time wandering throughout the Ottoman Empire, which was ironically far more friendly to Jews than any Christian environment. The leader of the Ottoman Empire said, in fact, that he laughed at the kings of Spain and Portugal because he was giving Istanbul such a boon in the form of these literate, economically advantaged and skilled populations. And so Jews flooded, in particular, the Peloponnesus region, Thessaloniki in particular, Istanbul here at the Bosporus, into the Black Sea, and ultimately into Israel. 3 places which the Machaber himself visited and stayed for some time. So as I mentioned, he was orphaned at an early age. We know some of the influences that affected him as he was wandering through Turkey in particular.
He was present at the burning at the stake of Shlomo Molcho. He's a rather fascinating individual that I would love to have some more time to speak about, but he was essentially an individual who portrayed himself as a Mashiach, as a Jewish Messiah, probably somewhat deranged, but or possibly he was inspired. There's a fine line between those things, and he was ultimately burned at the stake by the church. This is, by the way, his rather fancy signature, which portrayed kind of like a royalty and proclamation. But he was very moved by the martyrdom of Shlomo Malko. He also met several Kabbalists while he was in Greece in particular, and he formed an especially close attachment with Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of Rechad Yodi, the father-in-law of the Ramak, and the brother-in-law of the Ramak, the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and ultimately the grand teacher, as it were, the teacher of the great Arizal. So he was very much associated with these. All of them, by the way, were exiled Sephardi Jews who are like living as expats in these other countries decades after the expulsion, still lamenting their fate, trying to figure out what it means, and gathering together because they have linguistic affinity in Spanish or Portuguese, and thinking about messianic thoughts inspired by people like Shlomo Molcho. We know only a little bit about his family life, largely through his own references. He mentions 3 different fathers-in-law, from which we derive that he must have been married 3 times. We do not know the dispositions of those marriages. Possibly he was a widower 2 times over. We do know that he buried 3 of his children during his lifetime, and 3 of his sons survived him. Other than that, we do not know a lot about his personal family life. His major activity was primarily in his period of wandering, like many of these greats. Ibn Ezra as well, much of his writing was while he was wandering from place to place. But by the time he settled in Tzfat, which is a rather amazing phenomenon, Tzfat is a city that is, this is actually an entrance to the shul. You see his Beit Maran, the house of our master, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Maggid, his merit may protect us. The Tzfat was this unusual moment in time where you had an explosion of Jewish creativity that was virtually unparalleled in all of Jewish history. And what is the reason for it? Did I tell anybody the Abramson rule of history? If you don't know the reason, the answer probably is money. Exactly. Thank you. Obviously, this is a graduate student in some highly prestigious book. Tzfat, it's a place that is not mentioned anywhere in Tanakh. It has no Jewish history to speak of in the vast majority of the sources that we have. But the Ottoman Empire, which had recently expanded there, granted tax credits, tax breaks to incipient industries, particularly in textiles. Textiles is a favored field for Jewish merchants, and so a lot of these Spanish and Portuguese Jews were attracted to this place. It's happened to be a very beautiful place. It's about 7,000 meters above sea level, and it's got this kind of like special air to it. And the early Kabbalists who gathered there, which included Shlomo Alkabetz and the Ramak, his student, they created essentially a form of spiritual tourism. Because what they would do, and I'm not making this up, this is a rather amazing thing, they would go on these self-imposed exiles called Gerushin. The Ramak actually recorded a book called Sefer Gerushin. A friend of mine is going to be translating it, God willing. And they would just go wandering in the fields and valleys and dales around Tzfat, and they would like suddenly be moved to kind of like mystical inspiration. And they would describe those inspirations, saying they were moved to like recite a particular parak of Tehillim, or they would meditate there for several hours. They would receive these insights, and later they associated these places possibly with some historical antecedents, sometimes not, with grave sites of major figures from the Talmud. And so the rumor is that these great Kabbalists were doing these things attracted more Kabbalists to come there, including the Arizal, who came from Egypt to be able to study at the feet of the Ramak and Rabbi Yosef Karo and others. And it created a nucleus of Jewish spiritual activity that lasted just about 7 decades, and then it was all over. There was a series of earthquakes and plagues, and it just never regained the same kind of spiritual energy that it had in the 15th century. But this is ultimately where Rabbi Yosef Karo retired, and it was way more active than both of them. It was incredibly active with great minds. If you can imagine, in this tiny little village, you have crowded in there all of these Nobel Prize winners. There's the Ramak, the Al-Shif, the Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Arizal. It's overwhelming. And there's a whole story that I think will take us a little bit too far afield to really explore. But there was a discussion led by a man named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav to actually take advantage of the gathering of such great minds and reinstitute smicha that had really lapsed sometime in the ancient period, and to try and declare that the rabbis who were present in Tzfat would in fact be able to begin a new smicha movement. Again, it'll take us far beyond the field to explore that particular experiment, which ultimately did not come to fruition. But these are some of the graves of the great Kabbalists there, clothed in this blue, which is associated with a warding off of the evil eye. And here is the grave of the Machaber himself, with his tzedakah box on it for visitors. So this is just intended to give you a foreshpice to the real meal, which is going to be an exploration of what exactly did he write, why were his contributions so signal to Jewish culture and life. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to the wagon driver, Rabbi Trump. Thank you for your attention.
First of all, just Yeshua Alabama, who is really led this series with Dr. Abramson to its beautiful conclusion right now. This is something which is, as a host that Ashkel has the opportunity to host, to be able to learn both the context and the content of what makes such a big difference in Jewish history. I'd like to really get that, it's just so fascinating to be able to hear the historical point. Let's try to dive right into the content itself. Now, we're at the end of a very fascinating series, because what we've done up to now is we've learned a little bit about the rest of the Rambam, very, very much the development of halakha till the crowning glory of Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Machaber, the author himself. What I want to do is really to explore a model, and then to look at that model in an example, to see what it was that he did and how beautifully he did it. What we're going to do is the following: we're going to do a development halakha, a brief development, which touches on what we've been doing in the last few weeks, but just to see where Rav Yosef Karo fits into this bigger picture, and we will hopefully explore a specific example to see how his writings actually reflected this itself. Let's start at Sinai. Sinai, of course, the year 2448 from creation, was the year in which Hashem endowed humanity, us, small biological scraps of material, with meaning by giving us the Torah and saying, if you do things, this matters. But the interesting thing is that Hashem gave it to us in two forms. Hashem gave us both the Torah Shabbat and the Torah Shabbat. At this crowning moment at Sinai, we were endowed with two aspects of Torah. The first one, of course, the Torah Shabbat is the written Torah itself, initially in the form of the Luchos, and later on in the Torah Shabbat, the written scrolls that we have. And there's a debate as to whether the whole Torah was written and given at the end of the Sinai experience, the desert experience, or whether it was written in sections and put together at the end of the 40 years, so that we could have it in one piece or in sections. But nonetheless, the Torah Shabbat and anything which was added to the canon, the 24 books of Tanakh, Torah, Leviticus, is included in the divinely inspired writings of the prophets and of Moses. This becomes the Torah Shabbat, the written Torah. What most people forget is the other side of the equation. That is the Torah Shabbat, the oral Torah. Now, this is a bit of a hazy area for most of us, because it's very hard. There's a lot in here. In such a way, the Rambam divides it. He divides it in his introduction to the Mishnah and in Hilchos Mabed into either 3 or 5 sections. On a more basic level, 3 sections, he basically says that there are 3 parts of the Torah Shabbat that which is given. There is the accompanying tradition as to explain what was written in the Torah. So the Torah says, Priyei Sadar, when it talks about this fruit, the oral tradition tells us that fruit is the citra, not the mango, not the banana, not the apple, it just means the citra. So we know that. It wasn't a matter of debate, it wasn't a matter of deriving, it was what it was, and we transmitted that from year to year. That's why there's no community in the world that shakes the mango. That's section number 1, Torah out there. Section number 2, Torah out there, is in fact is what is called the tools of expansion. Which means God gave us what we call the Yugim of Midos, the 13 principles that Rabbi Shmuel talks about, where we're able to sort of toolbox to expand the concepts beyond here. It's not just making the camp of what we had, it's taking the raw resources, using certain logical tools to expand the Torah about even further. That's another a separate section which is done over the stages of later Jewish history. And finally, the last section is what's called Gezeros and Siyagim. So, the perimeter fences to protect the Torah itself. All of these things were incorporated in the oral Torah. Written Torah and oral Torah both given at Sinai. And this is how it was for centuries. For centuries, we had the written Torah was all we had written, and with the exception of a few notes here, a few notes there, there were no volumes, there were no books. It was all already translated. Until many years later, when we reached the time of the mission of the Gemara. The Gemara tells us in Gittin that unfortunately, around the time of the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, in the years ensuing following the Hadrianic persecutions, the Bar Kokhba revolt, there was a real fear. There was a time the Sniffle was being obliterated. There was a real fear that there would be lost. This transmission from generation to generation, from father to son, from mother to daughter, this was going to, at this point in time, completely be lost if something wasn't done drastically. And the Gemara records, they had to commit them to writing. So they did so under the tutelage and the power of the man by the name of Yehuda Anasi, who had not only just the financial wherewithal, but also had the political wherewithal to be able to get all the sages in Israel together to go write out the Mishnah in the form of the 6 Sfarim, in the 6 sections, what is now known as Shas. Shishas Sadarim, the 6 sections, which are Zroya about agriculture, Mo'ed, which are about the festivals, Nashim, the relationship with Zikr, when it comes to damages, Kodshim, referring to Korbanos, and that which goes around that entire Tumah and Tara Lord. All of the Torah Shabbat was essentially canonized into these 6 different sections. But it was constructed in a very fascinating way. And as we know, for anybody who learns Mishnah and Gemara, it is not exceedingly easy. And part of the reason is because it is what's called inductive learning as opposed to deductive learning. Inductive learning is so that, like in the Havdil, we talk about mathematical induction. So if you have a series which says 2 and 2, 4, 6, we know by induction that the next number is 8, because we can induce the formula is n plus 2. That means that whatever it is, plus 2 is the next one in the formula. We haven't been told the rule, but we can induce the rule from the series that we've been given. The Mishnayos, in a certain sense, were constructed in a way that we weren't just getting information. We needed more. We needed to induce the rules. We needed a ready. We needed a transmission skill to be able to unlock that rule. In a different way of looking at the way I try to describe it for those who are not from the Southern Hemisphere, anybody who's trying to study how to play cricket, as an example. But if anybody wants to learn how to play cricket, so one way of learning the way to play cricket is you open up the Encyclopedia Britannica and you read what it is. Another way of doing it is you watch a cricket match and you hear the commentator talking about, that was hit for a 6, we'll pass the third slip, on the way back to the bat, just missed getting into the crease before the bails were knocked off. And you're all foreign language. But slowly you piece together when you see the conversation about the experience, you work out the rules for the experience are. So it was constructed in a way which is very much the conversation about it, which we have to work backwards to get to. Back to what the rules are. That's what, because it's part of the educational way in which you get the rules. It's not just a textbook. This is very important because this is where the Mechaber, this is where the Rav Yosef Karo is going to be so instrumental in this work. A few years later, 300 years later, the process was still under such threat that the following conversations about the Mishnah in these 6 silos was still at loss. of being lost, and under the guidance, the redaction of Rav Ashi and Rav Yonah, the later fifth generation Amoraim, sages of the Gemara, they took those writings, those conversations about each Mishnah, and they formulated the Gemara, the Talmud, into 36 volumes, which are most of the Nesechtos, most of the Shas in those six silos. And this became, of course, the canon in a certain sense. Once it was closed, there was a Gemara, there were commentators on the Gemara, but this is it. Now, the reason why this is important is, where does halacha go from here? We have the Torah Shrevetza, which is what's called in Chazal Kriya V'Kaima. It's in one corner, is not to be changed. And you have the Torah Shalfeh, which was oral, transmitted, and then translated in a more expanded written way. Very hard to access, but that's part of the educational way that we maintain. What happens afterwards? So we see over the generations what we call the codifiers on the page. The people who are the halachic experts who start taking this work and turning it into halachic rulings, but on the page of the Gemara itself, in the same format as the Gemara, as was discussed just in this series. Rabbi Yitzchak, well, we'll start actually that way around. Apparently, let's do it this way. Rabbi Yitzchak al-Fashi, which was discussed, we're not going to go back. So I tell about Dr. Abramson talked about this a couple periods ago. Rabbi Yitzchak al-Fashi wrote the halakhic commentary at the back of the Gemara, essentially admitting anything which wasn't presently halakhically relevant at this point in time. We also see later on the works of Rabbi Rothschild, a very fascinating personality, a person who bridged the Ashkenaz world and the Sephardic world. He was actually exiled from Germany upon persecution of his Rabbi, the Maharam of Rothenburg, was imprisoned and ransomed, died in prison. In fact, when he saw the writing on the wall, they knew they were coming for him. He took a trip down, went through southern France, and ended up, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, in Toledo, which was still at a good time, it's still the golden age of the Spanish jury at this point in time, and spent time with the Rashba, one of the greats of the Spanish jury, very fascinating person. What he did is a similar thing. He wrote the commentary essentially on the Rif, like Yitzchak al-Fazi, commentaries on the halakhic commentators of Gemara, but he didn't change the format of the Gemara. He changed the same, it was the same rubric, it was the same halakha, it was the same Gemara, it was not, he did not change, in a certain sense, the headings or the way it was formatted. He simply codified what was there in the way it was. So if you want to learn about Pesach, you have to go to the Gemara in Pesachim. If you want to find out about Seder, you have to go to the 10th chapter of Pesachim, Arei Pesachim, work through all the sugyas over there, and then distill it into the halakhic rulings at the end. And that became where we find halakha up to now. Of course, the revolution of halakha entered when we started to meet people codified by topic rather than by page. And of course, the heading of this revolution was none other than the Rambam, who was discussed the last time. The Rambam's incredibly unique contribution was the Rambam took essentially all that. This is all this repetition. He took 14 topics of all Jewish halakhic thought, and he basically started the process again. He said, I'm going to tell you halakha from square one all the way onwards into 14 categories. Everything in halakha. When you go to his kever, you can see the beautiful fountain which goes to 14 marble pillars, each of the name of one of the books of halakhic categorization, which the Rambam has on the right of some of the four of those 14. Into the books of the Rambam, what we call Mishnah Torah, which is a repetition of Torah. What was revolutionary about this, as was discussed, but now we're getting to the why it's easy for us, is that he's actually the first person to do this. Nobody else is leading a way to create a new system, a new table of contents for halacha up to now. And he did it very logically. There was subsections, subsections. Everything was clearly annotated and in place. This is what a typical page of the Rambam looks like, as you know. And what's going to be important for us is not so much the Rambam right now, but the right-hand corner. This is the outside column, essentially. This is where the sign is, on the left-hand side here, is the works of the Kesef Mishnah, which is going to be Rabbi Yosef Karo. Because one of the first and most important works, as you see of Rabbi Yosef Karo, is going to be his commentary on the Rambam. Moving in this direction at the same time, another person who contributed to this new, we'll call the reformatting of halakha, was a person by the name of Rav Yaakov ben Asher. You know, more familiar setting as the Baal HaTurim. You know, when we always hear those gematrias, and you know, and everything. So we say, that's the Baal HaTurim. The Baal HaTurim did write the gematrias in the Torah. He talked about lots of numeric coding in the Torah. But that was by far paled in comparison to what he really did. Those are very relevant and wonderful to read. But what his significant contribution to all of Jewish history is a set of books called the Arei Pesachim, the four columns essentially. What he did was he said, as opposed to the Rambam, he said, let's take all of halakha and put all of contemporary halacha to the exclusion of Beis Hamikdash, to the exclusion of laws which pertain to Eretz Yisrael and the mitzvahs Hatziluas Ba'aretz necessarily, to exclude certain things which relate to Tumah and Tahara. Things which are not relevant to us didn't be excluded, like his father, who was in fact Rabbi Rothschild, the person who wrote the commentary of the Gemara. Commentary. Instead, what he did is he set up these 4 sections, what he called Orach Chaim, the way of life, which was about ritual life, Even Ha'ezer, which is about relationships, Yoredeh, which are more ritual, relates to Nida, Azelos, the Shchita, Ta'alev, is part of the Cholot, and then finally, of course, Mishnah, business law. Those are the 4 sections of all halakha. What's fascinating to us, of course, is that this is a page of Tur, where the Tur, Rabbi Yaakov is writing this commentary in the middle. Of course, the important commentary we're going to look at over here is on the right-hand column, which is the Beis Yosef, also Rabbi Yosef Karo. It is fascinating that Rabbi Yosef Karo was the commentator on 2 of the newest 4 matters of halacha. This lays the stage for where Rabbi Yosef Karo enters. Rabbi Yosef Karo was started off by looking at the people who wrote halacha in the new format, in a certain sense, in their own reconstructed format, and linked it back to the page. Because there was a great rift that was happening, and in fact, you see it in the writings, there was part of the burnings of the rabbin, many reasons for burning the rabbin, there was the newness of this. It's having the right to leave out the sources and reformat halacha in a way which you've never seen beforehand. So one of the works that Beis Yosef did, what the Rabbi Yosef Karo did, was to say, let's take what we have, the Gemara, and let's find how it leads into and connects to these new formats, these new silos of halacha, where the 14 books of the Rambam or the 4 books of the Torah. So this is, in a certain sense, the background to what Rabbi Karo was trying to do. I want to take a simple example just to make this more real to us, as we see it played through. So an example, just a very simple example. Washing hands. Okay, as an example, right, I apologize, I think I set up all the sources, and I could just grab one. That's all right, thank you. Thank you so much. What we're going to do is we're going to do exactly that movement. So 4 steps that we have up to now. We're going to move through the Torah Shabbat as codified in the Gemara, through the Rambam and the commentary of Rabbi Yosef Karo on the Rambam, through the Torah, and Rabbi Yosef Karo's commentary on the Torah, and moving into finally the grand crowning glory of his career is his writing of the Shulchan Aruch ultimately, to see what he was really trying to do. See, here we go. Very, very, very simple section. The Gemara says the following. This is the Gemara to be found in Talmud Bavli. In Brachas, it is in the source sheet as well. This is a very short line. The Gemara says the following. The Omar Rav Chia Bar Omar Rav. Rav Chia Bar Rav says the name of Rav. There are 3 times one has to do something immediately. Meaning there's 2 activities which need to be proximate to one another. When a person is about to shecht an animal, they need to do smicha, put their hands on top of it. That needs to precede the process of shechita immediately. Teichef legeula, that's something that we do every morning, is that we need to finish the last bracha of the Kriyas Shema, which ends with Brachat Hashem Go'al Yisrael, and immediately afterwards jump into the Shemona Esrei, even avoiding saying the word Amen. And finally, Teichef Netilas Yodayim bracha. And immediately after washing our hands, we need to do a bracha. These are the 3 techifos. These are the 3 things Jews need to do right away. Besides the booking a hall and a date and a new email address, right? So this is what the Gemara tells you. Now, I happen to be interestingly enough that it's a little bit ambiguous over here, because what does that last statement mean? It says that we need to be very quick to go from washing hands into a bracha. Well, what does that mean? What exactly are we referring to over here? Well, it's a great territory because we have a few options as to what that can mean. So for this, we move straight to the first level of codification off the page. That's the Rambam. The Rambam says very clearly over here. We can move into the way the Rambam codifies the halacha. So again, the Rambam is now extracting halacha to be found in Maseches Brachos into his own category, which is Hilchos Tefillah. He says, I'm going to talk about Tefillah. There's only one book about prayer. In prayer, I'm going to tell you how you're going to wash your hands, how you're going to say a bracha, and how you're going to dance. Here's how he explains it. Sorry, Adam, the Nagay Yadav, a person needs to dry their hands after washing and then eat. However, just to make sure to dry their hands off so they shouldn't be eating impurity. When you wash your hands after the meal, what do you call the washing after the meal? We call it mayim akaronim, the later waters. There's the mayim rishonim, the first waters, and there's the mayim achronim, the later waters. When you do those last waters, he says the takers and the tilas yadayim birakas hamazon. When you do those that last natira, that last washing of the mayim achronim, the later waters, as the meal is finishing up, immediately after you do that, you need to make sure to whip out your bencha and start saying the birakas hamazon, the blessing of grace at the end of the meals. That's what the Rambam is saying. He is essentially interpreting that Gemara. He is saying when the Gemara talks about washing and bracha, what washing is it? It's the washing following the meal, and which bracha is it? The bracha following the meal. That's what the Rambam has done and has codified for us. He doesn't tell us where, no, sorry, if we look to this Rambam, the Rambam doesn't tell us where he got this from. The Rambam doesn't tell us his sources. The Rambam is just telling us. Now, if we were well versed in all of Talmud, we know that. But if you're reading the Rambam for the first time, this is the first time I read this. So in lieu of that, the commentary on the outer column of the Rambam is in fact that's the first work of Rabbi Yosef Karo. He wrote that the name of the Kesef is the silver of the Mishnah. Why Mishnah? The name of the book of the Rambam is the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. This is the silver of the repetition. So it's sort of like the adornment of the Mishnah. What is he trying to achieve with this? So let's take an example. What's the first thing that the Rabbi Yosef Karo is doing in this event? He says the take it until the Sedai. He says the Perak Ketzad Uvarchim. The first thing that Rabbi Yosef Karo does is he gives the source which the Rambam related. The Rambam never footnoted his work, the Rambam explained where he was getting it from. The Rambam in his absolute brilliance was distilling all of the oral Torah into these categories. The first thing Rabbi Yosef Karo does for us is says, see here, click. Right? The first thing he does is, this is the Gemara, where it comes from. That's step number one. He goes on. If we're going to skip a few lines of the source, he says, the Rashi, based on our master's teaching, the Rambam's teaching in Rashi, he points out that it seems like you're allowed to speak between the last waters and benches, rather so you don't anticipate that the only hefsek, the only break which is a real break is eating, not speaking. Speaking is fine until you actually lift up and call a cut for Birkas Hamazon, but it is eating which is going to be the problem. So what the base Yosef, or the Kesef Mishnah, Rabbi Yosef Karo is doing in this particular situation, he's giving us the source and a little bit of expansion, a little bit of a nuance in the way the Rambam is reading it to exclude talking as being a break in this particular instance. Okay, this is what he's contributed to the explaining of the Rambam. And he writes this for all the books of the Rambam. Let's go a little further. Now we move on to the next generation. A century later, the Tur, Rabbeinu Yaakov, is now codifying halacha. He is to be found in Hilchos B'tzia Sapat, that's halachas pertaining to the meal. Everything in Judaism is prescribed and regulated. So here we're talking about the meal. And here is what he says. He goes on to give us a very clear description. V'yenage yoda feiteh v'yivarech birkas ha'motzim yad. He says a person should wash their hands and immediately say Hamotzi. He says, however, Rabbeinu Yoel Kosel she'ein lochush al hatzak hefsek ben netila la'amotzi kemo she'ashulchan lefon of the da'at or le'echol lo echoshet hefsek hadas. So something called Rabbeinu Yoel says, you don't have to worry too much if you wash your hands netila sedayim at the beginning of the meal and then say something to somebody else and sit down and eat. Why? Because the table's there, the food's there, your mind's on the food, you're about to get to the meal. That's not considered a break. Don't worry so much about the break between the first netila, the first washing and the meal. The only time you need to worry about it is the second washing and the last broth. You see, there's a little bit of ambiguity. That's what the Gemara really meant. Do you mean the washing and the birkas hamotzi at the beginning of the meal, or the birkas or the netila at the end of the meal? And the Birkas Hamazon. Rabbeinu Yoel felt there was no problem making a break at the beginning of the meal, and he quotes as well. He says the following. He says, that's the Riv, and the Rambam is sword. However, the Adoni of the Haron, my father, my teacher, my master, the Rosh, Rabbeinu Asher, Zichron Livracha, according to his father, Haya Rogil Ak Rishonim Shelo Lahafsik Shelo Ledaber. So my father was very careful to only speak in That's not what he meant. My father was very careful not to communicate at all once washing hands and then eating the meal at the beginning, which is the practice that we have today, right? We don't make we don't speak, we don't do anything else between washing and having hamotzim. By a roger to show a massive v'suda, in fact, he had a trick. When he would sit down to a suda macherim, show a notel ba'achvara, show a lahaftik, show a ledaber, that he in fact would be the last person to wash. As I like to say to my guests, there is an ancient Chinese saying that he who washes first speaks least. Right, when it comes to washing. So what the Rosh would do was he would make sure that he is the last person in line, so that his break between washing and saying the bracha on Amashi would be in fact very minimal. We're seeing an interesting thing over here. What's emerging in the halakhic work of the Torah is that there's a debate. Is there no breaks at the end of the meal and the washing at the end of the last bracha, or is there no breaks at the beginning of the meal between the Tzilas Yadayim and the Hamotzim? A debate. The fascinating thing about the Torah is as much as the Torah is in a certain sense coalesce all of halakhic liturgy up to this point into one place, he very rarely ruled on it. If you want to understand, he never tells us what to do. Isn't it interesting? He quotes the Rambam at the beginning. He quotes the contemporary, the Rosh, the later contemporary of the Rambam, the Rosh later on, and he leaves it. And the Torah does this very often. Sometimes he will rule and say what he believes and lead in the discussion. But very often over here, what happens is he leaves the pain, which leaves space over here for those commenting on the Torah to say, well, what do we do? Bottom line, what do we do in this situation? I understand there's two opinions, there's an ambiguity in the Gemara, what do we do? Bottom line, so this is what happens. The Beis Yosef, who is now Rabbi Yosef Karo, not commenting on the Rambam, but commenting on the Torah, does a very similar thing. We're not going to read it all inside for the sake of time. But Rabbi Yosef Karo does exactly the same thing. He says, well, you want to know where he gets this from? It comes from that Gemara in Brachos. You want to know, those opinions that he talked about the Rif and the Rambam and the Rosh, those are the people he was commenting on? Well, here's where they're found. This is what they say, and he quotes it in full extent. So the first thing he does is, like his commentary on the Rambam, he sources everything. Where does it come from? In a certain sense, he's the bridge between the page of Gemara and the new construction of halacha under the Torah. And then he does something which is very important. He goes on to describe other people who say this. He quotes, in fact, the Yerushalmi, which seems to indicate that if a person doesn't speak between the Tzilas Yadayim and saying Hamotzim at the beginning of the meal, they're going to have a good meal. Which seems to suggest that one of the sides, and he says the following: V'chein nachon la'asot v'yizayir gam b'mayim rishonim. There's Joseph in his humble commentary on the Torah says, I'm going to put my card on the table. I believe that it's true that you shouldn't make an interruption between the Mayim Achronim, the last waters, and the Birkas Hamazon, but you should also not be speaking at the beginning, like the Rosh says. So he is actually now weighing in on that particular machlokes and adds a few extra details at the end, which we're not going to cover about the Seder and our Natilos at the night of Pesach. Which now leads us to the last and final stage, which is the Shulchan Aruch. To appreciate the Shulchan Aruch, we need to appreciate the journey along which the Rabbi Yosef Karo is here. He has explained the sources of all the Rambam. He has contextualized the entire Torah, all 4 volumes of it, which now plays into the many volumes we have back of the shore right now, because of his commentary, which extends way beyond the short paragraphs that the Torah has. And finally, after all is said and done, the most remarkable sefer which has changed all of Jewish history is the Shulchan Aruch. What does he do the Shulchan Aruch? Here's what he does. This is now Rabbi Yosef Karo talking in the same format, in the same schema as the Torah. He uses the same 4 books, the Orach Chaim, the Even HaEzer, Yoredeah, Even HaEzer, but now he shortens it to a statement which is the following. In this particular section, Yesh Onim, there are those who say, She'en Tzorech V'Yizayim Min Al-Sik Ben Yisrael Hamotzim. There are those who are saying that we don't have to be so concerned about making a break between our first Tzilas Yadayim and meal and saying Hamotzim. Yeshon and Shetzarech V'Yizayim. And there are those who say that one should be careful. In one short sentence here, summarized centuries of scholarship. if we had read the Torah and the Rambam and the Beis Yosef and the Mishnah, we know exactly who he's talking about that, and we know exactly who he's referring to. And then he gives us the Torah desire, and in 2 words, he tells us, you should be careful. What is commonplace in all of our meals today is as a function of the fact that he said, the Torah desire. This is the way we're going to do things. Ladies and gentlemen, we've decided halacha is this way. He says you shouldn't wait to stand and take to walk more than 22 amos, 22 cubits unnecessary. What the Shulchan Aruch has done over here, he has distilled a history into a very simple, into a unified direction of this. This is a simple example of that process of formation of halacha to what we have today. Of course, after Shulchan Aruch, we're going to have blossoming of scholarship, of centuries of scholarship, exploring the Shulchan Aruch himself. And nonetheless, this became the full, almost like this is the bottom of that funnel of halacha, which is being distilled throughout the centuries into one coherent psak. Taking into consideration, with deference, both sides of the debate, but actually telling us what to do. That's where the Shulchan Aruch comes into. Simple example of what he did over the centuries. What a remarkable contribution to Jewish history. We're not going to focus on all of it. I want to just focus on one thing that Dr. Edmondson mentioned, and that is the Maggid. The Shulchan Aruch wrote other Sfarim as well. There are numerous other Sfarim. One of them is what is called the Maggid Meisharim. Right? The Maggid literally means the teller. And he describes in this book, as Dr. Edmondson has mentioned, that he had nightly encounters with some sort of spectre, some sort of angel that he related to. So again, the unusualness of a person of such broad halachic scholarship, who doesn't mention that at all in his halachic work, has a completely different description when he talks about his nightly encounters. It's a very fascinating sefer. He writes it very personally. He talks about the personal wanderings that he has and the questions he broaches with this angel. He asks him on a nightly basis and the conversations they have. Very, very fascinating. It's actually written, it's formatted on 2 cycles of the Torah. So he talks about the Torah and various Sfarim in Tanakh by Rabbi Yosef Karo. In fact, if you go for a walking tour in Tzfat today, they can show you the house where he used to stay when he was visited by the Maggid. Every step, every stone in Tzfat is a special history to it. This is very much, in this milieu. What is fascinating is he describes at the beginning of the Sefer of how he merited to have this angel join him. And the angel sort of came, visited him, and then stopped visiting him. And when the angel came back to him, he said, well, how can I ensure that there's a continuity of this relationship? And the angel said, you're very involved in halacha. You're very involved in the codification process, the end result of halacha. Don't forget Mishnah. Don't forget to keep learning Mishnah, which means keep going back to the page. So coming back to the conversation. Don't lose track of the end result and thereby lose the context in the Torah from which that came. That's how you're going to ensure a relationship with me. So the angel. Just a very fascinating reconnection over here. And in this, just as an example, this is a section, a very short section that he has about his Kabbalistic metaphysical wanderings that he broaches one particular subject. He talks about death as an example, and just to give you a sense of just the broadness of what was going on. He has one particular conversation, just as an example. The Lal Shishi on Chofei Teves, so he's talking about, he says, Chalamti al dream shoya doresh es alech mipnei Hashem ba'aretz hachayim. I'm thinking about a particular pasuk, I'll walk in front of Hashem in the land of the living. Yeah, and we say, as we said, Hanel, it is precious or it is hard for Hashem, it is weighty to Hashem, the death of those who are his Hasidic, his pious. He says it's hard for Hashem when those who are righteous die. Death is so difficult, it is sort of stripping 2 interconnected pieces of one entity. It's almost like trying to take skin off meat, because the 2 are really one entity. Therefore, he says, to me high and Sonic, in Hayat, to me have Sonic in high. What does Hashem do? He sort of reveals even more of the schar that is going to be shown to them, that there's this automatic magnetic connection that the soul returns to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is Dabek La'ela, and automatically magnetically returns to its creator, partly migufa belitza, and there's no pain in that experience because the neshama is returning to its source in this way. וזהו דוגמת נסס משיקה, that's how Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron in fact are. כמו שאומר בספר הזוהר, ברזה דלנפקו, נשמסו עד חזיה לשכינתה, that the soul doesn't leave until it sees the divine presence among it.
To the Romans, garum was magic. It added umami before that word even existed. It went on everything: porridge, stew, sausages, vegetables, even fruit. There were different grades too. The fancy, clear liquamen reserved for upper-class tables, and the thick, murky dregs, alec, used in street stalls and slums. It was expensive. The good stuff could cost more than wine.
Yo, buddy.
Elite garum came from
Rabbi.
places like Pompeii or Hispania, where
Get your
entire
fat ass
coastal
up.
towns were devoted to producing vats of this.
Why am I getting fucking followed by that by you?
These weren't backyard operations either. They were massive industrial centres, with clay amphorae stacked high and fishy vapour poisoning the air for miles. People didn't care about provenance. On the street, garum was the great equaliser, slopped onto lentils, stirred into chickpeas, smeared on bread.
Yo, Pip.
Made bland food bearable.
Yo,
gave street
why am I being followed and chat by you saying join Rabbi Rothschild Discord?
Because I wanted you to join.
It was also Rome's version of soy sauce or ketchup.
My brother, you're like what?
Garum mix.
My brother, what?
I wanted you to join my Discord.
I'm here.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Which says a lot about both Roman drinking habits and Roman styles.
Sure, go ahead.
Excellent. Apologies. I was taking a nap. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Rabbi, you've already interviewed me. I've already had an interview.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's what. There we go, baby.
Are you always in bed? Every time I've ever seen you, you're always in bed. You leave your bed.
Yeah.
When?
I left it earlier today.
To go where? To the bathroom?
Well, I did that, but I also went outside on a deck.
Yo, Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp.
Yo, dude.
The most popular on-the-go snacks. Pulsed chicken.
I thought you were off Kick. You're now back on Kick?
Crispy on the
Oh, I was banned from Kick.
inside and sold by the handful. Cheap, protein-packed, and blessedly vegetarian. Not that anyone in the Sabura was worrying about cholesterol. Flatbreads were everywhere. Sold by the slice or as whole discs, they could be eaten plain, rubbed with garlic, or smeared with olive paste or leftover stew. Some were flavoured with honey and herbs. Others were just carbs in their purest, most portable form. Perfect for workers who needed calories, not conversation. Then there were stuffed pastries. Some were sweet, filled with dates, nuts, and honey. Others were savoury, packed with mashed lentils, boiled eggs, or even fish paste. Think of them as the Roman version of a Hot Pocket, only made with love and absolutely no food safety regulation. Cheese also made regular appearances. Vendors sold chunks of aged sheep cheese that were dry enough to survive the Roman sun. It wasn't fancy, but it filled bellies and paired nicely with wine of desperation. Speaking of wine, yes, people drank on the go. Mixed with water or honey, and sometimes heated, wine was sold in cups from stalls or mobile vendors carrying skin pouches. Also, the sweetened variety was especially popular among workers and anyone trying to drown the taste of a suspicious sausage. Don't forget fruit. Fresh figs, grapes, and olives were easy to carry and could be bought from street peddlers shouting their wares over the chaos. In cooler seasons, roasted chestnuts were a warm favourite. Simple, hearty, and perfect for chewing while walking past angry goats and loose chickens. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't curated, but it was fast, cheap, and fed a city of 1 million. Rome ran on garum, bread, and hustle, while the street food vendors kept the engine roaring. In Rome, what What you ate and where you ate it was practically a class badge. Street food was never just about filling your belly. It was a daily ritual that revealed your rank, your income, and how close you were to dying of a tapeworm. For the working poor, thermopolia was salvation. You didn't have a kitchen in your crumbling insula, and even if you did, it was a fire hazard, and the rats had already claimed it. So you stood elbow to elbow with the masses, handing over a few asses, small bronze coins, for a scoop of lentils or a chunk of greasy sausage dripping in garum. You didn't ask questions. You ate what was hot and kept walking. But for Rome's middle class, artisans, freedmen, shopkeepers, the street food experience was a little more curated. You could afford better vendors, fresher ingredients, or maybe even a private cook to prepare something warm at home. Some would linger at stalls known for specialty dishes, maybe fried cheese, date pastries, or even grilled cuttlefish if you were feeling bold. You might even sit on a stool. Meanwhile, the upper class had a different relationship with street food. Publicly, they disdained it. A proper Roman aristocrat dined reclining on cushions, waited on by slaves, sipping wine poured from crystal, and nibbling peacock tongues served by someone named Cassius, keeper of the napkin. The very idea of standing at a food stall like a sweaty labourer was scandalous. But here's the twist. They ate it anyway. Senators disguised in cloaks would sneak into the poorer districts after dark to grab roasted chickpeas or buy garum directly from the source. Even the rich couldn't resist a honeyed fritter fresh off the fire. Writers like Marshall and Juvenal mocked the hypocrisy. How the elite shamed the poor for eating food they themselves couldn't stop craving. And let's not forget the slaves. They were at the bottom, yet made up a massive portion of the population. Their meals were whatever they could scavenge, steal, or scrape together. Often leftovers from their masters, or scraps from generous stall owners. And sometimes, just sometimes, they tasted the same fried pancake or sausage as the free citizens. In that moment, class lines blurred, at least on the tongue. In Rome, food wasn't just sustenance, it was theatre, the performance of status, struggle, and survival. If Roman street food was lively on a normal day, during festivals it became pure chaos. Delicious, smoky, wine-soaked chaos. Rome loved a good festival, and by good we mean raucous, over-the-top, all-day affairs where gods were honoured, slaves got drunk, and everyone forgot who owed who money. There were dozens each year, and with every celebration came a tidal wave of food, flooding the streets faster than the Tiber in spring. During Saturnalia, the December blowout that made Christmas look like a knitting circle, slaves were allowed to eat at the same stalls as their masters. Social rules turned upside down. Vendors roasted entire pigs on spits in the open air, handed out fried pastries, and sold hot wine spiced with pepper and honey. The streets smelled like a butcher's shop, and a bakery had collided, and no one complained. Lupercalia, the rowdy February fertility festival, was equally wild. Young men ran half-naked through the streets, and the food stalls catered accordingly. Hearty fare like blood sausage, fatty cuts of meat, fried chickpeas, and thick bread to soak up all the wine being spilled and consumed in equal measure. Even religious festivals had a gluttonous side. After sacrifices were made at temples, parts of the animal, especially the edible bits, were sold to food vendors or handed out to crowds. Street stalls would take that fresh meat, stew it, fry it, or shove it into bread. It was sacred barbecue, Roman style. Street vendors thrived during these events. It was peak business. They'd work all night, stacking their dolio with stews, pastries, grilled fish, honey cakes, and more. Children begged for sweets. Old men argued over olive fritters, and everyone drank way too much balsam, the sweet wine that tasted like a headache in progress. Of course, with food came problems. Greedy vendors watered down wine. Meat sometimes went off, but was served anyway. And pickpockets treated crowded stalls like buffets of a different kind. Still, no one seemed to care, at least until the hangover hit. Festivals weren't just about honouring the gods. They were a release valve for a city teetering on the edge of madness. Food was central to it all. steaming, frying, dripping food, served in clay bowls and eaten with greasy fingers under strings of lanterns. It wasn't just a feast, it was Rome, unbuttoned and unbothered. Roman street food might have kept bellies full and the city humming, but it wasn't all savoury stews and sizzling sausages. Beneath the steam and the shouting lay a darker layer, where food could kill you, cheat you, or land you in serious trouble. Let's start with food fraud. Rome had no health inspectors. If your lentil stew smelled off, that was your problem. Vendors frequently watered down wine, mixed chalk into flour, and used spoiled meat spiced just enough to fool the nose. One common trick was to soak raw fish in garum and pass it off as fresh. You didn't question the cook. You prayed to Mercury, patron of thieves, and hoped for the best. The prices? Good luck. Vendors rigged their scales, used crooked ladles, and swapped out ingredients mid-stew. One day you got chickpeas, the next, beans and disappointment. Graffiti from Pompeii even mocked shady food merchants by name. Early Yelp reviews, but with more venom and bad spelling. Sometimes the stakes were higher than just indigestion. Street food vendors were notorious for bribing officials to secure the best corners and block their competitors. Fights broke out over store locations. At least one known riot in the Suburra started because of a food stall dispute. Spoons were flung. The stew was spilled. Somebody lost a tooth over an olive fritter. Then there were the poisons. Yes, real, intentional poisoning. Rome had no shortage of enemies, and food was an easy weapon. More than one senator met his end by drinking wine laced with venom, or eating figs dusted with pounded glass. If you were rich, you travelled with a food taster. If you were poor, well, you just rolled the dice every time you took a bite. And we haven't even mentioned the rats, roaches, and general filth. Most stalls operated next to open sewers. Leftovers were thrown in the street. Dogs, cats, and half-starved slaves fought over scraps like gladiators without swords. Hygiene wasn't just poor. It was a myth. If you didn't develop a strong gut by age 10, you didn't make it to 15. But still, Romans returned every day. The food might be risky, but it was also irresistible. Because in the end, it's a little stomach trouble compared to a hot meatball drenched in garum. You might think Roman street food vanished with the empire, swept away like so much ash and amphorae. But the truth is, those smoky stools, bubbling pots, and greasy snacks left fingerprints all over modern cuisine. You've probably tasted ancient Rome without even knowing it. Start with the basics. Bread. The flatbread sold in Roman stalls, not so different from pizza bianca in modern Italy. Add olive oil, garlic, maybe a smear of fermented anchovy paste, and suddenly you're one street vendor away from recreating a first-century lunch. And chickpeas? Still a staple in Mediterranean diets, whether mashed into hummus, baked into farinata, or crisped into modern falafel. The Roman fondness for legumes echoes across time. In fact, pulse, their barley or wheat porridge, isn't far off from modern polenta, or even savoury oatmeal bowls. Then there's garum. While the Roman original hasn't aged well in reputation, its descendants are thriving. Southeast Asian fish sauce, Worcestershire sauce, and even some soy sauces carry the same umami punch. The idea of fermented flavour bombs. The Romans mastered it before it was cool. Even the concept of street food itself, fast, affordable, handheld meals sold from tiny shops, owes something to the thermopolia. The modern food cart, taco stand, or kebab kiosk might look flashier, but the spirit is the same. Hot food, low prices, big flavour, no questions asked. Archaeological sites like Pompeii have given us astonishing glimpses into Roman food culture. Entire food stalls have been unearthed, counters intact, pots still charred, even traces of snails, duck, and beans preserved in ancient cooking vessels. One even had a fresco menu painted above the serving window. The marketing was better than most TikTok ads. And now, chefs and historians alike are reviving Roman recipes. Cookbooks translate Apicius, the Roman foodie emperor, into dishes you can try today. Honey roasted dormice optional. Modern Rome still serves up dishes that would be familiar to a hungry plebeian. Fried artichokes, herb-infused cheese, flatbreads dripping with oil. The empire may have fallen, the emperors turned to dust, but the flavor, that survived. Because when you bite into something salty, crispy, and wildly comforting at 2 a.m., you're doing what Romans did 2,000 years ago. You're eating history, one greedy handful at a time. In the medieval court, silence was rare. Between clinking goblets, rustling silks, and the occasional jousting injury, there was one constant: music. But not just any music. If you wanted to set the mood for a royal feast, entertain a restless noble, or soften the mood after a political beheading, you called in the minstrels. These weren't background musicians strumming in the corner. Minstrels were the sound engineers of the medieval world. They carried news, recited poetry, performed daring ballads, and even composed sharp satire, sometimes while their audience still held knives. Their instruments, lutes, harps, flutes, vielle fiddles, and the occasional bagpipe if you really wanted to wake the nobles up. A well-tuned minstrel could turn a boring court dinner into a lyrical battlefield. The medieval court ran on drama and performance, and minstrels were vital to both. They immortalized heroic deeds, real or wildly exaggerated. If a knight slew a dragon, or merely slipped off his horse while trying, they'd craft a song about it. The audience didn't care about truth, they cared about the rhyme. Minstrels weren't just musical, they were verbal magicians. With sharp tongues and clever wordplay, they recited epic tales of doomed lovers, legendary warriors, and tragic betrayals. They could win laughter from a surly lord, or tears from a war-hardened knight, and they knew how to read a room. If the baron had recently been caught in a scandal, maybe avoid the broady satire that night. Their position in the social hierarchy was flexible. Some were beloved fixtures of court life, protected and pampered. Others were treated as glorified jesters, expected to sing for their supper and then sleep in the stables. But all minstrels knew one thing: if you wanted to survive in the royal court, your music had to be more than pretty. It had to be useful. Political flattery, coded gossip, subtle warnings, all disguised in verse. Their power? Immense. Because long before history was written down, it was sung. The noble deeds, the petty rivalries, the courtly romances, all passed from minstrel to minstrel like living folklore. If a noble wanted their legacy remembered, they didn't need a monument. They needed a song. In the end, minstrels didn't just play music, they played memory. When a minstrel walked into a medieval court, they weren't carrying sheet music and a Spotify playlist. They arrived with a portable arsenal of sound, each instrument carefully chosen to charm, mock, or mourn, depending on the audience's mood and how drunk the nobles were. The lute reigned supreme. Its pear-shaped body and gentle twang made it perfect for ballads of tragic love and heroic deeds. If you were a knight hoping to impress a lady, or rewrite your battlefield clumsiness into a tale of valor, you wanted a lute player nearby. Then came the harp, not the angelic golden contraption from Renaissance paintings, but a more practical wooden frame strung with gut strings and tuned with the patience of a saint. The harp could be delicate or dramatic. It was often used during ceremonial entrances, romantic interludes, or when a lord wanted to look pensive without doing any actual thinking. Drums and tambourines brought rhythm to the feast. They signaled excitement, battle preparations, or dance-worthy energy when everyone had had too much wine and dignity was already out the window. For something more exotic, there was the vielle, a proto-fiddle with a haunting nasal tone, perfect for sorrowful laments or eerie tales. Nothing set the mood like a slow, mournful vielle solo as the fire crackled and someone hinted at court betrayal. Flutes and recorders? Excellent for lively dances or whimsical background tunes. Even bagpipes had their place, mostly in the courts of the Celtic and northern regions, loved by locals, loathed by everyone else. And then there were the vocals, a minstrel's voice was their most important instrument. Trained not in conservatories, but in crowded markets and echoing halls, these voices had to cut through noise, wine-induced heckling, and the occasional thrown chicken bone. They could mimic accents, chant in Latin, croon in coarty French, or bark out satire in the local dialect, all while keeping with the drum or plucking a stringed instrument. Each performance was a delicate dance between music and message. A wrong note could bore the audience. A wrong lyric could offend a noble. But when played right, the minstrel became the heartbeat of the evening.
Goldman Sachs says the U.S. is headed into a period of noticeably slower growth because of the impact of tariffs on inflation and consequently consumer spending. And fans going to see Fantastic Four first steps this weekend will be the first to see the trailer for Avatar: Fire and Ash. It's the third Avatar movie that hits theaters December 19th. The first two brought in over $2 billion each worldwide. Which amount counts? Is it Avatar truther? Now we're heading to a crash in the 5 Irvine. It's heading southbound and Coldwater Drive has been cleared. Out of the car, traffic is slowing for everything Jamboree. And as you know, the 605 north down at the City of Industry, running into some storm just past 60 that stays slow to just a quarter to 10. And if you're on the 405 southbound in Oakville, just before the 105, we got a crash that left the right lane blocked, slowing back down to about Century. Southern California is most active with traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
So the Nazis themselves were forgetting with this idea.
I didn't waste any time reaching him. In working with the Black Projects, I was picked because I was very strong mentally. I was involved in something very controversial in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility about a quarter of 3 cubic miles all about underground. To our total surprise, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up. The gig was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien rays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 to 500 years. Had been one of their internal bases. And we drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was up and all this soot came up. Well, that's when all the hell broke loose, really. All started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and you call stopes or cross-member holes across, and you use blasting equipment, special blasting equipment by the analyzation of the rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and from me to this elderly woman here in the front, sitting a 7-foot tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can, if you can imagine. The person was out, or the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time reaching for my pistol. At that time, I was an engineer. I didn't have time to carry all the full roll of one of these big submachine guns and all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walter PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This is in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burned my fingers right off of me. And it was some form of electrical force because kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt, burned all my toenails off of me. A little crispy critter in my left foot. It burned the shoe right off of me. All I remember is the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of it. I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me. He risked his life. In fact, he died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the dash and hit the button and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today. I'm forever dead. He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives because the government, our United States government, lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat technology as a homicide. Other than that, I'd like to also mention something about my father. My father was a U-boat captain in Hitler's Navy, and he got captured and taken over. I didn't find this out until about 2 weeks before he died. On his deathbed, he kind of told everybody in total shock. I was one of them. In fact, I didn't believe him. I thought he was kind of in delirium or something like that. And of course, other things have come up since. And so, anyway, he was captured by the French, turned over to the Third Army, the U.S. Third Army, and then the U.S. Third Army turned him over to the Navy. And he was a master machinist. That's not a journeyman. A master means that they can take a block of metal, make a gun or a watch or some other fine instrument. And he was a master machinist. He later became an MD doctor and part of the aerospace medicine group of the United States Navy. Was instrumental in helping build the USS Nautilus.
Claims, we would say it's in their midst, but
Malta can be found underground. In 1902, construction workers, while building the foundation for several houses, accidentally discovered a mysterious underground sanctuary dating to 2500 BC. Called the Hypogeum, the subterranean structure was revealed to be 3 levels deep, all hewn from solid stone.
It's been estimated that they removed more than 2,000 tons of stone from these subterranean chambers to create a space that beautifully replicates the temples above ground.
Perhaps one of the greatest mysteries concerning the Hypogeum involved the acoustical properties in what is called the Oracle Room.
The acoustic properties within this are absolutely extraordinary, because what happens is that if a person is within the Oracle Room, the way that their voice is carried is heard within the whole of the complex.
The second part of the talk, the aliens and the alien agenda, I've already touched on that, old alien bases. Like I said, Bikini Island, according to what was studied after the Vietnam blast, some of the caves that were infested with outfits, artifacts, steels, and other kinds of paraphernalia had rock forming around them, so they had basically an alien junkyard in shallow seas for about 48,000 years. So they've been around that Michael and old alien base. Also in Mexico was another old alien base. The aliens have probably been here the better part of at least 500,000, and maybe as much as several million years. So I have artifacts here which
In American demonstration, the Tibetans may have the most extensive tradition of this sprawl like that. South America, the tradition shows habits as well. So the act by itself is interesting, and you might ask, why do all of these disparate civilizations have these types of ideas? And I don't have an answer to that, but I can tell that there's a whole idea.
I guess in terms of military engineering, the rock of Gibraltar was thrown about centuries ago by the British. And even going back further than that, the ancient Egyptians did a lot of tunneling thousands of years ago in Egypt. So the provenance of underground tunneling for a wide variety of purposes goes way back in human history.
Lies Cappadocia in central Turkey. Here, wind and water have sculpted strange shapes out of the soft volcanic rock. Rock which ancient peoples once turned into small primitive dwellings. In more recent years, the site has seen the construction of more modern structures. But in 1963, a simple home renovation in the town of Derinkuyu led to an extraordinary discovery when a cave wall was opened, revealing a passageway to an underground city thousands of years old and more than 280 feet deep. I've been there on multiple occasions, and it's incredible because there's 13 stories that go deep into the ground with ventilation shafts and 15,000 little shafts that bring air to even the deepest of levels. Incredibly, the number of rock rooms that were found could hold over 20,000 men, women, and children. There was even evidence of religious centers, storerooms, wine presses, and stables for livestock.
Oh, Derinkuyu would have been a massive undertaking for anyone, even in modern times, with modern equipment. But in those days, it would have been stupendous. Equal to the pyramids. Derinkuyu, because of the softness of the stone, you had to be very careful that you provided enough pillar strength to support the floors above. Otherwise, you'd have catastrophic cave-in cave-ins. Surprisingly, there's no evidence of any catastrophic cave-ins, so they were apparently extremely clever and knew their material. We're talking deep antiquity. It is mind-boggling to understand how they could have done this. Perhaps they had help from some other civilization.
But just who built this massive underground city? And what mysterious force drove them to live underground?
Why would people want to live deep underground in these weird caverns like that? It seems kind of scary.
But we really get places where Nazis and their predecessors, guess what's called the Village Society, which was a kind of a mystical sect that the Nazis really drew a lot out of in forming their own ideology. The Village Society was very interested in Tibetans about openings into the earth. That describes this idea of deep underground tunnels, bases, crisscrossing the world. And since this was a Tibetan idea, we had to assume that the Nazis themselves were familiar with this idea as well. So the idea in the Tibetan tradition, from what I have understood of it, is that there are different races below the surface of the earth, including reptoid or reptilian races that are supposedly from other worlds. I'm not making this up. This is right out. In fact, you recall in the source that I read in the 50s that supposedly came from Tibet, that they believe these reptoid races came from Venus, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, as most people listening know, the surface temperature of Venus is something like 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm really dubious about the race living here. Nonetheless, this is part of the tradition.
In more modern times, in the early to mid-20th century, you had the French, of course, who constructed the largest so-called Maginot Line in eastern France to guard against German invasion. Well, the German invasion happened anyway. The Maginot Line was not a significant military factor in World War II. The Germans themselves during World War II and also the Japanese did a huge amount of underground excavation and construction. There was a military civil engineering organization in the Third Reich called the TOT organization, TODT, and it was named after Fritz Todt. Fritz Todt was a brilliant civil engineer. He was the father of the German Autobahn system. During the World War II period, Adolf Hitler asked Fritz Todt to lend his engineering expertise to the military program of the Third Reich, which he did. He established an engineering agency which was called the TOT organization. Now, Fritz Todt died in plane crash in 1942 at the height of World War II. And one of his deputies named Xaver Dorsch, XAVER-DORSCH, took over control of the agency. And one of the things that Hitler tasked Xaver Dorsch specifically was to embark on an accelerated program of construction of the next deep underground basis for industrial production, for industrial manufacturing and support of the third Army's war effort, which he did. However, the war ended to that. So after the war, when the Allies, including the Americans, flooded into German-occupied Europe and into Germany itself, they discovered these underground facilities. And the Americans took Xaver Dorsch into detention, and
train colleagues. Now, I know you're busy. It's the first day of classes for the year 2019, and happens to coincide with the penitential month of Elul for 5779. And you're really busy, I'm sure, with 1,000 different things. But I'm walking onto campus this morning. It's a beautiful September morning here in Brooklyn, New York, in this holy city. And of course, all throughout Cairo University, students will be beginning classes for a new academic year, hoping to greet their future cheerfully and with great promise. So I couldn't resist. I have to share with you just a short message, hopefully to inspire you and to share with you the excitement I feel as we begin this great new enterprise of new academic year. It occurs to me as I reflect that I have actually never left school for any September since I've been 6 years old, with the exception of 1 year when I was kind of like trying to find myself in my college years. But otherwise, I have been in school in September every single year for my entire life since the age of 6. Now, why is that? You might say it is a failure to launch, and that's certainly quite possible. But the fact is, I love school. It's so amazing how privileged we are to be able to spend time with young people who are interested in ideas, who are interested in exploring their futures, and interested in so many things that we are passionate about. You know, we just have to give thanks to God for this possibility that we have to work with students in this manner. So in this regard, I just want to share 2 quick ideas, hopefully to give you your own jump start into this academic year. The first is something that I read in an interesting book on the scary topic of climate change. Here it is. It's in a book called Falter by Bill McGinn. Quite an interesting read. I've finished yet, but fascinated with one thing he said in the early chapter. He says, essentially, if we are in some kind of a game, if this is some kind of like a project that we're all engaged in trying to win something, trying to win, a livelihood, trying to win a spouse, trying to win a family, a future, who knows, all those things. What is the game? What is the object? And he posits that the object of this game that we are in is to maximize dignity for all its players. That was such a fascinating way of looking at life. We're trying to maximize dignity. And so that reflects on our role as instructors. We are trying to maximize the dignity of all of our students by giving them the tools they need to achieve their potential, to achieve a livelihood that will allow them to cover their needs and to provide for their families, everyone. What an amazing concept. So I think we should think of ourselves as basic dignity providers. That's what we want to do. We want to try to provide for their dignity. Second, what is our most valuable resource? What is the greatest tool that we have to affect this dignity in our students and in ourselves as well? It's not money, although that's a really valuable thing. It's not the beautiful physical location in which we teach. It's not the books, it's not the computers, it's not even our own health. It is our time. Time is the only resource which cannot be renewed. Once we lose it, it's gone. And I know because I'm a historian, right? I studied something which actually doesn't exist anymore. Don't tell my boss, I want to keep my job. But we have only time to give them. So therefore, let me suggest to you that if we want to do both of these things, if we want to maximize dignity for our students, and we want to use our resources most effectively, and perhaps the most important thing we can do is to start on time. Now, I'll tell you that this has great pedagogic value. When you start your class right on the dot, you may lose a few students who are walking late. But if you start late to accommodate for those students, you will always start late, and all the students do. On the other hand, if you start right on time, as it has been my practice for many, many decades now, it means that all the students realize, hey, this class starts right on time, and if I'm not there, I'm going to be judged. So you actually maximize the amount of time you teach, and you maximize dignity thereby. Listen, I hope this wasn't too preachy. Such a beautiful day here in Brooklyn. I wanted to say something nice to all of you. Thank you so much for being involved in this larger project of extending dignity to all of our students, our staff, and faculty here at Cairo College. I hope you have an absolutely transformative, fantastic, excellent afternoon.
I can't
how they made that. Like, can you state possibly a piece of technology that you came across in documents you were researching, or
Oh yes. Since at least the 1950s, the mining and civil engineering industries have been sending major shafts straight down 1, even 2 miles or more.
Maimonides was one of the most amazing thinkers that the Jewish people has ever produced in over 3,000 years of history. He was a brilliant halachist, someone who knew Jewish law extremely well. He was a popular leader who provided counsel and support to Jews in far-flung regions all across the Middle East. He was an extremely talented physician, and of course, he was a brilliant philosopher. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to just talk a little bit about the course of his life and his literary works, and then we'll focus in on the book we will be studying in this short series, The Laws of Tshuva, or The Laws of Repentance, which is one section of his magnum opus, the Mishnah Torah. So Maimonides was born in 1135 in Spain, and his family was forced to flee from Almohad persecution when the atmosphere there began to sour for Jews. He spent many years wandering across the coast of North Africa, briefly lived in Israel before they finally lived in France. During the course of his wanderings, he picked up much training. He was educated in Tunisia, for example, and he spent quite a bit of time studying medicine. This served him in good stead because after the death of his father, and particularly after the premature death of his brother, who was supporting the family in a shipwreck, the young Maimonides had to turn to a career in order to step up and provide for his family. He ended up becoming a physician, and of course, his career was stellar in nature. He ended up becoming the physician to the Grand Vizier of Egypt himself. According to some sources, he even served in Saladin's court and was sought after by Richard the Lionheart as a physician. He wrote very widely on medical topics, primarily in Arabic. Everything from mental depression to hemorrhoids was treated by Maimonides. He wrote big treatise on asthma, for example, and he was widely sought after as a master physician. Our context, however, is his Jewish work, and in that area we should consider two particular kinds of books, both of which really come together in the Laws of Tshuva. First of all, Maimonides is famous, perhaps in the non-Jewish, the broader non-Jewish world, as the author of great philosophical works. The premier among them is the Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially an overview of Judaism and a defense of Judaism for those Jews who were especially attracted by Arabic philosophy, which was in its heyday in the 12th century and which borrowed freely from many earlier Greek models. And Maimonides actually described the philosophical position before Judaism, which made it a highly competitive ideology with some of the other intellectual trends that were drawing away the young Jewish mind of his time. Another segment of his work, a very large segment, is his popular works, written in Hebrew quite often, which are very accessible, not written in highfalutin philosophical language for the most part, and the greatest of those is his Mishnah Torah. The Mishnah Torah is essentially a repetition of the Torah, and what he meant by that title was that he took all of the laws which were represented in the Bible, in the Mishnah, in the Midrash, and especially in the Talmud, laws which were spread out across a massive corpus of rabbinic literature, and he organized them into a logical Western fashion, which is this massive 14-volume work. It was heavily cited for reasons that we will mention shortly, but it was unprecedented in his day and has still not been equal. Specifically, what the Mishnah Torah does is it covers all of Jewish law from the beginning of time. That is, it discusses aspects of Jewish law which are not
observed. For example, now that the temple is not standing, certain laws of sacrifices and so on are not observed. Nevertheless, he wrote a complete compendium of those laws. He also wrote about the distant future, or perhaps the near future, when the Messiah is here. Jews, of course, believe the Messiah has not yet arrived. And he writes about the future, what it will be like in the Messianic period. So this huge work of Jewish law describes primarily the scope of Jewish activity, everything from how one ties one's shoes in the morning to literally how one must sleep. Phenomenal book. The laws of Tshuva are one section of one volume of the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand, which is another name for the Mishnah Torah. It's a book met with tremendous criticism in certain quarters, particularly in southern France, where it was felt that Maimonides was excessively influenced by non-Jewish philosophical models, Aristotle in particular. And in the Mishnah Torah, there was a feeling that his a very simple Hebrew text, deceptively simple, because scholars of Maimonides know that his phraseology was anything but random. He's very, very particular about the exact phrases he uses. But his very accessible text did not have a great amount of scholarly support to it, meaning he did not provide references to where he derived his conclusions. And many scholars felt that without providing these footnotes, so to speak, he was behaving in a haunting manner and not allowing the text to be analyzed by great scholars. Maimonides' approach, however, he took it, and he was writing a popular manual of Jewish practice that was intentionally simplified without those footnotes. At any rate, sadly, in the 13th century, there were book burnings of Maimonides' work sponsored by Jews that were a tremendous shame for the Jewish people as a whole, as Maimonides' works were consigned to the flames in some quarters. Nevertheless, the great eagle, as he is known, outlived this controversy, and of course his works went on to universal acclaim. Now let's focus specifically on the book that we'll be discussing over the next few videos, the laws of Tshuva. So basically, Tshuva is a Hebrew term meaning it's derived from the root of lashuv, to return, to go back, to respond. It refers always to a reflexive kind of motion. As Rabbi Soloveitchik puts it in one of his essays, it refers always to a return back to center, back to home. Tshuva in English is probably best translated in this context as repentance. And in his characteristic style, Maimonides essentially takes what seems to be a very inward kind of act. Repentance seems to be something that is inside us, non-verbal, and not easy to express, but he fleshes it out in 10 very explicit chapters. How exactly does one do Tshuva? How exactly does one repent? How exactly does one get back to center in one's life? Fascinating psychological analysis, theological profundity, and the deeply moving work that I hope you will enjoy. So, because the laws of Tshuva touch on so many other topics of a philosophical nature, this happens to be especially important work for the discussion of Jewish philosophy as a whole. Hence, borrowing from many of the things that he will write about in books like The Guide to the Perplexed. For example, one of the strong motivating factors for Tshuva is the world to come. One hopes that one will rectify one's wrongs in this world so that in the next world one may live, with lots of Chinese food, for example. And so this the book, The Laws of Tshuva, also has to have a discussion of what is the world to come. What is paradise in Jewish philosophy? It's not at all so simple, and we will, God willing, discuss it as we move through this series. So the book, The Laws of course, is the other side. What is punishment in the next world and in this world? How does God mete out punishment? Perhaps the most
difficult question in every monotheistic religion, Judaism included, is why do the righteous suffer? And that, of course, is addressed head-on in this book, The Laws of Tshuva. A fascinating response from one of the greatest minds Jewish people has ever produced. Now, quickly, just one fast word on the first chapter. Maimonides begins with the laws of confession. Ironically, he will push on the discussion of what teshuva is until the second chapter, but in the first chapter, he concentrates almost exclusively on the idea of vidui, or confession. And it's a fascinating question. Why start with confession? Why not, as he does in so many of his other works, talk about the general topic and then move into the specifics? Confession, one would think, is one of the specifics. And by the way, this confession, the Jewish confession, is a personal confession that is done privately. One will actually pronounce certain words that are often in a written text, usually written in the plural form, meaning we did this, we did that, and one is included in these long lists of transgressions. It is not done to another human being, with the exception of wrongs between human beings. There are wrongs between two people, and between a person and God. Between people, there is a question we'll see later about how one confesses, how one is wronged another person, but between a person and God, only God hears those confessions in the Jewish practice. But anyway, what's so big a deal about confession that we should start with that even before we talk about tshuva? So many of the commentaries focus on the idea that vidui, confession, is kind of like opening up the floodgates. It's the very first step in order to make tshuva possible. Unless a person is prepared to admit to him or herself that he or she has done wrong, then one really can't make any progress in tshuva. One has to have a searing self-analysis. One has to look carefully at oneself to review one's actions from an objective perspective as possible. And if one finds those actions are wanting, then one must confess. And this, like opening up the taps, allows the cleansing waters to flow, allows tshuva as a process to begin, and it will take us into the next chapters of the book. I hope you found this useful. Please try the second chapter.
He could speak 11 languages. And I believe that because he was suddenly in the middle of the night, together, suddenly.
Hello, I'm glad you're back for the second chapter of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva. I'm going to depart from the organization that Maimonides places on these laws in this chapter, because it's very hard, I think, to understand the sophistication of his thought in these short videos. I encourage you to get a copy of the book, which is available both in print and as an electronic download. And before the holiday of Yom Kippur, I'm offering it as a free download. So please visit my website up at the little URL on the bottom here, so you can pick up a copy and follow along for yourself. But for the time being, let's concentrate on chapter 2. Maimonides did not give chapter titles to the laws of Tshuva, but just to try and encapsulate the main ideas into a single word, I found it kind of useful for my own thinking. There are several halachot in this chapter that deal specifically with how to ask forgiveness, but in many ways, I think the most profound element of forgiveness discussed here is how to forgive oneself. And that's really where we have to begin. Because Maimonides gives us in this second chapter a useful working definition of tshuva, and more significantly, a definition of who is a Baal tshuva, who is someone who has already mastered tshuva. So let's get right to it. First of all, what is tshuva? I don't like to translate that into repentance, because the word repentance is really very narrow in the English translation. And in Hebrew, tshuva means returning to center, returning home, a response. It means coming back to who you really are and who you really think you want to be. It's an aspirational kind of statement to be a Baal tshuva, someone who is a master of tshuva. So Maimonides gets at this in a roundabout way, but towards the middle of the chapter, you can see that there are really three classic elements to tshuva. The first is charata, or regret. The second is vidui, or confession. And the third is azira tachet, the abandonment of sin. These three elements are basic to any of the approaches to tshuva that we will see among the Rishonim, those generations of scholars around Maimonides' time in Jewish thought. It is interesting to note that many of them expand significantly on several areas. For example, Rabbi Yonah, rough contemporary Maimonides, lists 20 different levels of regret. Just regret alone has 20 different expressions, which is pretty depressing. So Maimonides kind of glides over that and concentrates on the other aspects of it. But once again, the basic three elements are regret. You regret what you did. You confess what you did, and his confession again is a private confession. It's one that a person makes only between him or herself and God. Some exceptions, if they wrong another person, you'll have to see inside the book to see what those exceptions are. And then finally, azira tachet, the abandonment of the sin. Maimonides begins the chapter, however, with some definitions, and he doesn't define teshuva right away. In fact, we're not really going to get to that until chapter 7. But what he does define is someone who has mastered teshuva, who is a vow to teshuva. And he uses two distinct terms. The first is the one I'm using loosely, vow teshuva, the master of teshuva, and the other is the vow teshuva gemura, the complete master of teshuva. What's the distinction between the two of them? A complete master of tshuva, and this is really the litmus test for tshuva, is if a person finds him or herself in exactly the same situation that they once did the wrong thing, and they never overcome the temptation. That is a vow teshuva gemura. That is complete vow teshuva. So let's say, for example, I'm walking by a non-kosher Chinese restaurant, and I'm overwhelmed with the desire to have some wushu.
I need you to fuck off my dick, bro. That you bad yo.
I succumb. But then after reading, logic, teshuva, and things like that, then I go back and I pass that same restaurant, and I am hungry to the same degree. Same amount of money in my pocket, and I have the same amount of time available, and yet I decide to keep walking. And I get some kosher sushi instead. Then I am a vow teshuva gemura, a complete vow teshuva. If only it were so easy. The problem is, and it's an existential problem really, is that you can never be exactly in the same kind of situation twice. Like Great Priest of Clarence said, you can never step in the same river twice. There are too many variables. Let's say I had a different kind of feeling that morning, or let's say, for example, I hadn't had wushu in a long, long time, and so I had an especially stronger desire for it. Or as the Sefer Hasidim, another rough contemporary of Maimonides puts it, David was able to withstand the temptations of Abigail, but he was not able to withstand the situation with Bathsheba. You never know how things are going to be different, so therefore one is always kind of in a state of sort of dynamic suspense. Will I succeed to overcome the same temptation if the variables are however slightly altered? So, that's the second category. The vow teshuva gemura, the complete vow teshuva, is the one who's in exactly the same situation and overcomes temptation. We never really know if we're going to be there, so the best we can hope for is to be a simple vow teshuva, and not someone who has completely decided in one's heart that one will not succumb to temptation again in the same way. And Maimonides writes that only God, the knower of all secrets, really knows if a person has reached that level, but that's ultimately what we have to strive for, is to become a vow teshuva, at least to decide completely on our heart, to resolve in our heart, never to repeat that harmful behavior pattern again. Now, Maimonides offers some concrete definitions as to what do these balei tshuva do? What does a vow teshuva do with his time? What are the strategies that he employs or she employs in order to get to that exalted state? And this will be fleshed out throughout the entire book. But there are 5 that he mentions up front here. There are 5 distinct kind of behavioral patterns that a vow teshuva engages in. Now, let's just quickly go over them. The first one is the vow teshuva engages in prayer. The Yetzer Hara, the desire to evil, about whom
he will have much more to say in a later chapter, the Yetzer Hara is always finding new ways to tempt us. And the only way we can really succeed is with help from a supernatural source. And as a result, prayer is really an essential aspect of Shiva. Secondly, whereas prayer is all about, reaching outward for help, what kind of child are we if we're always asking for our parents, but when our siblings need help, we have nothing to say to them. So therefore, charity is the second thing that a Baal Shiva engages in. A Baal Shiva is always generous with his or her resources, whether they are time or money or even listening ability. That's what a Baal Shiva does, is he or she is sensitive to those around him or her. The third element is an acute sense of avoidance of temptation. The Baal Shiva knows how weak he or she is, and therefore he or she will seek to avoid those kind of scenarios in which he or she has been tempted in the past. So there's kind of a caution about where one walks. Fourthly, the Baal Shiva changes his or her name. And there's a lot of interesting discussion here. I've put some of it in the book. But changing one's name, some people understand this quite literally. Changing the way people refer to you is a way of saying, I am not the same person who did those things. That's more complicated for these short videos. I suggest you look at the book for discussion there. And finally, changing one's place. Going to a place where people don't necessarily know you as well, because that engenders humility. Where you can't rely on the same kind of support network that you always have, and you have to look to yourself to try and bring yourself back from that initial downfall. So those are 5 basic behaviors of the Baal Shiva that we discussed here. And notice that all of these are linked to the concept of forgiveness once again. There's a lot of discussion here about how one goes about asking for forgiveness from another person, from God, of course, in prayer, and from oneself. That's the most significant element of forgiveness here. We have to understand that we are weak. We are going to make mistakes. There is no one on this planet who has ever not made a mistake. So says the sources all the way back to and beyond, in fact. But nevertheless, we have to deal with our weaknesses and strive to overcome them. The last thing I want to say in this very quick video is a beautiful metaphor that Maimonides borrows from the Talmud that goes back to step 1, which we discussed in the first chapter, and that is confession. He borrows this beautiful metaphor. A person who confesses without actually intending to change, without actually intending to go through the next step, which is azivat ha'chet, the abandonment of sin, that is like someone who goes to purify him or herself in a ritual bath while holding a defiling creature like a dead lizard in his hand. So if you want to go into the mikvah and have the cleansing waters of the mikvah bring you to a new state, which is part of Jewish thought of what a mikvah does, ritual bath, then you really have to let go of the lizard first. You have to let go of your commitment to commit that transgression. If you are still holding on to the desire for that mushu pork, you're just never going to get clean coming out of the mikvah. So that's about it for chapter 2 and a quick run through. I hope you found it useful, and please join me for chapter 3.
President Trump said he has struck a massive trade deal with Japan that calls for 15% tariffs on goods the U.S. imports from the country. President Trump showed social
The third chapter of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva is perhaps the most significant, most well-known of all the chapters, because Maimonides sets up with a Talmudic image of the structure of a human being and the structure of the universe. Specifically, he says, basically, if you look at an individual human being, whatever righteous deeds that person has performed accrue to his merit, and whatever negative or harmful deeds that person has performed accrue to his demerits. And on Rosh Hashanah, the Day of Judgment in the Jewish calendar, every single human being is marched before God, and God looks at the balance of their good deeds and their bad deeds.
their positive aspects and their negative aspects, and he does what appears to be a simple mathematical calculation. Those who have a majority of good deeds are called tzaddikim, the righteous. Those who have a majority of bad deeds are called rishoyim, or the wicked. And those who are apparently 50-50 are called beinonim, or intermediates. Now, he also clarifies that, some individual good deeds may carry a tremendous amount of weight, even though they're only done one time and in one place. They're still extremely important, and they knock out many of the negative deeds that may have multiplied over a long period of time. Basically, there are those three structures: the completely righteous, the completely wicked, and the intermediates, the beinonim. Then he goes on to say that those who are judged on the positive side are written down in the book of life. This is all familiar to anyone who studied anything about the high holidays, and written down for the coming year. And those who are on the negative side are unfortunately not written in the book of life, and their decree is sealed on Yom Kippur, what is going to happen to them negatively in the coming year. And those who are in the middle, they're kind of like hanging in abeyance until Yom Kippur. Hence, we have the 10 days of Tshuva, the 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. In an academic setting, I like to say that, Rosh Hashanah is the exam day, but if for whatever reason, you have a valid excuse, you didn't show up for the exam, you were in a car accident, whatever, so then you have makeup exam day 10 days later where you can take the exam again. Now, and Maimonides says, however, that the way we're supposed to look at ourselves is as if we are all beinonim. We're all in the intermediate category, meaning don't look back on your year self-satisfied, saying, I did all these good deeds, because perhaps some of those bad deeds that you inevitably did are of huge importance and tremendous consequence, and they would wipe out most of the good things you did. So therefore, he says your mental attitude should be that you yourself, all of us, are beinonim, are intermediates, hanging in the balance in that 10-day period between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. He goes on to say that this is the same for an entire community, an entire nation, an entire world, in fact, the entire universe. And since the entire universe in those 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is hanging in the balance, every individual act a person does could conceivably tip the balance for the good or conceivably for something awful. And that's what charges the so-called Yomim Noraim, these days. They're often translated as the high holy days, but really the word Norah is like terrible in the sense of terrifying. So the days of terror, the days of fear, those 10 days, they're really crucial, because that's when we're going to seal the fate of the universe for the coming year. It's a really big deal. He ties this into the shofar. The shofar is extremely important because it is a cry of alarm. It's a call to war in ancient culture. And it's a very simple instrument that's capable of a huge range of sounds, from wailing to angry shrill blast to a cry of anger to a protest. It's all kinds of things. But basically, the Maimonides says that the shofar says, wake up, pay attention. This is really the important part of the year where you have to make it or break it for the coming year. It's a very powerful section of the laws of Tshuva that I think helps focus my thoughts coming into the high holidays. Now, there's a lot more to say in this chapter, but I just want to point out one other detail that I think is personally worth the entire price of admission to these classes. He says one great thing that's very, very important for me. He says, if you ever do a positive deed and then it doesn't work out for you, let's say you do some favor for another person and then that person betrays you. It's happened to me, I'm sure it's happened to you, where, you do something nice and then you turn around and someone spits in your face. So, if you regret having done the good deed in the first place, according to Maimonides, you lose all the merit of that good deed. So, for example, a friend of mine, a colleague from back in Florida, she was telling me how, and I described this in the book, by the way, she was rushing on a Friday afternoon to deliver a Shabbos meal to a family that was in need. And she put all the food in her car, and she got out, and she was rushing over to this other family, and she came to a stop sign, but she made a rolling stop right in front of a peace officer, of course, and she was pulled over, and she got a big ticket for running through a stop sign and so on. And afterwards, she was saying, "Man, you know, if only I hadn't been delivering that food to that family, then I would never have been in that situation. I would never have rolled through the stop sign." But the Maimonides would say, as I shared with her then, and she was grateful, that no, you can't have that attitude. You should only feel good about the fact that you are delivering food to a needy family. You should only feel good about the fact that you helped another family in need. You can feel badly about your driving, you can feel badly about, you know, the policeman, you can feel badly about all kinds of things, but do not feel badly about a good deed. Because if you feel badly about it, you lose all the credit for those good deeds that conceivably could tip the balance of you and the world to the negative, God forbid. So therefore, it's important that when you do a good deed, if it doesn't turn out, when you do a mitzvah, even if it turns out and slaps you in the face, still feel good about the fact that you did the right thing. That is an incredibly easy way to gain a lot of merits as we go into the holiday season. Thank you for watching.
If your identity is stolen, the LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf. Guarantee your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money.
Chapter 4 of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva is actually one of my favorites, because here in chapter 4, the Rambam really gets down into some solid details of exactly how we should behave when we want to do tshuva. Not about the value of tshuva and the metaphysical implications of tshuva, but actually, how does one do this? And there's a tremendous amount to discuss. I'm just going to focus on a couple of things that I find particularly meaningful. It seems that a lot of what the Rambam concentrates on in this chapter is about, things that get out of control. Like, for example, when you say something negative about an entire community or a large group of people, and then, oh my gosh, I shouldn't have said that, I really regret that. Now, how do you fix that? How do you go back to each individual person and say something, a word of apology to them? Like, for example, you say something bad about, the community of Los Angeles or of New York. How are you possibly going to go to all the people who live in Los Angeles and New York and apologize to them? You could make one great, massive apology and hope that all of them hear it, but that's not very likely. Similarly, what if you are a judge and you judge incorrectly and someone is, incorrectly found guilty on a large scale, in a real court of law, or maybe even a simple scale in terms of humanist relationships? Who knows what implications that false accusation may have in the future, how it may play out in the future, and you have simply no way of knowing how the implications will, be realized. And you can't chase down all those things and apologize properly. So a lot of this fourth chapter is about, controlling the limits of one's sin, such that you don't get into the situation where, oh my gosh, it's impossible to do tshuva on such a large scale. He also discusses the idea that, sometimes we get into this habit where we say, I will do an Aveira, I will sin, and then I'll do tshuva later. I'll do an Aveira, and then I'll do tshuva later. Like, it's okay. I don't feel bad about it now. I really want to do this thing, so I'll repent later. It'll be okay. And you know what? The Rambam says that is, in fact, an impediment to doing tshuva, because you're going to have to do tshuva for having that attitude. Similarly, what if one has this attitude of, well, I'm going to do the wrong thing now, but don't worry, it's coming up to Yom Kippur, and on Yom Kippur I'll do tshuva for it then. Yom Kippur will take care of it. This kind of attitude is definitely not helpful to tshuva, and that's on the front end.
Okay, do another minute or two.
The side where
I want to hear more from Sir Winston Nichols. You guys want to hear some more material from Sir Winston Nichols?
Very touchy behaviors that close oneself off to the
I'm just going to let you take over, Sir Winston. Feel free to shoot a fucking 20-minute special right now.
People with authority, or refusing to accept
One
defeat.
second. Can
All
I get
these kinds of attitudes are very caustic and
Sir
have a
Winston
negative,
Nichols?
very
Yeah, let's do
deleterious
that.
effect on one's ability to do true in the future. is when the Rambam draws our attention to a series of behaviors that we might not take very seriously as being sinful, but in fact, it is that lack of sensitivity that is in itself an impediment to truth. I want to read to you, for example, a few of them. I really like these. Okay, for example, in the fourth halakha of this chapter, it goes through a list of 5 things that, these are common behaviors that people just don't take seriously. They think that they're really negative behaviors. We could spend a lot of time talking about each of them. But let's just look at the last 2. One who honors oneself through the downfall of another, saying that there is no sin because the other person is not present and will not hear and be embarrassed. Instead, one merely praises one's own good deeds and intelligence in contrast to the deeds and intelligence of the other person, with the intent that people should notice who deserves honor and who deserves disdain. Right now, this is like something we all do. We all kind of look at it and say, I'm way better. But that is something that blocks us from tshuva. It prevents us from being spiritually sensitive enough to be open to the possibility of change that tshuva represents. Finally, one who suspects the innocent, saying that this is no sin. What did I do to him? Would I do anything other than suspect him? Perhaps he did something wrong, perhaps he didn't. One does not realize that it is a great sin to consider a decent person to be a sin. Meaning, when we look down on other people, even if they don't say anything, even if they don't voice out thoughts whatsoever, that in itself is an act of pushing ourselves up at the expense of another. And that is just a build-up to truth. Elevating ourselves at the expense of another, even if it's something we do completely internally, that itself is a kind of personal feel-good measure that is ultimately a roadblock to truth. We have to see ourselves even the behavior of those who do wrong, and understand that, under certain circumstances, that could be the same kind of fault that we have. That sort of attitude, that sort of openness to the reality of the possibility of failure is the kind of healthy attitude that, according to Maimonides, allows for appropriate tshuva. It's a really complicated chapter. I think quite fascinating, quite insightful, but it requires deep meditation. Anyway, thank you for listening, and I hope you'll check out the next chapter.
Sir Winston Pickles, I have some more questions now. Amazing. It's fun to just sit back and watch someone do comedy for a little bit. I like your style. You're so different than everybody else. Did you work on cruise ships for a bit out of Florida?
No, that was a big lie.
Oh, okay.
I suppose
Let me ask you this.
Are here
have you met any, are there people out there, like women that have clown fetishes? Is that a thing? Have you noticed that?
A few. I try to stay away from them. They're fucking weird.
There's so many.
So do you have like a wife or a girlfriend or something?
Yeah, she's at home in the basement.
But I want to talk to you about something different.
Did she like see clown? Did you ever hang out with her in the clown makeup?
I only really talk about this once a year. So basically, it is my annual.
Does the carpet match the drapes? Is there like a red nose on it?
That's very dear to me.
It's what?
My translation commentary on Maimonides.
When's the last time you were in England, Sir Winston?
The story behind this book, I think, is kind of good.
About
decade ago, a dozen years ago, I started reading Maimonides' law around this time of year in order to prepare myself for Rosh Hashanah for my holidays. This is the season of
the Lady Di joke in England?
Personal introspection and self-development. And I like using Maimonides' amazing
fantastic materials, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome to the Kiltony universe. This is a big Kiltony joke book.
I just want to say, the last 4 arena shows, I've seen you in the audience of the like, what the fuck is going on here? It's so great to finally see you. I'll love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
But anyway, I do this every year in memory of my late father.
Dark and dirty clown. That's what we've always wanted here. There he goes.
Last year, I
Sir
created
Winston
40
Pickles. He's our favorite
small
clown.
videos
always
that
like,
go
yeah,
through
he
the
comes
40
down.
days of this.
All right, you're
Begins
next
with
fucking
Rosh
hole, lady.
Chodesh
This is,
Shavuot,
I mean,
which is
again,
the
this is
month
another
before
wild
Rosh
name.
Hashanah,
And
all
it's
the
a
way
one-word
through
name.
Yom Kippur.
Make some
And
noise
I'll
for
give you a link
offender.
here where
Holy
if you want to
shit,
watch
this should
those
be
videos,
interesting.
you can find them on YouTube on a separate channel because they're not history videos.
Hell yeah, dude.
With these ones.
It's a
And
new
I also have
year.
a
It's a new
Facebook
me.
page where I posted all of the
That's what I've been telling you.
text is there.
This year I've been working on my New Year's resolution.
So, you know, yeah, everything
Which
is
is
free,
smoke
open, and
cigarettes.
available to everybody. If you want
This
to
year I came
get
up with a new
copy of the
technique.
book itself,
It's where I like to picture the
I'll put
cigarette.
some links in the
Something I would
little
never
notes
put
at the
in
bottom
my mouth.
where it can be found, of course, in regular.
So if you were to guess a big
online
black
bookstores,
cock,
particularly.
you'd be correct.
Anyways, that's it.
I don't
I'm
know
really
why it has to
excited
be
about
big
the
or
project. I
black.
love
Just
doing it
seems
every year.
scarier.
Some of you have found it very meaningful.
And I know I got some
I'm
supportive
just really grateful
friends.
to be able to share this
'Cause they
wisdom
never get
of
mad
my
at me.
bodies with you.
When I get down on my
Thank you very much
knees,
for watching, and
I say, hey,
we'll
man,
get back to the regular
you got a
program
lighter?
of history videos right now.
but boy, do they get pissed when I take off my hat and say, hey, will you hold my hair? There was some good news, this whole situation. I'm not homophobic or racist. Right.
Wow, offender. My goodness.
That was the worst tragedy in Texas in the last 5 days.
Offender. My God.
What's up, buddy?
What the hell was that, dude?
Andrew, because it's
It's tough
K
to follow
files here
Sir
with the new
Winston
images of
Pickles,
Trump and
isn't
Epstein.
it?
And Andrew, I shared one of them there. But, so let's start with the one at Trump's wedding. I mean, this is a significant development.
Okay.
I'm here right now.
Wedding to Marla Maples in 1993 was dubbed the wedding of the century by the media at
There
the
you go.
time. And although we know that Trump and Epstein were friends during this period, this is really the first time
Doesn't matter what you
that
do
it's
with it.
actually
Didn't
been
get pulled out of
reported
the bucket.
that Trump invited
Tell us
Epstein
about
to
you.
his wedding. And this is, we should
What the fuck
note,
was that?
more than a decade before
Let's
those
start
first
there.
allegations
Been
of
working
sex
on that. You've been running that at
against
open
Epstein. But
mics.
as you know,
It
Trump's
slaps.
relationship with Epstein has been under the microscope recently.
It
Now,
does.
besides that one photo of
I don't wanna-
Epstein
I don't
entering
wanna
the
sell it
reception
now.
at
I
the
mean,
Plaza
if it
Hotel,
sucked, it
we can
sucked.
also see in the
I'll
background
get better.
another picture.
Offender, what's going on
That's
in your
Howard
actual
Stern
life?
on the
Let's
far
talk
right,
about
along
it. Tell us
with
about
Robin
you.
from
So I
Lifestyles,
live on my short
famous,
bus.
and Epstein is
I
behind them.
travel around
At
all
the
set.
wedding,
I do
only
nothing
seeming
but
to be
comedy.
about
That's,
photo by
I've been hosting now.
We also
I've
found
been
this
here for 6 months.
months
I
earlier,
just
Donald
missed things
Trump
for
with two of his
312 mics that I've
Jeffrey
done.
Epstein. That's at the opening of the Harley Davidson Cafe in New York.
I've done it in Nashville.
1993. You can see
I went to New York just to test the grounds before you guys go to MSG. You understand how the subways work. What is this like?
Wow. You're ready to Trump on almost every level.
He's not having the first
Absolutely incredible.
You also found some video of
It's
Trump and
all right.
Epstein that
I
was
love it.
from
That's
later
how it goes.
that
You're being
of them
introduced
talking
312
that has also never
open
surfaced
mics. What's
before.
the worst
What's
it's
that?
ever gone?
Well, that's right.
Describe
This is
to
from
us
6 years later in 1999. This video has never been seen before in this context. It shows Trump talking to
I feel like I just got off the
Epstein
pool and I
just
saw
before
two.
models
So
of the
maybe I
runway
need
at
to
the
work harder or
Victoria's
better.
Secret fashion show in New York in
Okay, this is going
1999.
nowhere.
You know, the only
No, I
other
mean,
video
ask
we've
me
seen
anything
of the
else.
two
What do
men
you want to know?
was
I
7
just
years
asked you
before
what's the
this.
worst in open
Trump was at the
mics
show
ever
with
gone for
Melania,
you.
who's of course
This isn't
now
an open
First
mic.
Lady,
You're in
seated
front of
a few
millions of people right
feet
now.
away from Epstein. You
You
can
are
see them
correct.
chatting during the show as well. Allegations that
I had a
Epstein
mic that I was
sexually abused
hosting.
underage girls didn't surface until
This true story
2005,
just happened
years
last week,
after this
and some
video
people
was
came
shot.
in, interrupting the
Right,
bar
but
show.
this, of course, establishes them
And
together,
so as a
and
host,
obviously very
I tried
friendly
to
in
gain them back.
1999. So,
And
Andrew, when you get all
I
this,
told
and
these
all
people
of this,
that
as
this was
I
not
just
a
want to
movie
emphasize, right,
theater.
has not been seen before. So you
They
actually
did
called
not. They
President
didn't
Trump,
like
called him
that.
directly.
That was
to
not.
When
ask
you
him
say
about
you
this.
told these people,
Yeah, we were not on the
What do
phone
you
very
mean by
long.
these
I think our call was about 38
Can you
seconds or
describe
so.
them?
They were
When I
nice
asked
people.
him about the
Yeah.
wedding photo, he said, he sort of paused for a
They,
second and then said,
they like rap
"You've got to
music.
be kidding
Okay.
me," before calling, saying
saying fake news and ganging up on me. Now, in a statement to CNN, the White House Communications Director Stephen Trump said this. He said these are nothing more than out of context frame grabs of innocuous videos and pictures of widely attended events to disgustingly infer something nefarious. is that the president's
That's right.
hands out of his pocket.
Kill Tony bingo board tattooed on his thigh.
All right, well, it is incredible reporting. I think it's important in this context as the country wants answers on everything to do with vaccine. Andrew, thank you so much
for loving this show. This is the guy that has the. Have you ever?
It's the next major step in the Trump administration's fight against.
No. You've never seen it here. It's okay. I'll just hand it to you. That's fentanyl. Okay. All right, offender. You already have a little joke book? I have a big joke book. But I gave you a big joke book. Yes, sir. What the fuck did you talk about possibly in that interview last time in which you got a big joke book? I had been to prison. Okay. I had been to prison. I know prison had an effect on me, though. Especially when it comes to women. Okay. So now instead of buying them flowers, I just get them honey buns. Okie dokie, offender. I'm gonna go shoot myself. Here's a little joke book to go with the big one. Here you go. Boom. Here, take that. There you go. Offender, everybody. I am offended. I am offended. All right. Wow. Sometimes it just gets a little fucking sad in here, you know what I mean? Make some noise for your next fucking cool Sonny Castillo, everyone. Sonny Castillo.
So I recently bought a used dog from the animal shelter. And she was a bit harder to take care of than I thought she would be, so I needed help. So I went and got a used girlfriend from the woman's shelter. I could never turn down a rescue. And earlier this morning, we were getting ready to go to work, and she kept complaining that she had a muffin top. And I was like, nah, you look fine. Cupcake.
Over the years, it's taken
So, my friend Maricela just opened up the world's first gay ice cream parlor. She calls it Marty Cones. Thank you.
Sonny Castillo. Welcome, Sonny. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, it is.
Nice. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 14 years.
14 years. Where at? San Antonio?
No. Yes, Austin. I haven't really left Texas. Mostly around here. Austin, Houston.
Okay. Austin, Houston. What do you do for work, Sonny Castillo?
I work at a courthouse.
Okay. What do you do at the courthouse?
We call people that have warrants, and we try to help them to avoid being arrested by police. We're like the big guys.
So you try to call them in?
Yeah, it's easy because a lot of them are my family members.
Very good, son. I like that. Yeah, we know a lot of the Castillos. Big family you got.
Yes. I actually have over 80 first cousins on my dad's side.
Wow.
So we might be related.
Look at that. 80 cousins. You might be related to these two as well. Okay. Sonny, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies of Sonny Castillo?
So I used to do photography, and during the pandemic, I started doing action figure photography, and so I started doing action figure reviews on YouTube.
Wow, Red Man is hard as a rock right now. That's absolutely incredible. Action figure reviews on YouTube. Is that taking off, kind of? Is it getting popular?
I'm monetized, so I get a couple $100 a year from it.
A couple $100 a year?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's like it's something that I was already doing, so I was like, might as well make a little bit of money from it.
I love it. Okay. Very interesting. It's childlike behaviors. I'm going to check in with Greg Fitzsimmons here.
Look, I don't want to be harsh on the guy who's got a necklace with a revolver on it. Is that something you wear to the courthouse?
Yeah, it's a 1911. It's not a revolver, it's semi-automatic. It's a G.I. Joe gun.
Have you ever shot somebody?
I haven't, but I've been really close.
When you say you've been really close, what are we talking about?
So I was at Lakeland Mall one day, and I was in the parking lot and I saw a dude beating on an old woman. So I hopped out, I stuck a 40 cal in his face. Wow. Told him to stop.
Amazing.
He listened.
You're an American hero. Those rings, where did you steal those from?
Actually, it's funny. Most of these are street values, so they cost on the street. So.
What does that mean? Explain to us non-criminals exactly what you mean by that.
I'm not saying they're stolen. I'm not saying they're not stolen, but the person that we bought them from seemed like a legit guy. One's a wedding ring. That came from K Jewelers.
It doesn't look like great metal. It looks like the kind of metal where if you pulled the ring off, you would still have a ring on your skin.
Technically, I do because of the sun, but
yeah.
So you're married?
I am married.
How long have you been married for?
We've been married going on 6 years.
6 years. What does she do?
She works for the state.
Okay.
Not quite sure. I know she's in front of a computer.
You have no idea what your wife of 6 years does for a living.
Yeah, she does something.
Okay. Where'd you guys meet?
Actually, through a mutual friend on Facebook. So before the Facebook dating thing, we met.
Okay. First date, what'd you do?
I asked her where did she want to go. I was like, we got Taco Bell. Oh, the chick got Little Caesars. She chose Taco Bell.
Wow. Okay. She's Latino as well.
Yes.
Amazing.
I was straight up with her. I was like, look, I'm O2 East Side. I'm not really fancy.
When you say O2 East Side, what exactly do you mean by that?
Born and raised here, Austin, Texas. O2 East Austin.
O2 East Austin. Michael, can you translate that for me? What exactly does that mean? O2 East Austin.
Pre-gentrification.
Oh, okay. I know what that means. So it's kind of like the hood.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, most people do.
And what do you think about your lovely city nowadays? Are you one of the complaining locals that says it was better back in the day? Like that guy with the Bucky's shirt and the hat over there?
I'm kind of torn between the whole gentrification thing because it's like, yeah, they ruined our neighborhood, but they also some of my people some money. So it's kind of between this.
That's true.
Yeah, and now the East also has sidewalks. We never had those before, so that's nice. And the police come out now if you call them. We never had that before either.
Yep, that's a thing. Sidewalks and police officers. It's amazing what's going on here. I liked your material, Sonny. Very fun times. You are getting a big joke book. Congratulations, Sonny Castillo. How fun. We're getting through it. We have another very special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a truly an action-packed episode. This is a Hall of Famer going up right in the middle of the goddamn show. One of the most famous regulars in the history of the show. Famous for his roasting and stand-up ability. Ladies and gentlemen, a rare mothership appearance by the great and powerful David Lucas, everyone.
A plane in India just recently crashed heading to England, and 176 Indians died. And since that plane crash, scam calls have been down 50%. Apple has no more tech support. It's crazy. You're going to call Apple and talk to a nigga that sound like me. You know? Can you help me with my phone? Have you turned that motherfucker off yet, bitch? Turn it off and turn it back. I can only imagine what that plane smelled like. God damn, bro. If I would have been driving that plane, I probably would have crashed it too. Lord, no! When it crashed, it probably smelled like somebody was barbecuing a goat too. They're like, who is barbecuing a goat too? It's so weird how women with purple and blue hair want us to give a fuck about the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody really gives a fuck about the Middle East because if you did, you'd take your ass over there. If they want me to give a fuck about the Middle East, you're gonna have to give the Middle East an NFL team. That's the only way. I'd love to win Palestine Packers, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's what I thought they were looking like.
David, lights out Lucas.
Oh,
wait, you're just gonna start like that, you fat motherfucker? We're just going up with the.
Hey, if Tony was a gamer, he'd be calling them booties.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, that zipped up, nigga. That motherfucker.
I love this look. I love it. You have your own fucking equator around you. It's incredible. Look like you're ready to take a yacht trip to a McDonald's.
Why you so zipped up, nigga? That HIV medicine kicking your ass, right?
That KFC medicine's kicking yours. You are bigger than ever.
You gayer than ever, nigga. And your face look like a baboon's ass. That motherfucker, you look like you just got slapped in the face with a cherry pie, nigga.
I won't do the baboon comeback joke that I want to do right now. I'm going to reserve that and hold that back because I like working.
Is that a vest? What is that, bro? It's just all.
Yeah, it's a vest. What the fuck is that?
What sweatshirt?
Just because you.
You dress like a gay sniper, nigga. Put the scope in my ass.
I love this new look, though. You look like you're going to get on a unsinkable ship of some kind. It is incredible. Are you wearing that because you eat a yacht?
Get out of here, D-Madness.
Yeah, D-Madness. D-Madness making a big deal.
T-Move Stevie Wonder looking at this nigga. Superstition.
Oh my god.
Don't. That blind ass nigga out of here laughing at that shit. He ain't never seen me or you. He don't even know what gay look like, nigga laughing. He don't know what fat look like. He can only imagine it. I probably look like a fucking rainbow cloud in that nigga head.
I could not believe you called him T-Boo Stevie Wonder. That is a 4-year elephant in the room that we've been avoiding. I don't think he's ever going to be the same after that. This might be the first time that he doesn't come back from peeing. Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Back to you, Stevie Wonder Bread over here. Have you been, it seems like you're losing weight. Is that
yes, sir. I've been working out. I got a personal trainer now.
You do?
Yeah.
What type of workouts does he have you doing exactly?
A lot of ass
Repetitively eating. What are you doing?
You do penny shoots out the ass. Let me get 45 penny shoots.
What the fuck is that? What type of workouts are you doing to lose the weight?
A whole bunch of bullshit, man. I fucking hate it, bro. Every time he be like, we got 2 bowl sets, I'll be like, nigga, I'm about to eat. I hate working out, dog. I don't want to take the glutide shit.
Yeah.
But I'm working out. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. It's just eating less. That's pretty much it.
This is so good. Greg, it's been a while since you've seen David Lucas.
You look great, man.
What's up, Greg?
Yeah.
You don't. You look like you just got bit by a vampire.
Yeah.
You got 2 holes on the side of his neck.
I got 2 what?
Holes on the side of your neck. You need a blood transfusion. That's what I'm talking about.
Another AIDS jokes? A lot of AIDS jokes going around tonight.
You look symptomatic, man.
Yeah.
Anything I say, you got it.
Yeah.
Heartburn, chest pains?
I don't know. Whatever it is, I'd take a little and drop some weight. Taking just a hint of AIDS, a couple drops of AIDS.
We've got AIDS. David has cool AIDS.
I don't even got one for Tony. I don't know.
What's that thing? What happens if you pull that yellow? do you fill with more air?
I pull it up and go in the air, nigga. It's off-white. It's a belt. Your boyfriend.
Oh my goodness.
Couldn't get my joke out because Redman want to play these Looney Tune ass sounds.
Wait, no, pull it again. I heard something. That was. Oh my god. David, what else is going on? You want to plug something?
Man, I'm on tour like a motherfucker. I'm everywhere, bro. Tickets at DavidLucasComedy.com, bro. Next year I'm doing
Red Lobsters all around the country.
Yeah. Nigga, you performing at HIV clinics. Get your motherfucker. All the rainbow houses across the world. You know what's crazy? In the city. So when me and my family moved to Macon, Georgia, bro, there was this thing for gay niggas called the Rainbow House, and they would house gay niggas with HIV, bro. And do you know one time somebody, a crackhead, broke into that place to try to do something? You know the word. I don't want to demonetize y'all. R rhymes with rake.
Oh, okay. So a crackhead went in there trying to rake an HIV person.
And he didn't know it was an HIV house.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That's real talk. It's called the Rainbow House. It closed out after that.
Wow. Did the guy get AIDS?
I don't know, but he sold the city. Nigga, that's crazy.
Aspects of that are especially relevant.
It's so weird for criminals, bro. You can sue for anything, bro. Like, you can probably sue because you turned out gay, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Presentation is talk a little bit about minority and get some sense of his right
trying to change the batteries over there. That's his feet pen making that noise, everybody. The battery.
Let me tell you something about smoke alarms, bro. So,
are you looking at your blood pressure right now?
This is the month leading us to the high holidays.
So, no, bro, I got a new place in Austin,
so
bro.
during the month of Elul,
brand new
Jews
and
around the world
I was in there 1 week.
Sealing self-analysis
I was in there 1 week, and I went to buy smoke detectors at the Home Depot. And the next day, my smoke detectors were beeping. I think they sell niggas beeping smoke detectors. It was brand new and it was already beeping. I didn't even change no batteries. It's racist. I don't know a nigga without a beeping smoke detector. It's crazy.
Are you sure you didn't just have something that you left in the microwave without opening the door? That it wasn't trying to alert you? You are guilty of a crime. All right, David, you're the man. Catch him on tour. David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. Onward and upward. We go. Yes, the man. One more time for David Lucas, everybody. The legend. All right, this is it. Book at full number 7. This looks like a fun name too. Make some noise for Deepak Haney. Deepak Haney.
Gershoni days, the son of Gershon, and so on.
Come on, make some noise for Deepak, everybody.
Really refers to his Maimon. Rabbi Moshe
Let's do this.
Moshe, the son of Maimon, is where
Is it just me, or you guys also feel like Hollywood makes celebrity movies once every year?
Some dispute over his actual birthday. It's
Just to be British black dude for 15 minutes?
No, just me?
Okay.
It's a great ego.
I mean, I know it's acting, but come on, 15 minutes?
History and really
like, please stop that. I'll get it.
Philosopher
Whips to the back are painful.
Influence on Western thought.
And I found out whips to the back are painful in my 5th grade, actually.
So he was born in Spain.
Relax, nothing happened to me. Wouldn't it be funny if I just came up here and went, my dad beat the shit out of me and I can't watch celebrity movies anymore? Nope, I watched Passion of the Christ.
Now, it has been argued that it's a little bit exaggerated.
We've all seen some kind of reenactment or a play where Jesus is getting beat up.
That for about 300 to 400 years,
apparently it's not enough to say that Jesus suffered and died for our sins.
Muslims, and
we have to actually see the,
there are a lot of different reasons for this that are political, economic, and cultural in nature. But there's no question that it's
let me start off with this question.
creativity, an explosion of spiritual and literary
Yes,
activity
booze from the crowd,
among
very
the
good.
Jews of Spain.
As if though you actually had to make that noise for us to know that it wasn't good. Your lack of laughter told the entire story. Deepak, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
2 months. Who also was a poet of considerable renown.
And where are you from,
Get
Deepak?
this, he was
India?
the general
India.
of a
Oh my
Muslim
goodness
army
gracious, so you're
for
really born and
16
raised in India.
years.
Great
I
fit
mean,
sentence.
how is that possible?
Well, I
that
think
you
this
can
is a
have
direct
someone
result of
who
you guys
actually
getting rid of the
writes
drivers in
comedy
your
commentaries
Ubers.
and poetry
We're
and
going to
is
see
a
a lot more of
general
this.
for 16
That
years?
is
As a
true. They're
Jew,
going to need
very
stuff
proud
to
Jew,
do. They're going to
leading
start chasing
Muslim
their
soldiers.
dreams
This is the guy that you don't
instead
see
of
too
picking
often
us
in
up.
Jewish history. And he's just one example.
Deepak,
There's so
how long
many
have you been in
people
America? By the sound of your accent, I'm guessing 25
things during
minutes.
his convivencia.
One and a half year, actually. What? 1.5 year. 1.5 year. Adorable. And you came straight here to Austin, Texas?
No, I study masters in David State. I study masters in Cleveland State.
You got your master's degree at Cleveland
No,
State.
I'm still doing it.
You're still studying. What are you trying to major in? Probably English.
You can guess it actually.
Much more intolerant
Computer science.
Muslims.
Computer science. Wow, Deepak. Don't you guys just automatically come with a master's degree in that? Are you teaching that class? At Cleveland State. Okay, so what do you plan to do once you get a computer science degree from Cleveland State?
Flee with
How about
his
him for
family
Big Madness
and
coming
leave
out?
the Iberian Peninsula and make their way across North Africa. He essentially begins to study.
What do you plan to do with your computer science?
No idea.
And the trade that he picks up is medicine.
And how is Cleveland for you? What made you pick Cleveland, Ohio, of all
which is
places?
still studied to this day. His
Dilapidated.
commentary on the Mishnah.
Couldn't get
An
anywhere
incredible
else.
work of scholarship.
Were you not a great
is
student?
remarkably mature.
And why
for
were you not a great
English,
student?
which is a
Very rare
major
for an
language.
Indian boy like you
So
to
he
not be a
moved on
great
from
student.
there to Egypt.
So
And in
I was kind of
Egypt,
good
he
till my
returned to
high school
full-time
and then
Torah study while
You
still a
think you
very
have a
young
learning
man.
disability?
And he relied with his family together on the incomplete power of his older brother David. His father passed away at this time. Unfortunately, while he was
When you
still
call
young, David died
Verizon
in a
wireless
tragic
tech support,
seafaring incident
how
where
long
his
does it
ship
take
was
until you
lost
both
at
break
sea.
into India?
My mom was mourned the loss of his brother for the rest of his
actually
life.
he talked to us camera once he was a Pakistani my neighbor.
On him not
So
only
we just chatted about how did you get into this.
Anyway, this meant that
So it was nice.
my mom and his family
Even speaking
were now in Tenerife because
So
they
how
had
long,
lost their
again, how long have you been in
fortunes as well.
America?
And so,
1.5 years.
1.5 years. And what are some things that you find shocking? Like what is super different here than India?
Spain at that time
Toilet paper,
actually
yes.
hired
That's a
by
big one.
the vizier
That's a
of
big one.
Egypt, the highest rank.
How, what exactly, explain to us when you're Central and you got number 2, what exactly do you do with the toilet paper? How many pieces do you think you use?
I just bought a handheld bidet from Amazon and just
personal correspondence. I described
I think you lost it. He said when you sit on the
incredibly
toilet,
early, the widest donkey
not hover over like
Cairo,
a
like I take the
drill.
Long Island Railroad, on the hot hill, and he would
So you
go
have a
in, he would
handheld
spend his
bidet.
whole
Yeah,
day
my ass
feeding
got chapped
the
in a
family
month or
and
so.
nobility
Your
and
neck's
royalty
got
in
chappy.
my ass
Cairo,
got chapped with the
come back
toilet
at night,
paper.
Right, it got
met
chapped.
with a whole lineup of
Can't do it.
people who had all
Don't do
different
it.
kinds
So
of
you have a handheld
religious
bidet
questions to ask.
that
and
is
you have to
hooked up
make
to your toilet
judgments,
directly?
you have to die on and so
Yeah,
on.
it just takes some
incredible workload.
plumbing.
So that's
Takes some
basically what he did. He was
Yep, no doubt about it.
superstar
And so
doctor.
you kind
And
of
I
like,
should
do
mention
you
also
kind of
that
like,
he
do you
did not
go like,
let
do you
his
go from
scholarship
the
as
backside with that,
physician
or do you go
either.
in
He
between
actually
an up
published
missionary
quite a
position,
few
or do you go
treatises on a
doggy
full
style,
range of
or
topics, primarily in the Arabic language, dealing with things like asthma,
it's hard to ask
with
questions.
depression,
It's hard to find new questions in 12 years of this
various
show, but
medicines
somehow,
and
goddamn it,
herbs.
we managed to do it.
Major
Explain to
tools of
us the
trade
exact
of
hand
12th century
position.
physicians
I
was
think
knowing
everyone
what,
goes front.
concoctions should be
Can't
prescribed
do it like
to various
this.
Do you
conditions.
look, do you look at the
he,
toilet afterwards
go
and
quite a
see
bit about
some shrapnel,
pharmacology,
a little disaster area, perhaps?
level
Butter
pharmacology,
chicken.
and
I just
those
do
writings have been preserved because they have a lasting value.
What did chicken not that popular in India actually? It's kind of sweet for us. But I just do one flush, so everything's there when I see it.
Achievement
Okay.
as a
What's your love life like? You have a girlfriend?
Religious texts.
Nope.
And also,
Have you been on any dates since you've been to America? Nope. Not a single date. Nope. Have you kissed an American girl? Nope. Do you want to? Nope. No, I don't want to. There you have it. Are you into specifically only Indian women? Nope. This might kind of sound gay, but I can't do one night stands. What about one night stands? Can't do it. Really? You can't do it. You want to fall in love with somebody. No, not that. I just want to know the person before I show them my dick.
The head general of the Muslim army at the same time as he's writing.
And where do you think you get this from? Is this something your parents taught you, or religious, or something? Nope, I just kind of figured it out.
Today. Why don't we have it? We have like
have you been with a woman before? Are you a virgin?
Rabbinical seminaries in America and Israel. And they're like phenomenal. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But they're not running the joint chiefs of staff. They're not necessarily writing non-fiction works on nuclear fission at the same time. Why is
I mean, you've been with many women.
Like this?
Is that expensive? Does that add up?
It's hard to find anyone who comes close to the achievements of
I love it, Tupac. What's an interesting fun fact about you that you think makes you different than anybody that's ever been on this show before?
Like Moses. That's a statement. That's
why I call Moses. I think comedy is bad. You think it's dying right now? Okay, that's a very interesting take. No more Stanhope's, Stalins.
Arabic work.
There's just a bunch of people I see in open mics trying to be cool. They got this, they got that.
Major types of work.
Okay. I'm autistic.
Okay, so you know,
I gotta stick
the first area of his work is what I'd like to call population.
I don't really get it, Deepak. I'm gonna get you out of here, Deepak. Have you thought about taking a plane from London back to India?
So that is included not only the commentary on this earlier, but the restatement of the entirety of Jewish law called the Mishnah Torah. This is actually a title page that one says the Mishnah Torah, as he describes in his preface, as David describes, basically says, listen, the entirety of Jewish law, in particular halakha, is scattered in so many different places. There is, of course, the core texts, which are like the 5 books of Moses. And then there is
Austin, Texas, how's it going? Give it up for the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, y'all. How many of y'all are on dates here tonight? Because, like, war was declared for a second. That, oh, look, I'm scared to go to war, pussy, you know. Like, how many here? Men are dogs, am I right? Men are like dogs. White women fuck them occasionally. They took down the billboard outside my place. A kid who OD'd on fentanyl. I guess he got better. Like, give it up for that guy. Give it up for the sleepy time T-Bear. That motherfucker's been sleeping on the job for 40 fucking years. Has anyone checked him? It might be like the dead the entire time T-Bear. Like, motherfucker OD'd on his biscuits. Yeah, so yeah, I'm really glad we didn't go to war. Because, like, if a nuke hit outside San Diego, I don't think Mountain Dew would, like, last after the Baja Blast of 2025.
Where a conversation, let's say you're on track page.
You know, those Ninja Turtles, they're always saying cowabunga. Those motherfuckers should be asking cowabunga. Like, I work in, like, food service. I have to deliver pizzas in the street. Hell yeah.
Welcome to the show.
You happen to mention carrying a barrel from
my goodness gracious.
and someone said,
They make a certain
I
kind of
love
barrel.
your energy, John.
Very heavy.
I appreciate it. How long you been doing stand-up?
A year and change.
Okay.
But like, I used to like host things like growing up and whatnot.
Okay. An open mic in Chernobyl, perhaps, or something like that. Great success.
Well, a year and change, I would emphasize the change part a little bit.
Yeah, I've been doing stand-up for like a year or so. I like used to host like a drunk history thing. That was like my friends. It was just kind of like a group effort. Me and these like